Welcome to the party, pal. I'm just gonna double check that this is actually happening. This is the first time Mastercast is going live. Look at this. Oh, I gotta check it. Hey, it is real. Okay, hi. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Your friendly neighborhood Master Chaos with you. Once again, I thought, you know what? It's January 1st. 2021 is a new era, essentially, for many reasons. I thought, let's kick off 2021 with a massive live stunt. This is the kind of crazy crap you can experience and expect here on Master Chaos TV. First of all, you'll see I'm not wearing my traditional glasses. It would be my crown, but I can't read in these. I can read in these. So hopefully you'll put up with my Miami Vice look for the remainder of the video. By the way, it is going to be quite a long video. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to pop this up here. We're going to be reading the entire George Romero Dead Trilogy, the original Dead Trilogy. I'm not talking about Land of the Dead. I'm not talking about, what's the other one? Diary of the Dead and all that. No. That's crap. Those are bad movies. Those are bad movies. What I will be talking about, reading from, I should say, are the original Dead movies. Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, the classic, and then, of course, Day of the Dead to round it out. These are the original shooting scripts written by Mr. Romero. I'm blanking on his name, but I'll see it in a minute because I'm going to be reading it. I'm blanking on his name. I want to get it right, though. John Russo. How can I forget John Russo? Okay. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to wait maybe, I'm going to give it like 5-10 minutes. Not 10 minutes. I'm going to give it like 5 minutes to make sure people know what's happening and then they're on board. Please, if you're here, comment. Let me know that you're here so that I'm not talking to dead air. I would appreciate that. This is my first live thing, so I'm a little nervous. I hope it goes well. I'm also going to be doing an unboxing, first unboxing of the year. Got my coffee because this is going to be a long one. I'm expecting 6 hours, something like that. 6 hours. I'm using my Knott's Berry Farm cup because I was supposed to be at Knott's Berry Farm today. I had tickets for the last day of their holiday event. And you know what? They canceled it on me. So it's okay. Virus, I get it. It happens. So in honor of Knott's, I'm drinking out of this cup. Heads up, after every script, after we get done reading every script, I'm going to be holding a sort of a trivia raffle, and I'm going to be giving away movies. So you get movies for watching me read movies. I got the prizes all right, yeah. Yeah. So pay attention throughout the stream. I don't expect everybody to watch the whole thing. If you do, let me know. Let me know you watched the whole thing, and it's got 100% got to be the truth. And then, well, then maybe you get a prize. But yes, I'll be giving away a movie at the end of every script that we get through. My God, it's gonna be a lot of reading. So thank you so much for joining me. By the way, all you three watching, hey, welcome to the party for the neighborhood Master Chaos. Loves you very much. You notice on my screen, I've got. Let me drop the music. That way we can chat a little clearly. You notice on my screen, I've got the Vinegar Syndrome page up. They just opened, so I thought we would spend a couple minutes just looking at this page before we get into the scripts, just to make sure more people come online and we get the party started. So their January package is this bundle of films right here. We have Satan's Blood, Cthulhu Mansion, Dark Tower, House of Usher. I'm going to be honest, I know none of these. None of these. I never heard of any of these movies. But as a subscriber, I'm going to get them. So well, there's actually no information about them here. Okay. They ship around the 26th. Let's take a quick look at Satan's Blood, shall we? Satan's Blood. After a chance encounter with a mysterious couple claiming to be old friends, Andres and Anna are invited to spend the evening at a beautiful secluded old villa. As the night winds down, they begin to sense that there are some rather strange things going on around them. And after agreeing to sleep over, find themselves unwittingly pulled into a series of bizarre sexual encounters, which they slowly discover are part of a horrifying satanic ritual designed to make them the slaves of the Prince of Darkness. Okay, yeah. Great. Awesome slip. I really love this slip. It's a Mexican movie, I believe. Or, I'm sorry, it is a Spanish. And it looks like Juan Piquer Simon was one of the producers, uncredited assistants from the producer. Okay, so he's a producer on this. Interesting. That looks really good. I love that slip. Hey, 5 people watching. Welcome to the party. We're going to be getting into the Romero scripts in a while. I'm already exhausted. Cthulhu Mansion has been announced. You can pre-order now. It'll be released on the 26th. After a drug deal gone wrong, a group of punks attempt to flee a local amusement park by taking a mysterious old magician named Chandu. Anybody know the Bela Lugosi Chandu movie? It's awesome. Or is it a movie, or it might be a miniseries? Anyway, and his beautiful daughter hostage. While trying to evade the police, the punks forced Chandu to take them to his secluded mansion where they planned to seek refuge for the night and wait for the heat to die down. Unbeknownst to them, Chandu's obsession with the black arts and the occult has summoned an evil that not even he can control. As the house itself begins to terrorize and kill the trespassers, the survivors desperately attempt to uncover the horrifying secret to the mansion's magical spells, along with Chandu's own dark past. Woo! That's a fun one. That sounds like a blast, and that's going to be Juan Piquer's movie. That sounds like a blast. Dark Tower here. This looks a great slip. I love the simplicity of the back. Look at that. I'm sure that picture will mean something when we watch the movie. I've never seen it. A recently completed luxury high-rise in the center of Barcelona, or Barcelona as they pronounce it, becomes the scene of an apparent accident which causes the death of a construction worker. However, witness Carolyn Page is adamant that someone or something else is responsible, finding an unlikely ally in Dennis Randall. That was Denise. Dennis Randall, a grizzled cop now working as a private security consultant. The two decide to launch their own investigation into mysterious goings-on in the building. But it's not long before another grisly accidental death occurs. Dark Tower sounds great. Look at this cast. Look at this cast. You got Jenny Agutter. You got Michael Moriarty. Of course, he's the grizzled cop, and she's the lady who works here. There's pictures on here. I don't know if I'm... Yeah, I can show you these. Look at this one. That looks like a good movie. You got to get that one. And then the other one is The House of Usher. This is the VSA. VSA. As a subscriber, I get 50% off here. I hope my wife isn't watching this part. The House of Usher is part of our VSA. Okay, what's the plot here? Molly and her fiance Ryan are vacationing in England, but while driving to visit Ryan's elderly uncle Roderick Usher at his secluded country mansion, they have an accident and Ryan is left critically injured. After being rescued by Roderick's strange butler, Molly finds herself a prisoner in the crumbling mansion and slave to his diabolical staff. Even worse, it soon emerges that Roderick is a crazed madman, determined to extend his family's dying bloodline and will stop at nothing, including torture and murder, to make Molly into his bride. Gross. Sorry about that. I'm just double checking some things here. Okay. Ready. So that is the January package for Vinegar Cinema. I just wanted to check in with that. You know, in case you guys didn't know about that, I just wanted to let you know about that. Giving time for people to come into the room and get ready. Guys, get ready. Make sure you comment. Let me know who you are and where you're watching from so that I have people I can reference to. Like, hey, what do you think? Oh, what do you guys think of Night of the Living Dead? Let's start there. Let me know in the comments down below. Make sure that you switch over to live chat if wherever you're watching from. And let me know in the comments down below. Do you guys like, what's your favorite one? Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, or Day of the Dead? I'm gonna go with Dawn of the Dead. That's my favorite one. But I'm curious what you guys think. This is again the reason it's a live show is that we can all contribute and talk and chat and figure things out. So hey, welcome everybody who's watching. Let me know in the comments what your favorite George Romero zombie movie is, and well, we'll be getting into it in just 1 second. We just went over the January package for Vinegar Syndrome. I've got a bag here. I got a package here to unwrap for the first unboxing of 2021. Let's do it. This is from MakeFlix. This is a movie I've been wanting to watch for a while. And from what I hear, it's out of print. Alien Factor. Can you see that? Sorry, my ring light's throwing off some glare there. Alien Factor there. Directed by the one and only Don Dohler, right? It's Don Doler, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, Don Doler. Special features include cast commentary, behind-the-scenes featurette, blooper reel, that's always fun, alternate Lemoid sequences with commentary track, the television years, I don't know what that is, meet the cast and crew, Alien Factor reunion, and the original Retro Media Drive-In Theater episode. Awesome! That looks like a fun one, man. I love a Don Doler movie. You know what? Double feature. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Alien Factor and Night Beast double feature. Welcome to everybody watching. If you're new here, just a heads up, I will be raffling some movies at the end of every script. So once we're done with Night of the Living Dead, we're going to give away a movie. All right. Enough gobbledygooking. We are 10 minutes in. Let's read Night of the Living Dead, shall we? Let's. Okay, so let me do a little technical gobbledygoo here. I'm going to share a screen. Give me one moment. I want to. There we go. There it is. Whoo! All right, folks. By the way, if you're with me through the whole stream, you do get a prize. Just heads up, it's going to be 5 hours. I've got snacks. I've got my coffee. I've got water. I've got my voodoo chips right here. I may have to take a pee break every once in a while, so I'm going to flash this up just so you know. I'm going to put this on my chair here. In case you tune in, you're like, where'd it go? I'm most likely, draining the lizard, as my grandma used to say. Okay, let's not waste any time. George Romero's Night of the Living Dead. I'm gonna try and do the voices. I promise I'm not gonna be racist about it. So just a heads up on that. Let me move this over. Let me just let me know what your fave Romero movie is. Okay. And that in the chat so that everyone knows what's going down. And yelling timber. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll move the chat over here. Let me just organize my screen real quick, pal. So I'll make sure I see people commenting. Okay. Okay, you 6 wonderful people watching. Let's get the party started. Night of the Living Dead. Are we ready? We're ready. I've never read this. Of course, I've seen the movie 1,000 times. It should be a very different experience. Now, keep in mind when I do the raffle, I may reference something that we read. So just tossing it out there. Okay, everybody ready? I'm ready. Here we go. Copyright 1968 by George A. Romero and John A. Russo. Oh, they both have A in their middle names? That's weird. What are the odds? Okay, pal, here we go. Settle in. It's going to be a long one. Whew. Okay, starting at 1:43 my time. Exterior, cemetery, dusk. It is an ordinary dusk of normal quiet and shadow. The gray sky contains a soft glow from the recent sun, so that trees and long blades of grass seem to shimmer in the gathering night. There is a rasp of crickets and the rustle of leaves in an occasional whispering breeze. Wow, what a beautiful, he paints a beautiful picture for such a, horrifying movie. Transitions are easy and gradual, with relaxed studies of earth, grass, and leafy branches on a high mounded hill. Revelation of cemetery markers does nothing to disrupt the peacefulness of our established mood. When awareness comes, it is almost as though we have known where we were all along. We are in a typical rural cemetery, conceivably adjacent to a small church. Although the presence of a church is felt rather than confirmed, the stones range from small identifying slates to monuments of careful design, an occasional Franciscan crucifix or a carved image of a defending angel. Over 100 years of death indicated in stones, syllabic, with their year and the status of the families they represent. Over the other night sounds is added the gravel rumble of a slow-moving car. A wider shot reveals the car and the mounded cemetery. As the car pulls into the gate and moves down one of the cemetery roads, the car passes in extreme foreground and moves away from the camera. In the breeze of its passing, the dead leaves that clutter in the little road swirl and move. All right. Page 2. Okay, we got it. Page 1. We did it. Page 1. Here we go. Page 2. Beyond the distant trees, the last receding gray of dusk and surrendering to the black. Oh, sorry. Beyond the distant trees, the last receding gray of dusk in surrendering to the black. The car continues. When the car... God, there's a lot of description for just a car drives up. The car continues. When the car stops, we feel the absence of its sound, replaced by the crickets and the subtle wind. Even in the car is still. Oh, even as the car is still, rocking slightly from its stopping action, we cut to a shot through the driver's window at the occupant of the car. The driver is a young man in his mid-20s, and his passenger is a young woman, his sister. The man is in shirt sleeves with a loosened tie. His suit coat is on the clothing hook over the back seat. The girl is wearing a simple but attractive summer suit with the jacket removed and folded on her lap. She is fussing with her purse while the man shuts off engine lights and leans back to yawn and stretch his legs. The girl closes a potato chip bag, brushes crumbs, fluffs her hair, typical feminine gestures after a long ride. The man stretches again. Barbara, they ought to make the day the time changes the first day of summer. Then 2 good things would happen all at once. A little laugh from the man as he straightens his tie. I love the long days and the extra sun. That was Barbara, sorry. John, a lot of good the extra daylight does me. I lost an hour's sleep, and it's dark already. And we still have a 3-hour drive, and we won't get back till after midnight. That was a weird read, but... Barbara reaches down to put her shoes on. If it really drags you that much, you wouldn't do it. You know what? I'm not even going to say the names. I think that'll be easier. Because you can see it on the screen, so you know who's talking. Are you kidding? I certainly don't want to blow Sunday on this scene. We're going to either have to move Mother to Parkville or move the grave to Pittsburgh. All right, page 3. Oh, you're just being silly. Mother can't make a drive like this. John reaches to the back seat and produces a flowered, cross-shaped grave ornament. In the center of the cross, in gold script on a red field, is written, "We still remember." Look, $25. We still remember. I don't. You know it. I don't remember what the guy looks like. Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes. 3 hours. No, 6 hours. 6 hours and 5 minutes. Barbara continues to primp and straighten her outfit. John hands her the grave ornament and leans forward to struggle into his suit jacket. Let's see. Mother wants to remember. So we have to drive 4 hours. Oh, sorry. So we have to drive 400 miles to plant a cross on a grave. As if he's staring up through the ground to check out the decorations. He points to the cross inscription. We have to remember. And she stays home. Johnny, we're here, all right? She opens her door and turns to step out. John takes the keys from the ignition and drops them into his pocket. Hey, Barb. You know, the radio's been, the radio's been on all this time. Tighter shot of the radio. Okay, so that's sort of the first hint we get that stuff's going crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive what? Hey, you got a signal, Charlie? It must have been the station. Do not be out. John clicks the radio off. He gets out of the car and walks around the front of it, tottering to catch up with his sister. It is obvious that she didn't hear him. He catches up to her and starts to repeat his discovery about the radio. Hey, the radio is okay. It's just Barbara's more interested in finding the row containing their father's grave. Let me see here. You remember which row it's in? John, momentarily forgetting the radio. Huh? It's over here, I think. They start in his suggested direction. Did you hear the radio? Looking ahead, trying to spot the grave. Huh? The radio's fixed. Must have been the station, not the radio. Barbara, still searching intently, she tosses his line away. Good. You won't be as bitchy driving home. Oh. Their jibes at each other are not really in anger, but are typical of brother-sister annoyance. They walk through the row of gravestones in the growing darkness. John, making conversation with no more significance than a comment about the weather. Nobody around. Well, it is late. Should get up a little earlier. I already lost an hour's sleep on the time change. Sometimes I think you complain just to hear yourself talk. Typical brother-sister conversation here. An hour earlier and it'd still be light. He squints into the dusk. It's hard enough to find in the light. There it is, she points. They move toward a grave with a standard rectangular stone. It is an unkept grave. Its outline cropped and overgrown with grass and wilted flowers. John takes the flowered cross and, stepping close to the headstone, embeds its wire-pronged base into the earth as he rambles on. By the way, I'm right near a fire station, so if you hear, ambulances and stuff, I do apologize. I try to edit that out when I make the edited videos, but live is a little difficult. John says, wonder what happened to the one from last year. Every year, $25 for one of these things, and the one from last year is gone. We hear Barbara's voice. The camera stays on John as he builds up some dirt around the base of the ornament. The flowers die, and caretaker or somebody takes them away. John, standing, brushing himself off. Yeah, a little spit and polish, and they can sell them again. I wonder how many times we've bought the same. He doesn't finish. And standing, he sees his sister with a pair of rosary beads. And he stops talking. She is praying silently, looking down at the ground. John straightens his tie and buttons his jacket. He steps behind his sister, puts his hands in his pockets, and rocks nervously on one foot. She continues to pray. John looks around the cemetery. The stones are soft and white. They seem very pale. There are a few moving shadows. The sounds of the night seem louder, but this is only because they have stopped talking. The situation does not seem ominous. John is merely bored. In the distance, a huddled figure is walking among the graves. John, glancing at his watch. Come on, Barbara. Church was this morning. I love that line. That was funny. The girl continues her prayers. John lights a cigarette, idly exhales the first puff of smoke, and looks around again. The huddled figure still moves slowly among the graves. John turns to his sister and is about to say something, but sees her making the sign of the cross and dropping her beads in her purse. She turns from the grave, and they both start to walk slowly away, slightly uncomfortable about urging her to leave. Well, I mean, praying for church. I haven't seen you in church lately. Oh, snap. Well, Grandpa told me I was damned to hell. He says this lightly, looking ahead to a large tree. He smiles. You remember? Right here. I jumped out at you from behind the tree. Grandpa got all excited. You'll be damned to hell! Barbara smiles. Right here. I jumped out from behind that tree at you. Barbara expresses annoyance. You used to be so scared here. Barbara. Johnny, with forced irritation. Johnny, laughing playfully. You're still afraid. Stop it. I mean it. Mockingly. They're gonna get you, Barbara. Stop it. You're ignorant. You're ignorant. John. They're coming for you, Barbara. I always thought it was funny. He kind of said it in a British accent. They're gonna get you. He leaves with her as though he is about to pounce. Barbara, becoming a little nervous. Johnny, stop. John, mockingly ominous. They're coming out of their graves after you. They're coming to get you. With this, John throws up his arms and his voice rises. The figure moving among the graves stops and stands for a moment. Barbara glances toward the figure. Momentarily, her anxiety turns to embarrassment as we come back to her. You're acting like an idiot. 1 second, sorry. John speaks in a low tone now, glancing at the figure as they draw closer in their perpendicular paths. John's remarks now are directed to Barbara as though he didn't want the old man to hear. Here comes one of them now! Barbara, walking faster. He'll hear you! Coming to get you! Barbara pushes her lips purses her lips in anger. The couple is now only a few yards from intersection their path. Oh, weird. Intersecting their path with the old figure. In a mock, panicked whisper, I'm getting out of here! He bolts and runs up the path. John! Embarrassed, she cuts herself short and continues to walk more rapidly now up the path beyond the intersection of the man's row. John stops laughing and turns to look back at his sister. She is near the place where the path meets. And so is the old man. We cut close to her. She is looking down in embarrassed silence, aware of her proximity with the old man. She feigns poise. And as she makes the intersection, looks up nervously to deliver a socially necessary smile to the old mourner. Page 9. Here we go. The old man lunges at the girl. His hand grabs at her hair. A frightened gasp chokes her. She is coughing. The man grips her arm and slashes at her clothing. She flails about, choking, trying to yell. Hey, God! The man is all over Barbara, unable to hold her in her violent flailing. His grabbing tears her jacket and scratches her face. He seems to be trying to bite her arm. John leaps at the man. The three fall to the ground. Barbara kicking and beating with her purse. John gets a firm hold on the man, and Barbara is able to wrench free. The man is thrashing wildly at all parts of John's body. They struggle to their feet. The figure thrashes, beats, tears like an animal. John clutches at him, and they fall in a heap. In the darkness, their form is as one thrashing thing. Pardon me one moment. Barbara screams wildly. The two men make animal sounds. One figure gains the advantage and slams his fist down against the other's head. Barbara is panic-stricken. Her screams turn to frenzied gasps as she finds a tree limb and snatches it up. But when she looks up, she sees that one has vanquished the other. She stops in her tracks. Night sounds. A close shot makes it clear that John is lying limply on the ground with the other man hunched over his form. The man is doing something that the limp body still is doing something with the limp body, still ripping at it, perhaps groping for money. I just want to make sure my camera's still good here. Perhaps groping for money? No, not exactly. Barbara cannot tell. Johnny? I'm going to try and do Barbara's voice. I do apologize, but I feel like it adds to the reading, right? The old man freezes and looks up. The girl raises her club and rushes toward him. He jumps into a half-standing position like an animal, hunched to spring. Barbara stops in her tracks. The man is breathing heavily. She starts to back away. The man holds very still. She backs further, faster. Total fear. The man starts to move slowly, cat-like. He steps over the body. Barbara drops the club and breaks into a dead run down the path. She screams. The man moves after her, but he is considerably slower than she. With seeming difficulty in moving. He appears almost crippled. You know, it's hard to get typos out of anything. No matter how hard you try, you cannot get all your typos out. It's just, no matter how many people read it, too. I mean, how old is this thing, right? Ooh, big block of text here. Hold on to your butts, pal. Hold on to your butts. Okay, where am I? Here we go. In a flailing run, Barbara reaches the car, sobbing. She yanks open the door. She can hear the man drawing nearer. She scrambles into the front seat and slams the door shut. No key. The man draws nearer, seeming to move faster, more desperate to reach the girl. Barbara sobs. Well, he's just, honestly, he's just kind of greedy. He's got the brother. Eat the brother, man. Leave Barbara alone. Anyway. Barbara sobs. She clenches the steering wheel. The driver's window is open. She struggles to roll it up, then pushes the lock button. The man is upon the car. Barbara drives across the seat to slam down the passenger side lock button. The man rips at the door handles and pounds violently at the car, like this. Okay. The girl starts screaming again. The man, pounding, clawing. He grabs a stone from the road. The passenger window shatters into thousands of little cracks. Another pound sends a stone through the window, and hands grab through the opening to peel away the flakes of glass in sections. Barbara's screams become more violent. I won't scream. She summons enough presence of mind to reach for the emergency brake. The man pounds and flails at the window. The car at the top of the long grade slowly starts to drift, which is what saves her. The man struggles to hold it, to rip out the glass. His arm breaks through. His sleeve is ripped and tattered. The hand grabs at the inside of the door. The car moving faster. The man struggling to cling. He is forced to trot after the car faster. He loses his footing, grabs the fender, the bumper. He fails. He falls into the road. The car gains momentum. The man regains his footing and starts after the car. It is moving faster. Barbara is frozen in the driver's seat, clenching the wheel. The road ahead is black. The speed is frightening. She pulls the light switch. The headlights dance beams of light among the trees. The beams reveal the grade in the road, which is narrowing to one car width. And about 200 feet ahead, the downhill grade ends and an uphill grade begins. In desperation, the girl looks out the rear window against the sky. In the light from the cemetery gate, the man is still coming after them. Okay. In panic, she looks about. She is still in the cemetery proper. Rows of graves on both sides of the road. No lights from houses. No signs of life. The car is slow. The car slows. Its momentum carries it some distance up the grade. Barbara glances backwards. The man is moving faster toward her. She is terrified. The car reaches a full stop. There is increased panic in her face as she forgets herself, and the car begins to drift backward toward the man as he draws nearer. The car picks up momentum, carrying her towards her pursuer. Wow, that is a big block of text. You wouldn't do that in a script. Normally, you wouldn't. Yeah, it's a lot of writing. You'd want to condense that. By the way, this is 87 pages, so it's not like a long script either. But no, that happens. So I guess you do have to kind of like fill it in. You know, you got to fill it in with some prose. Okay, let's continue. Let's see if Barbara makes it. She grabs at the emergency brake and yanks it tight. The lurch of the car throwing her against the seat. She struggles with the door handle. The button pops up. The man draws nearer. She breaks from the car. The man keeps moving, desperately trying to move faster. Barbara runs off the roadway and onto the turf of the cemetery. She falls, kicks her shoes off, gets up, and keeps running. The man is still after her. She reaches a low stone wall, which marks the end of the cemetery. She struggles over it and looks ahead for a moment to get her bearings. Across a main highway is a darkened gasoline station, and beyond it, an old house. She pants heavily, glancing up and down the highway, but there is no sign of traffic. Sigh. That's right. The man is nearing the low cemetery wall. She breaks into a run across the highway. The gasoline station shows no sign of life. Well, this is kind of cool, so we get to see a little bit more than normal than you saw in the movie. The gasoline station shows no signs of life. It is old and decrepit. One light is out over the pumps. The pump house and surroundings are nearly lost in the shadow. Some 50 yards away, there is the old house. She runs toward it. She presses against the side of the house in a darkened corner, trying to look up into the window. Across the highway, she sees her pursuer struggle over the little wall, and in his clumsiness fall groveling to the ground. In panic, she runs to the rear of the house and into the shadows of a small back porch. Her first impulse is to cry out for help, but she silences herself in favor of trying to stay hidden. She gasps, trying to hold her breath. Silence, night sounds, and the sounds of the man's running footsteps slowing to a trot. Then a walk. The footsteps stop. Barbara quickly glances about. There's a window, There's a rear window. She peers through it, but inside everything is dark. The pursuing footsteps take up again. She presses back against the door of the house, and her hand falls on the doorknob. She looks down at it, grabs it with a turn, and the door opens. She enters quietly as possible, and closes the door softly behind her, bolting it and feeling in the darkness for a key. Her hand finds a skeleton key, and she turns it, making a small rasp and click. She leans against the door, listening, and can still hear the distant footfalls. Woo! What a journey! Okay, we're not even halfway there. Oh my God, 32 minutes in. Okay, top page 12 here. Okay. 1 second here, pal. 1 second. Looking for something real quick. You know what's funny? When you wish people Happy New Year and they don't wish it back. Weird, right? Strange. Barbara finds that she is in the kitchen of the old house. She gropes through a door and into a large living room. No signs of life. Her impulse is to cry for help, but again, she stops herself for fear of being heard by the man outside. She darts back to the kitchen, rummages through drawers in a kitchen cabinet, and finds the silverware. She chooses a large steak knife and, grasping it tightly, goes to listen at the door again. All is quiet. She goes back into the living room. Beyond it is an alcove that contains the front entrance to the house. So I wonder if they knew the layout of the house before they wrote the script. Did they write for that house? I don't know. If anybody knows, let me know in the comments. That's very strange. By the way, everybody watching, please drop me a like. And if you're new here, please subscribe. That really helps the channel. I appreciate that. Beyond it is an alcove that contains the front entrance to the house. She rushes to the front door and makes sure it is locked. Cautiously, she pushes back a corner of the curtain to see outside. The view overlooks an expansive lawn, large, shadowy pine trees, and the service station across the road. There is no sign of the attacker. Suddenly, there is a noise from outside. The pounding and rattling of a door. Barbara drops the curtain edge and stiffens. More sounds. She hurries to a side window. Across the lawn, the man is pounding at the door to the garage. She watches, her eyes wide with fear. The man struggles with the door, but looks about and picks up something and smashes at it. In panic, Barbara pulls away from the window. Do you guys like the sound effects? I'll keep the sound effects. Across the room is a telephone. She rushes to it and picks up the receiver. Dial tone. She frantically dials the operator. Some buzzes and clicks, and then, I'm sorry, our lines are busy. Would you hold the line, please? I'm sorry, our lines are... She quickly presses the receiver buttons, lets them up, and dials again. Long pause. She can hear sounds from the gas station. I'm sorry, our lines... And by the way, I've got my email open, so if you hear clicks too, I apologize for that. She depresses the buttons again, dials 411 for information, another long pause, and then the rasp of a busy signal. The noises from the service station have stopped. She listens for a moment. She shudders with fear, notices the telephone directory in a stand near the phone. Frantically, her fingers search to pages for the emergency numbers. The police. This is before 911, I guess. She dials shakily, but before she dialed the last numbers, the rapiness? What? What is that? What word is that? Rappiness? The rape? Okay. The rapines? No. That's a man. Rapiness of the busy signal comes over the receiver. Yes, raspiness is maybe what they meant. And she depresses the buttons again. Footsteps. She puts the phone down and rushes to another window. A figure is crossing the lawn, coming toward the house. It is a different figure, a different man. She runs to the door and peers out through the curtains again. The man still walks toward the house. A shadow darkens a strip of window at the left of the door. Its abruptness startles her. She peels back a corner of the curtain and sees the back of the first attacker not 10 feet away, facing the man who is approaching. The attacker moves toward the new man. Barbara freezes against the door and glances down at her knife. She looks back out at the two men. They join each other under the dark hanging tree and stand, looking back toward the cemetery. From inside the house, Barbara squints, trying to see. Finally, the attacker moves back across the road, in the direction of the cemetery. The other man approaches the house, seeks the shadows of a tree, and stops, in an attitude of stolid watching. Barbara stares, but can see little. She lunges toward the phone again, dials the operator. The same recorded message. She barely stops herself from slamming down the receiver. And then suddenly a distant sound, an approaching car. She scampers to the window and looks out. The road seems empty, but after a moment, a faint light appears, bouncing and rapidly approaching. A car coming up the road. Barbara reaches for the doorknob, edges the door open very slightly. The light spills dimly over the area. There, under the great tree in the lawn, is the silhouette of the second man. Barbara shudders. She is afraid to make her break for the approaching car. The figure appears to be sitting quite still, its head and shoulders slumped over. Seems to be looking right at the house. That's creepy. The car speeds by. Barbara just stares at the figure. She cannot run. She closes the door and backs into the shadows of the house. She turns to see all around her. The large, dreary rooms are very quiet, cast in shadow. She spies a stairway, runs toward it, still carrying the knife, and starts up the stairs. The camera is level with her eye and picks up her view of the stairs as she runs up, panting and frantic. She climbs. Her hand grazing the banister, still at her eye level. The camera starts to pick up the top of the stairway. The floor of the second landing, a brief glimpse of something on the floor there. She continues to climb. The floor of the landing, zoom in, toward camera, the hand of a corpse. Barbara stops. The corpse is almost skeletal, with its flesh ripped from it, and it lies at the end of a trail of blood. Screaming in absolute horror, Barbara almost falls down the stairs. She is gagging. She breaks from the door, unlocks it, and flings herself out into the night, completely unmindful of consequences. She is bathed in light. Two headlights are screeching toward the camera. The sounds of a vehicle stopping. Barbara covers her face with her arms, and someone rushes toward her. Are you one of them? I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm gonna do for for the boys. You know what's interesting? It's really well described. Like I'm seeing the movie. I mean, they really didn't spare any expense, or I should say, page count when it comes to really describing every beat. Almost exactly a shot for shot script, which is rare. You don't see that nowadays. That's very cool. Actually, you don't see this nowadays. This is an old script, 1968. She stares, frozen. A man stands in front of her. He is large and crude, in coveralls and tattered work shirt. He looks very strong and perhaps a little stupid. A little stupid? What? Behind him is an old battered pickup truck, which he has driven right up onto the lawn of the house. He holds a large jack handle in his hand and stands there panting. Behind him, the man at the tree still stands. Barbara is still frozen. Man. The man shouts again. Are you one of them? I seen him to look like you. I seen him to look like you. Interesting. So they knew that they. It's weird. It seems like that. I felt like they cast Dwayne just because he was the best actor, but it seems like they're writing for an ethnic character or a hillbilly. Maybe a hillbilly. I don't know. The man at the tree moves forward. Barbara screams and steps back. The truck driver spins to face the other man. The other man stops in his tracks. The truck driver backs protectively toward the girl while the other stands just watching. Finally, the truck driver seizes Barbara's wrist, pulls her into the house, slamming the door behind them. Barbara falls back against the wall. The truck driver locks the door and throws the bolt. He is breathing hard. He turns to look at the girl. She brings a knife up in a defensive gesture. Truck driver. Now he's truck driver. Okay. Soothingly in a drawl, almost as he would address a scared rabbit. All right. It's all right now. She stares widely. Widely? She stares widely. She stares widely at him. He immediately concerns himself with his surroundings. He moves into the next room to check the windows. He tries the lamp. It lights. He turns it off. Barbara weakly lowers the knife and falls to a sitting position in a chair. She watches the man intently. He calls to her from the other room. Don't you mind the creep outside. I can handle him. There's probably going to be lots more of them. Soon as they find out about us, I'm out of gas. Jeremy Johnson, hey, what's up? Hold on, let me take a pause here. So, let me read this and I'll get back to you, Jeremy. 1 second. As soon as they find out about us, I'm out of gas. Them pumps over there is locked. Is there food here? I'll get us some grub. Then we beat him off and ski-daddle. She just stares at him. It ain't no good, no way. Wow, that's going to be hard to read. Might's well have 2 tin cans and a string. You live here? Boom. Jeremy, what's up, man? Let me just check in with you real quick. Hey, buddy, on my lunch break, just stopping by. At least I get time and a half today. Figured somebody would call in sick. Hey, man, well, time and a half, that's awesome. Thank you for stopping in, Jeremy. I love you, man. Happy New Year. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing. We're going to have fun this year, man. I promise you. I promise you. Okay, the party continues here on Mastercast TV. Let's see what happens with truck driver and Barbara. She remains silent, looking toward the top of the stairs. The man follows her stare and starts toward the stairs. Halfway up, he sees the corpse and stops. Oh, but Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, man. Yeah, this is a pretty racist script. He stares for a moment and slowly backs down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, he just looks at the girl shivering with shock in her chair. Then he forces himself back into action. Truck driver. We gotta bust out of here. Get to where there's some folks, somebody with guns or something. He quickly, sorry, I have to read it that way. This is the only way to read this. He quickly moves toward the kitchen. I'll try to scare up some grub. He enters the kitchen and starts to rummage. He flings open the refrigerator and the cupboards. Finding a stack of large paper grocery bags, he opens one and starts to fill it with things from the refrigerator. He hurls the stuff into the bag. He is interrupted by Barbara's voice. Weakly, well, what's happening? Thank you, Toy Joy. I appreciate it. The man looks up at her. Barbara repeating, what's happening? She shakes her head in fright and bewilderment. The truck driver looks at her. She stands like a frightened child in a kitchen doorway. He is amazed at her question. A shattering crash startles him. The man drops the groceries and seizes his jack handle. He runs to the front door and looks out through the curtained window. Another shattering sound. The first attacker has joined the second man at the old pickup truck. And with great sticks, the greatest sticks, the two are smashing out the headlights. 2 of them. Once the lights are battered out, the 2 men outside start to beat at the body of the truck. The truck driver spins and lunges towards the girl. How many? How many? She backs away. She backs further away. The truck driver lunges again, this time in desperation to make her understand. How many? Come on now. I know you're scared, but I can handle them 2 bow hoppers. Bow hoppers? The hell does that mean? Now, how many more is out there? That truck's our only chance to get out of here. How many? How many? Oh, let me see. Dawn of the Dead. Jeremy, I agree. Dawn of the Dead is my favorite as well. Absolutely my favorite. I love Night of the Living Dead, but I have a lot of issues with it story-wise. That's maybe for another video down the way. He grabs her shoulders and she struggles against him, thrashing hysterically. I don't know what's happening. She breaks into hysterical sobbing. The truck driver spins away from her and breaks for the door. He looks out the window for a moment. The attackers still beat at the truck, wildly trying to tear it apart. The truck driver flings open the door and leaps off of the porch. The 2 men look up. For the first time, we see the faces of the attackers. They are dead things. The flesh on their faces is rotting and oozing. Their eyes bulge from deep sockets. Their hair is long and their clothing rotten and in tatters. They are ghoulish beings staring up at the truck driver. They are ghoulish beings staring up at the truck driver. He starts for them slowly, with building vengeance. He moves steadily at first, with controlled power. He speaks as he advances, wielding his jack handle. Come and get it! Come and get it! Come and get some of this jack handle. Does he say that in the movie? I don't remember that. He concentrates on his attack, moving stolidly toward the two creatures. He breaks almost into a run, but the two, rather than backing off, move toward the man, as though drawn by some urge. The man pounds into them, swinging and thrashing with arms and jack handle. They are buffeted by his blows. They seem weak compared to him, but his powerful blows don't really stop them. It is like beating a rug. He flings them back, and they advance again. It is a violent, brutal struggle, but the big man finally beats the two into the ground, and for a great while continues to pound their limb forms. Yeah, lots of typos. We'll let that go. He breaks into almost sobbing with each of his blows. He beats at them and beats at them as the girl watches in shock from the porch. He thrashes and beats until she starts to scream again. Her screams pierce the night. The man stops, breathing heavily. He stands, enveloped in the quiet of the night. The girl stands in the doorway. The truck driver turns to face her. He is out of breath. Suddenly a noise behind the girl. She spins, and walking toward her from the kitchen is another one of the hideous creatures. The truck driver leaps toward the thing. Lock that door! Well, so that scared me. Jeremy, man, I'll see you, man. Thank you so much. I will say hi to the family. Have a good day. Art! How you doing, Art? Thanks for being here, buddy. I appreciate you. I appreciate you watching, my man. I know you're at work. I appreciate you chiming in, man. I love you. Hey, everybody, go check out Art with Horror. It's an amazing channel. He's my buddy, and he does good stuff. I think you'll like his content. Love you, man. Okay, here we go. Page 18. Let's see, 1 second. Page 18, sorry about that. Barbara slams the door and locks it, backing against it as another equally brutal struggle ensues in the living room. The big man again beats the attacker down. Art, if you're still here, let me know what your favorite George Romero movie is. I'm taking a poll. Jeremy says Dawn of the Dead. So let me know what yours is. Barbara slams the door and locks it, backing against it as another equally brutal struggle ensues in the living room. The big man again beats the attacker down, but another appears at the kitchen door. The truck driver leaps toward it and with powerful jack handle blows drives it out beyond the door so that he can fall against it, shutting it. He bolts it and stands leaning against the frame, trying to breathe. Long silence. The truck driver just stares down at the floor. Oh, here we go. Art chimed in. Dawn of the Dead. Absolutely. Woo, what a movie. Can't wait to read that one. That's going to be a long script. I'm only into page 19 of 87 here with part 1. So, yeah. When you're off work, come back in. I'll be here for about 6 hours, maybe more. We'll see what happens, man. I love you, Art. You rock, man. Okay, where are we? The truck driver just stares down at the floor. Truck driver, they know we're in here now. There ain't no use disputing that. Outside, well, it's gonna be like reading Mark Twain. If you guys have ever read Mark Twain, I've read everything Mark Twain's ever written. But boy, the way he writes makes it real tricky. Outside the house, the fourth ghoul stands staring at the back door. Another slowly walks up behind it, and another. At the front of the house, 3 more stand near the bodies of the first 2. Art says, I'll try as soon as I get off work. I got to deal with a 2-hour traffic jam. Yeesh. Oh, my God. Good luck with that, my friend. That's you're doing the Lord's work, man. He's an essential worker, everybody. So round of applause wherever you are for Art. He's saving lives. Art, I'm glad that you're healthy again. He got the COVID, unfortunately, but now he's back on his feet and he's saving lives, man. God bless. That's amazing. Okay, where are we? Okay, at the front of the house, 3 more stand near the bodies of the first 2. Pull off and follow focus from the front yard of the house through the curtains at the front door to the face of the girl as she spins to face the camera. Wow, that's a complicated shot. Her face twitches in fright and her eyes are wide with a non-blinking stare. As she spins, her eyes fall on the floor where the dead humanoid lies. The thing is askew on its back, its right arm extended toward the girl with fingers twisted as though to grab. Cut to MCU. It's interesting. Yay! Oh yeah, Toy Joy says that she's glad that Art is feeling better. Is that you on the front? What do you mean that's you on the front cover of Dawn of the Dead? Oh, because you're bald? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Art, I don't know what you mean by that. You'll have to clarify that one day. That's pretty funny. Where are we? Okay. Sorry. Cut to MCU, not the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That means well, really it means close-up, but medium close-up, I guess, is what they're saying. There is a slight movement in the thing's hand. It twitches. The whole body twitches slightly. The bent, broken neck has the being's head twisted upward in an open-mouthed, glassy stare. Barbara steps toward the thing. The fear in her face bears the beginnings of a sick frown. The hand twitches again. The girl moves closer, drawn towards it, staring down at it with overpowering curiosity. The thing is something dead, with the beginnings of decay on its face and neck. Barbara moves closer. The thing still twitches. She is staring right down into the thing's eyes. Her hands come up to her mouth. The urge to be ill, to scream, to run, must all be fought. The glassy stare from the bulging eyes, right back at her. Yes, you're bald. I guess that makes sense. Art, I like that. Camera shoots back and forth at her face and the staring eyes of the dead thing. Zoom in on the thing. It seems as though the body is going to stand again. It's a face. Oh, it's a face. Its face holds as much life as it did when it walked. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, the thing moves. Cut back. The big truck driver has a hold on the thing's legs and is dragging it across the floor. I love that shot. I thought that was really great. Shutting your eyes. Shut your eyes, girl. I'm getting this dead bee hopper out of here. Bee hopper. This is, I'm not reading a book. I'm reading the Night of the Living Dead shooting script written by Romero and Russo. So I'll be reading Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead all day until they're done. Until they're done. By the way, if you're new here, please drop me a like and a sub. That means the world. By the way, if nobody's watching the live chat, I was answering Art. Okay, he is sweating. His face shows anger and anguish as he drags the body across the floor. Barbara just stands, her hands still at her mouth, watching. The sounds of the man's breathing and his struggle fill the room. With the body, he reaches the back door and lets the legs fall. Okay, Art, don't worry about it, man. I appreciate it. Do what you gotta do. Fills the room. With the body, he reaches the back door and lets the legs fall. You filthy. He cuts himself short. Cut in for close-up. It's weird that they would call that out like that. The stark light on the big man's face makes him shine in his sweat. His eyes are alert and afraid. He turns quickly to see through the small window panes in the door. Outside, lurking in the shadow from the huge trees, the three beings watch and wait, their arms dangling and eyes bulging as they stare at the truck driver's activities. This is technically the first actual zombie movie. So it's weird how would they even come up with this kind of design? Or how would they even know that this is the kind of a cool monster? It's interesting watching this, reading this, because they're essentially creating a creature. It's amazing. It's amazing. With a swift move, the big man unbolts the door, flings it open, and bends toward the inert thing at his feet. The ghoulish things begin to move toward him. With one great heave, the dead form is flopped outside the door. It lies across the threshold. The things advance silently. Filthy. Another great effort shoves the body almost clear. From inside the house, the big man's efforts cannot be clearly seen by the girl because the doorframe is blocking her view. She moves into the kitchen. The truck driver flops the body down onto the edge of the porch. The three figures are close upon him, are starting to reach out. The big man shudders. He fumbles into the breast pocket of his work shirt. The things advance. He produces a pack of matches, manages to strike one, and touches the burning tip to the clothing of the dead thing. And with almost a popping sound, the clothing catches fire! Page 20. The things in the yard stop in their tracks. With fire, the fire blazes slowly, shaking. The truck driver touches the match to other aspects of the thing's clothing. His fingers burn, and he snaps them, throwing the match onto the heaped form. He is breathing hard. Standing, he kicks the burning thing off the edge of the porch, watches it roll down the 3 small steps onto the grass, where it lies still, the flames licking around it. The 3 beings step back slightly. The big man clings to the banister around the little porch. His fists clench, and his face is fiery. In the glow of the flames, his voice quivers. I'll get you. I'm gonna get you. All of you. His voice grows stronger in his violence. All of you! He stands defiantly on the little porch, the flaming corpse separating from the things that wait. He stands suddenly. The girl stands inside the kitchen door. His face is a fury of sweat and quivering anger. His eyes meet the girl's. She steps slowly back into the room. The big man, in great strides, re-enters the kitchen and slams the door, bolting it again. His breathing, still loud, is even more rapid than before. His eyes dart quickly about the room in search of something. He rushes to the cabinets and throws them open, begins rummaging through them. Standard kitchen utensils and supplies. He does not speak, just frantically ransacks the room. Truck driver. See if you can find the light switch. Barbara falls back against the wall, and her hand gropes to a switch. The light from an overhead fixture comes on, providing dim illumination. The big man continues to clatter about frantically. The light coming on makes the girl blink. She remains against the wall, her hand still touching the switch. It is as though she dares not move. She watches silently. Really thick text on this one. Welcome to everybody watching, by the way. Happy New Year. The man flings open drawers and spills contents onto the shelving and onto the floor. His hands fall to the silverware. Hey! Thank you so much for being here. I am whatever I want to be. I appreciate you being here. It really means the world. Happy New Year to you, my friend. We are on page 21 of George Romero's Night of the Living Dead script. It's very racist. Just a heads up on that. Let's see. The man flings open drawers and spills contents onto the shelving and onto the floor. His hands fall to the silverware drawer, still open from when Barbara first discovered it. He pulls it out until it stoops itself with a crash. Stoops itself with a crash. He roots through it and pulls out a large knife and sucking his breath in, stuffs it under his belt. Then he reaches into the drawer again and produces another knife. Taking Barbara by surprise, he strides toward her. He shoves the knife at her, handle first. She falls back slightly. Her action stays his franticness. Breathing heavily through his words, he speaks to her. Now, you hang on to this. She hesitates, but she takes the knife. She seems weak, almost apathetic, as though she is losing control of herself. What the hell was that? Sounded like a fart. She stares at the weapon in her hand. Then her eyes come up to meet the man's intense face. All right. Okay. I am whatever I want to be. If you're still here, let us know what your favorite George Romero movie is. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be a zombie one. It could be Martin. Martin's, I don't think anybody's favorite. I'm not a big Martin fan, but let me know what your favorite Romero movie is. I'm taking a poll. Right now, Dawn of the Dead is winning. Here we go. He pulls away from her and continues to rummage, but he speaks periodically, now between great breaths and between the brief times when his interest is wrapped in something he finds in his rummaging. His search is not without control. It has a coordinated purpose. It is selective. Although frantic and desperate, he looks for nails and strips of wood or planks that he might nail around doors and windows. His actions are hurried and intent after these defensive ends. At first, his search has his full attention. Gradually, he moves about and begins to come up with several key items that he needs. His efforts pace down into a more deliberate flow. He starts putting up boards and tables against the vulnerable parts of the old house. The mood relaxes in intensity, becomes calmer and more analytical. The barricading instills a feeling of greater security, and the knowledge of some security begins to overtake the girl, bringing her out of her shock and passivity. The scene proceeds as he follows. The girl looks at her knife, recedes against the wall. The noise of the search is ever present. The man mutters occasionally and spills his findings about the room. At first, as new cabinets and drawers fail to turn up what he is looking for, he grows impatient and more violent. Spools of thread, buttons, manicure implements, shoe shine material, another drawer. I mean, this is written like a book. Immediately, as the drawers fling open with a clatter, the big man sees what he needs. He almost leaps into the drawer. What does he see? Tell me you ain't the sweetest thing. His big hand comes out of the drawer with an old pipe tobacco tin, and in one gesture he spills its contents onto a shelf. Nails and screws and washers and tacks spill out onto the wooden shelf. A few rolled too far and clattered onto the floor. His fingers scoop them up. He fumbles through the little pile of things and selects the longest nails in the batch and stuffs them in the batch and stuffs them into the breast pocket of his work shirt. What? I'm sure this is another issue. But anyway, even as he stuffs the nails into his pocket, he is already moving, his eyes seeking for his next need. See if there's any wood around the fireplace out there. His hands explore the shelf surface. The girl does not respond immediately. His impetus carries him toward another shelf, but in turning, he notices the girl still motionless. I am whatever I want to be, says. It's been decades since I've seen Dawn of the Dead. Dawn or Day or Dawn, so I'm going to say night. Okay, great. Night is really great. That's a good choice. That's what's happening now. This is the complete, unedited, Now Living Dead script right here. His hands explore the shelf surface. The girl does not respond immediately. His impetus carries her. Okay, I think I already read that one. Look, you. Angry at first, he stops himself, then speaks still frantically, but with less harshness. Oh, wow. This is dialogue? That's interesting. It's a weird format for dialogue, but okay. Let's highlight that, just so you know that's dialogue that we're dealing with at the moment. You're scared. I'm scared. I'm scared too. Just like you. Now, he composes himself even more. We ain't gonna be worth a plug nickel if we don't do something. I'm gonna board up these windows. I'm gonna board up these doors and windows. But you gotta pitch in. We gotta help ourselves. Because there ain't nobody around to help us. And we're gonna be alright, okay? Now, I want you to scamper out there, see if there's any wood in that fireplace. He stops, still breathing hard. The girl just looks at him. She stares. She starts to move very slowly away from the wall. Okay? The girl is still for a long moment and nods her head weakly. Okay. The girl leaves the room and he continues his search. She moves quickly into the living room area. The darkness stops her for an instant. Well, a little blooper there. Slowing her pace. From the kitchen come the clattering sounds of the man's search. She looks ahead. The white curtains on the windows seem to glow, and every shadow seems suspect. Barbara shudders. Shot of the foreboding room. Closer shut on her face. Hey, Jammin' Music Man. Happy New Year to you, pal. Thanks for joining the fun here. We're reading George Romero's Night of the Living Dead, his unedited, typos and all script. Jammin' Music Man. Hey guys, check out Jammin' Music Man's channel. He's a really good dude. I think you'll enjoy his stuff. I'm glad you're feeling better after the troubles you went through last year. Hopefully 2021 is better for you and better for everybody, right? The girl leaves the room and he continues his search. She moves quickly into the living room area. The darkness stops her for an instant, slowing her pace. From the kitchen comes the clattering sounds of the man's search. She looks ahead. The white curtains on the windows seem to glow, and every shadow seems suspect. Barbara shudders. Shot in the foreboding room. Closer shot on her face. On a table is a bowl of large, rounded flowers. A breeze causes them to stir in sync and with a sound from the kitchen. The effect startles the girl. She dives for a table lamp, clicks it on, and the dull illumination fills the room. The room is empty. She starts slowly toward the fireplace. Near it is a stack of logwood and a few planks that might be large enough to nail across the windows. Still clutching her knife, she bends over the pile and gathers up the planking. She stands with her awkward load, and the foreboding room faces her again, stopping her. I will be doing more live shows, actually. That's going to be a thing that'll be happening in 2021. And a lot of these, really long-form challenge videos a la Mr. Beast. We're doing a lot of these, but all around movies or Hollywood and stuff like that. So I'll be doing that for sure. She bolts and hurries toward the kitchen. Bursting through the door, she finds the big man pounding with his jack handle at the hinges on a tall broom closet door. One final swipe and a great yank frees the wooden door, and the man stands it against the wall next to the broom closet. In the recesses of the closet, the man spots other useful items and pulls them out. An ironing board, 3 center boards from a dining table, some old scraps of lumber. 24. Page 24, actually. He motions for Barbara to follow as he grabs the closet door and moves to the back door of the house, which he had previously bolted against the beams outside. He slaps the closet door up against the paned portion of the kitchen door and finds that with the same piece he can cover the kitchen window. He leans against a piece of the wood and gropes in his pocket for nails. The door starts to slip slightly. It does not completely cover the adjoining window, but it leaves slots of glass at the top and bottom. However, it does cover up the glass part of the entrance door. Barbara drops her burden and moves swiftly, helping. Now, this is very specific directions. It's very interesting. Barbara drops her burden and moves swiftly, helping the man by holding an end of the barrier in position. The truck driver accepts her help automatically without recognition and gives the barricade a cursory inspection as he determines where to sink the nails. Pulling several nails from his pocket, he places them and drives them with his jack handle. He drives two on his through the door and molding until they grab. Weird description. And then moves to her side and drives two more. Oh, two on his, I see. When four are in, he whacks at them with the jack handle until they are completely sunk. Then begins to add more. Now he starts to talk. The first decisive steps are taken. Quite a lot of relief comes with it. Most of the house is still vulnerable, but with measures taken in still confidence. While he talks, though, he keeps working rapidly. His pace, as intense as ever. Truck driver. Oh, pardon me. There, by God. This ought to hamp their crimpers. What? I've never heard this before. Hamp their crimpers? Amazing. They ain't that strong. There. Two more nails in position, driven to the molding. He tests the barricading wood with two good yanks. It holds. They ain't coming through that. He drives the last two nails in all the way. Truck driver. Gotta figure out how much nails we got. He sees the parts of the windows that remain uncovered. I'll leave that for now. We'll fix the rest. He turns quickly from the barricade and looks around the room. No other doors or windows except the doors that leads to the living room. Now I'm reading in a hillbilly kind of tone. Well, this place is fairly secure. He examines planks and table extensions. Now, if we have to, the girl just stands and watches him. If we just run in here and no dragging now or fussing with your makeup or I'll leave you out there. We run in here and board up this door. The door between the kitchen and the living room has been open all the time. The big man closes it, tests it, and it shuts tight. He opens it again. He quickly chooses several of the lumber strips and stands them against the doorframe. He gropes in his pocket and notices that his supply of nails is dwindling. He checks the pile sprinkled from the can. He empties the can completely and fingers the contents for all of the longest nails. He tosses just these back into the can. He hands the can to the girl. You take these. This time she reacts quickly and takes the little tobacco tin from his big hand. As she does so, the man gathers as much of the lumber as he can into his arms and starts out of the room. Barbara follows. They are in the living room. Truck driver. It ain't gonna be too long. They've been trying to hammer their way in here. They're afraid now. He drops his load of wood in the middle of the floor and walks over to the largest front window, talking as he moves. His speech is rapid. They're scared. They're scared of fire. I found that out. So I'm wondering if they wrote this for like a hillbilly guy, like a country guy, or were they writing it for an ethnic character? Oh, it's interesting. Because that's not how he talked in the movie. His eye measures the size of the big windows. He looks all around the room. Finally, his eyes fix on the large dining table, and he moves quickly toward it, talking as he moves, resuming his train of thought. There must have been 50, 100 of them down in Cambria when the news broke. Barbara watches, almost transfixed. At his mention of the number of things, her eyes reflect amazement and frightened curiosity. The man reaches the table, walks around it, studying its size, then hoists one end and turns it onto its side, bracing it against himself. He heaves one of the legs and tries to break it free. With a great ripping sound, the table leg is torn off, and the man drops it onto the rug. He continues talking, punctuating his remarks with vengeance on the table as he rips all the legs off. I am whatever I want to be. Have you got plenty of liquid near you in case you get us? Oh, man. I'm going to lose my voice 100% by the end of this. We're only an hour in, and I'm not even halfway through this thing. I got some coffee. I got coffee. I've got water here. I've got snacks. I've got my, the Chaos Clan is my support. And I've got, at the end of the night, I'm going to enjoy this little shrunken head rum as a special gift to me. But yeah, plenty of liquid. It's gonna be a long one. Actually, it's gonna be a lot longer than I thought it was gonna be. But whoa, boy, what a way to kick off the year! I seen this big gasoline trunk, down Bigman's Diner, and I had heard the radio. I got a radio in my truck. Yay! I guess that was a weird thing. People having radios. He wrenches at the second table leg. It cracks loudly, but does not come free. He moves to where his jack handle lies on the floor. This cast iron truck comes screaming out of the diner lot onto the road. Must be 10, 15 of them things chasing it, and it looks funny to me, but I don't see the things running behind it right away. He picks up the jack handle and hammers at the table leg. The second powerful swat frees the leg. He moves on to the third. Let's see here. Yeah, I just see this big truck, and it looks funny. You know how slow trucks will start. And it's pulling out onto the road and weaving. Then I see them things, and the truck's moving so slow. They're catching up and grabbing, jumping on. Another table leg falls loose to the rug. Truck driver. And that truck just cut right across the road through the guardrails, I'm starting to throw on my brakes. And the truck smashes into this big sign and into the pumps and the Esso station down there. And I hear this crash. And that big thing starts burning. And it's still moving. Right through the pump station and on into the station. And I'm stuck still. And I see them things. And they all starting to back off. Some of them running. Well, at least it looks like they're running. But they kind of move like they're crippled. But they keep backing off. And it's like they got to get away from the fires. And the guy driving the truck can't get out no how. He got the cab of the truck plowed halfway into the wall of the station. And that thing's frying him in there. And he's screaming like hell. Web Movie 1. Welcome to the party, pal. I actually have pants on, but I do have a pee bucket at my feet so that I can stay here and read. And if I gotta go, I gotta go. So if you guys hear like waterfall sounds, that's what's happening. Barbara's eyes deepen and her face wrinkles in anxiety. The continuing nightmare grows more and more complex. The man swats the last leg from the table, and the tabletop starts to drop. He regains control of it and struggles. Let me get some water, actually. Trying to move it into the next room. Barbara automatically moves to his assistance, and they walk together, each burdened by the heavy table. I hope you had a wonderful New Year, Wet Movie. I love you, man. I'm gonna have you live on Mastercast TV pretty soon. They're not old pee buckets. They're fresh. They're fresh pee buckets. Truck driver. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, I don't know what the whole place is gonna explode or fly to pieces, or what's gonna happen. I start driving for the gas station, and the cat in the truck is screaming and screaming, and after a while, he just stops. The man sits down his end of the table and wipes beads of sweat from his forehead. His breathing is still heavy from his previous exertion. He wipes his hand on his shirt. His eyes are wide and angry. It's almost as though he might weep. Okay. A big, oh, I see. That's why it's a big break. It's a massive block of text here. Truck driver. And there's them things standing back across the road, standing, looking like they just come back from the grave or something. Hey, a Wet Movie, do me a favor. Let all your peeps know what's going down over here on Mastercast TV. I would appreciate a shout out to your followers from the wettest man I know. Okay, and they're over by the diner, and there's cars and buses in the diner lot, and lots of windows are smashed, and it's for sure them things done the people in the diner in. And more is outside, all over the place, just biding the time for a chance to move in. So I start my truck open, I barrel it right at some of them things. I'm steaming down right on them. His face grows more intense with the memory, and I get a good look at them. I see them for the first time in my lights, and then just run right down on them. I just grind down hard as I can. And I knock a couple of them about 50 feet, flailing into the air. And I just want to smash them, crush them filthy things. And they're just standing there. They ain't running. They ain't even trying to get out the road. Someone was even reaching out so they can grab me. They're just standing there, and the truck is running them down like they was bugs or something. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the support. I'm going to be here for a while. I'm guessing 8 hours? I don't know. Like they were bugs or something. Barbara is wide-eyed, staring in disgust, her hands so clutched to the tabletop. She says nothing. The man sees her fear, and stops himself. Uh, He refocuses his attention on the tabletop and starts to lift it again. Barbara is practically motionless. As he tugs the table, her hands fall away and she slowly pulls them against herself. He drags the table away from her and she walks numbly behind, having forgotten to assist. She just watches the man's face. Page 30, yay! Truck driver. I got kids, and I guess they'll do all right.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it?
I wasn't talking to you. Siri. Silly Siri interrupting me. Okay. I guess they'll do all right. They can take care of themselves. They're still only kids, and I'm being away and all, and perspiring heavily, he tugs the twist. I don't think he mentioned kids in the movie. I may be wrong, but I could have sworn he never mentioned kids. Could be wrong. Perspiring heavily, he tugs the twist. He tugs the twists. He tugs the twists at the tabletop, trying to fit it to the door frame and into the living room. I'm just gonna do what I can, and I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna see my people, and things is gonna be all right. And I'm gonna get back. Siri, yeah, he has started to almost babble. He sees the girl intently watching him, and he stops. He composes himself with some effort and starts to speak a little more slowly. His voice is almost a monotone with enforced calm, but he does, beneath his anger, seem as confident as could be expected of someone under the circumstances. Now you and me is gonna be all right too. We can head them things off. I mean, you can just smash them. All you gotta do is just keep your head and don't be too afraid. We move faster than they can, and they're awful weak. And if you don't run and just keep swinging, you can smash them. We're smarter, and we're smarter than they are. We're gonna be stronger than they are. We're gonna stop them, okay? The girl stares. All we gotta do is just keep our heads. Literally, keep your heads. Because that's how you kill a zombie. They look at each other for a moment until the big man turns and picks up the table again. As he starts away with it, the girl speaks quietly and weakly. Who are they? That's my Barbara. The man stops in his tracks, still supporting the heavy tabletop, and looks with amazement at Barbara's anxious face. Slowly it dawns on him that the girl has never really been aware of the thing that has been happening. She had not heard of the radio announcements, the bulletins. She had been existing in a state of uninformed shock. Truck driver incredulously. You ain't heard nothing? She stares blankly, silently, her eyes fastening in his. Her reply is her silence. You mean you ain't got no idea about what's been going on out here? Barbara starts to nod her answer. She begins to tremble. I. Her trembling increases. She begins to shake violently, and suddenly she flings up her arms and flails them about, sobbing wildly. She begins to walk in panic, wildly and aimlessly, in circles about the room. Why? No! I can't. What's happening? What's happening to us? Why? What's happening? Just tell me! Wow. So she was nuts in the script too. That wasn't just a choice the actress made. Amazing. The man grabs her, shakes her to bring her out of it, and her sobbing jerks to a halt. She remains staring right through him, her eyes seemingly focused beyond him. At some far distant point, her speech, still nearly hysterical, becomes a little more coherent, a little more. Welcome to everybody watching, by the way. We were in the cemetery, me and Johnny, my brother Johnny. We brought flowers for this man. Came after me. And Johnny, he fought, and now he's all right. He tightens his grip. She wrenches against him. Get your hands off of me! She flings herself away from him, beating him across the chest, taking him by surprise. But in a momentum, she stumbles over an end table, barely regains her balance, and stands facing the front door, poised as if to run out into the night. We've got to help him. Got to get to Johnny. We've got to get out and find him. Bring him. Bring him. Hey, have Cheetah will view, my buddy. How's the Cheetah? Happy New Year to both of you. They're coming to get you, Barbara. Indeed. Quick poll. Let me know, pal, what your favorite George Romero movie is. Right now, Dawn of the Dead is winning. But we have one vote for Night of the Living Dead, which is what we're currently reading. It's good to see you. Happy New Year, pal. Okay. She comes toward the man, pleading with tears, the desperate tears of a frightened child. Bring him here. We'll be safe. We can help him. Wow, talking like Barbara really messes up your throat. A lot. The man steps towards her. She backs away, holding one hand toward him defensively and the other toward her mouth. No. Please, we gotta go. He takes one deliberate stride for her. Now, you calm down. You're safe here. We can't take no chances. We've got to get Johnny. No. Come on now. Oh, now. Come on now. You settle down. You don't know what these things are. It ain't like no Sunday school out there. Please. No. Dawn of the Dead remake. Oh, nice. You know what? It has to be a Romero movie. So if you have, what's your most favorite Romero movie? Let me know that. Let me know what that is. I have Cheetah. But I agree. Dawn of the Dead remake is amazing. I'm a big Zack Snyder fan. Absolutely. That's one of the good remakes. 100%. But yeah, let me know what your favorite Romero specific movie is. Because that's how the poll works. It's got to be Romero centric. She is sobbing violently. Her words become screams. She is verging toward complete hysteria. The man struggles to calm her. She wrenches from him, but his grip remains, so that her arms jerk, her whole body in the act of wrenching away. She stares at the man. Their eyes meet in an instant of calm, but only an instant before she screams. She kicks him again and again as he struggles to pin her arms at her sides and shove her against the wall. At the same time, she does not want to hurt her. With brute force, he shoves her backwards, propelling her into a soft chair. But she is up again, screaming and slapping at his face. He is forced to grab her again and practically slam her into the corner. He brings up one powerful fist and punches the girl. Damn. But her head recoils and the blow is misplaced. It does not put her out of commission, but it shocks her into dumb, wounded silence. He hits her again, squarely. Her eyes fall sorrowfully on his, and she begins to crumple. She falls limp against him as he supports her weight, easing her into his arms. Holding her, he looks dumbly about the room. His eyes fall on the sofa. He does not carry, but almost walks her to the sofa, permits her dead weight to fold onto it, and eases her head onto a cushion. Wow, that is very descriptive. So he punches her out and lays her down. That's how scripts would be written nowadays. It wouldn't be like this long novel. I know Russo wrote the novel, so I mean, this is most of it. Next to the couch is a cabinet radio. The man stabs at a button, clicking it on. While the radio warms up, he looks around for the tin of nails, finds it where Barbara had dropped it, takes nails, and slides them into his pocket. The radio hisses and crackles with static. He returns to it and searches them with the tuning dial. At first, just static, then it spins past what sounds like a voice, and he adjusts carefully, trying to find the spot. The tuner finds a metallic, monotonous voice. Radio announcer. Emergency radio network. Normal broadcast facilities have been temporarily discontinued. Stay tuned to this wavelength for emergency information. Your law enforcement agencies urge you to remain in your homes. Keep all doors and windows locked or boarded shut. Use all food, water, and medical supplies sparingly. Civil defense forces are attempting to gain control of the situation. Stay near your radio and remain tuned to this frequency. Do not use your automobile. Remain in your homes. Keep all doors and windows locked. A long pause, a crackle. The message repeats. It is obviously a recording. Our live broadcasters will convey information as received from Civil Defense Headquarters. This is your Civil Defense Emergency Radio Network. Normal broadcast facilities have been temporarily discontinued. Stay tuned to this wavelength. The big man waves his hand in disgust. So he's got like a ton of names. He's the big man. He's the truck driver. He's man. He never has a name in the script. That's interesting. Welcome to everybody watching, by the way. If you're the neighborhood Master Chaos here, we're reading Night of the Living Dead. The original Night is my favorite Romero film. Good choice, Cheetah. So that's 2 votes for Night of the Living Dead and 3 for Dawn of the Dead. I should write this down. I should write this down. So we have a total of what is what. Hold on a second. Does this even work? So I'm gonna do night, dawn, and day, and I'll keep a running total. So 2 votes for night. I vote for dawn, and nobody's voted for day yet. But I'm sure we're gonna get a couple day votes. Okay, back to Night of the Living Dead. Boom. The big man waves his hand in disgust at the repetition of the radio and moves away as it continues its announcement. He resumes his efforts with the heavy wooden tabletop. This time he drags it to the living room window. He leans it against the wall and pulls back the curtain to peer outside. There are now 4 figures standing in the yard. The voice of the distant radio recording continues. The figures stand very still, their arms dangling, aspects of the silhouettes revealing tattered clothing or shaggy hair. They are cold, dead things. Something in the distance suddenly startles the truck driver. From across the road, a figure is moving toward the house. The man spins himself away from the door and rushes to the fireplace. He reaches for his matches. In the little stand near the couch where Barbara lies unconscious, there are old magazines. Okay? The man grabs them, rips pages loose, and crumples them into the fireplace. He piles kindling, wood, and larger logs, then touches the paper with a lighted match, and a small fire takes hold. We're not even halfway there, folks. Whew! There is charcoal light. There is charcoal light on the mantle. He sprays the glowing fire, and it whooshes into a larger blaze, almost singeing the man's face as he works. The larger logs begin to burn. He returns to the window. The recorded message repeats itself continuously. The man hoists the tabletop to the windowsill and braces it there while he places a nail in position. He pounds with the jack handle, driven by desperation. Another nail. And another. With the table secure, he checks it hastily and leaps to another window where he can peer out between its nailed-up boards. The new figure is just reaching the place where the others stand silently. The man rushes to the fire where the biggest logs have now begun to blaze. He seizes a discarded table leg, saturates it with charcoal light, then holds their largest ends into the fire until he has 2 good flaming torches. You need that. That's a good thing. He nudges a big padded armchair ahead of him to the door, and taking both torches in one hand, pulls the curtain aside for another look at the yard. The figures still stand silently. With charcoal light, he drenches the padded armchair and touches it with a torch. It catches instantly and flames lick and climb, casting flickering light throughout the house. The heat on the man is severe, but he has to fight it. He lunges for the door, unbolting it and flinging it wide open. From the yard, as the door bangs open, the flaming chair is visible. It throws eerie, irregular illumination onto the lawn. The waiting figure steps back slightly. The man shoves the chair through the doorway. It slides across the front porch. It topples over the edge of the flaming bulk, tumbles down the steps onto the front lawn. In the rolling motion, the flames lick and fly, and small particles of the chair's stuffing leap and glow in the night wind. The bonfire rages in the tall grass. The waiting figures back further away. Inside the house, the front door bands shut, and the man fastens the bolt. He hurries again to the window, puts more nails into the tabletop, fastening it securely, and surveys his surroundings, seeking out possible vulnerabilities. The camera moves with him, seeing the task that lies ahead. Oh, here we have a question. What is more scary, zombies or a killer? Is it a donut? Oh man, I don't know. That's tough. I'm gonna go with zombie. I think zombies are scarier than a killer donut, because well, you shouldn't eat the killer donut. Well, chat, let me know in the comment. In the comments, answer have cheetah will views question there. Zombies or killer donuts? What's scarier than that? Oh, I think somebody might be visiting us pretty soon. Come on in if you want, okay? Oh, okay. Hold on, everybody. We'll be right back. Tonight of the Living Dead. I'm going to let in a special guest. Come on in. I'm letting in a special guest. This is,
Hello.
Can you see yourself?
Hi.
This is Missy Kale. She's coming to stop by and say hi. We've got some people watching. We're having fun. I think
I'm gonna go get Little Master.
Yeah, you can get him.
Okay.
That's fine. I think I'm gonna lose my voice tonight for sure.
Oh no.
Which is exhausting but fun. But yeah, I'll say zombie. I will say zombie. There is a side window in the living room, a window in the dining room at the other side of the house, the front door and the flanking glass panels. He turns, still inspecting, and his eyes reflect surprise. The girl is sitting up on the couch. Her demeanor is startling as we cut to her. Her face is bruised as she sits in sun, staring at the floor. The radio drones on, the fire plays on her face and reflects in her eyes. The man takes off his jacket and moves toward her. He fixes his jacket over her shoulders and looks sympathetically onto her face. She just stares at the floor. Here, come on, sit in my lap. The man feels dumb and helpless, forlornly. He moves to the pile of lumber, chooses a table board, and goes to the side window. The radio voice continues. Okay, so let's make sure you guys don't comment. So these are the kids just stopping by to say hi.
Hi, everybody.
We wish you a very happy New Year, by the way, right?
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Did you guys have a fun New Year's?
Mm-hmm.
What were your resolutions? You guys had resolutions?
Well.
You know what a resolution is?
Yeah. My resolution is this virus to be over.
Oh, his resolution is that he hopes the virus will be over, but it has to be like a personal thing.
Too.
Like, what do you hope you'll be able to do this year?
I want to go to Disneyland with my friends.
Okay, well, okay, sort of out of your hands, but what? Do you have anything? Maybe you resolve to become more aware. Little Master has diabetes. He has his type 1 diabetes, and it's something he's had since he's been 3. And he is
super strong.
He's super strong. He's my little hero. He's our little hero. Maybe one of your resolutions could be learning to take care of your diabetes on your own.
Yeah.
Like you've been learning how to check your own blood and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, right? Maybe yours could be finding out why there's robot farts in the distance. I don't know what's happening over there. Hey, people are saying hi. Look, I am whatever I want to be. Says hi to the little master, and Hafshida says hi, zombie hunters. I guess that means you guys. Hey, all right.
Hi.
Hi to you guys. And look, Missy Chaos, she said, and you can play Barbara. You want to read a Barbara line? Oh,
Yeah.
We don't have a Barbara line coming up anytime soon.
Barbara line.
Missy,
Yeah, how about you text
Missy
me?
Chaos is an actress. But Barbara,
know.
all she does is scream. You know what I'm going to do here? Why don't you read this line for us? I'll go back. I'm on page 36.
Okay. We're on
Okay.
page 37.
Well, yeah, I have it highlighted. Okay, here, read that. Go ahead.
No, please, we got to wait.
Now you calm down. You're safe here. Now we can't take no chances.
We gotta get Johnny.
No, come on now. You settle down. You don't know what these things are. It ain't no Sunday school out there.
Please, no.
Oh God, I can't. Oh my God, I would die. You cannot do this anymore. Okay. Okay. I've got. Oh, I left those. That scared me for a minute. I'm like, what's touching my head? That was you.
I didn't expect there to be
Well,
gel in your hair.
It is. Yeah, I gotta keep it cool. I had to go with the aviators so that I can actually read the screen. All right, and the Oscar goes to. Look at that. They think you did a good job. Yay! All right, guys, I've got to get back.
What are you
I've
doing?
got a lot to read. You guys
Oh
can
my
come.
God, good luck. Text me if you need more water. Do you want me to fill up your water?
No, the water's good. I'm actually drinking the coffee because the heat actually
I smell
helps.
it. I smell all the coffee.
The heat helps. All right, guys. Thank you for stopping by.
Bye.
We'll see you next time. Bye bye. I love
Thank
you guys. All right.
Next time we'll see you is after Grandma.
Okay, you're going to Grandma's? Okay, have fun at Grandma's.
Okay,
Let's
bye
go.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
Everybody.
All right. That was a nice little break. Let's continue where we left off. I love my kids. I love being a dad. It makes me very happy. Take a little sip here. Oh, man, an hour and a half in. Woo, boy. It's going to be longer than I thought. Okay. Thanks for sticking in, people. I really appreciate you being here. I don't expect you to watch the whole thing, but I appreciate you being here. The truck driver boards up the 2 side windows, then moves to the front door. He gets an ironing board and places it across the door horizontally. It extends over the flanking glass panels, leaving cracks at the top and bottom, but they are too small for anything to get through. He drives nails through the board into the molding and tests the barricade for strength. Finding it sufficient, he leaves it and goes on to the next. Excuse me. In the dining room, there are 2 closed doors. He tries one, finds it locked, examines it, and finds no latch. It has been apparently locked with a skeleton key. The other door is locked and leads into a den, which contains several windows. The man is disappointed at the added vulnerability. He thinks for a moment, then leaves the room, shutting the door behind him. It is clear that he has decided to board up the door rather than try to secure the bay windows. How many pages in Night of the Living Dead? 87, according to this, which might be more like 86 or 85, because it also counts the title page. And yeah, it counts the title page, and there might be a splash page at the end. So maybe about 85. Currently, I'm at page 37. And I have 2 more movies to read. So I'm going to be here for a while. He checks his remaining lumber. The supply is dwindling, but he selects the best piece of boarding, the den. Piece of boarding? What? Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Best piece for boarding the den door. He is about to start hammering when an idea strikes him. He opens the door again and enters the room. There are chairs, a desk, a bureau. He steps to the desk and starts to rummage through the drawers. He pulls out paper, a stack of pencils and pens, a compass, 100 little odds and ends, another drawer, 100 more things, and he leaves it open. The bureau contains mostly clothing. He rips out the big drawers and hurls them through the doorway and into the dining room. 1 drawer, 2, their contents spilling onto the floor. He looks back at the bureau. A final idea hits him. He shoves the great piece of furniture through the door, walking it through the tight opening until it clears the doorway. Then the desk, which warrants another struggle, as the man attempts to secure all things of possible value before he finally nails the door shut. In the closet, there's a lot of old clothing. The man finds a good warm coat and jacket and flings them over his shoulder. High on the shelves are piles of old boxes. Whoa, suitcases, hat boxes, and an old umbrella. He looks for an instant, debating their worth or the possible worth of what they might contain. At his feet, he sees still sees more clutter, boxes, umbrellas, dust, shoes, and slippers. He picks up a pair of ladies' flats and examines them, thinking of the barefoot girl out on the couch, and tucks them under his arm. Wow, really descriptive. Hey, George Lopez, thank you for joining. Happy New Year, my friend. I appreciate you being here very much, my friend. Happy New Year. As he pulls away, something catches his eyes. Let me know, George, in the comments. We're taking a poll. What is your favorite George Romero movie? Night, dawn, or day? Right now, dawn is winning, but honestly, one more vote for night, and it ties. So let me know what you think. What your favorite movie is. As he pulls away, something catches his eye within the dark recess of the closet. Something shiny, the sheen of a finished piece of wood, a familiar shape, lying under a pile of dirty clothing. He reaches eagerly, and his hand finds what he had hoped, a rifle. He sets everything down and rummages even more eagerly all over the floor of the closet, through the shoeboxes, under things. Items come flying out of the closet. A shoebox contains old letters and postcards, but in a cigar box clattering around with pipe cleaners and cleaning fluid, there is a maintenance manual and a box of ammunition. He flips open the box and finds it half full. He shoves manual and cartridges into his pocket. Oh, okay. Then decides to take the whole cigar box full of materials. He tucks it under his arm, gathers jackets and shoes, and leaves the room. In the dining room, he drops the load of supplies on the bureau. Hey, welcome everybody who's watching. Just a heads up. Reading The Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead scripts until they're done. And do me a favor if you could. This would mean the world to me. If you guys can go on your social media and link this live stream and tell everybody you know, hey, this guy's reading the George Romero scripts live in one sitting on YouTube. And I would appreciate that very much. Get the word out for me. That would help. If I'm at 781, 82 subscribers, if we get, I'll announce it later on, but if I get 1,000 subscribers today because of this, I will dye my beard pink. I will dye my beard pink. 100% promise. So help me spread the word. Help me get to 1,000 subscribers in a day. If it happens, pink beard. Pink beard. That's all I can promise you at the moment. Have Cheetah Will Traveler. You need co-readers. Man, it wouldn't be a challenge if I had co-readers. It's supposed to be a challenge. Mr. Beast read to he read the dictionary and he counted to 100,000 by himself. So gotta do it. In the dining room, he drops a little supplies on the bureau, and the sight of the girl in the living room stops him short. She is sitting as before, not moving. We're all right now. This place is good and solid, and I found us a gun and some bullets. He looks at Barbara from across the room. She doesn't seem to take any note of his talking. He turns to his work, but continues to speak. So we got us radio, and sooner or later somebody will come and get us out of here. We got food in here. He starts to board up the door to the den. Oh, and I got you some shoes. We'll see in a minute. We'll see in a minute if they fit, and some warm clothes for you. He pounds at the nails. The pounding and the repetition of the radio messages are the only sounds. The last nail in. The check for sturdiness. The big man turns toward the girl again. Are meant to stay in your homes. Keep all doors and windows locked. Other than her upright position, the girl shows no signs of life. Her wide eyes just stare through the floor at some point beyond. Preferably boarded shut. Well, that's us. We're doing all right. He can't smile. And with the girl not looking at him, his attempt is half-hearted. He takes up the rifle, the cigar box, a coat, and her shoes, and one clumsy armful. As he leaves the frame, the camera lingers for an instant. The alcove in the dining room is cluttered with things from the den. A large piece of furniture obscuring the door that had been tried and found locked. The camera lingers long enough to make this door significant. Oh, what's going to happen? The man kneels with his bundle in front of the girl, then drops the armful of materials at her feet. He holds the shoes that he found in the closet. Now let's see. How big your feet is. How big your feet is? Oh God. You know, I wonder if who they had in mind for this part, because it's written very, it's either like a country boy, or they knew they were casting an actor of color, and they kind of wrote it right racistly. It's just my take on it. Here we go. Looking up at her, he's unable to cope with her catatonia. Her stillness makes him as gentle as he can be, but he converses with her, still expecting her to reply and react. She does not. Hey George, remember to chime in with your favorite movie from George Romero. Okay, I want to know what you think your favorite George Romero movie is. Actually, yeah. It doesn't have to be a zombie movie. It could be anything, but keep it to night, dawn, or day. Okay. Her stillness makes night. You choose. Oh, night. Okay, that's good. Well, one more vote. Really? You like Night better than Dawn of the Dead? Well, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. That's a good movie. Well, 3 votes for Night and 3 votes for Dawn. Right now they're tied. Let's see. Toy Joy, if you want to chime in, let me know. The man kneels. Okay, her stillness makes him as gentle as he can be, but he converses with her, still expecting her to reply and react. She does not. Come on. He holds one of the shoes near her feet, waiting for her to lift her leg and slip into the shoe. She is still. Finally, the man takes one of her ankles and fumbles to put the shoe on her foot. It does not go on easily, partly because it is too small, but mostly because of her limpness. But he gets it on, sets her foot down, and takes up the other one. He succeeds in getting the second shoe on and leans back on his haunches. What's this? Oh, Snickers. Yeah, thank you.
C for chaos. That was
hey, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Bye.
I actually could use a little protein. That'd be pretty good.
Okay.
He succeeds in getting the second shoe on and leans back on his haunches, looking up at her. She is staring at her feet. Well, that's a real Cinderella story, ain't it? No response. The man reaches in reflex for his jacket pocket, but he has given Barbara his jacket. Hey, you got my cigarettes. He tries to smile again, still no reaction. He reaches toward her, and his hand enters the pocket of the jacket he has draped over her shoulders. His action makes the girl look directly at him, and her stare makes him uncomfortable. Is chocolate good for your throat? I don't even know. It might be bad. Well, I'll keep it here. I'll have it in a little bit. You got my cigarettes, girl. I added that. He tries a gentler tone, as one would try to explain some complex concept to a child. He pulls the cigarettes from the pocket and settles back from her again. He fumbles for a cigarette, puts it in his mouth, and lights it, trying not to look at the girl. Her gaze is still fixed on his face. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, George. I'm gonna dye my beard pink if we get to 1,000 subscribers during the live. That would be great. Pink, because I feel like that's the most embarrassing color, right? Let's see. Her gaze is still fixed on his face. Truck driver inhaling the first puff of smoke and blowing it through his nose. Okay, now maybe you gotta lie down. You fumbling with a cigarette. A thought occurs to him, and he tries it. You smoke? He holds up the burning cigarette. Her stare drops from him back to the floor. He takes another drag and blows the smoke out quickly. Another idea. Maybe you... He stops. He's getting nowhere. He decides that his time had better be spent in securing the defenses of the old house. Smoking does kill. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Have Cheetah will view. Absolutely. Absolutely. By the way, people watching, if you don't know Have Cheetah Review, go check out his channel. He's got some great reviews on there. And if you love cats, he loves cats. Plenty of cats over there. His okay is he says okay. His okay is more definite than his other talk, and he scoops up the rifle and ammunition. He examines the gun, dumps the shells onto the floor, and methodically loads them one at a time. Truck driver. Now, I don't know if you're hearing me or not, or if you're out or something, but I'm going upstairs now, okay? Now, we're safe down here. Ain't nothing getting in here. At least not easy. I mean, they might be able to bust through that. It's gonna be some sweat. And I could hear them, and I think I could keep them out. Later on, I'm going to fix things good so they can't get in no how. It's good for the time being. You're okay here. He continues to load the rifle as he speaks, his cigarette dangling from his lip, causing him to squint from the smoke that curls around his eyes. Now, the upstairs is the only other way something can get in here. How? Does he expect him to climb out the window? So I'm going to go up and fix that. He snaps the clip after the last shell and is about to stand when his glance falls on the girl again and he tries to get through one last time. Okay, gonna be all right? She remains silent. The man stands, tucks the rifle under his arm, grabs as much lumber as he can carry and starts for the stairs. The girl looks up at him, and he is aware of it. But he keeps moving, and her stare follows. I'm gonna be right here. You're all right now. I'm right here, upstairs. He starts up the stairs. At the top of the landing, he is confronted once again with the body that lies there, torn and defaced. He sets down his supplies, and the sight of the corpse is repulsive, and he tries not to look at it. The body is lying half across a blood-soaked throw rug, and a few feet away is another throw rug with oriental patterns and a fringe sewn around its edge. The man grabs a second rug and rips away one edge of the fringe. Once the initial tear is made, the rest of the fringe peels away easily. He frees it, and taking the rifle, ties on one end of the fringe around the barrel and the other around the narrow part of the stock. This done, he slings the rifle over his shoulder. Then he leans over the corpse and takes hold of one end of the rug on which it lies and begins dragging it across the floor. George Lopez says, I really love night better than dawn. Okay, awesome, man. Well, your vote has been counted. Good to know. Let's see here. By the way, did anybody watch it? Did anybody get? Oh wait, I missed something here. Hold on. What is the Beyond? A Fulci Easter egg. The Beyond. What does that mean? Hey, Art's back. Hey, I'm back. All right, no worries, man. I appreciate you being here. We're still deep in Night of the Living Dead here. Okay, on the landing. Did we do this already? I don't want to repeat. Yes, on the landing is a long corridor with several closed doors. He deposits the ugly load at one of the doorways and throws open the door. Inside is a bedroom. He tries the other doors and finds two more bedrooms, one a child's room. He begins to remove furniture into the hallway. His plan is to afterwards board up the doors. The noise of his work fills the old house. Downstairs, Barbara still sits dazed on the couch. The fire flickers on her face and the burning wood pops. Loudly now and again. Objects in the room are silhouetted and the atmosphere is stark. Missy Chaos, I'll tell you said hi. You know what we should do? Let's add a little sound. Let's add some sound effects, man. So there's a fireplace that we're going, right? Let's do this. Make it a little more fun. Play a little. Let's see. 8 hours of fire effects. Do that. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Well, that's a commercial, but not the commercial. You guys hear that? You're still here, jamming? Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate you hanging in. Okay. You hear that? Oh, man. Ouija shark. I gotta see that. All right. Maybe I can read the Ouija shark script. I had to pick something that was rights that was available. I almost did. I'll tell you what I almost did, guys. I almost read the entire Star Wars Skywalker saga, all 9 movies. I was gonna read all 9 movies in a row, but I was worried about rights. I was worried about rights issues. I was worried about Disney clamping down and then having me take down the stream, and I didn't want to. Okay, thanks, Jamin man. I didn't want the stream to be taken down or anything, so I decided to do something that was sort of public domain for the most part. Thanks, George. I appreciate you spreading the word. Oh, okay. Just Dave says, I just got here a few minutes ago. Can you start over? Yeah, hold on. Okay, let's go back here. No, I'm going to start over. Too bad, man. Rewind it. You haven't missed much. They're still hanging around in the house. Where the hell am I? Okay, I got distracted as I'm talking to everybody in the chat here. Yes, Art, I've got coffee. I've got the kids are bringing me Snickers. Got water. I've got voodoo chips. I'm gonna get a sandwich. Probably around Dawn of the Dead. Ooh, that is hot coffee. This is the ultimate movie geek challenge, as far as I'm concerned. I will lose my voice, 100% guarantee. That will be happening. Be here for like 9 fucking hours, maybe 10. Who knows? We're already 2 hours in. We're still in the same movie. Okay. Okay. The camera moves slowly into her face. Radio announcer. Facilities have been instructed to discontinue programming. Stay tuned to this. There's a sudden buzzing sound and crackling static. Then a hodgepodge of newsroom sounds, as heard earlier by John on the car radio. Typewriters, ticker tape machines, low voices talking in the background. The sounds hold for a long while. The girl does not seem to notice. Oh, it's weird. That's a weird break. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what? Yeah. What? Yeah, I got that one. What? Another one? Put it through. The voice sounds tired, but the man is able to read his reports unemotionally with the air of a professional commentator who has been covering a major event for 48 hours and is no longer impressed with the latest developments. Thank you. I appreciate that, George Lopez. Appreciate you getting the word out. Once again, everybody, help me spread the word on this. If I get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of the stream, I'm going to be going for about 8 hours. I will dye my beard pink because just as a thank you. So make me look like an idiot. Get me 1,000 subscribers. That'd be a fun way to kick it off. You know what? Yes, I am whatever I want to be. If it's midnight there in the UK, absolutely, I'll still be here. I hope you will be as well. Yeah, go get some sleep. I'll see you at Day of the Dead. Radio announcer. Up-to-the-minute reports inform us that the siege, first documented in the Midwestern section of the country, is indeed spread across the nation and is, in fact, worldwide. Medical and scientific advisors have been summoned to the White House, and reporters on the scene in Washington inform us that the president is planning to make public the results of that conference in an address to the nation over your Civil Defense Emergency Network. A long pause by the announcer. The camera studies Barbara's face. She is inert. The strange beings that have appeared in most parts of the nation seem to have certain predictable patterns of behavior. In the few hours following initial reports of violence and death, and apparently deranged attacks on the lives of people taken completely off guard, it has been established that the alien beings are human in many physical and behavioral aspects. Oh, that's interesting. So they call them out as aliens. Hypotheses as to their origin and their aims have to this point been so varied and so diverse that we must only report these factors to be unknown. Teams of scientists and physicians presently have the corpses of several of the Ooh, long one. Happy New Year, Dave. Happy New Year. And Happy New Year to you, Art. The aggressors and these corpses are being studied for clues that might negate or confirm existing theories. The most overwhelming fact is that these beings are infiltrating through urban and rural areas throughout the nation in forces of varying number. And if they have not as yet evidenced themselves in your area, please take every available precaution. Attack may come at any time in any place without warning. Repeating the important facts from our previous reports, there is an aggressive force, army, of unexplained, unidentified humanoid beings that has appeared in worldwide proportions. And these beings are totally aggressive, irrational in their violence, and civil defense efforts are underway. And investigations as to the origin and purpose of the aggressors are being conducted. Excuse me. All citizens are urged to take utmost precautionary measures to defend against the insidious alien force. These beings are weak in physical strength, are easily distinguishable from humans by their deformed appearance. Interesting. So they're basically saying here, almost essentially, that they might not even be, or initially thought to not even be humans. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. They are usually unarmed, but appear capable of handling weapons. They have appeared not led. They have appeared not led an organized army. They have appeared not led and organized army. I don't know what that means. Not with any apparent reason or plan. Indeed, they seem to be driven with the urges of entrance. What? With the urges of entranced or obsessed minds. They appear totally unthinking. I repeat, they can be stopped by immobilization. That is, by blinding or dismembering. They are, on the average, weaker in strength than an adult human, but their strength is in numbers, in surprise, and in the sheer fact that they are beyond our normal realm of understanding. They appear to be irrational, non-communicative beings, and they are definitely to be considered our enemies in what we must call a bloop, and then something happens. Hold on, Art said something here. Was that Art? Also, could use more subscribers if you're folks out there. And please sub to my channel. Hey guys, yeah, go check out Art. Art with Horror, man, he rocks. He's got some really fun content. I love his channel. I discovered him because I am a fan. I am whatever I want to be. I might sleep downstairs on the sofa and just leave you playing. Hey, that's cool. That's great. I appreciate that, and YouTube will appreciate that too. That seems somebody's watching the whole time. That'd be amazing. Have a good night, pal. Hey, 44. Are we halfway through? We're almost halfway through. Hey, we're almost halfway through Night Living Dead, everybody. Only almost 2 hours. At this, Barbara bolts from the couch in wild, screaming hysteria. She runs blindly toward the front door. The truck driver appears at the top of the stairs. Startled, unslinging the gun, he leaps down the stairs. The girl is climbing up the barricade, trying to break out of the house. She is sobbing in wild desperation. The man is almost upon her, but she rides out. She rides out of his reach. Runs across the room toward the maze of heaped-up furniture. Suddenly, from within the maze, strong hands grab her. She screams in terror. The truck driver rushes toward her, and he is startled by the sight of the other man. Boom. What? What other man? All right, well, let's find out. Who is trying to contain the hysterical girl? Behind him, an older man stands holding a length of pipe at his side. They have come through the door that the truck driver had tried and found locked. The man holding Barbara is dressed in coveralls. He's probably a farmer. He's big and powerful looking. Okay. Tom, still trying to calm the girl. It's all right. We're from the gas station. We're not. Barbara sags against him and sobs sporadically, in shock and semi-relief. She is still nearly catatonic. The older man rushes to the radio. The truck driver just stares dumbly as Tom calms the girl and leads her to a chair where she sits very still, numb with... I just lost it. Numb with expended emotion. The radio voice continues its information about the emergency. The older man, Harry Tinsdale. Okay, interesting way. I haven't done the push-ups yet. I'm probably going to do that. I'm mentioning right here. I haven't done the push-ups yet, but I'm probably going to do that as a break in between scripts here. The older man, Harry Tinsdale, crouches close to the radio, still holding his length of pipe. Harry, listen, radio voice. Periodic reports as information reaches this newsroom, as well as survival information and a listing of Red Cross rescue points, where pickups will be made as often as possible with the equipment and staff presently available. The big truck driver stands staring at the two new men. He exudes an air of resentment, as though the strangers have intruded on his private little fortress. Why, man, looks like you got things pretty well locked in. Truck driver, almost in an aggressive tone. Man, I could have used some help. How long you guys been in there? That's the cellar. It's the safest place. Man, you mean you didn't hear the racket was making up here? How are we supposed to know what was going on up here? Could have been those things for all you know. That girl was screaming. Now you know what a girl sounds like. And things don't make noise. Anybody's got to know. Somebody up here could use some help. You can't really tell what's going on from down there. We thought we could hear screams, but that might have been... Those things were in the house after her. And you wouldn't come and help? Tom, a little ashamed. Well, if there was more of us, that racket sounded like the place was being ripped apart. How were we supposed to... You just said it was hard to hear down there. Now you say it sounded like the place was being ripped apart? You better get your story straight, mister. All right. Now you tell me. I'm not going to take those kinds of chances when I got a safe place. We luck into a safe place, and you're telling us to risk our lives just because somebody needs help? Something like that, yeah. Tom, not knowing whose side to take. All right, why don't we settle? Harry, ignoring everything but his own line of thought. Look, mister, shouts this, then calms his voice. The rest of the line. All right, we came up, okay? We're here. I suggest we all go back downstairs before any of these things find out we're in here. They can't get in here. You got the whole place boarded up? His attitude softer towards Tom. Most of it. All but upstairs. It's weak in places, but it won't be hard to fix it up good. You're insane! The cellar's the safest place in the house. Truck driver lashes out. I'm telling you, they can't get in here. Harry. And I'm telling you, those things turned over our car. We were damn lucky to get away at all. Now you tell me they can't get through a pile of wood. His wife and kids are downstairs. The kid's pretty badly tore up. This statement takes the truck driver completely by surprise. His face softens. He exhales a deep breath. Nobody says anything for a long moment. Finally, the truck driver swallows and makes his point again. Well, I think we're better off up here. Glancing about at the barricades. We could strengthen all these up, Mr. Tinsdale. Man, with all of us working, we could fix this up so nothing can get in here. We got food, a fire, got the radio. We can bring all those things downstairs with us. Man, you're crazy. You got 1 million windows up here. All these windows you're going to make strong enough to keep them out? Then things ain't got no strength. Man, I smashed 3 of them, pushed another one out the door. I'm telling you, they turned our car onto its roof. Oh, hell. Any good 5 men can do that. That's my point. There's not going to be 5. There's not going to be 10, 20, 30, 100. Maybe, once they know we're in here, this place will be crawling with them. Well, if there's that many, they're going to get us whatever we do. Look in the cellar. There's only one door, all right? Only one. That's the only place we have to protect. Tom and I fixed it so it locks and boards from the inside. But all these doors and windows, well, we'd never know where they were going to hit us next. You got a point, Mr. Tinsdale, but down in the cellar, there's no place to run. I mean, if they get in, there's no back deck, there's no back exit. It'd be done for. Funny enough, we all know how it turns out. The cellar was the safest spot. This stops Harry for an instant. We could get out of here if we had to. We can see what's going on outside. Down there ain't no windows. If a rescue party does come, we'd never know it. Windows, but the cellar is the strongest place. The upstairs is just as much of a trap as the cellar. There's 3 rooms up there. They had to be boarded up like this stuff down here. Then if they do get in the windows, they can't get past the doors. And they're weak. We can keep them out. I got this gun now, and I didn't have it before, and I still beat 3 of them off. Now we might have to try and get out of here ourselves, because there ain't no guaranteed that anybody is going to send help. Supposing the things come in here and we can't bust out of the cellar. We open that one door and they got us. I don't know. I think he's right. He turns to the truck driver. You know how many is out there? I figure maybe 6 or 7. Look, you two can do whatever you like. I'm going to go back down to the cellar. You better decide, because I'm going to board up that door and I'm not going to be crazy enough to unlock it again, no matter what happens. Wait a minute, Mr. Tinsdale. Let's think about this for a while. Nope. I made my decision. You make yours, and you can stew in your own juices. Ew. Stew in your own juices. What a lovely, lovely thought. Now wait a damn minute. Think about this a while. We can make it into the cellar if we have to. And if we do decide to stay down there, we will need some things from up here. Now let's at least consider this for a while. That's right, Art. The Vinegar Syndrome website is back up. So if there's anything you guys need to grab it now. Truck driver. Man, if you box yourself into that cellar, and if there's a lot of them things that get into the house, you had it. At least up here, you can outrun the things. Tom has gone to one of the windows and is peering out through an opening in the barricade. Yeah, it looks like 6 or about 8. His hand goes to his temple, and he rubs nervously. His demeanor a little shaken. The truck driver joins him at the window. There's more than there was. There's a bunch out the back too. He pivots to check the kitchen, unless they're the same ones that was back there. He bursts into the kitchen as the fringed rifle sling snaps and the weapon starts to fall. He twists to keep on his back and tries to grab it, reaching behind. His attention to the gun, he does not see the door as he moves toward it. He regains control of the gun and looks up and stops cold. Hands are reaching through the broken glass behind the barricade. Graying, rotting hands, scratching, reaching, trying to grab. And through aspects of the glass, the inhuman faces behind the hands. The barrier is being strained, no doubt about that. But it is holding well enough. Oh, I gotta pee so bad, but I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna try and get to the script. The man smashes with the rifle butt against the ugly extremities, pounding once, twice. One of the grabbing hands is driven back with a shattering of the already broken glass it was reaching through. The rifle butt smashes one of the hands against the door molding solidly, but the hand, unfeeling of pain, continues to claw after a hold. The man slides his fingers to the trigger and turns the rifle, smashing the barrel through another of the little broken glass areas, and 2 of the gray hands seize the protruding metal. A dead face appears behind the hands, ugly, expressionless. The man's face looks directly through the opening into the dead eyes beyond. The man struggling desperately to control the weapon and the zombie thing outside, trying to pull it away by the barrel. A brief instant when the muzzle points directly at the hideous face. Blam! The report shatters the air. The lifeless thing is thrown back, propelled by the blast, its head torn partially away, its still outstretched hands falling back with the crumpling body. The other hands continue to clutch and grab. Tom has rushed into the kitchen, and Harry is standing cautiously a few feet from the doorway, still in the dining area. A distant voice, that of Harry's wife, suddenly begins to cry out from the cellar. Helen. Harry, you all right? It's all right, Helen. We're all right. Art, yes, I'm definitely going to be watching Cobra Kai. I don't know about tonight, depending on how long I'm here. I'm going to be very exhausted. But I'm looking forward to season 3 of Cobra Kai, for sure. Tom immediately rushes to the door. The truck driver is pounding at a hand that is trying to work at the barricade from the bottom. The blow seems ineffectual, as the hand, oblivious except for the physical jouncing about from the impact, continues to grab. Tom leaps up against the door and continues and grabs the rotting wrist with both his hands. He tries to bend the wrist back in an effort to break it, but it seems limp and almost pliable. Disgust sweeps over the young man's face. He tries to scrape the cold thing against the edge of the broken glass, and the absence of blood is immediately evident as the sharp edge rips into what appears like rotting flesh. Any of you ever got a really bad cut during New Year's Eve dinner? I cut my goddamn finger, cut my thumb on a can of beans. Damn it, that hurt. It's so bad. Another hand grabs at Tom's wrist and tries to pull it through the glass. Tom yells, and the truck driver tries to swing the barrel of the gun toward the thing, struggling with Tom. But another hand clutches at him, even as he is trying to help the younger man. A hand is clawing and ripping his shirt, but he focuses his attention on aiming the gun. Another loud blast, and the hands Tom was fighting jerk back and fall into the darkness. Foot against the wall, the big man forces himself away from the door, out of the grasp of the hand still clutching his shirt. The shirt tears away, and the thing backs off, still with the fragment in his hand. Badly shaken, Tom just stares through another opening in the door. Excuse me. The truck driver takes careful aim and pulls the trigger again. Bam! The blast rips through the thing's chest, leaving, I guess that's an A, not an S, leaving a gaping hole in its back, but it remains on its feet, backing slowly away. Oh, good God! Panicked at the failure of the weapon, the big man levels off again. Another loud report. This time the shell rips through the thing's thigh, just below the pelvis. The thing still backs away, but as he tries to put weight on its right leg, it falls to a heap. The two men just stare in disbelief. The thing is still moving away, dragging itself with its arms and pushing against the ground with its remaining leg. Tom, mother of God, what are these things? The truck driver wets his lips, takes a deep breath, and holds it. Carefully sights down the barrel of the rifle again. He pulls the trigger. The shell seems to blow open the skull of the crawling form, but it falls backwards. Damn thing from hell! His voice trembles as he lets out his held breath. Outside, the thing that has fallen limply without the use of its eyes moves its arms in groping, clutching motions, seemingly still trying to drag itself away. Helen from the cellar. Harry! Harry! After a moment of silence, the truck driver turns from the door. We gotta fix these boards. He starts to move to gather supplies when Harry speaks. You're crazy! These things are gonna be at every door and window in this place. We gotta get into the cellar. The big truck driver turns to Harry with absolute fury in his eyes. His voice is deeper in his rage and more commanding. Go ahead into your damn cellar! Get out of here! The shouting stops Harry for an instant. Then his adamancy returns. He has decided that he will go into the cellar without the others, if need be, and is now prepared to gather his supplies. I'm taking the girl with me. He moves toward the refrigerator in the kitchen, where the big man steps in front of him. You keep your hands off of her. She's staying here with me. Harry is stopped again for a moment. Then he moves toward the refrigerator again. And you don't touch none of that food. His grip is still on the gun. And though he doesn't point it at Harry, we are aware of the power it implies. Now, if I stay up here, I'm going to be fighting for what's up here. And that food and that radio and all this is what I'm fighting for. And you are stone dead wrong. You're just wrong, you understand? Now, if you're making it to the cellar, get your ass moving. Go down those stairs and get out of here, man. And don't mess with me no more. Turning toward Tom. The man is crazy. He's crazy. You gotta have some food down there. We have a right. This is your house. He knows it isn't. We got a right to. Confronting Tom. Going down there with him? Well, no beating around the bush. You going or ain't you? This is your last chance. There's a long moment of silence. Tom then turns to the older man. Harry, I think he's right. You're crazy. I really think we're better off up here. You're crazy. I got a kid down there. He can't take all the racket. He can't take all the racket? Oh, interesting, because we know it's a girl. So is it a boy in the original script? That's interesting. He can't take all the racket, and those things reaching through the glass. We'll be lucky if he lives as it is now. He lives. Oh, yeah, so I guess it was originally born. Interesting. More personal than ever before. Okay. Now, you're his father. If you're dumb enough to go die in that trap, it's your business. But I ain't dumb enough to go with you. It's just bad luck for that kid that his old man's so dumb. Now get the hell down the cellar. You can be boss down here, but I'm boss up here. And you ain't taking none of that food. You ain't taking nothing. Harry, we can get food to you if you want to stay down there. You bastards. Helen from the cellar. Harry! Harry! Harry looks toward the cellar door. Looks back at the two men, then quickly moves toward the door. You know I won't open the door again. I mean it. We can fix this up here. With your help, we could... Yeah, well, I think you're both nuts with my help. Truck driver. Good Tom. Let him go, man. His mind's made up. Let him go. Harry looks for a moment and lunges for the cellar door, opens it, and slams it behind him. Sounds of his footsteps going down the steps. Tom rushes to the door. We better, Harry, we're better off up here. The truck driver ties the broken fringe back onto the rifle, then begins to reload the gun, replacing the spent shells. Tom, shouting through the door. Harry, if we stick together, man, we can fix it up real good. There are places we can run up to here. There's places we can run to up here. We hear sounds of Harry boarding up the door. The truck driver straps the gun to his shoulder again, then turns and moves toward the upstairs. In passing, his glance falls on Barbara. He steps backward off the stairs and looks at her. The radio has taken up again with the monotonous recorded message. Harry, we're better off if all three of us are working together. Sounds of Harry's barricading. We'll let you have food when you need it. He glances warily at the truck driver, half expecting reprisal for this. And if we knock those things might be chasing us, and you can let us in, right? Barricading sounds stop. Footsteps can be heard as Harry walks down the cellar steps. Tom listens a while, then retreats, disappointed and worried about the lack of Harry's efforts and defensive measures that must lie ahead. Page 57. Thanks for hanging in there with me, everybody. I really appreciate that. I hope you guys are having a good New Year so far. Friendly neighborhood mastercast is to pee, but I'm gonna hold it. I'm gonna hold it for you. The truck driver is with Barbara, stooping beside her chair. She stares into an unseeing void. The big man softens at seeing her. Hey, honey. He brushes her hair back from her eyes. Tears well up, and it almost seems as though she might acknowledge his tenderness, but she does not. The man feels very sorrowful, almost as he would feel for his child when it was sick. He massages his forehead and eyes, tired from fear and exertion of the past hours. I'm tired too. He bends to cover the girl with the coat that he had brought from the den, and steps away and feeds the fire and stirs it up to keep the blaze good and warm. The primary concern in this effort is for the girl. Behind him, Tom walks up. Truck driver senses his presence. So does Tom not have a girlfriend in the original version? Because his girlfriend should be in here now. That's weird. He's wrong, man. Tom is silent. I ain't boxing myself in down there. No how. He finishes with the fire and rises to go upstairs to continue his work there. We might be here several days. We'll get it fixed up. He'll come up. He ain't gonna stay down there very long. He'll wanna see what's going on. Or maybe if we get a chance to get out, he'll come up. He turns and goes up the stairs. Oh, I guess that's supposed to be parentheses. The cellar, with its stark gray walls and dusty clutter, seems cold and damp. Cardboard cartons are tied with cord and a hanging grid of pipework all look dirty in the subdued light of the bare light bulbs. The cartons take up most of the space. They vary in size from grocery boxes with faded brand names to large packing crates that might have contained furniture. The washing machine, an old roller type, sits off in a corner of the cellar near a makeshift shower stall. George, Cobra Kai is your favorite show right now? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for season 3. I'm hoping for good things. I'm hearing most of it is a setup for season 4, unfortunately, but I'm looking forward to seeing the people from part 2 returning. I'm definitely going to be losing my voice tonight, Art. Absolutely. I'm used to it. That's fine. That's part of the challenge. Lines. It's going to be like Jimmy Stewart in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington at the end. That's going to be awesome. Oh, I'm actually looking forward to it. Lines for drying clothes are strung over the pipework so low that Harry has to duck under them as he walks from the stairs to the other side. Wait a minute. What? That's not dialogue. Why does that say truck driver? That's weird. That's a weird format. Okay. So low that Harry has to duck under them as he walks from the stairs to the other side of the confining quarters. There are stationary tubs and an old metallic cabinet against one of the walls. Harry's wife, Helen, is at the faucet over the tubs, wetting a cloth with cold water. She looks up as Harry enters, but is more interested in what she is doing at the moment. She brings out the cloth and takes it to a young boy. Yeah, so it was a young boy originally. That's cool. Their son lies motionlessly atop a homemade work table. On a pegboard above the table are hanging tools and cables. And built into the table itself are drawers that probably contain smaller tools. Just moving some stuff around. Screws and bolts, washers, etc. The woman moves a little stiffly in the coolness of the cellar. She is wearing a dress, sweater, and while a warmer coat is spread on the table under the boy, its sides flop up and over him, covering his legs and chest. The woman bends over her son and wipes his head with a cool cloth. Harry quietly walks up behind her as she concentrates on caring for the boy and pulls the coat more securely around him. Helen, not looking up. He had a bad fever. There are 2 more people upstairs. Helen, still primarily concerned with the boy's comfort. 2? I'm going to stop at page 59, guys. I have to go to the bathroom. Here's what I'm going to do. So that in case anybody tunes in and doesn't see me here, I'm gonna leave this. See that? BRB. I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee. I promise. I'll be right back. Bathroom's right there. 2 minutes? 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Don't leave. All right, I'm back. Woo, yeah. I'm gonna have a couple of those. So BRB will be when whenever you're feeling Master Cat has to use the bathroom. It is a crackling fire. Oh, I should. Where the hell is Sumo? Where the hell Sumo go? He's normally here. I don't know where he is. Where the hell did he go? Well, Sumo goes on trips without me, so he's off somewhere. He's off on an adventure. It is a crackling fire because in the script, truck driver has set a fire. So I decided to set the ambiance. Absolutely flames. Okay, where are we, man? Where the hell are we? Well, I needed that break, I'll tell you. Let me just send this. If I get there, hold on, word out. Okay, let's rock. Where were we? Page 59. Okay, I feel refreshed. Yeah, a long pause, then half defensively. I wasn't about to take any unnecessary chances. Helena silent. How did we know what was going on up there? Harry, that was a weird read on that line. Harry nervously reaches to his breast pocket for a cigarette. He produces an empty pack and, seeing that it is empty, crumbles it in his hand and pitches it to the floor. He steps over to the work table where there is another pack, snatches it up, and it is empty. And it too is empty. With the same crumpling action, he discards this pack violently this time, the action spinning him into a position facing his wife and boy. She continues to quietly swab the boy's forehead. Harry stares at them for a moment. Does he seem to be all right? Helen is silent. The boy is motionless. He is sweating to the point where beads of sweat are formed all over his face. Harry waits, and seeing no answer forthcoming, changes the subject. They're all staying upstairs. Idiots! We should stick together. It's safest down here. By the way, everybody in the comments, feel free to chat amongst yourselves. I think that's great. You know, make some YouTube friends. That'd be fantastic. He goes to his wife's purse and rummages through its contents. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes, rips the pack open, and fumbles for a cigarette. He lights it and drags in the first puff deeply. Oh, thank you, Art. Great storytelling. All I'm doing is reading the master's writing. So yes, so far it's very descriptive, more descriptive than the normal script. He lights it and drags in the first puff deeply. It makes him cough slightly. Harry, they don't stand a chance up there. They can't hold those things off forever. There's too many ways of taking it into the house up there. Helen remains silent. On the floor next to the workbench is a small transistor radio. Harry's glance falls on it, and he stabs at it, scoops it up, and clicks it on. All right, Art. Have a good one, man. Enjoy being home. Thanks for hanging in. They had a radio on upstairs. Must have been civil defense, or I think it's not just us. This thing is happening all over the place. The radio picks up nothing but static. Harry plays with the tuning dials, listening anxiously, but across the receiving band, the transistor just hisses. Harry holds the radio up and turns it into various positions, trying it for reception, spinning the tuner as he goes. Still nothing but hiss. He walks around the room with still no results. This damn thing. Still just static. Helen stops wiping the boy's forehead and neatly folds the cloth and drapes it over her son's brow. She gently places her hand on the boy's chest and looks over towards her husband. He moves impatiently around the cellar, his cigarette dangling from his lips, waving the little radio around in the air. The radio just emits static at varying levels. Helen. Harry continues his fidgeting with the radio. He goes near the walls and stares and holding it high and still spinning the dial. Harry, that thing can't pick anything up in this stinking dungeon! All right. Woohoo. Let's see. He continues his fidgeting. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Her rising tone of voice stops him. He turns and looks at her, about to cry. She brings her hands to her face. She bites her lip, and she just stares at the floor, looking at her. Harry lets his anger take hold of him, but he cannot think of words. His face twitches, his emotion searching for some vehicle or expression, until he pivots violently and flings the radio across the room. Great, you broke your radio. I hate you, right? I hate the kid. I want to see you die here, right? In this stinking place? My God, Helen, do you realize what's happening? Those things are all over the place. They'll kill us all. I enjoy watching my kids suffer like this. I enjoy seeing all this happen. Helen's head jerks toward him. She looks at him with what is almost vengeance. He needs help. He needs a doctor. He's going to maybe die here. We have to get out of here, Harry. We have to. Oh, yeah. Let's just walk out. We can pack up right now and get ready to go. And I'll just say to those things, excuse me, my wife and kid are uncomfortable here. We're going into town. For God's sake, there's maybe 20 of those things out there. There's more every minute. There's people upstairs. We should stick together, you said. Are we fighting with them? Upstairs, downstairs, what's the difference? Maybe they can help us. Let's get out of here. Let's go upstairs. Let's do something. Let's get out of here. A pounding sound interrupts her. They listen. The sound is coming from the door, the top of the stairs. Tom, Harry, from outside the door. If you guys want me to turn off the fireplace, if that's annoying, I'll turn off the fireplace. Just let me know. I'll turn off. It's a roaring fire because they have a fireplace going in the movie, so I thought I would set the ambience. But if it's annoying, it doesn't sound right, I'll turn it off. Let me know. More pounding. Harry just stares at the door and does not answer the call. Tears well in Helen's eyes. More pounding. Helen looks at Harry. When he does not respond. Whoa. Ooh, stuff's breaking here. Too much pounding. When he does not respond, she gets up and goes to the stairs. Yes, Tom. Harry, running after her, grabs her shoulders from behind and stops her. Harry, it's Tom Ryan. Tom to the door. Harry, we got food, some medicine, and things from up here. Harry stares up at the door, speechless. Stares up, he said. There's going to be a thing on the radio in 10 minutes, Harry. Civil defense thing to tell us what to do. Helen, looking up at the door, shouts, We're coming up! We'll be up in a minute! Hold on. I got to get my notes here. Oh, they fell because of all the pounding. Damn it, Tom. Calm down. They hear you. Harry, you're out of your mind, Helen. All it takes is a minute. Those things get in up there, and it's too late to change your mind. Don't you see that? Can't you see that we're safe as long as we keep that door sealed? Sealed up? I don't give a damn. I don't care, Harry. I don't care anymore. I want to go out of here. Go upstairs. See if someone will help us. Maybe Karen will be okay. Karen? Who's Karen? Uh-oh. Hey, big blooper, Karen. You said it was a boy. Did you call your son Karen? Weird. That's an interesting blooper there. Her shouting stops, and she takes control of herself. She steps toward Harry and speaks in a calmer tone, almost pleading. Helen. Harry, please, for just a minute, we'll go up and see what's up there. We'll hear the radio, and maybe we can figure some way to get out of here. Maybe with all of us, we can make it, Harry. Harry, his adamancy weakening somewhat, takes a cigarette from his mouth, exhaling the last puff, and drops it to the floor. He rubs it out with his foot. The smoke comes in a long stream through his pursed lips. Startlingly, Tom's voice penetrates again. Harry! Hey, Harry! Ben found a television upstairs. Come on up. We'll see the Civil Defense podcast on TV. Oh, Ben! Is he going to get a real name? Let's find out. Harry! Hey, Harry! Oh, I already said that. Helen soothingly to Harry, her tone in attempt to relieve the onus Harry must feel in going against his original decision. Come on, let's go up. There'll be something on the TV that tells us what to do. You can tell them I wanted to come up. Harry, acquiescing but with stolid misgivings, his eyes fastened on her. He pronounces his words with what is almost menace. All right. This is your decision. We'll go up. Don't blame me if we all get killed. Okay, here we go. We're almost done, guys. We're almost done with Night of the Living Dead. Almost done. 20 pages to go, baby. Her eyes fall away from his, and she leads as they go up the stairs. Exactly, right? What the hell? He has to pull himself together, absolutely. Her eyes fall away from his, and she leads as they go up the stairs. The cellar door swings open. Helen and Harry step into the hallway. Faltering, they peer through the entranceway into the living room. Harry stands behind his wife, is hostile, partially due to anger with himself because he has reneged on his decision about the cellar. Helen, too, is overwrought due to the emotional effect of the recent argument and the fact that she is about to meet strange people in an anxious circumstance. But only Tom and Barbara are in the living room, and Barbara, overcome with nervous exhaustion, is sleeping fitfully on the couch. We can see the broadcast. I think if the TV works, I have to go help Ben. Helen has gone immediately to Barbara, looks down at her sympathetically, brushes back her hair, and pulls the overcoat around her shoulders. Helen, poor thing, she must have been through a lot. Harry, during these moments, has been flitting anxiously all over the house, from door to window to kitchen to living room, checking out the actual degree of security, worrying about the imminence of attack at any second. Tom to Helen. I think her brother was killed out there. Ben. So now he's Ben. So now he's got a third. This is his third name in the script. Ben, yelling somewhat peeved from upstairs. Tom, hey Tom, can you give me a hand with this thing? Tom startles, aware of his procrastination, and bolts for the upstairs to help Ben. Harry, pausing momentarily in his anxiety, comes over to where his wife is looking after Barbara. Helen, her brother was killed. This place is ridiculous. There's a million weak spots up here. We hear sounds from upstairs, of Tom and Ben struggling with the television set. They are making their way down the steps. Helen, I don't care. There's people up here. Why don't you do something to help somebody? Harry, not really hearing her, is staring once more into the gloom outside. I can't see a damn thing out there. There'd be 50 million of those things. Can't see a thing. That's how much good these windows do us. The truck driver, back to truck driver. Why not? Ben, save yourself some. The truck driver, who with Tom has reached the landing with the heavy television set, has heard the last part of Harry's remark. I feel this is probably has a lot of rewrites, so that's why it feels so cut up. He glowers even as he moves with his end of the burden, but says nothing. As he and Tom gingerly deposit the TV in the center of the room, they hunt for an outlet and find it, then slide and walk the set until the cord is close enough to be plugged in. Ben kneels behind the set to plug in the cord. Wake up that girl. If there's going to be a thing on the tube, she might as well know where she stands. I don't want anybody's life on my hands. Harry, stop acting like a child. I'm not wearing astronaut diapers, George. Ben, on his feet, finished with plugging in the set. I don't want to hear any more from you, mister. If you stay up here, you'll take your orders from me. And that includes leaving that girl alone. She needs rest. She's just about out of her head as it is now. Now, we're just going to let her sleep it off. And nobody's going to touch her unless I say so. Ben stares Harry down. Maybe I'll get astronaut diapers for the next one, guys. Ben stares Harry down for at least a moment to ascertain that he is at least temporarily silenced. Then his hand plunges immediately to the television set. He snaps it on. The occupants of the room jockey for vantage points, and there are a bated few seconds of dead silence as they all wait to see if the set will actually warm up. All eyes are on the tube. A hiss begins, increases in volume. Ben cranks the volume all the way up. A glowing band appears and spreads, filling the screen. It's on. It's on. There are murmurs of excitement and anticipation, but the tube only shows nothing. No pictures, no sound, just the glow and hiss of the tube. Ben's hand races the tuning dial across the clicks of the various stations. You know, funny enough, we're in the chat, we're talking about astronaut diapers. I almost, Mr. Scass tucked me out of it. I almost had a bucket here and literally was not going to wear pants and was just going to, like, every once in a while just move slightly, and then you would hear, like, a trickle of urine. No, I wasn't going to do that. But I told her I was, and she did not want me to do that. I would not do that. I am a gentleman, and I would not pee in front of my friends, unless, you know, the money was right. Play with the rabbit ears. We should be able to get something. Ben fusses with horizontal and vertical, with brightness and contrast. On one station, he finally gets sound. He adjusts the volume. The picture tumbles. He plays with it and finally brings it in. Full screen is a commentator in the middle of a news report. The people in the room settle back to listen. I don't know why that's in parentheses, but okay. TV commentator. Assign little credibility to the theory that this onslaught is a product of mass hysteria. All authorities advise utmost caution until the menace can be brought under absolute control. Eyewitness accounts have been investigated and documented. Corpses of vanquished aggressors are presently being examined by medical pathologists, but autopsy efforts have been hampered by the mutilated conditions of these corpses. Security measures instituted in metropolitan areas include enforced curfews and safety patrols by armed personnel. Citizens are urged to remain in their homes. Those who ignore this warning expose themselves to intense danger from the aggressors themselves and from armed citizenry, whose impulse may be to shoot first and ask questions later. Boy, doesn't that feel like 2020 to anybody? Woo, baby. During the telecast, there are mixed feelings and reactions, but these responses are sporadic and infrequent. Predominant mood of all involved is to learn as much as possible from the telecast. Well, big text here. Rural or otherwise isolated dwellings have most frequently been the objective of frenzied, concerted attacks. Isolated families are in extreme danger. Escape attempts should be made in heavily armed groups and by motor vehicle if possible. Appraise your situation carefully before deciding upon an escape tactic. Fire is an effective weapon. These beings are highly flammable. Highly flammable. That's funny. Escape groups should strike out for the nearest urban community. Manned defense outposts have been established on major arteries leading into all communities. These outposts are equipped to defend refugees and to offer medical and surgical assistance. Police and vigilante groups are in the process of combing remote areas in search and destroy missions against all aggressors. These patrols are attempting to evacuate isolated families. But rescue efforts are proceeding slowly due to the increased danger of nightfall and the sheer enormity of the task. Rescue for those in isolated circumstances is highly undependable. You should not wait for a rescue party unless there is no possibility of escape. If you are few against many, you will almost certainly be overcome. The aggressors are irrational and demented. Their sole urge is the quest for human flesh. Sheriff Conan W. McClelland of the County Department of Public Protection was interviewed minutes after he and his vigilante patrol had vanquished several of the aggressors. We bring you now the results of that interview. Fade and segue to videotape interview. Open on wide shot, a night scene, dense woods. Posted guards maintain the periphery of small clearings. Sporadic gunfire can be heard in the distance. Some of the men smoke, some talk in groups. The area is illuminated by a large bonfire. Sheriff McClelland is the focal figure, MCU, so that as he talks, we catch glimpses of the activity in the background, medium close-up. He is shouting commands, supervising defense measures, and the burning of the bodies at the same time, trying to answer reporters' questions. We cut or zoom closer. McClelland is pacing around, not straying too far because a lavalier microphone is hanging on a cord around his neck. Wow, very detailed. The crackle of the bonfire, the shouts, and the bustle of activity can be constantly heard behind his commentary. As he talks, he frequently turns away, his primary concerns being his efforts in dealing with the aggressors and controlling his search party. Here we go. McClelland, taking up with the previously asked question. Yeah, well, this is rough country for an evening hike. He smiles, but things ain't going too badly. The men are taking it pretty well. We killed 19 of them today, right around this general area. These last 3 we found trying to follow their way into an abandoned mine shed. Nobody in there. These things just pounding and clawing, trying to bust their way in. What do you guys think about McClelland? It's funny in a way. Must have thought there was people in there. We heard the racket and came and blasted them down. And what's your opinion then? Can we defeat these things? There ain't no problem. Only problem is whether we can get to them all before they kill off all those people. But me and my men can handle them okay. We ain't lost nobody or suffered any casualties. All you gotta do is shoot for the eyes. You can tell anybody out there. All you gotta do is draw a sharp bead and shoot for the eyes, or beat them, or beat them down and lop off their heads. Then I'd have a decent chance, even if I was surrounded by 2 or 3 of them. If you had yourself a club or a good torch, you could hold them off or burn them to death. They catch fire like nothing. Go up like wax paper. But the best thing is to shoot for the eyes. Don't wait for us to rescue you, because if they get you too far outnumbered, you've had it. We're doing our best, but we only got so many men and a whole lot of open country to comb. But you think you can bring things under control? Wow, we're literally in the last stretch here, guys. Oh my God. 17 pages, maybe 15 pages to go. Wow. We got things in our favor now. It's only a question of time. We ain't for certain how many there are of them things, but we know that when we find them, we're able to kill them. So it's a matter of time. They're weak. But there's pretty many of them, and don't wait for no rescue party. Arm yourself to the teeth. Get together in a group and try and make it to a rescue station. That's the best. But if you're alone and you gotta set stock still and wait for help, and we'll try like hell to get there before they do. Scene fades, segues back to a live announcer. McClellan emphasizing his point even as scene fades out. Tell him to shoot for the eyes. That'll stop these bow jobbers. Bow jobbers. That's another one. Those bow hoppers and now it's bow jobbers. Okay. Never heard that phrase. If anybody knows is that the real phrase, let me know, because I've never heard it. You have heard Sheriff Conan W. McClellan of the County Department of Public Protection. This is your Civil Defense Emergency Network with reports every hour on the hour for the duration of this emergency. Remain in your homes. Keep all doors and windows locked. Do not, under any circumcisions, I'm sure it's going to be. Ben reaches over and clicks off television. Why'd you click it off for? The man said they only come on every hour. We heard it all. We heard all we need right now. We got to get out of here. Dun 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 dun. He said the rescue stations have doctors and medical supplies. If we could get there, we could help Karen. My boy Karen. Scoffing. How are we gonna bust out of here? We got a sick kid, 2 women, one of them out of her head, and 3 men. There's a million of them things out there. Willard should have a checkpoint there. Willard should have a checkpoint there, about 17 miles from here. Willard, not Willard the rat. Hey, guess what, guys? Big announcement. We got our stimulus check. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, we got a stimulus check. Party time! I'm gonna buy some goodies. Okay. Let me know if you guys got your stimulus checks. That's a nice way to start the year. Let's see. How are we gonna bust out of here? Okay, Ben, excited. You from here? You know this area? Tom, yeah, I was working in the cemetery across the road. I'm the caretaker. 2 of them things attacked me, and I hightailed it over here. I thought Tom said he was from the... Wait. Tom said he's from the gas station, man. He said he was from the gas station. Damn it, liars. They needed somebody to read through this and make sure things were logical. There's a lot of weird things here. You said gas station, bro. Anyway, found everybody wiped out. Not too long after, these other people found their way in here. I was scared, but I opened the basement door and let them in. Unbeknownst to everybody else, Barbara had been sitting up, listening. Now she speaks, startling them and gathering their attention. She has come down from her hysteria, but is very weak. You work in the cemetery? My brother's over there. Oh, you poor thing, rushes to Barbara, comforting. My boy is hurt too. His name is Karen. We have to get to a rescue station. The television told us. We have to try and escape. Well, I think we ought to stick right here and wait for a rescue party. He said if you're few against many, you don't have a chance. We can't tramp 17 miles through those things. We ain't got a tramp. My truck's right outside the door. This stops Harry. There's a moment of silence, but I'm just about out of gas. There's a pump near the shed outside, but it's locked. Tom, becoming more enthused, seeing possibilities. The key ought to be around somewhere. There's a big key ring in the basement. Oh, there you go. Harry jumps up. I'm going to go look. The keys are labeled. He bolts for the cellar. Is there a fruit cellar? Yeah, why? We're going to need lots of jars. We can make Molotov cocktails. Scare those things back. Then fight our way to the pump and gas up the truck. We're going to need kerosene. There's a jug of that in the basement, too. Barbara and I can help. We can rip up sheets and things. Yeah, so they're missing Tom's girlfriend in the original version. Harry climbs up to the cellar. Here's the key ring. The pump key is marked with a piece of tape. Good, that settles that question. We should take a crowbar anyway in case the key doesn't work. The crowbar can double as a weapon for whoever goes with me. But I don't want to get all the way out there and find out the pump won't work. I'll go. You and me can fight our way to the pump. The women can stay in the cellar and take care of the kid. We should have a stretcher. Barbara and Helen can do that. Harry, you're going to have to guard the upstairs. Once we onboard the door, I guess. Once we onboard the door, those things can get in here easy. But me and Tom have to get in too. After we get back here with the truck, you've got to guard the door and unlock it for us. Then we'll board it up as fast as we can, because those things are going to come fast on our heels. If we don't get back, well then, you'll be able to see from upstairs. And you can barricade the door again and go to the basement, and you can sit down there and wait for the rescue party. I want the gun then. It's the best thing for me to use. You're not gonna have time to stop and aim. Ben, adamantly, I'm keeping this gun. Nobody else has a hand on it. I found it and it's mine. Harry. You don't care what happens to us? How do you know? How do we know you and Tom won't just take the truck and cut out? And Ben, glaring with controlled anger. That's the chance you have to take. If we cut out, you'll have your goddamn basement, like you've been crying about all along. We're gonna die here if we don't all work together. My brother's out there. Maybe we can get him and bring him back. He's just wounded. He'll be okay. Man, Barbara's nuts. Helen, understanding. That's okay, honey. We'll be all right. Maybe your brother will be too. Ben, let's get busy. We've got a lot to do. We're going to bust out of here. He's on his feet, taking command. We fade out of the scene. Fade into new scene, completion of escape preparations. Tom is pouring kerosene into fruit jars. Helen is dipping twisted brag fuses in kerosene in the bottom of a dish. Barbara comes from the kitchen with more jars, drying them on the outside and putting them on the table. Guys, we're almost at the end. We're almost at the end of Night Living Dead. I'm so excited. She and Helen begin working on the kerosene-soaked fuses through holes which Tom has cut in the jar lids. Between them is a crude stretcher made of broomsticks and torn sheets. This is presumably for the wounded girl, Karen, that we've been calling a boy for half the script. The television is off, but the radio drones slowly, repeating the recorded message. The radio is on as a monitor only, that they may work and still keep up with the news that may affect their situation. Barbara, I don't know what to think about my brother. We have to get out of here. Maybe we'll find him in Willard. Maybe he was able to crawl to the car and get away. We have to think of ourselves now. It's hard for you, but it's all we can do. My girl's getting worse too. We have to get her to a doctor. Harry coming over, checking the stretcher, making sure the makeshift straps will hold. Broomsticks and belt buckles and old sheets. Seems to hold okay. I always hated the Boy Scouts. It'll be okay. Is there anything open upstairs? Some windows in the rooms. Ben is unfastening the doors now. We'll throw the cocktails from upstairs. Just splash the whole area with them. That should keep most of them away while we make a break for the truck. Helen, we're ready. Here comes Ben now. Here's him coming down the stairs. Ben, the gun strapped around his back, is carrying a crowbar and claw hammer. He walks around checking preparations, smiles at Barbara. Glad to see she's a little better. Number 76. Almost there, guys. 10 pages left. Things are ready up there. Now, me and Tom will unboard the front door. Harry, you take the two women upstairs. Carry the Molotov cocktails with you. As soon as the door's unbarred, we can throw those things all over the place. Make sure they catch fire. Good. Then the women can bust down here and get in the cellar. Don't forget the stretcher. When we hear your footsteps on the stairs, me and Tom will be gone. It'll be up to you, Harry. You gotta watch this door. Get yourself a good length of pipe. I have a pitchfork. Good. Okay. Tom and Ben go over to the door. The others gather food jars, etc., and sneak quietly into the unboarded room upstairs. Tom and Ben are left alone. Tom is soaking a table leg in kerosene, ready to light it up for use as a torch. They fall to work on the door, the painstaking work of quietly undoing the barricade. They do not want to give alarm to the lurking things outside. With crowbar and claw hammer, very carefully, both men working on each separate piece of lumber, they undo the barricades. Each nail creak is a menace. They are alert to constant danger. They finish and watch, posting themselves anxiously by the door. Shadowy figures lurk in the dark outside. Tom and Ben wait for the Molotov shower to begin. A cry is heard. A window flies open. The first fiery blaze light in the yard. More follow. Some aimed for the creatures themselves. One or two catch fire. The others start to back away. The entire field is lit up. Bombs shower from upstairs. Harry shouting from upstairs, slamming the door to the room he was in. That's all, Ben. Run for it. Here we go, baby. Here we go. Let's run for it. Oh, man. His voice echoes as Tom and Ben burst into the yard. They are armed with torches and with guns. They leap into the truck. Tom plunges a torch into the chest of an attacker who immediately catches fire and goes down in the blaze, clutching the torch. The truck. Oh, you know what they haven't done? They haven't added in anything in the script. Like in the movie, how it cuts like, the naked zombie, like the guy eating a bug. They didn't do that in the script. I guess that was just like, let's just have some cutaway footage. Interesting. The truck starts up and careens in a U-turn for the old shed. Attackers fall away as it starts out. Ben aims, fires several shots. Most miss as the truck jounces toward the gas pump across the yard, but one creature goes down at the front of the gas pump near the old shed. Tom and Ben leap out. The attackers are starting to make their way to them from across the yard. Tom fumbles with the key to the lock pump. Ben shoves him back, hurriedly aims the gun. Hurriedly aims the gun. The gun fires, blowing the lock to pieces. Jeez. Gas spurts all over the place, and creatures advance. Gas still spurting. Tom crams the nozzle into the mouth of the gas tank in the back of the truck. Ben crouches and levels off his gun. An approaching attacker goes down, but more are coming on. Tom's torch has inadvertently set fire to the doused truck. The flames begin to lick and spread. The attackers gather in force, ever closer. Tom leaps into the flaming truck. It skids and lurches across the yard. Ben shouts, to no avail. The flaming truck speeds away, driven by the panicked Tom. Several of the things are upon Ben. He thrashes and pounds them with torch and gun. Ignoring Tom, he has to try and fight his way back to the house. Crazy, man. That went fast. Okay. From inside the house, the panicked and cowardly Harry has seen only pieces of the action. He has been darting back and forth from door to window, trying to see what has been happening outside. From his viewpoint, the escape attempt has met with total doom. He has seen the truck catch fire, driven away by Tom. Ben appears to be overwhelmed. Harry runs again to the door. He sees the truck completely in flames, speeding away from the house, toward a small rise, back to the kitchen window. Ben is about to be overcome. Things all around him. Harry does not see as Tom jumps from the burning truck to be seized. Harry does not see as Tom jumps from the burning truck to be seized by attacking ghouls. The truck continues unmanned over the far rise and explodes violently. Yikes! The noise and flame shattering the night. Several ghouls are at the front door, trying to beat their way into the house. From inside, Harry is in complete terror. He cannot hold out. All is lost. He panics and bolts for the cellar. Oh, baby, we're almost at the end here. Almost at the end. But Ben has slugged his way through the attackers on the porch. He is pounding for admission at the front door. He turns, and with a powerful lunge, kicks the last of the attackers off the porch. On the rebound, he plows his shoulder against the door. It crashes open, the lock broken, and Ben bursts through in time to catch Harry at the cellar door. But there's no time. Ben frantically turns to reboarding the door. His eyes meet Harry's for an instant. Then they both fall to work. They board up the door. They are temporarily safe. They turn and look at each other, sweat streaming from each face. Harry knows what is coming. Ben's fist crashes against Harry's face. He is driven back. The hell's this thing? Hold on a minute. Just make sure everything's good. One punch, following another, until Ben corners him, clenching his lapels against the wall. Ben's words spit out, each word punctuated by an additional slam of Harry against the wall. You rotten. Nothing. I'm sorry. You rotten. Next time you try something like that, I'll kill you. Ben slams him one final time, and he slides on the wall, crumples on the floor. His face is swollen. He is streaming blood. Ben is already at the cellar door. Come on up. It's us. It's all over. Tom is dead. Fade out. Interesting. Just a fade out. The survivors are gathered in the living room. Barbara and Helen are slumped on the sofa. Just a reminder, everybody who's watching, please give me a like. And if you're new here, please subscribe. And really help the channel, really help the stream, and really make my 2021 even more beautiful than it's shaping up to be. The survivors are gathered in the living room. Barbara and Helen are slumped on the sofa. Overwhelming mood of hopelessness and despair. Harry sulks in a corner, his head slung back, his face swollen. He is holding an ice pack against his eye. His good eye follows Ben, who is pacing about the room. When Ben's pacing takes him to the kitchen or to some area out of Harry's sight, the good eye nervously relaxes. Ben's movements make virtually the only sound. He is checking the defenses. By force of old habit rather than hope, the rifle is slung on his back. For a long time, we dwell on the scene, on the absolute dejectness of the prisoners within the barricaded house. Ben paces from the door to the kitchen to window. He starts to go upstairs, stops, checks himself, goes to the door again, and looks at his watch. Almost there, almost at the end, guys. Ben, 10 minutes to 3. There'll be another podcast in 10 minutes. Nobody says anything. Ben pulls back the curtains. His eyes grow suddenly wide, but he watches for a long moment. We see his view of the outside. There are many ghouls lurking in the shadows of the hanging trees. Some some of the things are in the open, much nearer to the house than they dared come before. Remains of charred bodies are dimly apparent in various parts of the lawn, but Ben's eyes were fastened on a more grisly scene at the edge of the lawn. In the moonlight, several ghouls were devouring what was once Tom. They rip and tear into aspects of his body, ghoulish teeth biting into Tom's arms and hands. Ben stares, fascinated and repulsed. What would you guys do if you saw somebody being eaten alive? Would you watch? I don't think I would watch. Let me know in the comments if you guys would watch zombies eat somebody in real life. I would be, no, I would probably throw up all over the place. I don't think I'd watch that. With a convulsive movement, his fingers release the curtain. He turns, shaken, and faces the others, beads of perspiration dripping from his forehead. Ben, don't any of you look out there. You won't like what you see. Harry's good eye fastens on Ben, watches him, satisfied and contemptuous to see the big man weaken. Ben moves for the television, clicks it on. Barbara's scream pierces the room. Jesus, Barbara. Ben leaps back from the television. She is on her feet, screaming uncontrollably. We'll never get out of here. None of us. We'll never get out of here alive. Johnny. Oh, God. None of us. Help. Oh, God. Before anyone can move, Dave, you'd be going the other way if you saw somebody being eaten by a zombie? Yes, I agree. I'm with you on that one. Before anyone can move to her, she chokes up as suddenly as she began and slumps, sobbing violently, to the couch, her face buried in her hands. Helen tries to soothe her, but great sobs come racking from deep within. She grows gradually quiet, the sobs diminish, but she remains slumped on the couch, her face covered with her hands. Helen covers her with the overcoat, but the action seems futile. Barbara makes no movement whatsoever. 3 hours in, folks. 3 hours in, and we're not done. We're not done with Night of the Living Dead. We're almost done, though. Ben allows himself to sink very slowly into a chair in front of the TV. Harry's good eye goes from Barbara to Ben. His eye fastens on the gun, which Ben lowers, butt first, to the floor, and leans across his legs. Ben threads his arm through the fringed sling and maintains his grip on the forepiece. Harry watches. Helen, getting up, announces, I'm going to the cellar to take care of Karen. She bends over and places her hand on Barbara. Come on, honey. Come and talk to me. It'll make you feel better. But Barbara makes no response. Helen turns and starts for the cellar door. She has to squeeze past Harry's chair. Furtively, his eye on Ben, Harry touches her and pulls her towards him. She too watches Ben. She knows something is up. Ben remains transfixed before the TV. He is lost in thought. His mind drifts somewhere. There is nothing on the screen, just a dull glow and low hiss over scanning lines and static. He has turned the set on too early. Harry, whispering cautiously and quickly to Helen, I've got to get that gun. I can go to the cellar. You have to help me. He has let the ice pack come away from his eye. We see its swollen, blackened condition and desperation in his face. Ben still gazes at the TV, worried about the possibility that Ben might catch them in the act, and not really sympathizing with Harry. Helen pulls away, but she leans her face to Harry's and whispers quickly, I'm not going to help you. Haven't you had enough? You'd kill us both. She goes to the cellar, and on the way has to pass behind Ben's chair. She hesitates. Her eyes fall on the gun. The sling is wound around Ben's arm. We study her face. It is not clear whether she would have taken it or not, but she makes no attempt. She opens the door and goes down to the cellar. Harry's eye follows her as she leaves. Almost done, folks. Oh, man. Woo! As Helen reaches the bottom of the cellar stairs, she looks up, and her face shows startlement, a shaken smile. Her daughter is sitting up, propped on her elbows, on the workbench table. Karen, you were a boy a few pages ago. She starts for her, but stops. There is something strange. Her face turns slowly toward her. We see the ghoulish look in her eye. She is dead! She begins to rise slowly, terrifyingly. Her features grotesque. The coat that was her blanket begins to fall away. Her eyes stare through Helen and beyond her. Slowly, agonizingly, she raises herself from the table. Helen, terrified, begins to back away across the cellar. Her hand falls on a knife. Her child creeps toward her. She moves a large packing crate, trying to block her path and trying to stay the confrontation. But she is too late. She springs. It appears as though the knife will be driven into her breast. But on the spring, we cut to the upstairs, where, simultaneously, a scream pierces the room. An assault has begun. The things are beginning to break into the house. They have got into the den and are hammering at the barricaded door. The walls are starting to come apart. This is it, the final countdown. Ben is on his feet, trying to reinforce the barricades with hammer and crowbar. He works furiously. Harry, give me a hand over here. Harry comes over behind Ben. Instead of helping, rips the gun from Ben's back. Holding the gun on Ben, Harry backs toward the cellar. Ben turns around, panicked. The things are breaking into the house. What are you up to, man? We gotta keep those things out. Harry backing away. Now we'll see who's going to shoot who. I'm going to the cellar, and you can rot up here, you crazy bastard. Excuse me. His hand goes behind him to the cellar door, but at that moment, the ghoulish Karen leaps upon him with great thud. Karen is at Harry's throat. Ben is able to grab the gun. He levels off, trying to hit the kid, but a sudden wrench of the two struggling bodies, and Ben misses. Harry screams. A great cloud of blood appears at his chest. Clutching the wound, he begins to go down. He falls through the entranceway to the cellar stairs. He reels, grabs the banister, and begins to descend. We see his view as he falls, reeling head first down the stairs. Ben, meantime, has flung the kid, Karen, with one heave against the wall. But things have broken into the house. Everywhere, the barricades are coming apart. Barbara, with the hysteria of revenge, has flung herself into the attack. She smashes a chair against one of the aggressors. It goes down. She smashes and smashes it on the floor until there's nothing left of the chair. She comes up still swinging, fighting with Ben against the things that have come into the house. Almost at the end, it is quite apparent that they cannot hold out. The attack rages. They are overwhelmed. Ben grabs Barbara and pulls her after him toward the cellar. She is lashing and swinging, beating at an attacker, even as he drags her away. Ben flings open the door to the cellar, and Helen is at his throat. He brings the gun up between their struggling bodies until the muzzle is against her throat and squeezes the trigger. She is blown halfway across the room. Ben and Barbara run down the stairs. While Harry is sprawled in a pool of blood on the floor, he is dead, but beginning to rise. Ben pushed Barbara back. She turns her head away. Ben raises the gun, and we study this as the three evenly spaced shots rip the room. Ben is almost glad to kill Harry. He turns to Barbara, breathing hard. She collapses against him and begins to sob. We hear faint pounding against the barricaded cellar door, but it is holding. The creatures cannot get in. The screen is black. There are the sounds of birds, fainter sounds of dogs, human voices. Fade up quickly, sunrise. The morning after the siege. Oh wow, already? The sky is clear. The rising sun is bright and warm. And there's dew on the high grass of a meadow. You know what's missing from that? Johnny. Johnny never returned. Johnny didn't return to come get his sister. Okay, guys. We're at the end. We are at the end here. Let's do this. Men with dogs and guns reworking their way up from the woods that surround the meadow. We do not see the posse at first. We merely hear their sounds, shouts, muffled talk, panting and straining of dogs against leashes. Sheriff McClellan's posse, a few men, some with German shepherds on leashes, finally come up out of the woods and onto the edge of the sunlit, dewy meadow. The wet grass has dampened the boots and trouser legs of the men. McClellan is perhaps the third man up from the surrounding thicket. He's a heavy man, mustachioed, breathing hard because of his weight and the difficult job of leading the posse through the night. He is armed with a shotgun and pistol and a belt of ammunition strung over his shoulders. He pauses, looks back into the woods, and mops perspiration from his brow with a balled-up, dirty handkerchief. McClellan, shouting back at the men, still working their way toward the clearing. Come on, let's step lively now. Never can tell what we'll run into up here. He accosts a man just climbing out of the woods. The man wears an improvised sweatband, carries a rifle and sidearm, and has a walkie-talkie strapped on his back. You keeping in touch with the squad cars, George? George, breathing hard, adjusting the straps and burden across his back. Yeah, they know where we are. They should be intercepting us at the house. Good. These men is dog-tired, and they can use some rest and hot coffee. I'm dog-tired. He looks back to the men moving up from behind. He shouts, "Let's push along now. Squad cars will be waiting with coffee and sandwiches at the house." The men push on across the field. Inside the house, Ben and Barbara. Oh wait, they're both alive? Inside the house, Ben and Barbara have been dozing on chairs in the basement. Ben wakes abruptly, thinking he has heard something, but he isn't sure. He sits up and listens more closely. From far off, there is the sound of dogs. Ben listens for a long time, but hears nothing more. Outside, the meadow has become the apron of a cemetery, the one Barbara and John had come to with the flowers for their father. The posse is advancing, threading its way among the grave markers. A man finds John's skeletal remains near the spot where he had fallen. Johnny. Down a dirt road and up a short grade is Barbara's car with a smashed window. Oh, okay, cool. I think that we get to see that again. Looks like this guy's car. Poor fellow. Never had a chance. The man passed through the cemetery and over the wall, where several squad cars are waiting on the road. There are also one or two motorcycle patrolmen. One of the men dismounts and hails McClellan's patrolman. "Hey, Connie, how's things going?" McClellan advances and shakes hands. Stops a while. Mops his brow again. The men begin to catch up and regroup. The posse fills the bend in the narrow road. "Sure glad to see you fellows, Charlie. We've been at it all night. I don't want to break till we get to the house over there. We might be lollygagging around. Whole somebody needs your help. We'll see first and stop and get some coffee." "Anything you say, Connie." Inside the house, Ben has sneaked up to the top of the cellar stairs. He listens there very intently, not waiting to open the door because creatures may still be in the house. This time for sure he hears gunshots and mumbled sounds of what might be the voices of approaching men. There's even what sounds like a car engine. Ben bolts excitedly down the stairs. Ben wakes the girl. "Barbara! Barb! Here, honey. There's men outside. I can hear them. They must be here to rescue us." Outside, we see the cause of the gunshots. The posse is flushing out ghouls from the pump house and surrounding area. The squad cars have driven up. The posse is advancing across the lawn, guardedly, toward the partially destroyed old farmhouse. The men crouch and sneak up slowly, keeping their eyes fastened on the house. A loud, sudden noise stops them. They watch, stopped in their tracks. "Shoot for the eyes, boys. Like I told you all before. Always aim right for the eyes." They don't do that shoot them in the head thing. Interesting. Inside, ready to shoot or swing, Ben has slammed open the cellar door. The force of his shoulder against the door has carried him into the living room. Nothing. Only the ramshackle and destruction form the recent siege. He edges his way through the twisted wreckage and overturned furniture toward the front door. There's no light in the place. His hand finds what is left of the curtain. He pulls it back and starts to peer out. But a shot right out. Ben reels, driven back. A circle of blood on his forehead, right between his eyes. Barbara's scream is heard from downstairs. Simultaneously, McClellan shouts, his face flushed with anger. McClellan. "Damn it! What'd you shoot for? I told you to be careful. There might be people in there." Man who fired the shot. "Now this place is demolished. There ain't nobody in there." Gentlemen, "I'm sure I heard a girl scream from the basement, maybe." Several men have advanced to kick in the front door. They step back and peer cautiously inside. Their faces search the room. A patch of sunlight from the open door falls partially on Ben. He is dead. The men look down at him, but step past him toward the cellar. They do not know he was a man. They do not know he was a man. From the cellar, they hear muffled sobs. McClellan enters and begins to inch his way down the stairs. That's right. They're not all going to survive, Dave, unfortunately. "Anybody down there?" he shouts. He draws his pistol, inches his way down the stairs. At the bottom, he confronts Barbara, sitting wide-eyed in a chair. McClellan raises his pistol, aims it at her head, aims it for her head, but something stops him. A tear in her eye. A tear in her eye. He lowers the weapon. "It's all right, man. Come on down. It's just a girl down here." He goes to Barbara, bends over her, looks at her. Oh, here we go. We're at the end. We made it. We made it. Woo! Woo! I haven't even finished. It's almost 5 o'clock. Holy shit. He goes to Barbara, bends over her, looks at her, begins to help her up. Closing scene with titles and credits. Burning of bodies in the yard of the old house. Perhaps the burning of the house itself. In the background, again seen McClellan draping his jacket around Barbara and bringing coffee to her lips. We see Ben's body on a stretcher, carried by two men. They lifted into the rear of a station wagon. It's too bad. An accident. The only loss we had the whole night. And that is the end. Fade out. Night of the Living Dead. Holy crap. It took me 3 hours. 3 hours. 2 more movies to go, and we all know Dawn of the Dead is long as hell. It's almost 5 o'clock. Let's say 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I'm going to be here till nearly midnight. I hope you'll join me for it. Thank you, everybody who's been here. Chime in the comments if you've been here through most of Night of the Living Dead. I'm curious who's here. I'm going to take a little break. Not really. I mean, you're still going to see me. I'm going to be here. One of my resolutions was to do 25 push-ups every day for 3 months. I'm going to do that now because that's going to help wake me up. Maybe I'll take my coat off. That's going to help me stay awake and get some energy going. Can you see me? Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that. I'll do it. I won't do all 25. I'll save some. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do, pal. We're about to start Dawn of the Dead. That was amazing. Hey, have Cheetah threw me some donuts. Appreciate that. Actually, I think I should have lunch. What I'm going to do is I'll eat while I read Dawn of the Dead. So why don't we do this? I'm going to leave this page up, the end page. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'm going to order my lunch, and then we'll continue. Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead. Art, I saw it. Thanks, man. Dave is it's almost 8 o'clock, Darren, and you have to get up at 1:30 a.m. All right, man. No worries. I appreciate you being here for as long as you were, man. It really means a lot. Spread the word. Do me a favor. Spread it on Twitter and Facebook to let people know this is happening. It's not going to be over until we finish the entire original Living Dead trilogy. I'm going to go pee. This is this sign explains. I'll BRB. Okay? I love you. Be right back. Okay, back. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Thanks for everybody hanging in there while I took a little bathroom break. You know what? Let me add some lighting. We'll change it up a little bit. Let me add a little lighting to the proceedings here. Hold on one second. I forgot to do this for night. But we'll do it for dawn. Here, hold on one second. My tie. Thank you for being here. I am whatever I want to be. Have a good night. Appreciate you hanging in. All right. Dawn of the Dead, baby. One of my favorite movies of all time. Everybody ready? I'm ready. 3 hours. I got a little Red Bull. I've placed an order with Mistress Chaos Catering. I'm gonna have a nice Christmas ham sandwich coming my way. And what we're gonna do is I am going to switch over to Dawn of the Dead. Say goodbye to night. Goodbye, night. And then I'm going to share my screen here. I'm gonna find it real quick. Give me one second to Day of the Dead. There's Dawn. Is it that one? That one? Yes, it is. Dawn of the Dead. Now you're gonna have to. Unfortunately, let's turn the fire off. Because should I put a sound effects? Do you guys like sound effects? Maybe I'll add a sound. Music? Nah, I don't want to get any copyrighted. I'll just keep it silent. Dawn of the Dead. You're gonna have to bear with me because it kind of done in this really strange format. I'm gonna try and. Yeah, that's better. I'll redo that. Does that look better? And that reads to you guys. There we go. That looks better. We'll be able to sort of interpret that a little nicer. Let's see here. Perfect. As they say, okay, we got 4 people watching now. I know most people have dropped off. I know this is long. I don't expect everybody to stay here for the whole thing. I appreciate those that are. You guys are real warriors. There, I got voodoo chips. If you guys have voodoo chips, good stuff. I'm gonna take a voodoo chip as a celebration of finishing one. Oh, good. Where the hell did it go? A little thing of booze. I don't know what it is. I could swear it was here. Anyway, I had a little thing of booze. Did I drop it? Oh, I did. Dropped it. I'm having this at the end of the night. Look how cool this is. It's like a little shrunken head. It's like a little thing of rum. I'm going to be enjoying this at the end of the night. We're only halfway there. Oh, man. 3 hours in. Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead right here. Where do I go? There you go. Dawn of the Dead. Read the whole thing. Oh, let's go. That was a thumbnail, by the way, in case everybody was wondering what the hell I was doing. That's gonna be the thumbnail there. Here we go. I'm scared. I'll be eating through this. I hope you guys don't mind. I'll try to not be gross about it. Oh, by the way, let's do the. I'm sorry. Let's do the. I forgot to do the trivia. There is. Let's go for Ouija House. See, Ouija House is right here. Ouija House. But let's do the prize giveaway here. Can anybody tell me the first person who tells me this wins Ouija House, even if this is not even in the live show? If somebody's watching this afterwards on the video on demand or whatever, what did Ben, also known as the truck driver, call the zombies initially? He didn't say zombies. He gave them a very strange name. If you can tell me what that is, you're getting a copy of Ouija House, starring Tara Reid, Misha Barton, Carly Schroeder, and Dee Wallace. Wow, that's a hell of a cast, actually. Ouija House. What can I? There you go. The glare's eating it up there. Ouija House. And special features include commentary. Wow, that's a cool cast. Is there boobies on the cover? Oh, there might be boobies. There might be boobies. Ouija house. If you could tell me what Ben or the truck driver called zombies in the beginning of the movie, of the script. They didn't make it into the movie. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you ready for this? Dawn of the Dead working draft from 1977. Let's get ready to rumble. Okay. Okay. We see the face of a young woman. She is asleep. It is very quiet at first as credits appear. The woman's face begins to twitch as though she's having a bad dream. She moans slightly and her expression grows more desperate. A mix of subtle sounds begin to fade in. As they get louder, we can discern what sounds like a busy office area. It is actually a frantic television studio with the hum of panic in a national emergency. The woman's moans get louder and more desperate as the background sounds reach full volume and the credits stop. The woman stops, snapping awake. She lurches forward into the arms of a strong young man. She is Francine, a 23-year-old and very attractive, although she is gritty with dirt. Her hair is hanging, disheveled and sweaty. Her jeans and blouse have been worn for several days. She is sitting on the floor where she has slept the last several hours, covered by an old overcoat. Oh, so I had to read the script like this. Oh, we have a special guest.
Hey.
Mistress Chaos is here. I don't know if you're in the. Let me see. I can see. There, now
Oh,
you're in the. There you
hi.
go. Mistress Chaos is dropping off my lunch. You can see I'm having a holiday ham sandwich here. I think that'll be very delicious. I'll be eating that throughout. I promise not to make myself disgusting noises or anything. Thank you. Love you.
All right. Bye, guys.
Okay. Like, you know what? Let me change my banner here real quick. Since we are already reading Romero's, that's why it's a little different. Let's see. Okay, how do I do that? How's that? What? I changed it. Dang it. Oh, I just save, I see. I'm just getting used to working on, what is this called? StreamYard. So, just give me a second, folks. Reading Romero's Dawn of the Dead. Okay. So now we know where we are. In case anyone's checking in and like, wait, where are we now? We don't. More brains, yes. I don't think they eat brains in this one. It's only in Return of the Living Dead. The Living Dead movies are the brains ones. These zombies eat everything. Romero zombies aren't picky. They eat everything. Okay. So just a heads up, it's going to be like this. Sucks. It's going to be like we're reading a play. So just keep that in mind. She is sitting on the floor where she has slept the last several hours, covered by an old overcoat. Tony, you okay? Fran stares at the young man. She is shaking. She doesn't speak. The shit's really hitting the fan. The girl tries to clear her head as the young man moves on to where others sleep on the floor. Oh, let me see how much is actually revealed here. Okay, don't remember. I'm gonna get rid of the, make sure the banner's not in the way there. Okay. Make sure that you can see. Okay. The girl tries to clear her head as the young man, he wakes them up one at a time. We begin to hear voices over the busy hum of the studio. They have an electronic tinniness as broadcast over a monitor. Fran looks about. She is still shaken from her dream. We see the television studio. Reporters buzz about madly. Everybody looks disheveled and exhausted. Technicians and man monitors, and we see people on the little screens arguing emotionally. What's making it happen? What the hell difference does it make? What's making it happen? Yes, but that's a whole other study. They're trying, but if we knew that, we could. We don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know that. We got to operate on what we do know. The room is pandemonium. People run in with wire copy. Others organize the stacks of bulletins as they arrive. Others trip over cables and generally get in each other's way. Francine stares at the madness, still trying to clear her head. Man's voice. I'm still dreaming. Fran turns her head. Another young man, a man, sits next to her on the floor. He is one of the ones Tony awakened. No, you're not. My turn with the coat. Fran looks up. A young woman is offering her coffee in a paper cup. She is next in line for the overcoat and a few hours' sleep. Fran takes the coffee and struggles to her feet. That's a good detail. The guys on the curfew are getting crazy. A bunch of them flew the coop already. I don't know how much longer we'll be able to stay on the air. Fran staggers over to the control console. The technicians are at the end of their ropes. Technicians, all at once. Watch camera 2. Who the hell's on camera 2? A blind man? Watch the frame. Watch the frame. Roll the rescue stations again. We got a report that half those rescue stations have been knocked out. So get me a new list. Sure, I'll pull it out of my ass. Fran focuses on the monitors. She is incredulous, stunned by the madness which surrounds her. She realizes the hopelessness of the situation as she zeroes in on the televised conversation. Let me see. Art says, I remember all the chaos in the newsroom station in the beginning. So funny. That was funny. That was scary as hell, man. That was a scary beginning. What a great movie, man. A great beginning. Sorry, it's a big sandwich. Okay. We begin to listen over the din of the newsroom. TV Man 1, I don't believe that, Doctor, and I don't believe... Do you believe the dead are returning to life? I'm not so... Do you believe the dead are returning to life and attacking the living? I'm not so sure what to believe, Doctor. Suddenly we cut into the studio and we see the argument as it is being shot. All we get is what you people tell us, and it's hard enough to believe. It's fact. It's fact. It's hard enough to believe without you coming in here and telling us we have to forget all human dignity and you can't forget all human dignity. You're not running a talk show here, Mr. Berman. You can forget pitching an audience the moral bullshit they want to hear. You're talking about abandoning every human code of behavior, and there's a lot of us who aren't ready for that, Dr. Foster. A great cry of assent goes up from the studio floor. Dr. Foster is flustered and frustrated. The stagehands and cameramen are all screaming at him, swearing and ridiculing. We notice police guards armed at the studio doors. They control the traffic in and out of the big room. Back at the control panel, Fran stares at the screens. Confusion still reigns. Man, Franny, get on the new list of rescue stations. Charlie's receiving on the emergencies. Fran pulls herself away from the monitors as the argument rages on screen. She fights through the heavy traffic and reaches Charlie, a harassed typist who holds the receiver of an emergency radio unit under his chin. Charlie, into receiver. Say again, can't hear you. Rescue stations. Fran leaves through the sheets of paper on Charlie's desk. He writes notes as he listens on the receiver, and he speaks to the woman. Art says, if a zombie outbreak comes out, I'd rather be stuck in a grocery store. That's true. Yeah, a grocery store would be a good spot. Although they might head there because it smells like food. Oh, Brendan tells us, Web Movie says that he just took a big poop and it felt good. Fantastic. Thanks for thanks for sharing, pal. Always a classy act, man. Let's see. Fran leaves through the sheets of papers on Charlie's desk. He writes notes as he listens on the receiver and he speaks to the woman. Half those are inoperative anymore. I'm trying to find out at least about the immediate area. We've had old information on the air for the last 12 hours. These are rescue stations. We can't send people to inoperative into receiver. Say again, New Hope? Charlie makes more notes and hands them to Fran. Still listening on the receiver, he speaks to the woman again. I'm doing what I can. These are definite as of now. Skip and Dusty are on the radio too. Good luck. Fran snatches up the sheets and moves across the room. She stops at the console. Okay, so White Movie's informing us that he does not have any toilet paper at the moment, which makes it hard. Yeah, it's definitely he's having there's definitely chaos at Brendan's house for that. Wow. Fran snatches up the sheets and moves across the room. She stops at the console. I'm gonna knock off the old rescue stations. I'll have the new ones ready as soon as I can. Technician. We're sending people to places that have closed down. I'm gonna kill the old list. Fran moves toward another control room. An armed officer stops her. A young man rushing through the copy intercedes. Hey, she's all right. Where's your badge? Fran reaches instinctively for the lapel of her blouse. Her badge is missing. Jesus. She's all right. I had it. I was asleep over there. She makes a move toward the corner where she was asleep. Somebody stole it. There's a lot of them missing. To the officer. She's all right. Let her through. The officer reluctantly steps aside. Brendan, I have no idea what you should do. I'm guessing you should probably use paper or maybe crumple up the the insert slips of some movies that you don't want anymore. She makes a move toward the corner where the officer reluctantly steps aside. The young man and Fan, now her name is Fan, move down to a crowded hall and into a small camera room. The foot traffic is solid. They talk as they walk. I don't believe it. One of those little badges can open a lot of doors. You avoid a lot of hassle if you got a badge. Any kind of badge. It's really going crazy. They reach a small camera installation. The camera is aimed at a machine which rolls out a list of rescue stations. The list is superimposed over the live broadcast as it goes out. Let's see. I'm going to... Yeah, that's good. Just want to make sure my screen is not crowded. In the chat, Wet Movie's wiping his ass with his cat. You know, it's weird because he always wonders why he doesn't have a girlfriend. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you. They reach a small camera installation. The camera is aimed at a machine. Oh, you got new ones? I gotta type them up. Kill the old ones. Gibbons wants them. Kill him, Dick. Tell Gibbons to see me. The man clicks off his camera. Fran moves toward the studio. On the monitors, we see the rescue stations blink off over shots of the two men who still argue on the air. Well, I don't believe in ghosts, Doctor. These are not ghosts, nor are these humans. They are dead corpses as opposed to living ones. Any unburied human corpse with its brain intact will, in fact, reactivate. And it's precisely because of incitement by irresponsible public figures like yourself that this situation is being dealt with irresponsibly by the public at large. Another outraged cry goes up from the stagehands and observers. Dr. Foster tries to outscream the cries. You have not... Let me go here. You have not listened. You have not listened for the last 3 weeks. What does it take? What does it take to make people see? Fran moves into the large studio area where the broadcasters argue. The commotion is maddening. Fran stares for a moment. TV man, now distraught, almost pleading. This situation is uncontrollable, people. Or not uncontrollable. There you go. Just want to make sure it's all good. This situation is uncontrollable, people. People must come to grips with this concept. It's extremely difficult with friends, with family. But a dead body must be deactivated by either destroying the brain or severing the brain from the rest of the body. I like to have Cheetah Will View and Wet Movie are having a discussion about how to take care of his dirty butthole. Fantastic. Well, I'm glad you guys are having a blast. Another outburst in the studio. The situation must be controlled before it's too late. They are multiplying too rapidly. Fran moves through the crowded room of emotional people and finally reaches another emergency radio installation. Skip and Dusty are trying to listen to the receivers. They jot notes. Operative rescue stations? Dusty. They're dropping like flies. Here's a few, you know. I think Foster's right. I think we're losing this war. Yeah, but not to the enemy. We're blowing it ourselves. She gives the rest of her coffee to the two men. Not much left, but have a ball. The two men each slug desperately from the paper cup. Fran rushes off toward a large teleprompter typing machine. The broadcasters still argue emotionally. People aren't willing to accept your solutions, Doctor, and I, for one, don't blame them. Every dead body that is not exterminated becomes one of them. It gets up and kills. The people it kills get up and kill. I remember that. So great. It's one of my favorite moments. Handing the list of active rescue stations to the teleprompter typist, Fran rushes back toward the control room. Around the monitor consoles, the commotion has been made even more frantic by an angered Dan Givens. Obviously, one of the station managers. Givens, nobody has the authority to do that. I want Given spots Fran as she moves into the room. Garrett, who told you to kill the supers? Nobody. I killed them. They're out of date. I want those supers on the air all that time. Are you willing to murder people by sending them out to stations that have closed down? Without those rescue stations on screen every minute, people won't watch us. They'll tune out. Givens, without those rescue stations on, Fran stares at the red-faced man in disbelief. I want that list on the screen every minute that we're on the air. Fran is about to say something in anger, but before she can, one of the technicians, having overheard Givens, gets up from the control panel and starts to walk away. Givens, Lucas, what the hell are you doing? Get on that console. Lucas, we're on the air. You know what? I'm going to see if I can make this a little smaller so it looks nicer on the screen. I'll be able to see a little more. Maybe even a little bit more. Yeah, how does that work? It's a little better for you? Maybe let's see a bit more. Okay. Lucas, anybody need a ride? Two other men from various positions in the room snatch up personal effects and follow technicians toward the door. The door is guarded by a nervous officer. Givens, officer, you stop them. You stop those men. Lucas, get back on this console. A frantic hubbub begins over the lack of the console control. People rush in and out. The floor director's voice can be heard over a talkback system. Voices, what the hell's going on in there? Switch. There's no switcher. We're losing picture. Givens, officer, stop those men. The young officer faces the men as they reach his post. He takes a grip on his rifles. Opens the door and lets the group through. Then he runs out himself, deserting the losing cause. Givens jumps towards the console. He frantically tries to work the complex dials and pots. Givens, get somebody in here that knows how to run this thing. Come on, I'll triple the money for the man that can run this thing. Triple the money. We're staying on the air. Fran moves slowly off toward the studio. In the big room, the tension is thicker than ever. A few of the newsmen still earnestly try to remember their various functions, but most of the crew are reduced to emotional polarization over the broadcast, which still rages. They kill for one reason. They kill for food. They eat their victims. Do you understand that? Mr. Berman, that's what keeps them going. Fran stops to listen to the argument. She falls back into the shadows of the studio. People rush past her, some leaving the studio in disgust. TV man number 2. If we'd listened, if we dealt with the phenomenon properly, without emotion, it wouldn't have come to this. You know what's different about this? Does anybody notice what's different about this script? I'll take a bite while you guys think about it. Sorry, I need to eat. So I'm passed out. 1 second. Look at this. Chips. Voodoo chips. You got that voodoo chips? The thing that's different about this script, there's no page numbers. So I have no idea how long this is. I mean, I know it's long. Yeah. I guess the language is more graphic, and this is definitely more of a graphic movie overall. For sure, Hapchita. But no page numbers are going to make it difficult to give any kind of idea of where the hell we are. I mean, I know the movie enough so I can understand when we're nearing the end, but where the hell are we? Okay. Foster wipes his sweat with a dirty handkerchief. Handkerchief. Well, that's one word. He pulls his tie away from his tight collar and pops the shirt button open. He is desperate now, shivering with anger and frustration. There is a martial law state in effect in Philadelphia, as in other major cities in the country. Citizens must understand the dire consequence of this phenomenon. Should we be unable to check the spread because of the emotional attitudes of the citizenry toward these issues of morality, it is the order of the OEP by command of the federal government, the President of the United States. Citizens may no longer occupy private residences, no matter how safely protected or well-stocked. A murmur in the studio begins to build to an emotional crescendo. Foster tries to talk over the noise. Let me see where I'm at better. Okay, here we go. Citizens will be moved into central areas of the city. Technicians abandon their posts. A few others jump in to take their place, but pandemonium reigns. A cameraman whips off his headset and breaks for the door. His camera spins on its liquid head, and on the monitor we see a whirling blur as Foster continues to speak. Foster. Citizens will be moved into central areas of the city. Where's Foster continues to speak? Here we go. Fran moves quickly for the spinning camera. She aims it back at the sweating Foster as she stares through the viewfinder, not believing what she is seeing. The bodies of the dead will be delivered over to specifically equipped squads of the National Guard for organized disposition. Disposition? Suddenly, a man darts out of the bustling crowd and comes up quickly behind Fran. Excuse me, Franny, at 9 o'clock, meet me on the roof. We're getting out. Franny, letting the camera slip slightly. Steven, I don't believe this. What? We're getting out in the chopper. Another technician steps over to take the camera. Another technician steps over to take the camera from Fran. Steven tucks more quietly in the other man's presence. 9 p.m. All right, Steve. We can't. We've got to. Nothing, Fran. We've got to survive. Somebody's got to survive. Now you can be up there at 9. Don't make me come looking for you. Now you could be up there at 9. Oh, interesting. We're gonna freeze that. Steven is gone in a flash. Fran nervously looks back at the cameraman. The argument still rages between Foster and Berman. The cameraman, without taking his eye from the viewfinder, speaks to Francine quietly and slowly. Cameraman, go ahead. We'll be off the air by midnight. Anyway, emergency networks are taking over. Our responsibility is finished, I'm afraid. It is dusk at the city of Philadelphia. Flyboy, yeah, that's right. Welcome. Thanks for chiming me in. Let us know, by the way, what your favorite George Romero movie is. I mean, we're taking a poll on the night, dawn, and day, but if you like any other Romero movie, just let me know. But try to keep it to either night, dawn, or day. Well, we're taking a poll, see what it eventually shakes out. Let us know in the comments. Where the hell are we? This is hard to find my place. It's different from the other one. Cameraman. Go ahead. We'll be off the air by midnight anyway. Emergency networks are taking over. Our responsibility is finished, I'm afraid. It is dusk, and the city of Philadelphia is surprisingly quiet. We see several large buildings. They are part of a low-income housing project, and their lack of grace is evident. They stand like tombstones as the first stars appear in the navy blue sky. Under cover of the growing darkness, activities of the SWAT unit go unnoticed. Grappling hooks grab against the lip around the roof, and silent figures climb to the top of the building. Men in armor vests, clutching the latest special weapons, take position here and there about the development. Other men strategically place their cars and trucks in the court below. On the roof, at an entrance to one of the building's fire stairs, Roger squats silently alongside 3 other team members. The men check their weapons. Roger looks at his watch. The sweep hand reaches to 12. Roger, to himself. Lights. In an instant, large searchlights bathe the side of the building. The troop commander, shielded with other officers behind the large truck, shouts through an electric bullhorn. Commander, Martinez, you've been watching. You know we have the building surrounded. The electronically amplified voice echoes through the concrete caverns between the buildings of the project. There are only a few windows which glow with lights from inside, and the sound of the bullhorn, the lights all blink out one at a time. Commander, not over the bullhorn. Little bastards got them all moved into the building. Dumb little bastard. Looks like they're going to try to fight us. On the bullhorn again. Martinez, the people in this project are your responsibility. We don't want any of them hurt, and neither do you. There is no sign of life in the building. The great concrete slab is silhouetted silently against the darkening sky. Roger and his teammates crouch in readiness. The sound of the bullhorn rises to them easily and clearly. Roger, I'm giving you 3 minutes, Martinez. Commander, into bullhorn. I'm giving you 3 minutes, Martinez. Turn over your weapons and surrender. There are no charges against you. There are no charges against you or any of your people. Yet. 3 minutes, Martinez. And counting. He looks at his watch. Long silence. Roger. Come on, Martinez. One of the other SWAT team members is a big man with a rough and vicious-looking face. He is Willie, a hardened veteran and a redneck of the First Order. Yeah, come on, Martinez. Show your greasy little Puerto Rican ass so I can blow it off. Roger looks over at the big man. He is distressed at the pent-up violence in Wooly. Wooly, I'll blow all your asses off, low-life bastards. Blow all their little low-life Puerto Rican and nigger. Jesus Christ. And N-word asses right off. I apologize. I did not want to read that. Oh, Lord. 1 second. Pal, just looking something up. Okay. Roger is greatly concerned. He is looking at one of the other men, a young, smooth-faced rookie. The boy doesn't know now to react. Doesn't know how to react, I guess. He is obviously nervous. Roger, keep cool. Just don't pop off in there when we go in. The boy nods, grateful for a more human contact. Wooly, how the hell can we stick these lowlifes in these big-ass fancy hotels anyway? Shit, man. This is better than I got. You ain't gonna talk them out of here. You gotta blow them out. Blow their asses. Okay, blow their asses. You gonna be all right? The boy nods in the affirmative. Let's get on with it. This is a waste of time. Crash. Without warning, the metal door to the fire stairs bursts open and several figures rush out of the darkness. Shots are fired from handguns. A bullet smashes through the skull of the young boy next to Roger. He falls against Roger with a pleading expression on his face. Figures charge this way and that. More gunfire. The other SWAT men dodge and dive for cover. Wooly opens fire with his automatic weapon. On the street, the commander, hearing the gunfire, barks into the bullhorn. Commander, move in, god damn it! And into his walkie-talkie, all units, full operation. On the roof, Roger struggles under the dead weight of the young man. He tries to free himself and his weapons. Shots ring out. A handful of black and Puerto Rican youngsters charge about the rooftop. Another SWAT patrol appears from behind a large elevator housing. The young civilians retreat. Several are mowed down. Another bullet smashes against the dead SWAT man's back, just as Roger frees himself. A bullet catches him squarely in the chest, but his armor takes the impact. He is thrown back off balance, and he struggles to catch his wind as he scrambles over to recover his weapon, which skitters away across the rooftops. Before he reaches the gun, he is cut off by the looming figure of one of the black youths, pistol in hand. Roger freezes. The young man aims his handgun, but hesitates. A sudden barrage of bullets rips through Jesus Christ. Rips through the young black, and he falls in a pool of blood. It was Wooly's gun that killed him. Come on, you dumb bastards. Coming! Get him! He fires again and again, even though the skirmish is winding down. Roger charges for his weapon, snatches it up, and runs for the cover of an incinerator housing. He startles a young civilian who was hiding there, trying to load his gun. The boy makes a break. Hold it! The boy freezes for a moment, then, thinking, breaks into a run across the roof. Hold it, kid! Don't run out there! The boy is mowed down in a crossfire. Inside the building, other SWAT teams, along with the units of the National Guard, are crashing through the hallways and breaking into apartment units. People are herded into the halls where they are held at gunpoint. Some men, although armed, surrender willingly. Others retaliate against the invading force, and little skirmishes develop on every floor of the complex structure. On the ground, the commander barks into the bullhorn. Commander, masks! Into walkie-talkie. Masks for gas! Masks for gas! Tear gas canisters crash through the windows, and the halls are filled with clouds of gas. Civilians trying to escape are choked as they attempt to shoot their way out. The team on the roof charges down the fire stairs into the building. SWAT 1. Work your way down, a floor at a time. Hold them in the halls till we can work them down the stairs. Roger and Wooly and the men in their units snap on their bizarre-looking gas masks. The troopers break into an apartment on the floor. An old couple kneels in prayer at a small altar, while their children and their children's children huddle in a corner. The young husband surrenders his gun to a trooper, and Roger watches as the group is led into the hallway. Suddenly, a young black man charges out of the same apartment. A woman appears at the door, screaming for him to stop. He breaks through a cloud of gas, and Wooly fires his automatic. The black man crashes to the floor. Wooly is crazed. He kicks the door of another apartment and fires randomly into the room. The flurry of action causes panic among the civilians in the hall. The younger ones try to escape, while the older people kneel or fall against the walls praying. SWAT 2. Wooly's gone apeshit, man. Wooly! Shouting. Wooly kicks in the door of another apartment. Roger charges at him and grabs him around the shoulders. The big man resists. His gun fires and bullets fly wild. He struggles against Roger, but Roger manages to hold on. Roger, give me a hand, somebody! I'm going to take a break real quick to have a bite of sandwich here. How was everybody's New Year's Eve? Was it nice? I hope it was. gonna be a long one, man. 5:30, almost 5:30. We just started Dawn of the Dead. It's crazy. Taking a little refresher. Oh, I do. I'm just gonna eat this whole half of my sandwich real quick. So it's all done, you know? Okay. Let's get into it. This is one of my favorite scenes, too. The raid on the building. That's great. Scary stuff. Give me a hand, somebody. Another SWAT trooper steps out of the cloud of gas. He is very tall, and he looks mysterious in the fog as he speaks in a deep voice. Step away from him. Give me a hand. Willie throws his body around and slams Roger against the wall, but Roger grabs him again just as the crazed man is leveling off his gun at the open apartment door. God damn it, help me, he's crazy. Step away from him. Just then, Willie reaches free and pushes Roger across the hallway. The trooper carefully aims his weapon and fires one shot through Willie's head. The big man falls back violently. The mysterious trooper turns and hurries away down the hall. Other SWAT officers face him threateningly. He stares at them through the mask. They let him pass. He disappears through the smoke as other officers begin to restore order among the civilians. Women scream and cry over their dead loved ones. Roger is helped to his feet by another officer. Roger's eyes are wide and staring through the insect-like lenses of his mask. They are locked on the sight he sees through the door of the apartment, which Willie kicked open. The other trooper looks, and his eyes widen as well. In the apartment, lying in a pool of blood, are the partial remains of what was a human body. It has been ripped to shreds. Roger staggers against the doorframe. The other trooper moves inside. Another corpse, also mutilated, one leg missing, one arm badly mangled. It is trying to move to reach the troopers. A sudden loud scream. Roger startles and spins around. A woman in the hall has seen the grisly sight, and she runs screaming down the corridor. More confusion as civilians push through the troopers who try to hold them back. The trooper in the apartment is revulsed. Jesus, holy Jesus. The third officer enters the apartment. He speaks to the trooper which is closest to the writhing corpse on the floor. Shoot it through the head. Excuse me. The young officer is too dumbstruck to respond, so the third officer pulls out his pistol. Then suddenly, from out of the shadows, a spectre-like figure lunges at the third officer, flailing and biting at his arms. It is a wild-haired woman. There are several bleeding wounds over her body. She is one of the Walking Dead. The trooper struggles to free himself, and Roger darts into the room. Although the zombie is weak, she manages to hold on to the trooper. Another creature suddenly appears in the bedroom doorway. A male. It staggers out into the room. The young trooper struggles with his holster, trying to free his handgun. Suddenly, he feels something on his leg. The dismembered corpse is clutching his ankle, pulling itself closer. Its mouth open! The boy tries to pull away, but falls onto the floor, crashing over a table and lamp. He tries to crawl away, but the frail corpse keeps its hold and drags along behind the young trooper, who still cannot free his pistol. Roger and the third officer fling all their weight against the woman zombie. She flies against the wall, but bounces back immediately and attacks again. The third trooper's rifle fires. A slug tears through the woman's chest, but it doesn't stop her onslaught. Another shot rips through her neck. Still she comes. The boy on the floor manages to level off his pistol. He fires at the ghoulish head, which draws closer to his leg. The thing's skull blows open, and its grasp relaxes. The boy is shaking violently, his arm and gun stay in the air, still poised. He fires again and again and again. In the hall, the male zombie appears, and the crowd panics. The troopers try to keep things calm. It's one of them! My God, it's one of them! Shoot for the head! No, Miguel! Dios mío, Miguelito! The woman pushes through the crowd. The zombies advance. Before the trooper can stop her, the woman throws her arms around the creature. Miguel, mi vida, Miguelito! Grab her! Get her out of here! His gun is leveled off, but he can't get a shot. The zombie clutches at the woman. It bites at her neck. Great scene! Great scene! Her arm. She screams with terror. She tries to pull away, but the creature holds her. It bites again. A trooper comes up from behind and tries to wrestle the creature away. Another trooper grabs the woman and tries to free her. She is screaming insanely. The zombie pulls another piece of flesh off her arm. Good stuff, man. Stand clear, for Christ's sake. Stand clear! In the apartment, the female zombie lunges at the third trooper, and the two tumble to the floor. Roger wrestles her free, and with all his might, throws her against the wall. She advances again. Roger raises his gun. She is about to reach him. He fires. The bullet drops her. In the hall, the trooper brings his gun butt slamming against the male ghoul's head. The creature loses his grip on the screaming woman. The trooper, who is holding her, pulls her free across the floor. SWAT 3 fires. The bullet tears through the zombie's shoulder. Another shot through his neck. Another through the skull. It falls. There is finally a calm. A few of the citizens murmur prayers. Troopers and befuddled old people seem to drift through the cloud of gas in a totally dazed state. Pardon me for a second. Allergies. I do apologize for that. Okay. Let's continue. Okay. Okay. Roger and the third trooper from the apartment drift to the hallway. The third trooper moves into the crowd, but Roger stands against the open door jamb for a moment. A sudden loud gunshot makes Roger duck and spin around. He looks into the apartment. The young trooper has shot himself through the head. In the dark fire stair, it is very quiet. Roger bursts through a metal door from one of the halls and falls against the stair railing. He is retching. He breathes heavily to contain himself. He removes his mask and coughs slightly from the gas mist which still clings in the air. Voice, "You're not alone, brother." Roger tightens, grabbing for his gun. The voice is present, very nearby. Roger looks up. Sitting on the stairs above is the trooper who shot Wooly. His rifle is aimed at Roger. He was in Wooly's unit. Excuse me. I didn't see nothing. I didn't see how he died. Roger slings his rifle. So the trooper relaxes and lowers his. He removes his gas mask. He is black. Roger, you running? The black man shrugs. He hasn't decided. I don't just mean because of Wooly. I mean because of, yeah, I know. A lot of people running. I could run. Roger stares up at the grim-faced black. Grim-faced black. I could run right. I could run right tonight. The black man just stares levelly into Roger's eyes. Roger, a friend of mine got a helicopter. He does traffic for JAS. Got a helicopter. He's running out with it. Asked me to come. The black man smiles. You think it's right to run? Oh, sorry about that. The black man shrugs again. Then he stands and walks down the stairs. He turns past Roger on the landing and continues down into the lingering gas mist. Roger follows. A few landings down, a noise. The two troopers freeze. The stairwell is dark. The noise grows louder. The troopers ready their weapons. The sounds are little scraping thumps, like the weary footfalls of something trying to negotiate the stairs. There is the low, wheezing sound of labored breathing, of a labored breath. The men stare at the landing below. The black man steps forward slightly, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly, a figure pops out of the darkness. It falls against the wall below. Both troopers raise their guns. The figure pulls away from the wall. In the mist, its shape is ghostly, robed in black. It sees the troopers. "Señores, please let me pass." The voice weakens into a low, wheezing cough. The figure slumps and sits on the steps, clinging to the railing. It is an old priest, obviously from a local Puerto Rican parish. Roger stoops next to the old man, who's struggling to keep his breath. He is weary. He seems to be near death. He clutches at his chest. Roger tries to support him. "Let's get him to the medics." No, please. Just let me pass. My sister. I go up to 7th floor to find my sister. They're taking everybody down. They probably brought her down. Come on. Come one. My sister, she is dead. They tell me. They're dead. They do not bring down. Roger and the black trooper. Black trooper, by the way, of course, is Ken Forey. Roger and the black trooper shoot glances at one another. Just let me pass. Martinez is dead. The people of 107 will do what you wish them. These simple people, but strong. They have little, but they do not give it up easily. They give up their dead to no one. The priest goes into a coughing fit. The troopers look on. Roger wants to help him in some way. "Many have died on these streets in the last week. In the basement of this building you find them. The troopers are shocked. The priest struggles to his feet. Priest, I have given them the last rites. Now, you do what you will. The old man starts up the stairs. Roger moves to help him, but the big black man stops him. The priest weaves up through the gas mist, coughing. You are stronger than us, but soon I think they be stronger than you. The old man's voice trails off up the stairwell as he disappears into the cloud, not into the clouds. When the dead walk, senores, you must stop the killing, or we lose the war. In the basement of the large building, SWAT troopers pry at the boards which are nailed over the entrance to the storage area. The rest of the riot troops stand at the ready, weapons raised, high-powered rifles, flamethrowers. The nails creak loudly as they are pulled free. The men are silent, not knowing what to expect. There are 3 boards left, then 2. With a great tearing sound, the door flies open before the men remove the last board. The boards fly and the door almost rips off its hinges like floodwaters. A small army of, oh, wow, look at this. Small army of zombies pushes into the hall. I think this is the first time we see zombie. This is the first time we see zombie in a script. Well, in a George Romero script. Look at that shit. All right. Very cool. They are wide-eyed and terrifying. In life, they were mostly black and Puerto Ricans from the neighboring buildings. They are all ages, from very old to the very young. The riot troops are stunned. They cannot react quickly enough, and the squeeze is so tight in the little hall that it is impossible to shoot accurately or without the bullets injuring other troopers. The men fight back, wrestling and trying to back away. In the front line, zombies bite at the flesh of the humans. Teeth tear into arms and hands. Some men are trampled in the crush. Commander, back off, spread out! The rear lines retreat into the wider vestibule, and as the mass of struggling bodies spreads out, shots begin to fire. Some troopers at close quarters are able to fire off accurate rounds with their handguns. Others fall and are lunged at by clutching ghouls. Roger and the black troops are in the middle of the battle. They fight off several of the creatures. The battle spreads into little skirmishes through the dark hallways. The highly organized troops are scattered and confused by the mindless onslaught. As the main action moves away from the entrance to the storage area, several troopers move into the room. The walls are dank and gray. There's a dripping sound. All around lie remnants of human civilizations. Baby buggies and bicycles chained to pipes which ring the area. Large trunks and cartons of every size and shape. Old beds and other furniture. And here and there throughout the large area lie the remains of corpses. They have been eaten away. Most of them are still moving, their heads uninjured. 2 of the troopers retreat, revulsed. The sound of the gunfire and screaming can be heard from the hall. The big black man walks calmly into the room. Roger watches him. He walks up to the writhing creatures on one end and fires carefully aimed shots into their heads with his handgun. Tears roll down his cheeks. Some of the creatures are without arms and legs. Some have been eaten away about the neck and shoulder. They moan with a gurgling, guttural sound as they try to move. A young black zombie, pulling himself along the floor with one arm, draws close to the black trooper. The big man aims his pistol. It clicks. Empty! He quickly and efficiently reaches for more ammunition and begins to reload. The zombie pulls closer, its mouth wide. Roger steps up behind the other trooper and fires into the creature's head with his automatic rifle. The black man brushes tears from his eyes and continues to load the pistol. Roger disposes of several other creatures. He comes to a place where several are piled together. Some lie still. Others writhe about. 2 on the heap, although they cannot move about, are eating at parts of other bodies. Roger shoots them. They never look up. They don't seem to notice him at all. A loud creaking sound breaks the mood suddenly. Roger looks up. In the ceiling, a double set of loading doors has been opened. Several other troopers look down into the storage area. Jesus Christ! He shines a light beam down toward Roger. You okay down there? Roger nods. This must be where they were dumping them. Roger looks down at the pile of corpses beneath the opening. You need more men? Roger shakes his head no. Jesus Christ. The trooper leaves the opening. He is replaced by 2 others who just stare down into the storage room through the weird round lenses of their masks. The distant sounds of the battle in the hall flare up again. The big black man snaps his loaded clip into his pistol and takes a few steps forward. He sees a corpse wrapped in a bedsheet and tied securely with a clothesline. It looks like a mummy. It is writhing, trying to free itself. He shoots it through the head. Nearby, a small corpse, that of a very young child, is also writhing, but the end of the shroud where the child's feet should be has been torn open and is bloody. A stump kicks around the blood where foot has been eaten off. The black man fires into the thing's head. They attack each other? Just the fresh corpses before they revive. But why do these people keep them here? Why Why don't they turn them over or destroy them themselves? It's insane. Why do they do it? Black. Wow. Wow. Black. Because they still believe there's respect in dying. The big man fires into the head of another squirming zombie. In the halls of the building, troopers fall and are pounced on by ghouls. Other troopers fire their automatics through the heads of attacking zombies. The riot troops try to stay organized, but the onslaught is so mindless and random that it is turning into a riot. The buildings of Philadelphia loom in the moonlight, when a few lights remain lit, reflecting the waters of the Delaware. It is quiet except for the slight sounds of lapping water and an occasional wooden creak as the floating docks strain against one another. There are a few big police launches still docked in the marina. They bob about silently. The chain, which normally restricted the area, is broken and dangling. The sign, which reads City of Philadelphia Police, No Admittance, clangs against a broken chain in the wind. Halfway down the long dock is a little guardhouse. Inside, sitting at a radio transmitter, is the corpse of a uniformed soldier. Nearby is a separate floating dock on which is painted a large square pattern. It is a landing bay for police helicopters. Alongside, afloat separately but securely chained fast, is a small fuel barge with pumps and hoses for refueling the chopper and launches. The other bodies lie bleeding in the bobbing docks. Another officer and a civilian. A bell buoy rings in the distance, and we begin to hear the sound of an approaching helicopter. The blades of the JAS traffic copter whine as they gear down for a landing. The whirlybird settles like a hummingbird on the gently bobbing heliport. With the blades still spinning wildly, Stephen hops out of the helicopter. Come on, I need you. Francine unbuckles her safety belt and jumps out of her side of the machine. Steve runs, ducking under the blades, around to the woman's side of the cockpit, grabs her hand, and they make for the fuel pumps. Let's take a quick bite of lunch. Mmm. Mmm. Good. Spicy, but good. I don't see Roger. We'll give him 10 minutes. Oh my God! The woman freezes in mid-stride, and her action brings Stephen's eyes around to see what she's staring at. The two bodies which lie near the fuel pumps. You haven't been out in it at all. It's tough to get used to it. He pulls her quickly along, and they have to actually step over the civilian corpses. Fran freezes again. She can't bring herself to walk over the bodies. Steve lets go of her hand, and checking the tank gauge, he pulls the hose with him as he moves quickly back to Fran. The long hose is heavy, and it bobbles the civilian corpse. Bobbles, almost rolling it over. The back of the body's head has been blown out by the exit wound of a powerful bullet. Blood still runs. The wound is fresh. Steve does not see this as he tugs the hose over the corpse and moves to the helicopter, with Fran following. At the side of the machine, the blade still spinning overhead, Steve jams the hose nozzle into the fuel tank receptacle. He pulls one of Fran's hands onto the nozzle's mechanism, just like this, like a car. Fran responds, getting the feel of the nozzle trigger. That's it. Just hold her there till she spits out at you. The woman takes over, and Stephen trots away toward the guard shed. The propeller blades still spin. They make an eerie whispering sound as they pass over Fran's head. She can hear the lapping water now and the creaking moans of the shifting docks. She looks this way and that, fear in her eyes. At the guardhouse, Stephen rushes in to find the dead radio operator. A signal is coming over the receiver in Morse code. The corpse is slumped over the desk, and it is covering the send button. The send key. A small entry wound is barely visible in the back of the dead man's head. As Stephen pulls the body up to an erect posture in the chair, he sees that the exit of the bullet all but obliterated the corpse's face. Again, the wound is still running, and bits of flesh and blood are spattered about the desk and the radio unit. You know what? Let me get rid of this. Let me see a little better. Yeah, see that a little better. I'll make sure you guys can read that with me. Move this up a little bit. All right. Oh, let me do. That's the button I was looking for. Let's continue. They're gassing up the. They're looking for him. Stephen clicks on the send switch and he quickly begins to send a message in Morse code. Operator dead. Post abandoned. Back on the fuel dock, the long hose brushes over the civilian corpses. A shadow moves nearby, making making us aware of a presence other than Fran's. The woman switches on the pump nozzle. The blades still whoosh overhead. Then she hears the sound of another engine. She looks toward the mainland. The headlights of an approaching vehicle can be seen. At the guardhouse, Stephen, hearing the approaching engine, steps into the doorway and looks up the dock. He calls to Fran. I hope it's Roger. What are you doing? I'll be right there. He ducks back into the shed. He snatches up a first aid kit and throws it into a khaki knapsack. He rummages in the darkness. He finds a toolbox. As he stands up, he backs into a tall figure which stands in the shadows, feeling something sharp and hard against his back. Steve recoils and spins to face the figure. It is a uniformed officer. His rifle is leveled off at Steve's chest. From out of the shadows, a second policeman appears with a handgun cocked and aimed. Fran's eyes strain to discern the approaching vehicle, but suddenly she catches a movement in the corner of her vision. Through the open sides of the helicopter bubbles, she notices a police van. It has been there all along. Its doors flung wide open, as though abandoned hurriedly. Now one of the rear doors opens. Now one of the rear doors move. A figure appears carrying a large packing carton. The figure is uniformed with two rifles strapped to its back. It rushes toward the launch docks. Just stay cool. Fran, already startled by the running figure, is now doubly shocked by the calm voice behind her. She spins, and the fuel nozzle clatters out of its receptacle to the wooden dock, to dockboards. She is facing another policeman. To aims, I guess, who aims? A rifle directed at her head. If you die, it'll be your own fault. The officer who is running with the carton shouts toward the guardhouse. Come on, Skipper, they got friends coming. In the guardhouse, Steve is held at bay by one of the officers, while the other uniformed man moves to the door to check the progress of the approaching vehicles. Who are you? We're with the JSA. We at the door. About a minute and a half, referring to the arrival time of the vehicle. Officer 3. The skipper pushes Steve with his gun barrel. Steve spins out through the open doorway. He looks up the dock and sees the vehicle, which is just turning onto the pier, which is almost a mile long. Officer 1 has moved around Fran, and he reaches into the helicopter bubble, pulling out Steve's rifle. Now, wait a minute. We're just here to refuel. These men were already dead. You were here. You know that. It looks like somebody was after the launches. We had nothing to do with that. Looking at the insignia on the helicopter. Oh, man, I'm already feeling it. Oh, man, throat's going to be really rough after this. Hey, JSA Traffic Watch, Steve Andrews. Trying to capitalize on his minor celebrity power. Right, that's me. I'm Steve Andrews. No shit. Shouting from the helicopter. We'd get a lot further in this bird, Skipper. Steve freezes again, sensing that these are not law enforcers. The man who is carrying the carton is now rushing back up the dock, having deposited his load in one of the motor launches. Can't all fit. Directly to Stephen. How many will that thing hold? Hey man, I ain't going nowhere and nothing. I can't drive myself. Officer 2 has returned to the van and is carrying out another carton, rushing back to the launch. That's true. Something happens to him and we're stuck. Stay with the launch. Get a lot further in this bird. Suddenly, above the two white headlights of the approaching vehicle, we see a third light in red. It is the spinning bubblegum machine of a squad car. It is heralded by the blast of the car's sirens. Hey, that's a black and white! Still, Officer 1 still holds his rifle aimed at Fan. They've seen us! It's all right, we're police. Officer 2 dumps his carton at the edge of the dock and pulls one rifle from his back. Bullshit! Let's get to the boat! Officer 3 stares hard at Stephen, then at the squad car, then back at the nervous young pilot. Officer 3. You're running, ain't you, Flyboy? Steve does not respond. He's terrified, not knowing what answer to be the safest. You and your friends is running off in the JSA traffic bird. The man starts to grin with knowing. He suddenly feels in more control. Officer 3. Sit tight, boys. They're running too. It seems to take forever for the police car to pull down the dock. Stephen takes a few steps forward, squinting to see, but he is threatened by the policeman's gun barrels. The car screeches to a stop, and two armed SWAT troopers immediately pop out the front seat on either side. They are Roger and the black trooper. Black trooper. What's the problem, officer? Caught your friends. You're stealing company gasoline. Roger. What do you mean, friends? Roger's trying to play dumb, assuming that the other policemen are on official business. They know, Roger. They're trying to get out, too. It'd be crazy to start shooting at one another now, wouldn't it? Roger. Sure would. All right, let's load up. He slings his rifle and tosses the other gun back to Fran. She bobbles it, and it falls, skittering across the dock. You better learn how to use that thing, woman. Times is tense. The policeman starts to unload crates and cartons from their van. The big black trooper pulls a few supplies from out of the squad car and carries them toward the helicopter. Fran trots over towards Stephen. He's just coming back out of the guardhouse, where he picked up the toolbox and the knapsack full of supplies. The woman falls into his arms. Roger trots up. You okay? Stephen nods. Who's he? Referring to the big black. Referring to the big black. Jesus Christ, man. His name is Peter. He's all right. The three are already moving toward the helicopter. Roger. Let's hustle. Peter has stowed the supplies in the rear of the cockpit, and he has noticed the fuel hose lying on the dock. He tries to nozzle the receptacle on the chopper and holds it until the tank fills. The other policemen are still moving carts of supplies from their van down the dock. Roger, to the other policemen. You guys better move it. There's a radio report about the dog being knocked out. They reach the cockpit. Fran climbs in and crouches on the floor in the area of the bubble. Are you sure this will carry us all? A little harder on the fuel, but we'll be okay. As Peter climbs aboard, one of the other policemen carrying a final carton speaks to Roger. Officer 2. Hey, got any cigarettes? Roger looks at the others one at a time. Fran shakes her head no. Sorry, he trots around to the passenger seat. Where are you headed? Downriver. Got an idea. Maybe we can make it to the islands. What islands? He starts the engine. Any islands. What about you? Where are you headed? Straight up. The policeman rushes off with his two cohorts as they untie one of the launches from the dock. The JSA helicopter whines loudly, and then it lifts off the dock with a smooth motion. The police launch starts without a problem, and it pulls out onto the dark river. Pardon me for 1 second. Any island, yeah. Any island will do, right? You never know. It is eventually what saves them in Dawn of the Dead. I don't know, Xander. I don't think Wet Movie's here right now, but I'll tell him that he needs to make something a little different. I concur, though. I think Out and About 3 should be a little more cinematic. I know he's been discussing it, so we'll see what happens. Xander, thanks for tuning in. Where the hell did I leave off? Any island. The police launch starts without a problem, and it pulls out onto the dark river. The lights on the helicopter blink as the metal bird swoops low over the Philadelphia skyline. We see an empty city, Independence Hall, Betsy Ross's house, which flies the original American flag. I didn't know that. The oldest American heritages stand coldly in the night. The whirring engines fade overhead. In the cockpit, Fran lights a cigarette. So does Roger. No one comments, but Peter smiles slightly. The big black looks down at the city. Oh, by the way, 1134 Rad D Films and Xander Clark's. Do me a favor, in the comments, let me know what your favorite George Romero movie is. We're taking a poll. Do you like Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, or Day of the Dead? Let us know. I don't know. I didn't even know part 2 was happening. I hope they'll be in it, Xander. I would love to be. I think it'd be a lot of fun. It would be fun if we did like a camping, sort of a camping with Gabe. That would be great. I could see that being a lot of fun. Okay. In the cockpit, Fran lights a cigarette. So does Roger. No one comments, but Peter smiles slightly. The big black. You don't have to call him the big black anymore, dude. He has a name, Peter. Jesus. Dawn of the Dead. Okay, Red, I'm going to write that down because I'm taking a poll. Dawn of the Dead was my vote as well. So 4 votes, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, 3 votes. Nobody voted for Day of the Dead just yet. Blair Witch style camping movies, Ender. That's a good idea. You know what? Brendan, if you're not here, I'm going to text you about that. I think that would be a lot of fun. That's a good suggestion. It's a good suggestion. And I know it's hard to pick a favorite. I get that. The big black looks down at the city. Any of you leaving people behind? An ex-husband, an ex-wife. You, Peter? Still looking down. Some brothers. The whirly bird cuts through the dark night sky. It flies over open country now, moving west. Some time has passed. Roger is asleep in the passenger seat, twisted in the cramped rear of the cockpit. Fran and Peter sit very close to each other. Peter still stares off into the night. Real brothers? Peter looks at her. He has a strong face. Real brothers or street brothers? Street brothers? Oh my God. Peter, both. How many real ones? Two. One's in jail. The other's a pro ball player. But we catch up to each other once in a while. Fran doesn't quite know how to respond. You think so? I thought it'd be easier to read. Maybe I'll do this. How about that? Maybe I'll do both. I'll make it like that. I'll change it up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Actually, you can see the pages better that way. Okay. Where am I? Now I get lost again. This thing is so tricky. Most of the time, okay. Peter, nodding at Steve, the engine roars too loudly for the pod to hear the conversation. Hear your man now? Fran is taking off guard. She smiles slightly. Most of the time, yeah. Just like to know who everyone is. Yeah, me too. Light downs. The hell does that mean? Light downs on the horizon. The little helicopter chugs through the shades of blue. Now Fran is asleep and Roger still snores. Peter stares at the back of the pilot's head. Steve nods slightly, then shakes himself. Soon he nods again, falling asleep. Peter kicks him in the shoulder. Steve looks back, surprised that the big man is awake. Peter just stares at him. Steve rubs his face violently with his free hand. He pulls at his lower eyeballs. Any more water? Peter reaches into the supplies and produces a plastic container with water. Steve slugs some of it and pours a little onto his face. Then he passes it back to Peter, who also drinks. Suddenly, Fran stiffens and wakes up with a start. Peter looks over at her with a gentle expression. She takes a moment to orient herself. Peter, to Stephen, you know where we are? You know where you are? I know exactly where we are. Harrisburg? Passed it about an hour ago. Roger finally wakes up from the loud talking. Steve, we're pretty low on fuel. I'm just waiting for full light so we can see what we're landing in. In the morning light, several fires can be seen on the ground where buildings are burning. The chopper flies over a National Guard convoy as it chugs up a winding country road. Yeah, flyboy alert. I like that. By the way, if you guys are new here, would love if you guys would subscribe. That would mean the world to me. And also drop me a thumbs up. That lets YouTube know that you guys are having a good time. So please do that. Appreciate it. The chopper flies over a national. Okay, here and there on the ground, human activity can be seen. Search and destroy units made up of police, guardsmen, and civilian volunteers move across the countryside. Occasionally, a zombie is seen staggering through the trees or over a field. Gunfire cuts the creatures down. Jesus, it's everywhere. We're still pretty close to Jonestown. Johnstown. We're better off away from the big cities. A little country airfield lies quiet in the morning sun. There's no sign of life. A few private planes dot the area, but the tower is empty. The JAS chopper buzzes very low, just outside the tower window. As the whirlybird slowly sets down near the fuel pumps, its blades create a wind blast, which raises great clouds of dust from the dry earth. Sheets of old newspaper and other light debris are sent flying through the air in all directions. One piece of torn newsprint blows flat against the window in one of the little sheds. It sticks against the glass for a moment, as though glued there. Then it flutters to the ground. As the paper clears the glass, we see the face of a badly scarred zombie peering out through the window. As the group scrambles out of the helicopter, Stephen immediately checks the fuel pumps. Shit, man, damn near empty. A lot of private planes in farm country like this. Guess they all hit the pumps and took off. To where? Where the hell can they go? Where are we going? By now, Steve has drained the dregs from the first pump into the chopper's tank and moved to the second pump. It spurts with more force. There's a good bit left in this pump. He stretches the hose toward the chopper, but it doesn't quite reach. Steve, damn, I gotta get closer. Steve jumps back into the cockpit and the machine lifts off the ground. Fran is watching the action, walking slowly backward to a small rickety hangar area. She turns and looks down to the private hangar. Most of them are open wide. The planes they housed long ago. One or two of the old wooden double doors are still closed and locked with chains and padlocks. The wind from the chopper blades blow her hair and sends more debris flying. Peter kicks open the door to the chart house. The room is dusty and dilapidated. A few small chairs surround an old wooden table. Several half-finished cups of coffee sit on top of wrinkled flight charts, leaving brown rings on the paper. Flies buzz loudly. An old window shade clicks against its window from the gusting of the wind, and it makes Peter flinch. He readies his weapon. When he sees the shade, he steps over to it easily, pulls it, and lets it roll up on itself. It makes a loud flapping noise. Outside, the chopper sets down. Roger is ready with the hose nozzle, ducking under the blades. He inserts the device into the tank receptacle even before Stephen has idled the engine. Stephen hops out of the cockpit and shouts over the engine noise. I'm going to see what's left in the hangars. He trots off after Fran. In the chart house, Peter idly drops a coin into an old coffee machine at one end of the room. The machine clicks loudly and spits out a cup. To Peter's surprise, the cup starts to fill with hot brown liquid. While he waits, Peter notices a series of notepads taped to the machine and the surrounding walls. They're all written hurriedly in various hands and with all sorts of inks and colors. Lucy, gone to Johnstown. Charles, I have the kids left with Ben. Couldn't wait, gone to Erie. Jack Foster. There are dozens of such messages. Peter takes the full cup of coffee from the machine. As he sips it, his eyes fall on the closet door just across the room. It is moving slightly. It is locked, but it bangs against the lock. Once, twice, more regularly than if caused by the wind drafts. Peter steps closer. Now the door bangs violently, and with a loud crash, but it holds. Peter sets his coffee on the chart table and takes his rifle in both hands. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to drop a banner on here so we know what's going down. Pimp Nasty. Welcome to the party, pal. We're reading Dawn of the Dead. I should say I'm reading. Good to see you, pal. I am about 4.5 hours into this thing. And it's going to go probably another 4.5. Peter steps closer. Now the door bangs violently with a loud crash, but it holds. Peter sets his coffee on the chart table and takes his rifle in both hands. Again, the door bangs hard, and a skeleton key is knocked out of the keyhole. It falls to the floor with a metallic clink, and Peter notices a caked blood stain where blood recently ran out of the closet, under the door and onto the linoleum. Another bang and a gurgling moan. One of the living dead is trying to break out of the closet. Quietly, calmly, Peter raises his rifle and aims it at the door, about head high. The rifle roars in the little room, and a splintery hole appears in the old wooden door. Outside, Fran and Stephen snap to attention at the sound of the rifle. Fran stands at the entrance to one of the little wooden hangars. Stephen is checking out the cockpit of an old Cessna inside. Immediately, Stephen runs out and grabs Fran's hand. As they turn the corner to run up the grades of the helicopter, they are confronted with 2 zombies. I wonder if they have Chop Top here. Let's see. Staggering slowly toward them through the dust cloud from the chopper. Fran screams. They have no weapons with them. Roger! Did he turn into one of the Star Wars droids? Under the whirling chopper blades, Roger continues to fill the fuel tank. In the roar of the engine, he cannot hear anything else. A third zombie lumbers toward the helicopter. Roger's back is to the creature, and he is unaware of the impending danger. Just looking at something real quick. Make sure. Okay. All right, here we go. Where am I? Impending danger. There we go. Inside the chart house, Peter stares at the closet door. It is still for a moment, and another moan, and the door bangs again. Peter fires 2 shots, lower right and lower left, of the first forming a triangle. The 2 creatures advance slowly on Fran and Steve. Steve, just run! Fran is petrified. She turns and looks behind them. They are boxed in by the hangers. Run right past them. Right around them. They can't catch you. She hesitates. The zombies draw closer. Run, Franny. Goddammit, they're right behind you. We can handle them. Franny charges up the little grate. She runs to the right of the creatures, and they move in her direction, arms outstretched. As she draws near to the dead things, she hesitates again in fright. The creatures claw at the air. The one in front is within a few feet of the woman. Steve, run, Franny, move! Franny stares into the dead, staring eyes of the lead zombie. She is almost hypnotized. At the last instant, she runs and just gets past the creatures. A little up the grade, she turns and looks back, stopping again. One zombie turns slowly and starts up the grade after Fran. The other continues to advance on Stephen. Stephen ducks back into the open hangar. It is very dark, but for thin beams of sunlight which cut through between the wooden boards of the structure. Stephen roots around among the greasy tools which clutter the area. He finds an enormous sledgehammer. He runs out of the shed. He dodges around the lead zombie, who staggers on with inertia. Steve sees that Fran is still facing the second creature. The man takes a firm grip on the giant hammer as he charges up the grade toward the zombie's back. As he reaches the creature, he brings a 20-pound steel head of the sledge, slamming against the ghoul's skull with all his might. That's awesome. The creature staggers on for a few more steps. Its head a bloody pulp. Then it falls to its knees and finally flops face down in the dust. Without breaking stride, Stephen grabs Fran's hand and the two run toward the helicopter. The other zombie at the hangar has turned around and is walking up the grade. Roger is pumping the last drop of the fuel hose when he sees the frightened couple making for the chopper. As Steve charges up the grade, he sees the zombie approaching Roger from behind. Steve shouts, and Roger spins around. The stumbling creature is very close. It raises its arms and its hands clutch at the air. Roger lets the fuel nozzle drop to the ground. He is trapped at the side of the machine. He doesn't have his rifle. He fumbles with the snap on his handgun holster. Suddenly, the blank face of the zombie turns red as the top of its head seems to disintegrate into a bloody pulp. Yes! I love it. The creature has walked into the spinning chopper blade. Its body staggers forward another step or two. Then the thing collapses in a heap. Stephen and Fran have reached the chopper. Steve lets go of the woman's hand, and he drops his bloody sledge to the ground. I would keep that shit, man. He lunges into the cockpit and snatches up his rifle, ducking in the propeller draft. The zombie, which is stumbling up the grade from the hangars, almost loses its footing, but it regains its balance and advances steadily toward the helicopter. The shot misses clean. He fires again. The bullet grazes the creature's face. It staggers from the impact, but does not fall. Roger moves quickly. That's a lot of action here. Roger moves quickly for his high-powered weapon. Steve fires 2 more rounds. Another miss and another graze, this time on the arm. He is about to shoot once more when Roger stops him, stepping up alongside. Roger calmly aims and fires one shot cleanly through the creature's brain. The zombie falls and papers blow over its body. In the chart house, Peter fires several more shots into the closet door. Bullet holes appear, just where the creature's head should be. There seemed to be no way that the volley could have missed. Silence for a moment. Peter still holds his gun high. Then, with a great crash, the closet door flies open into the room. Oh, 2 small children burst out. One has no left arm. The other has been bleeding from a great wound on his side. They are dead. Ugh, that's sad. I remember that. They move directly toward Peter. Their heads are at least a foot shorter than the bullet holes in the closet door, because he was aiming for an adult. I gotta eat. Six o'clock here in California. All right. Peter stares down at the creatures, repulsed. He is startled, and he cannot react quickly enough. And they are on him. The moment he feels their clammy grasp, he regains his survival instinct. He cannot effectively aim his rifle. He kicks and thrashes around. One creature flies against the wall. The other is about to bite the man's arm. The big black grabs a small zombie and flings it physically back. The other creatures pounce on his back. He throws it over his shoulders, and it crashes against its brother. Now Peter raises his gun as the children try to scramble to their feet. The man fires several shots in rapid succession. First one creature falls, then the other. Peter continues to fire, his eyes wide with desperation and disgust. Finally, his weapon clicks and is out of ammunition. Peter breathes heavily. He stares at the small corpses instinctively. He begins loading his weapon without even looking at the action as he backs wearily out toward the door of the chart house. Behind him, in the brightly sunlit doorway, we see the zombie who first appeared at the window. The creature staggers forward. Peter turns and startles. He reaches for more shells and backs away a few steps as he tries to load the bullets into his gun. The creature reaches out and takes another step into the room. Peter stares into the creature's eyes. Then suddenly, out in the sunlight, a few hundred feet behind the zombie, Stephen appears with his rifle. Peter sees the man over the creature's shoulder. Steve raises his gun and aims at the zombie, but the barrel seems to be on a straight line with Peter. Peter ducks quickly. Steve's gun fires. The bullet misses the creature cleanly and crashes into the room. It ricochets off the coffee machine. Another shot crashes through the glass in the front room. No, you're not. Jammin', you're still here? No way, man. Thank you so much, pal. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate that. Let's see. What time is it for you, by the way? It's 6 p.m. for me. Jammin' Music Man. Let me know what time it's for you wherever you are in the world. Let's see. Peter crouches, still stuffing shells into his weapon. A third of Stephen's bullets tear through the zombie's shoulder, but the creature still stands. It turns toward Peter slowly. Peter crawls under the table as another shot splatters into the coffee cups. Once again, Roger steps up beside Stephen. He fires one carefully aimed shot, looking through a telescopic range finder. Just as Peter finishes loading his weapon, the zombie crashes into the room, falling over the table and onto the floor. Fran is still kneeling in the dust, trying to keep herself from vomiting. Stephen rushes to her side. Roger, keeping his rifle poised, shouts toward the chart house. Peter! The big black man appears in the doorway, snapping the safety on his rifle. Fran's retching causes her to choke and cough. Excuse me. Steve tries to comfort her, not knowing what to say and shaking himself. Peter advances with long strides. Stephen looks up when the black man is a dozen steps away. Immediately, he sees the anger in Peter's eyes. The big trooper then raises his rifle and aims it at Stephen. Steve tries to stand, but trips and falls on his back in the dust. In an instant, Peter is looming over him with the barrel of his rifle aimed at point-blank range for the shivering man's forehead. It is 9:11 p.m. there in Georgia. This will be the longest Mastercast video ever. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm only halfway. Not even halfway, man. Insane. This is the craziest thing I've ever done. Craziest thing I've ever done. We'll see what happens. 9 in Georgia. Okay. Cool, man. Well, hey, thank you so much for hanging in, man. I know you're going to eventually want to take a nap. Hey, up to 784. Not bad. Subscribers. So gained a few. That's fantastic. I don't think I'm going to get to 1,000. But if I do, I'm gonna dye my beard pink. Pinky. All right. Spread the word on that. See if anybody's interested in that. Fran screams through her choking. Yes?
Hello.
Oh, more special guests. Oh. They're bringing me more Snickers. I just want to show you guys are on camera here. I have to change things a bit. They got me more Snickers, which is great. Actually, you know what? This is good. If you guys can bring me more Snickers like every 30 minutes, keep me in Snickers. That's going to help me get through this.
Okay.
We'll be back in 30 minutes.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, we'll be back in 40 minutes. And
Yeah, this is going to be the longest Master Chaos video.
Yeah.
we'll be back in 40 minutes and get you a Snickers and talk
You're right,
about
you're
it.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys want to try the chips? Try these chips.
Yeah.
This is voodoo chips.
Yeah, I can get one.
They're good. They're spicy.
Mm.
Not spicy.
Do you like it? Really?
No, actually, they taste like potato chips just with a little spice.
It tastes like salt and vinegar chips.
Salt and vinegar, yeah.
Mm.
All right. I gotta get back to it, guys. Thanks for the Snickers.
Bye, we'll be back in 30 minutes.
Yeah, bye. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Bye-bye. Love you.
Bye.
Go get some water. That was nice. Got me some Snickers. Got me some new energy. Back at it. Back at it. Man, we're not even at the mall yet. We're not even at the mall. Fran screams through her, choking. No, my God, don't. What are you doing? Peter speaks calmly to Stephen in low tones. You never aim a gun at anyone, mister. It's scary. Isn't it? Isn't it? Stephen looks up at the tall man, shivering. Then Peter lowers his weapon and extends his hand, helping Stephen up onto his feet. Roger clears the fuel hose from around the runners of the chopper. Peter climbs into the cockpit and sits in the rear without saying another word. Roger helps Fran climb up board. I'll tell him you said bye, pal. Roger helps Fran climb aboard. Stephen wanders around the front of the cockpit bubble and climbs into the pilot seat. Roger climbs in behind Fran as she squeezes into the uncomfortable space beside Peter. The big black offers the woman a sip of water, which she accepts. Then she lets her head flop wearily against the rear bulkhead. Do you guys hear that? I always have fire trucks and shit. I mean, I have a place right nearby, but that really fucks my sound normally. Bulkhead. Steve is urgently surveying his flight charts, shuffling the papers, and trying to seem very busy after the embarrassment of the incident. We gotta find fuel, maybe closer to Pittsburgh. No, we gotta stay out of the big cities. If it's anything like Philly, we might never get out alive. We might not get out of any place alive. We almost didn't get out of here. Roger. We're getting out of here fine. As long as there's not too many of those things, we can handle them easy. Yeah, well, it wasn't those things that nearly blew me away. Oh. Runs its 5.0? Oh, the 5.0. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm going to get swatted, right? We might not get out of this place a lot. Okay, Stephen turns around and is about to say something angrily. Roger stops him and speaks. Roger stops him by speaking urgently. You gotta stay in the sticks. There's bound to be more little private airports upstate. Steve reluctantly going back to his charts. There's the locks. There's the locks along the Allegheny. Fuel stations there, private and state. Probably still manned. We don't need those hassles either. They're just out after scavengers, looters. Oh, you got the papers for this limousine? Steve angrily. I got JAS IDs. So does Fran. Right, and we're out here doing traffic reports. Wake up, suckers. We're thieves and bad guys is what we are. But we gotta find our own way. There's a long silence. The engine drones, but the helicopter still sits on the ground. The men look at each other. Peter takes a long swig of water. Jesus Christ. We don't even know where we're going. We don't have a radio. We're running out of water. We need food, Stephen. We need food. Stephen, you need sleep. It's true because he's a pilot. He'll crash if he doesn't get sleep. We see a wide shot of the little airfield. The JAS chopper sits on the ground for a moment, its props spinning. With a surge of power, it lifts off and flies away. The dry earth swirls up into clouds and blows more bits of paper over the wide-eyed corpses which lie in the morning sunlight. We see the facade of an enormous structure. It is a huge suburban shopping mall. Hey, there we go. We're at the mall. We see it is a huge suburban shopping mall. The outer walls are all concrete, and their clean lines stretch upward for more than 2 stories. The building looks like a giant domino lying flat on the ground. There are only 4 entrances, and the shops which are housed within have no windows opening onto the surrounding lot. In the immense area around the building, lanes and stalls are painted for automobile parking. What few cars now dot the area are parked randomly, some with their doors wide open. Let me just do something real quick, guys. Just a quick little thing I'll do. Can I do this? Hold on. Yeah, don't worry about it. We hear the sound of the helicopter engine fading in. Then we see the little machine as it approaches and eases down onto the roof of the building. In the parking lot, walking among the abandoned vehicles, we see several of the living dead. They look almost like normal shoppers at the mall for morning chores, but their lumbering walk is unmistakably stiff. At one of the mall entrances, we see a revolving door flanked by several regularly hinged doors, all made of glass and surrounded by large windows. A few of the zombies managed to negotiate the hinges. Managed to negotiate the hinged doors and enter. Oh wow! Look at this. Enter the building. You see that? That's crazy, right? And enter the building. Others bounce off the windows and claw the transparent glass in confusion. One creature walks around in the revolving door endlessly. There are a good many of the creatures, but they are all spread out and far between. They move with no seeming purpose. They do not yet see the mall interior. The zombies pay no attention to the sound of the chopper engine stopping overhead. On the roof, even as the blades of the helicopter still spin, the humans are out and moving to the edge of the building. They look down at the creatures, which dot the parking lot. Fran! Oh my god, she says. Let me take another bite of this. I have fireworks. 1 second. I got some food. All right. Let me just take a quick. Yeah, I'll take a bite here and there. I get lost, right? Steven, no chance, forget it. Let's get out of here. Wait a minute. They can't get up here. Yeah, we can't go down there. Let's check it out. Roger trots away. Peter has moved directly to an area where a giant grid of transparent plexiglass bubbles face down into the building. He stares through one of them and can see into the mall below. Roger trots up and peers through another of the bubbles. Peter, most of the gates are down. I don't think they can get to the stores. The vantage point only reveals a small aspect of the interior. A square plaza with a garden beneath the sunroof of transparent bubbles. The space is open all the way down to the garden, which is 2 stories below. Around the garden on the bottom floor can be seen the entrances to several shops. All but one have heavy metal cage gates down and locked into position. 1 or 2 zombies are seen wandering about. They cannot enter the stores except for the one which is ungated. Halfway up the walls can be seen a balcony railing with rings, which rings the entire plaza. It is a second story of shops. The same cage gates seal off the visible store entrances, but none of the dead creatures are evident on the balcony. Fran and Steven come trotting up to the bubbles. I haven't seen any of them on the second floor. The big department stores usually use both floors. If we can get in on top. Peter's looking across the rest of the expansive rooftop. He takes off toward a series of other housings which jut up out of the otherwise flat surface. Roger follows. Fran, still staring down through a bubble. What are they doing? Why did they come here? Steve, also looking down. Some kind of instinct, memory of what they used to do. This was an important place in their lives. Now I'm going to eat another bite. Okay. And we just got to the mall. That's great. Kind of a dry sandwich. Below the zombies, which are in sight, wander aimlessly over the plaza. Some try the gates but cannot budge them. One wanders out of the single open shop. It is a female. The shop is an appliance store, and the creature leaves As the creature, she drags a toaster idly behind her, pulling it by its power cable. It scrapes on the floor loudly. We see an installation of large reflectors mounted in an intricate metal skeleton, which stretches across a large area of the roof surface. Behind the structures can be seen a large power generator. Solar screens it can't be enough to power this place. Emergency system, maybe. It's pretty lit up in there. Guess the power's not off in this area. A lot of Philly's still lit. Could be nuclear. Hey, look at this. Yeah, nuclear powered mall, sure. Oh yeah. I'll believe it. Alright. Finished my lunch. Okay, here we go. We're right here. Oh, yeah, I needed that. Sorry. I'll tell you what, I'm feeling it. I am feeling the burn. Roger is peering down through a wire-hatched skylight. There are several laid out over this particular area of the roof. He moves to another while Peter looks down into the first. Fran and Stephen jog up. These don't go down into the mall. What the hell is this? Fran and Stephen peer down into the darkness. Peter pulls a flashlight from his utility belt. He has stayed in full uniform all the while, where Roger has stripped off all but his ammunition belt and pistol holster. The big man shines a light beam down into the space. The floor is only 7 feet or so below the window. There is absolutely nothing in sight. Clear floor, clear walls, all light gray. Damn. Roger has moved to another window. Hey, over here. There's something here. Peter trots over and shines his beam down. They see a vast array of cardboard cartons, hundreds of them. Storage? Peter moves the light beam. Now it illuminates a collection of large drums, stacked floor to ceiling and running deep past the line of vision. On the face of each drum is the familiar symbol of the triangle, of a triangle within a circle, and the letters CD. Civil defense water supply, and boxes of canned food. How do we get down there? Peter looks at Stephen as a streetwise tough would look at a hopeless city slick sissy. Then the big man brings his rifle butt down against the glass, and the shattered pane crashes to the floor below. Inside the vast space is impressive. It is quite dark, but for rays of sunlight which drift through the occasional skylights, we see an enormous quantity of food cartons and water drums. It is very quiet. The space is barren except for the stacks of civil defense supplies. Suddenly, a figure drops out of one of the skylights, landing on its feet in the sunray. It is Peter. Instantly, he readies his rifle, looking this way and that across the large room. Silence. Okay. He steps aside and Roger climbs in. He, too, drops cat-like to the floor. 179. Formatting's all over the place. The two men instantly sling their rifles and move to the food cartons as by a prearranged plan. They carry the big boxes quickly, one at a time, to the spot under the open skylight. In a moment, they have built a pyramid. In the moment, they have built a pyramid out of the cartons. It creates a kind of stairway for a quick escape to the window above. Need some sugar. 1 second. One second. That was good. I'm just doing a little advertising. Let's get the word out, as they say. All right, come on. How's everybody doing out there? in YouTube land. And see. All right. Back to it. Two men instantly sling their rifles and move away to them. Now Fran lowers herself into the room and is able to climb down the curtains, holding onto Roger's hand. She is followed by an anxious Stephen. Peter has already wandered off. There are only two doors in the enormous room, one at either end. The big trooper moves up toward them as Roger comes up behind him, gun ready. Peter's hand turns a knob. It is unlocked. And the big man gives Roger a familiar nod. Roger stands several feet back, his rifle aimed directly at the door and ready to fire. Then, with a sudden commando-like motion, Peter throws the door open and ducks away flat against the wall. Roger stiffens, his fingers all but pulling his trigger, but there is no apparent danger. The door opens onto another vast room, equivalent to the one the people are in. It also has stacks of CD supplies. The troopers cautiously move into the area through the door. The room is empty. The same sun rays pierce the darkness through skylights. All is dead quiet. This room has no doors at all, but for the one Peter opened. Roger, double damn, looks like free lunch, buddy. In the first room, Stephen has started to rip open one of the cartons. Spam! Roger walks back into the room. You bring a can opener? Oh, and don't knock spam. It's got its own key. Oh, I thought she was excited about the spam. The woman flips over the can in her hand and finds the little key. Peter has walked right past the group. He is moving quickly toward the still unknown door at the other end of the room. Again, Roger follows. At the door, the two troopers go through the same swap procedure. The door swings open, this time onto a very small space. Again, no immediate danger. As the men enter, they discover that they are on the top landing of a concrete metal fire stair. There are no windows and the air is musty. There's one bare light bulb lit in the ceiling. But down the stairs in the next landing, it is quite dark. And there the stairs wind even further down. They recede into blackness. Roger, what do you think? The black man just stares, first down into the darkness, then back into the storage area. Roger, this is the only way up here. What do you think? Cut? A great barricade of food cartons has been stacked against the stairway door. Near the pyramid, under the open sky, the group of refugees sits on the floor. Stephen is asleep. Fran sits next to his curled form, her hand in his hair. Roger leans against the pyramid, and Peter sits in a lotus position, his gun across his legs, squarely facing the suspicious stairwell. He and Roger still pick at their food. Roger swills water from an empty Spam can, which he has filled from one of the CD drums. You better get some sleep too, buddy. There's an awful lot of stuff down there that we could use, brother. I know it. Fran stiffens at the talk. She doesn't believe what she is hearing. She knows instantly that the men will try to raid them all. They're pretty spread out down there. It's a big place. I think we would run them out. We would outrun them. Hit and run. Maybe grab us off a radio. They're crazy. This place could be a gold mine. We gotta at least check it out. Roger checks his weaponry and quickly moves toward the door, where he begins to remove the barricade of curtains. Peter still sits, checking his own guns. Welcome to everybody watching. Currently reading Dawn of the Dead, George Romero's immortal classic here. This is the original script, where he calls Ken Fore's character the Big Black. Roger checks his weaponry and quickly moves toward the door, where he begins to move the barricades of curtains. Peter still sits, checking his own guns. This is exactly what we're trying to get away from. Look what happened at the airport. The only problem with the airport was stray bullets. We could outfight those dummies blindfolded. Stephen, the exhausted pilot, is sleeping through it all. Leave him be. We're going ourselves. The big trooper bends over, snatching up Stephen's rifle. He snaps off the safety and slams a shell into the chamber. He hands it to the woman. That's ready to shoot. Be careful. Fran holds the gun gingerly. Peter, the trigger squeezes real easy, but the weapon will kick you good when it fires. Be ready for that. Wait a minute. Anyone but us comes up them stairs, you guys take off in the machine. We'll try to make it out to the parking lot. And you can pick us up there. Fran just stares up at the big man with desperation in her eyes. She has stopped arguing, seeing that the trooper's decision is made. Yes? Oh, come on. Try to use your muscles. Try to use your muscles. Oh, man. Go ask Mommy and then bring me another Red Bull, please. Yay, more Red Bull. I like this. All right. Has it already been 30 minutes? Another 30 minutes? Wow. Jesus. Okay. Anyone but us can know, then you can pick us. Okay. Fran just stares up at the big man with desperation in her eyes. She has stopped arguing, seeing that the trooper's decision is made. Peter, if we don't show up after a few minutes, we'll catch up to you some other time. You understand? In the dimly lit fire stair, the door on the top landing pulls open suddenly. The stairway is still empty. The troopers move slowly out onto the landing. They look down into the darkness below. Then they move slowly and silently down the steps. Fran appears on the upper landing. She stands in the doorway, clutching the rifle. Peter stops for a moment, looking back up at the frightened woman. You'll probably hear some shooting. Just don't panic, okay? Fran sighs exhaustedly. You'll be all right. It's our asses that's in the fire. 2 landings below, there is almost no light. Roger clicks on his flashlight and shines the beam around. He is in a very small concrete space. The stairs go down no further. There is only one door. Peter eases down the steps behind. Roger.
Thanks, Mom.
Oh, no. This is the big one. Wait, why does this feel hot?
Because it wasn't in the fridge.
Well, no, like the little Red Bulls are in the
We
fridge.
can't
Oh,
find
they
them.
are? Okay, wait. We'll be right back.
Give me the Snicker.
No, we want to get to you.
Okay, you can. Do you like the chips? Really? They're not too spicy? Okay, cool. Roger, this is the only way up here. This is the only way up there. We see the other side of the metal door. It stands in another cement-walled space, which also seems small from our angle, but it is fully lit. The door opens slowly. The troopers cautiously step out. As the camera swings around, we see that the men are at the end of the long, narrow hallway. Directly across from them are 2 open supply rooms, one containing a stationary sink and a toilet. Both rooms are filled with cleaning supplies. Down along the hall can be seen a dozen or so doorways. Some is nothing. What? Some doors are open, some are closed. Along the opposite wall, there is nothing. You better let Mom know that you're eating. The far end of the hall, about 100 yards away, opens out onto the second story of the mall proper. The men look at one another, and slowly move down the corridor. They try the first 2 doors, which are locked. The third is wide open. Thank you. All right. Thanks, team. Oh,
Can I bring you an apple too?
an apple? I can't eat an apple.
Well, you're eating so unhealthy, Dad.
No, I had a ham sandwich. It's good.
Can I bring you something else? Take me.
I'll let you know. I'll text.
Bye. I'm taking
Okay.
your chips.
Okay, bye.
I stole your chips, Daddy. You didn't even notice.
No, yeah, you can take them.
Wait, really?
I'm good right now, yeah.
Yay!
Don't go crazy. We're going to say this for Svengoolie. Sorry, guys. As soon as they're out of here, we'll continue. Okay. The men look at one another and slowly move down the corridor. They try the first 2 doors, which are locked. The third is wide open. Roger, the format is crazy on this thing. Roger ducks quickly into the room with his rifle raised. It is a large administrative office with rows of desks which are fully equipped for a staff of secretaries and accountants. The next room has a closed door, but it is unlocked. Peter swings the door open, oh my god, and silently jumps into the room. This is a much more Spartan area with 2 metal desks and a few chairs. There are several phones. It is a maintenance office. On one wall is a large map of the mall with pins and pin flags and scribbling over an acetate which covers the drawing. At the other end of the space is a huge electrical panel with circuit breakers and an entire series of master controls, all keyed by number code to another map of the wall of the mall showing electrical installations. My God, how Jesus. Hey, Craig, keep going, man. I've been with you from the start. Really? I'm watching on Fire Stick, so it's hard to write without a keyboard. Hey, Craig. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you're new here, please subscribe and drop me a thumbs up. I appreciate that very much. We're only halfway there. Thank you, Craig. Now I lost where I was. Okay. This is a very detailed script. On the wall behind Peter is a large blackboard and 2 metal cabinets. One is open. It contains all sorts of tools, manual and electric. There are circuit testers, walkie-talkie units, and there are several enormous rings containing hundreds of keys, all color and number coded. Peter grabs up one of the rings, and Roger steps up behind him. Roger, the keys to the kingdom. Back in the hallway, Roger's hand tries another doorknob and throws the door open. Oh my god. This opens onto beautifully plush offices, obviously the executive headquarters. The rooms interconnect, and while Peter walks from door to door in the corridor, Roger moves through the inner doors, meeting Peter at each room. Oh, Craig, thanks so much, man. I appreciate that very much. That means a lot to have you here, and thanks for thanks for checking it out, man. I appreciate that. Let's see. One is open. Hold on. Now I'm lost. God, there's so much. One office is more elegant than the next, with the latest in designer furniture and expensive decorations. The troopers finally reached a room on which both the interior and the corridor, doors are closed and locked. The brass nameplate on the interior door reads C.J. Porter, President. Roger moves out to the corridor where he joins Peter. They move into the exterior corridor. This is so confusing. They are very near the end of the hall, and the brightly lit shopping area is close at hand. They can only see a small section. The balcony on their side is railed off against the open drop. Down to the first floor and across the great cavity, they see the open balcony, the opposite balcony. On their far side, only 2 storefronts can be seen. They are both gated and shut. The two realize what dangers might face them in the mall proper. They look at each other and move forward, each clinging to the opposite walls of the corridor. As they reach the mall proper, they slowly and carefully peer around their respective corners. The upper balcony totally surrounds the vast interior of the building, and at several points bridges across one side to the other. Little shops of all types run along the entire length of the balcony, and at each far end stands the entrance arches of a large department store. Most of the stores are gated, but several seem open. The big department stores are gated and locked. Here and there, tall trees grow up from the ground floor and reach up into view. The second story. There are none of the living dead evident. Oh, I think that might be the first time we call them living dead. Yeah, because in Not Living Dead, it was just like creatures or whatever. This is the first time they're living dead. Hey, cool. The 2 troopers move slowly and quietly to the railing. The crouch, it should be they crouch right here. They crouch and peer down through the bars of the rail. Below the site is even more spectacular. Stores of every type offer gaudy displays of consumer items. Everything from clothing to appliances, photo equipment, audio, and video outlets, sporting goods and weaponry, gourmet foods and natural organic foods. Did they have organic foods in the 70s? I guess. There's a bank store. I know they had organic food, but I mean, like specifically, hey, this is organic food. There's a bookstore, a record store, a real estate agency, and a bank, a novelty shop, a gift shop, all with the absolute latest in American consumer items. And at either end of the concourse, like the main altars at each end of a cathedral, stand the mammoth 2-story department stores, a great symbol of a consumer society. Down the center of the ground floor, along with the gardens and park benches, are little stalls. One is a tobacco specialist. Oh my God, this is so descriptive. Did they know that this was in the mall, or did they just add this afterwards? Not afterwards, but like, hey, we need a fucking tobacco specialist, okay? He has to be here. It's in the script. I don't know. One is a tobacco specialist, another jeweler. Another is a small photo portrait stall where mothers had their children photographed. There are restaurants and snack bars. I mean, this is written like a novel. There are restaurants and snack bars and numerous coin-operated machines selling everything from children's toys to blood pressure readings. There is a large turntable designed to spin, which is now still holding a late model car on exhibit. Another turntable displays futuristic household appliances. The images are all too familiar, but in their present state, they appear as an archaeological discovery revealing the gods and customs of a civilization now gone. Oh, I guess I guess that makes sense. The ghosts of a civilization, however, are not figments in the mind. They are quite real. And they walk below in the aisles of the great cathedral. At least 20 zombies can be seen from the trooper's perspective. Okay, so the whole consumerism angle for Dawn of the Dead is 100% planned out. It wasn't just like an accidental thing. It's Christmas time down there, buddy. Fat City, brother. Now we're gonna work it. We get into the department stores up here. Let's check those keys. The troopers stealthily pull away from the railing and back into the administrative corridor. Then they move quickly down the hall toward the maintenance office. As the men leave the balcony, the camera pans. Several yards away, the zombie staggers out of one of the open doors and is followed by a second creature, a female, without one arm. They are moving along the balcony toward the open corridor. In the maintenance office, the troopers are checking the keys against the coded map on the wall. 72, U, and D. Here it is. The two men check the keys. Peter finds corresponding numbers. Here, let's just hope it's right. Look here on the map. These numbers must all be locks, he points. Front, side, back outside. Must be like loading docks. But what are these? The man points to several numbered spots, which seem to be within the big department store they are studying. Roger. Washrooms. Equipment. I don't know. Roger moves off toward the electrical control panel. Peter still stares at the map. Peter. Guess he's got to be the gates? How about a little music? What? The big black moves up behind his partner. One of the controls on the panel is marked music tape. It indicates a master switch, which is in the off position. Another is marked floor exhibits, and a series of others are marked escalators. There are dozens of master switches which are in the off mode. Power switches. The music might cover the noise we make. Hit them all. Might as well have power. Power in everything. We might need it. Roger hits the switches one at a time. Click, 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 click. Throughout the mall, we hear the drone of the dull mass-produced music designed to lull a shopper's brain. Upstairs, Francine startles at the sound from below. She snaps the rifle into her hands, ready to fire. She has been standing just inside. You guys hear that? Hear that? I always have helicopters circling the damn house. She has been standing just inside the storage area. She steps into the fire stair and looks down into the darkness. The sounds of the insipid which said crunched my finger here. The sounds of the insipid music drift up to her. She leans into the storage area again. Stephen! Steve, still lying on the floor against the escaped pyramid, slowly awakens. Down on the first floor of the big mall, things begin to work. The automobile turntable starts spinning. The great escalators move up and down. Two of the living dead, caught just starting up two stalled escalators, fall and roll down as the mechanical steps begin moving. Lights blink on the exhibits, and mechanical window displays begin their robot-like motions. It's like a carnival coming to life. The zombies which wander the floor look about in confusion. Some of them swat ineffectively at the moving exhibits. In a very tall cage which reaches from the first floor all the way to the ceiling, the tropical birds which are housed within begin to flutter and squawk. In a pet shop, there are puppies and kittens in a window display. They whine and scramble over one another in fright at the noise and the motion and the colored lights on one of the floor exhibits. A rear projection movie starts. It is a dryly produced film about the merits of real estate, about a real estate developer's new attractive suburban house. A narrator speaks in a friendly voice. And for the price, which anyone can afford, you can live in these luxurious new homes by Brandon. Fully electric, central air, etc. In the maintenance office, the troopers ready themselves for their raid. Peter secures the vital key ring to his utility belt, and I guess they move out. Peter and Roger move down the hall and exit through door to exterior corridor. Just as Roger moves through the door into the corridor, he is confronted by the zombies from the balcony. He startles and ducks back into the room. The closest zombie is reaching out with clutching hands. Peter raises his gun and fires two shots. So bam, bam! Cleanly through the creature's head. As the shots ring through the area, Fran, standing at the top of the fire store, startles. Steve grabs the rifle from the woman. Jesus Christ, they're maniacs! The troopers step over the corpse. The second zombie, the armless female, is walking toward them. This time, Roger fires his weapon. The creature falls in a heap. Roger, what do you think? Bag it or try for it. You game? Roger nods, and the two men run down the hall toward the mall. Their rifles poised, they are like commandos on an important mission. The men at the mall mouth. What? What does that mean? The men at the mall mouth see the department store and start for it. They run for the corridor onto the balcony. The battle to win the mall has begun. The creatures which wander the first floor look about, attracted by the sound, but they're confused. They walk this way and that in a misguided, staggering stride. Several of the zombies try to move up the down escalator. They fall over themselves and cannot negotiate the moving stairway. A few creatures who move onto the up escalator also fall against each other from the movement. But one falls onto the moving steps and is carried upward. Then another manages to keep its balance, holding on to the handrail. At another point down the length of the mall, there is a stationary stairway which runs from the first to the second floor. Several creatures move up the steps. At the top of the fire stair, Stephen begins to move down the steps cautiously. His rifle is at the ready. Fran stays on the top landing. Stephen, don't go down there. Stephen, please. It's all right. At the huge gate which locks off, he continues. At the huge gate which locks off the big department store, the two troopers come to a crashing stop. There is a side concourse which can be seen from this vantage point, and in the hall are 4 or 5 zombies. They are about 300 feet away. Roger keeps his rifle leveled off in the direction of the creatures while Peter confronts the lock at the middle of the big roll gate. He fumbles with the keys for a moment until he finally sinks the proper key into the receptacle, which is right at the door. The tumblers turn successfully. Peter, all right! On the escalator, the creatures which fell into the moving steps are being carried up to the balcony. The one supporting himself on the handrail is still standing. The head of the standing zombie suddenly becomes visible from Roger's perspective. Oh, snap! The trooper raises his gun and aims for the creature's forehead. Peter tries to lift it. It won't move. It is still locked. Peter, you bastard! Roger, what? Still locked. He sees another assembly. On the other side, the big man moves to the far side of the gate. The same key fits. Roger refocuses on the creature which is riding the escalator. It is quite near the top now. Roger is about to shoot when something catches his eye. The fallen zombie, which up to now could not be seen behind the escalator rail wall, suddenly come tumbling out onto the balcony. Onto the balcony floor. Roger fires, but his aim is inaccurate. He hits the standing zombie in the neck. The creature is thrown off balance enough to lose its footing. It falls back down the escalator, but before it reaches the bottom, it stops rolling. The steps carry it back up toward the second floor again. It is still very much alive. The two creatures on the balcony struggle to stand. Roger looks back over his shoulder. The zombies from the side concourse are now about 150 feet away. Whoa, I'm going to lose my voice, I'll tell you that. So much hurting. Peter turns the key in the lock, but again the gate will not lift. It moves slightly as the middle mechanism and the one on the far right are free. But there is a third lock. Hold on. Like a weird twinge in my thing here. I need some coffee, man. I'll tell you what, my throat is on fire. A little hot Java. Oh, a little hot Java will make it all better, I think. Boy, this is a very descriptive script. Way too wordy. Way too wordy. As far as I'm concerned. Peter turns the key in the lock, but again, the gate will not lift. It moves slightly as the middle mechanism and the one on the far right are free. But there is a third lock on the far left. Peter moves to it quickly. On the first floor concourse, other creatures are beginning to take note of the action upstairs. They start to move. The zombies on the stationary stairway are beginning to reach the second floor, but they are far down the main balcony. They will have to pass the administrative corridor in order to reach the department store. Roger fires again. One of the nearby zombies falls in a heap. At the sound of the rifle, Fran gets desperate. Stephen, for God's sake, let's get up on the roof. Steve is at the middle landing. He stares down into the darkness below. More gunfire can be heard from the mall. It's all right, I'm telling you. Those things don't move fast enough to catch us. More gunfire can be heard. Now the giant gate rolls up with a loud rumble. Peter ducks into the store even as the gate is still rising, but the inertia of the great metal cage carries the lip up out of Peter's grasp. He jumps to try to catch it, but he misses it. It jerks up into its fully open position and rolls back down slightly, but still Peter cannot reach the lip. Slides back to rest about 3 feet above fingers Peter tips. Oh, I'm getting punchy. Above Peter's fingertips. The zombies advance. Roger drops another with a clean shot through the head. Then he backs into the archway of the department store entrance. Peter is desperately looking around for something to stand on to reach the gate. The zombies are very close to the arch now, advancing steadily. Peter grabs a small counter and uses it to display shoes, but it is too heavy for him to move himself. Here, come on. Excuse me. Roger has to abandon his post at the arch long enough to help drag the little counter. You know what? Let me take a pause for a minute. I'm going to change this banner. You know what I'll do is I'm going to tweak this, actually. I'm gonna put it out there. This is what I'm doing. If I get to 1,000 subs during the stream, I'm dyeing my beard pink. So if you're new to the party, pal, welcome. Subscribe and you'll see me with a pink beard. That'll be fun. Okay, sorry, where were we? Roger has to abandon his post at the arch long enough to help drag the little counter. The men drag it to a point just at the side of the open arch, and Peter instantly jumps up onto the top of it. At that instant, a zombie rounds the corner and grabs at Peter's legs. The big man kicks, startled, and the motion causes him to fall off the little counter. He lands on his feet, but out on the balcony beyond the arch. Roger brings his rifle butt around against the creature's head, and the zombie falls back, but is not dead. Yes, Craig, I'm reading Day of the Dead as well. No matter how long it takes. I'm going to probably sound like Jimmy Stewart at the end of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. It's going to be hard. Well, it's a challenge. The challenge is worth it, right? You got to test your limits in this world. Let's kick off the 2021 with a bang. Other creatures are only a few feet from Peter, whose gun sits on the little counter inside the store. Roger levels off his rifle but cannot fire as Peter is in the line. Is in the line. Peter makes a move and, like a football player, jukes to the left, then to the right. He dives right at one of the creatures, carrying it into the store. Now Roger fires, dropping one, then another. Peter jumps back up on the counter. Peter, behind you! The creature in the store has crashed against a cosmetic display and is regaining its footing. Roger turns and fires. The creature falls. Peter grabs the lip of the roll gate and starts to bring it down. There are several creatures right in the archway now. They clutch with their hands. One blocks the downward progress of the gate. Roger fires point blank and the zombie flies back. The gate lowers but is stopped by the clutching hands of other creatures. Roger grabs the cage now and helps to put it down. Peter, still gripping the lip, jumps off the counter to get more leverage. The bottom of the gate is now 4 feet from the floor. The two men are able to move it steadily downward. The zombies are very weak, but more creatures appear, making it more difficult. Then one zombie tries to crawl into the gate. Its torso just gets through as the gate slams down against its chest. Its arms grab for Peter's legs, and its mouth is gasping. Its body is preventing the gate from engaging in the floor mechanism. Roger lets go of the cage as Peter tries to hold it against the creatures outside. Grabbing his rifle, Roger brings the butt straight down on the clutching zombie's skull. The zombie goes limp. Then Roger tries to push the creature clear of the gate, but the pressure is too great. Let up a little. I'll tell you what. I feel like this whole sequence has more writing than in the entire Night of the Living Dead script. That was a lot. I'm not even done yet. The gate rises a few inches. More zombies appear outside. Their hands clutch at the roll gate. The openings in the grid are only big enough for their fingers. Their hands can't reach through, but they are pushing the gate higher and higher, more than Peter intended to clear the obstructing corpse. With his rifle butt, Roger manages to push the dead zombie clear, except for one of its arms. From outside, a creature's hand suddenly grabs Roger's weapon. For a moment, it's like a tug of war. Peter is having a harder time holding the gate. It is inching upward. Peter, come on, come on! Roger lets go his gun barrel, and the weapon is snatched away by the creature in the crowd. Roger grabs for the grate. Peter, the arm! That arm's in the way! Roger squats again and manages to throw the dead zombie's arm clear. Then he grabs the gate again. Now it starts to move down. More steadily, at the last moment, another clutching arm just into the store. But when the gate hits it, it withdraws, and the big cage clicks solidly into place. The two troopers back away from the gate. The creatures still moan and gurgle, slamming against the gate, their fingers clutching at the grid. But they are unable to budge it. There are 10 or 12 zombies trying to get into the department store, and several others are making their way along the balcony. At least 6 lie dead along the floor. Roger, well, we're in. Now, how the hell are we going to get back? Let's go shopping first, baby. The two men back into the aisle of the store. The creatures outside still pushing hard the gate. The one with Roger's rifle uses it as a bludgeon, but it has no effect. Stephen opens the door into the administration corridor. From his perspective, the hall is inactive. He observes the washrooms and the long row of doors to the various offices. He starts into the corridor, letting the fire stair door close. At the top of the fire stair, Fran can see the beam of light from the open door below. As the door closes, the beam narrows. Then it blinks out with a click as the door closes. Fran! Stephen! Jesus God! Jesus God. She is very frightened. She backs into the storage area. She moves quickly to the pyramid of cartons which lead to the roof. She sits on the bottom carton, biting her fingers. Her fingers! In a department store, Roger is writing down an escalator. He has found a backpack, and it is obviously already filled with goods. As he steps off the moving stairs on the ground floor, the surroundings are eerily quiet. He moves to the clothing department. We see the dead-looking faces of store mannequins. Roger runs into one and is greatly startled. He snatches up a line of windbreakers and ties it around his waist by its arms. Then he trots off down another aisle where he finds Pietro. The big trooper has a radio under his arm, and he is snatching up a small television. Hey, man, we can't carry all this shit. Man! You know what? Let me remake this a little bit. Okay, how about that? That's a little better. So I'm saying, drop a thumbs up while you're here. Thanks for watching. If you get me to 1,000 subs by the end of this, I'm gonna dye my beard pink. It's happening. Peter turns a corner and dumps the articles into something which we cannot yet see. As Roger trots up, he sees that Peter has a big gardening cart already heaped with goods. We're gonna just wheel right by him, right? Peter, we're gonna try, brother. We ain't doing this for the exercise. We might as well try to get what we can. There's no way this is gonna happen. Even though he doesn't understand the plan, Roger helps Peter toss things into the barrow. They race down the hardware aisle, tossing in tools and other supplies, electrical cables, flashlights, batteries. They scoop things up like contestants on a game show who have 5 minutes in a store to grab whatever they can. Stephen is in the maintenance office. He examines the maps and electrical equipment, then rummages through a desk. At the open end of the corridor leading to the second story balcony, zombies wander past as they head for the store entrance, where many creatures still claw at the roll gate. The zombies move randomly. Some are leaving the gate as their prey is now out of sight. They begin to wander here and there. 3 of the creatures turn into the administrative corridor and start toward the offices. Stephen has found a large binder in the desk. It contains all the plans for the mall, duplicating the charts on the walls and many others. It is a complete maintenance manual revealing all the workings and layout of the huge structure. The elevator doors slide open with a loud whoosh. The two troopers appear in the car, wheeling their barrel out onto the second story. Welcome, everybody. Everybody watching, appreciate you being here. Second story out. Now they can see the roll gate and the creatures pushing at it ineffectively. They roll their barrel very close to the gate. When the zombies catch sight of the humans, their efforts are renewed. They moan and push harder at the gate. The troopers leave the barrel, disappearing down the aisles. Back down the aisles. They run onto the interior escalator, bounding down faster than the moving steps. Then they run across the first floor until they see the lower level roll gate. There are creatures wandering the concourse, but none of them are at the gate. Let's go, brother. The old okey doke. The men move up to the roll gate. A zombie lumbers past. Roger speaks to the creature. Hey, ugly. What the hell? Wet movie sent you, huh? Okay. Well, welcome, everybody. Wet movie for president. Wet movie is the best. Hey, do me a favor. If you guys are new to the party, welcome to the party, pal. Do me a favor, subscribe. If I get to 1,000 subs, I swear to God, I'm gonna dye my beard pink. So please do subscribe. Please drop me a thumbs up. I appreciate it. I'm glad that my pal Wet Movie has had. Whoa, look at that. The highest number yet. Well, Wet Movie is the best. It is so dang wet in here that it is slippery. You are correct. You're correct, Timothy. Welcome, everybody. Please drop me a like and a sub. That would mean the world to your old pal, Master Chaos. That makes me very happy. It is. It is my New Year's Day marathon. Oh, and I'm exhausted. We're almost 6 hours into this thing. Woo! No, Fluffy, no one-chip challenge. And I no more anything of those. I'm not a big challenge guy. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, James. Happy New Year to everybody. Hope you guys are all doing well. Hope you all had a wonderful New Year's. Yeah. And I'm not done yet, Timothy. I'm literally in the middle of Dawn of the Dead. And I'm doing Day of the Dead. Boy. Yeah, it's a lot. And my throat's giving out and I got to piss. It's a good time. Speaking of wet. Yeah, so everybody, if you guys are new, please, I would appreciate a thumbs up and a subscription. Give me to 1,000, I'll dye my beard pink. Thelma, welcome. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Okay, where the hell? Oh, Hey Ugly. That's where I left off. Thank you. I also like my Vinegar collection as well. Hey Ugly. The creature turns instantly, registers, then dives for the gate with a moaning roar. Its mouth opens and its hands clutch. The gate pops forward from the creature's thrust, but it holds tightly. The action causes Roger to jump, even though there is no immediate danger. Hey Tim, it's okay. I'm gonna be here for a while. Just drop a sub, and I'll see you. I'll see you when you're done on your thing. Alrighty, there we go. The creature turns instantly, registers, then dives through the gate with a moaning roar. Its mouth opens and its hands clutch. The gate pops forward from the creature's thrust, but it holds tightly. The action causes Roger to jump, even though there is no immediate danger. Peter, let's raise some hell. Hey, 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 he is shouting. Over here, let's go over here. Other creatures along the concourse turn toward the department store. They lumber along, attracted by the sounds. At the gate, several zombies push at the metal grids. The troopers back away, but stay inside of the creatures. Just give it time. Just give it time. Upstairs, the zombies at the upper gate are attracted by the commotion below. They begin to move away from the gate and lumber along the balcony to the stairways and escalators. In the maintenance office, Steven still rummages. He finds a loaded handgun and stuffs it in his belt. He moves to the large cabinets containing the walkie-talkies and the keys. In the corridor, the stray zombies move in and out of the executive offices as they draw nearer to the maintenance room. Several creatures fall over one another as they try to move down the up escalator. The down escalator pushes others onto the first floor. They scramble to their feet and move toward the department store. In the concourse, many creatures are moving toward the gate. Already there are a dozen or so clutching and pushing at the metal grid. Through the crowd, Peter can see several other creatures lumbering down the stationary steps. Thank you, Thelma. I really appreciate you hitting the like button. That means a lot. That really means a lot. They scramble to their feet and move to the department store. In the concourse, many creatures are moving toward the gate. Already there are a dozen or so clutching and pushing at the metal grid. Through the crowd, Peter can see several other creatures lumbering down the stationary steps. Okay, they're coming. The big man readies his walkie-talkie, pulling the antenna out. Peter, go on up. Stay out of sight, but let me know when it's clear enough. Wow, what the hell? Roger, clutching his walkie-talkie, disappears among the aisles. As he runs, crouching into the store, Peter tries to hold the attention of the creatures at the gate. Peter, right here, babies. This is where it's at. You dumb ass suckers. You are dumb ass suckers. Okay. Upstairs, the doors to the elevator glide open again, and Roger moves through the second floor aisle stealthily. Stephen takes the maintenance manual and leaves the office. He walks down the interior corridor and opens the door to the exterior corridor. As the door opens, the zombies attack. The zombies clutch as Stephen tries to close the door on Zombie 13's arm. Zombie 13? I didn't know they had numbers. Stephen then runs back down the interior corridor. Stephen starts up the fire, staring at the door. Just then, he hears Fran call out, realizing he will lead the creatures to her, which he shouldn't do that, because that's stupid. He closes the door and moves toward the maintenance office and runs in. Stephen runs into the office and slams the door. I mean, we just said he did that, but that's okay. Okay. A second creature is moving up behind the first, and another enters the corridor from the accounting office. The metal door locks only with a key. Stephen fumbles for a moment with his rifle, then dives for the key cabinet. There are hundreds of keys on rings. He looks at the wall map. He can't focus in his panic. In the wall, the first creature slams against the floor. It doesn't even have the intelligence to reach for the knob. It pounds on the door with its hands. The pounding increases Stephen's panic. He stares at the map, trying to focus on the maze of numbers. The second creature reaches the door and claws at it. The third approaches slowly. Stephen rattles among the keys. His fingers shake, and he cannot decipher the numbers. Outside, one of the creatures in its random clutching takes hold of the knob and pushes in and out, not yet turning it. Stephen, clutching one of the rings, throws himself against the door, still trying to read the numbers. The knob finally turns. The door opens against Stephen's weight. He manages to slam it shut despite the pushing creatures. He throws the key ring down and grabs his gun. Roger speaks into his walkie-talkie. I think we can move down. I think we can move the wagon. Hey, Tyson's #1 fan. Happy New Year. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for being here. Happy New Year. Where we at? I think we can move the wagon. Peter downstairs talks into his unit. Clear? Over talking unit. Not all together, but they're spread out pretty good. Enough to move the wagon. The creatures slam against the first. Where are we? I don't know. We're like, oh, look at that. We're like in the middle. Shit. Look at that. We're like literally just like in the middle of the damn page. We got, man, it's a long script. This is a long goddamn script. I'll tell you something. One second, pal. Hey, Thelma, if you're still here, and Tyson, the #1 fan, let me know what your favorite George Romero movie was. The either between, did we lose the light? Oh, we did. Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, or Day of the Dead. What's your favorite? I'm curious. If you leave it in the comments, I'm taking a poll. Right now, Dawn of the Dead is winning. So please let me know. I'm going to have to take a bathroom break pretty soon. I'll hold this on as I can. Dawn of the Dead. Okay, let me write that down. All right, that's 5 votes for Dawn of the Dead. How am we had an extra night? 3 votes for Night of the Living Dead. Night. So Dawn is winning. Nobody's voted for Day. Okay. Okay. The creature slammed against the first floor gate, but it holds securely. Peter stares at the beast as he lowers his tank unit. His talk unit. Talk unit? What the hell do they call it? What? That's a weird talk unit. He backs slowly away into the depths of the storm. Upstairs, Roger appears from behind the counter. The second floor gate is clear. On the balcony, several creatures wander aimlessly, but most of them have already moved down the steps and escalators. Peter is still in sight of the zombies at the first floor entrance. He clips his talk unit onto his belt, then ducks and disappears among the aisles. He runs, crouching out of sight, until he rounds a far wall and comes up into the elevator. He enters the car and pushes 2. The door glides shut, and the car begins to move up. At the door of the maintenance office, the knob turns again. The door pushes open against Stephen's weight. His feet slide on the linoleum floor. He cannot get the door closed this time. Biting his lip, he makes the sign of the cross and backs suddenly into the room, holding his rifle high. The door flies open with a slam, and 3 zombies advance into the office. Stephen tries to aim carefully, and he fires. Just as the elevator doors open, Peter hears the gunfire. He hesitates for a moment, then runs toward the entrance arch. Roger is poised at one of the side locks on the gate. The gunfire stops him also as he is unlocking the mechanism. Along the balcony, some of the creatures turn around in confusion. They walk this way and that, attracted by the sound. Peter thunders up behind Roger. What the hell is that? Fuzz maybe? Or maybe Flyboy? Where's it coming from? Can't tell. Come on, open up. Maybe we should see what's happening. Open up. I can get the wagon over. If it is Flyboy, let's get him on our side. Roger moves to the second lock. More gunfire. Peter, setting his weapon on the floor. You just covered me good, you hear? Roger moves to the third lock as Peter stands and grabs onto the handles of the barrel. The body of the dead zombie hits the floor, its head shot through. Nearby lies the corpse of the first creature to break into the maintenance office. Thelma says, the scripts are a lot of work. Wow, especially if one person admires dedication. Thank you. And this script is very different from like a movie script. This is like reading a book. Most scripts are very thin. Like George Romero goes to like insane descriptions here. Normally you would say they open the gate, they run in, they shoot. This is like he shoots and he remembers his grandmother's baking. No, this is not typical of a script. And this is a lot more than I thought it was going to be. I didn't realize it was going to be this much writing. It's a big script. They're not normally this descriptive. This is like overly descriptive. Kind of insane. But thank you for admiring my dedication. I appreciate that. Whew. The third staggers into the room. Stephen stands fast now. He holds his rifle out in front of him. The creature walks toward the gun. Steve holds his gun on the trigger. The zombie lunges suddenly and grabs the gun barrel. Steve fires, but the blast tears through the creature's chest. Steve struggles to raise the barrel, but the motion of the zombie makes it impossible to aim accurately. The gun fires again, this time grazing the zombie's neck. With a sudden burst of energy, the creature wrenches the gun free. Steve backs against the wall. The creature tosses the rifle across the room where it slams the floor near a desk. The zombie advances on Steve. Steve is next to the key cabinet and grabs at it, trying to find some weapon. He feels the tools in the cabinet and comes up with a hammer. The zombie is about to reach him when Steve pulls the hammer out and upsets the cabinet. The zombie fumbles with the cabinet at its feet, but doesn't fall. Steve tries to hit the creature's head with the tool. He misses, and the zombie grabs at his arm, trying to bite it. Steve wrenches free, and the 2 bodies fall to the floor. The creature clutches at the man's legs, its teeth bared like an animal. Steve kicks desperately and manages to land a blow squarely in the creature's face. The zombie comes after him again, and from his crawling position, Steve brings the hammer as an uppercut to the creature's jaw. The creature falls back enough for Steve to crawl across the floor. It follows, but Steve reaches the desk and grabs his rifle. Rolling on the floor, he fires several shots into the creature, finally destroying it. The second floor gate rolls up with a rumble, and Peter runs out of the department store with a barrel full of supplies. The action attracts the attention of several of the creatures, which are still wandering the balcony. They turn slowly. Just as he rounds the corner, Peter almost collides with one of the creatures and can barely keep from upsetting the barrel. He manages to get past, and he runs as fast as he can toward the opening of the administrative corridor. Roger does not let the gate roll up too high. He stabilizes the metal grid well within reach. Then he stands his post with Peter's rifle. Several creatures approach from the opposite direction. Roger fires at the closest one. It falls. The others are still too far away to waste bullets. Steven steps over the corpses in the office and grabs the maintenance manual. He rushes into the corridor and runs out. 3 more creatures move toward him up the hallway. At first, Steven freezes, then he starts backing toward the fire stair, his rifle poised. Just as Peter is reaching the mouth of the corridor, a zombie steps out of the hallway into his path. Peter slams the barrel squarely into the creature's legs. The zombie falls in the barrel onto the supplies. The big man slams a load against the wall at the mouth of the corridor before the zombie can get its balance. The big trooper reaches down and grabs the creature's jacket lapels. With all his might, he flings the creature up against the balcony railing. The creature flips over the rail but does not fall, its arms and legs flailing as Peter comes up quickly behind and flips it over the rail. The creature makes no sound as it plummets to the concourse below. Roger fires again at a zombie drawing dangerously near. Other creatures throughout the area are again converging on the department store entrance. Peter wheels the barrel into the corridor and sees Steve at the other end. The 3 zombies are still closing in. Hold it, Flyboy! Steve freezes. He can barely see Peter, his vision blocked by the zombies. The creatures are about 30 feet away now. Don't go into the stairway. Steven is confused. The creatures advance. Peter, don't open that door, baby. Y'all lead them right up with you. Steve is on the verge of panic. Peter, run for it. Run this way. The zombies are drawing closer and closer. Come on, man. Run this way. You can run right through them. We got to lead them away from here. Wet Poopy 1. Yeah, that's good. Hey, Brandon. Happy New Year to you. Wet Movie 1. Sounds good. Welcome, everybody. Do me a favor and before you leave, subscribe, and I'll dye my beard pink. Appreciate that. Run for it. Run this way. Steve sizes up the corridor. It is narrow, but there is room to run past the zombies. Come on, Flyboy. You can make it. Come on. Well, the sun moves. Steve breaks into a run. He passes the first creature easily. The second grabs him as he runs past, but the man keeps his footing. Even though he slams against the wall, he keeps moving forward. The third creature. I feel like I'm talking about like a baseball commentator. Happy New Year, everybody! Happy New Year! While you're here, please subscribe and do me a favor. Go back to Wet Movies and tell him that gosh, why don't I be mean? Because I love him. He's my buddy. Tell him that the ghost from the bridge followed him home. He'll know what that is. Tell him that. Tell him the ghost from the bridge is following him home. He'll know what that means. That'll probably freak him out. Like, no good. Tell him I heard it. Tell him I heard it in an EVP. What movie is a zombie? He really is. Let's see. What the hell was I? Okay. Steve. I'm doing the thing. The third creature stands in his path. Steve lowers his head and slams into the zombie's chest. The creature flies back and falls. Steve falls and tumbles toward the mouth of the passage. He regains his footing as the creatures turn to pursue him. God, there's so much writing. He runs to the end of the hall where Peter waits. Peter, now, head up to the department store. The 2 men run across the balcony. They slam into 2 other zombies, which clutch and grab at them without success. I'm completely lost. I don't know if you guys are. I don't know what the fuck is happening. At the entrance arch to the store, Roger fires at another creature. It falls. Other zombies are approaching, but Steve and Peter dive into the arch, and the 3 men manage to lower the gate without a problem. The zombies converge in the area as they did before, clutching and pushing at the metal cage, which holds them out securely. The men breathe heavily as they back away from the gate. Downstairs again, same trick. The men move through the aisles of the store and go crashing down the escalator. On the first floor, they run toward the lower gate where they pull up, wheezing with exhaustion. What do? Let them know we're here. Shouting, woohoo! Woo! Over here! Yeah! Yeah! Ha-ha! Steve starts to laugh at the ludicrous situation. Peter smiles to the young pilot. You did all right this time, Flyboy. How about it? Stephen laughs some more, nervously at first, then wholeheartedly. Then he lets out a loud whoopee! Whoopee! Story time with MC. Yeah, that's good. Maybe that'll be a thing I'll start. That'll be kind of fun. He has joined the Cowboys. He is like a child, almost exultant with the joy of their victory. The 3 men shout through the cage at the creatures, which are already gathering at the gate. Out on the concourse, a few zombies wander aimlessly, but most are heading for the commotion on the first floor arch. Whew, this is so much. On the upstairs balcony, zombies again move toward the stationary steps and the escalators. The three creatures in the administration corridor move toward the open mall. Two walk out on the balcony, but the last one turns into an open office, then staggers back out and heads down the hall. Why the fuck? Why give us? Who cares what that one guy did? Down the hall toward the fire escape. Fran can faintly hear the whooping of the men as she moves toward the stairway door, which is still open. She steps onto the landing and looks down into the darkness. The shouting stops. Desperate with fear, she moves back to the storage room, then back onto the landing. Now her fear turns into anger. Shit! She takes a few steps down the stairs, stops, goes back. God damn it! She starts back down again. In the corridor below, the creatures walk into another office. Then it moves back. Oh, that's why. Okay. Then it moves back into the hallway. The zombies crash against the first floor gate. It holds. The men crouch in the shadows of the gate. We just gotta wait longer before we move. No, there's always a chance of some of them staying up on the balcony. Yeah, but we can handle that. We can break through. If any of them see or hear us, they'll just follow us on up. It's no good. We can sure as hell outrun them. Load up what we can and get the hell out of here. I'm thinking maybe we got a good thing going here. Maybe we shouldn't be in such a hurry to leave. Oh, man. Peter, if we could get back up there without at least... let me go. If we could get back up there, without them catching on, we could hold up here a while. At least long enough to catch a breath. Check out the radio, see what's happening. Man, I don't know. There's some kind of passageway over the top of the stores. The troopers look at the young pilot, almost surprised to hear him speak. He has been quiet up until now. Steve, I don't know if it's just heating ducts or if it's some kind of access, but I saw it on the map. Upstairs, let's go. The three move off down the aisle, then duck out of sight around a corner. The zombies clutch at the metal gate, moaning and rattling the grid loudly. 332. Oh, I'm not even reading them. In the maintenance hallway, we see the thick manual lying on the floor. A lumbering foot kicks it as the zombie in the corridor wanders into another office. The creature ignores the book as it does the corpses strewn in the hall. In the fire stair, Fran is in the middle landing. She is suddenly overcome with a wave of nausea. She clutches at her stomach, retching. She sits on the landing, letting her head flop against the wall. She is almost in tears. The upstairs doors of the department store elevator open, and the men trot out as they clear a wall. They see the entrance arch. There are no zombies at the gate, but two are seen drifting along the balcony outside. Peter, watch it. Don't let them see you. The men move stealthily along the aisles. They look up at the ceiling and see a series of large grillwork panels. Peter shines his flashlight beam into one. The ceiling is about 12 feet high, but the light beam penetrates the grill to reveal a fairly large space above. Yes, Art, welcome back. I'm still going, man. We're in the middle. We're in the middle of Dawn of the Dead here. Yeah, the movie that you're featured in, apparently. Looks big enough to crawl through. They're locked. Damn. That's those other lock numbers we saw in the cabinet. Why the hell would they be locked? Jackpot, Flyboy. You're right. What? They're locked because you can get through them easy from other parts of the building. Over here. Steve notices that one of the ceiling grids is very close to the doors. The elevator shaft. He moves over and hits the button. The doors open. Hold him. Roger stands against the rubber safety bumper, holding the car doors open. Peter steps onto the hand railing and reaches up for the escape hatch, which is held in place by four nub-headed bolts. Wow, how descriptive. He removes the bolts quickly and dislodges the hatch cover and passes it down to Stephen. And the big man sticks his head up to the opening. He looks around the elevator shaft, shining his flash this way and that. He sees another grid in the shaft wall. You're on the 5th episode of Cobra Kai already? Well, season 3? Ralph Macchio? Well, maybe he looks, but I don't know. He's kind of, I don't know. I get weird vibes about Ralph Macchio. Yeah, I think he's probably a dick in real life. I have a feeling. Little feeling. Let's see. Yeah. Peter, it's here, and it ain't locked. Get a screwdriver and something to stand on for in here. I know where the tools are. Get one of those tables. Roger ducks off down an aisle as Steve moves to the nearby furniture department and grabs a lightweight lamp table. The elevator doors close. Man, he describes everything. Fudge. When Steve returns with the table, he has to hit the button again. The doors open. Peter is already climbing out of the car into the shaft. Steve uses the table to hold the doors open and goes to get another. This time he gets a larger coffee table and sets it under the opening in the car and puts the smaller table on top. My God. He climbs up and sticks his head out into the shaft. The doors close. No wonder this movie is like 6 hours long. In the greasy black shaft, amid the cables and elevator mechanisms, Peter examines the wall grid with his flashlight. It's all right. We can get it off. You found it, Flyboy? Even though he speaks softly, Peter's voice has an eerie, echoing sound in the narrow shaft. We do talk differently. That's true. I guess. Yeah. I've been compared to Johnny Depp in the early years, Jim Carrey, and now Ralph Macchio. Not bad. I'll take it. The car doors open. Steve ducks down to see Roger bearing a screwdriver and pliers along some of their tools in a shopping bag. One-stop shopping. Anything you need, right at your fingertips. Steve relays the tools up to Peter, who immediately begins to work on the screws which mount the grid. He passes the flashlight to Steve, who holds the beam on the work area. Fran sits in the stairwell, her hand over her mouth. It is very quiet for a moment. Then she hears a slight clicking. Her head snaps to attention. She stares down at the bottom landing. There's a thump on the door. Slowly, the woman stands to her feet, her eyes transfixed on the door below. Steven? You know what I'm going to do? Steven, maybe I'll leave it right there. You know what I'm going to do, everybody? I got to take a quick pee break. It's going on 6 hours, and I just need to drain the lizard real quick, and I'll be right back. We're far from over. Far from over. Are you kidding me? This is the longest script ever written. So I'll be right back. I'm just going to go drain the lizard real quick. I love you. Please hang out. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to do what I gotta do, you know. You gotta drain the lizard, else it just doesn't. It doesn't work. All right, Art, enjoy the show, man. Brandon Lewis, new movie, 2021. What do you mean? Am I making a new movie? I'm not making a new movie anytime soon, man. I am done with movies for a while, pal. We're back. Let me get a little more coffee here, and we're gonna continue. with the longest script ever written. Goddamn, Dawn of the Dead, dude. Fucking hell. This guy describes every little goddamn moment. Somebody should have told him, hey, George, you don't have to describe everything in detail. Oh, wow. What? Hey, all right. We're almost at 800. Yeah, almost at 800. 793. Welcome, every new subscriber. I love you. I'm going to do a big shout out video to everybody. That's awesome. Almost 800. I'll be happy with that. You get to 800, I'll be happy. Well, I know I'm asking a lot. 1,000 is a lot, but hey, I don't want to have a pink beard. I'll do that. Do that for fun. I do that for you. You know what I might do? You know what I might do? Dang. I'll see how I feel. I see how I feel. I don't want to say anything now. But yeah. Okay. Okay. There you go. The door starts to open. Light creeps in. The slow, lumbering figure of the zombie moves into the fire stair. Choking back a scream, Fran turns and runs up the stairs. The creature below, follows, unsure of itself in the dim light. At the top, Fran makes it into the storage area and slams the door. For a moment, she just backs away in terror. Then she gathers her wits and moves to drag the food cartons over as a barricade. She struggles with one of the cartons. It is very heavy, so large she cannot get a good grip. The smooth cardboard slips in her hands. The zombie has almost reached the middle landing. Roger looks down through a ceiling grid. He sees the interior of the sporting goods store. Along one of the walls, an arsenal of the latest weaponry for the sportsmen. Sweet Jesus, I've seen it. Come on. The men are in a large ductwork which seems to run along the entire length of the mall. They move as quietly as they can. There are several side tunnels branching off in different directions. 1 second. Steve passes another ceiling grid and looks down. He sees a fully equipped radio and electronics shop. I hope you know where you're going, buddy. Peter, who is leading? This is it. Come on. Fran struggles with the carton. She gets it against the door and finally moves. Oh, I forgot my thing. Yeah. Gonna get my tie. Gonna get my tie on here. Fran panics. Clutches. Current moves an inch and another inch. What are they, Fran? Before the woman can bring another carton over, she sees the door move. She throws herself against it, but can't plant her feet well because of the curtain of the floor. Of the floor? On the floor, yes. The door moves an inch at a time. The creature's hand reaches into the room. It clutches at the edge of the door. Fran panics and runs back towards the escape pyramid, where she turns and faces the door. The creature is straining against the weight of the carton. Now, brown cow, 2 nows. Now both its hands clutch the door edge. The carton moves another inch and another. Now the creature's head can be seen as it strains to get through the widening space. Fran's eyes are wide, almost hypnotized. She looks for something to use as a weapon. The room is bare, but for the cartons and water jumps. She is about to opt for the skylight when she glimpses Roger's knapsack in the shadows. She runs for it, and as the creature finally breaks into the big room, the woman's hands tremble as she rummages through the cloth sack. Nothing appropriate. She dumps the contents out. Ammunition, mace cans, batteries, flares. Flares! She nervously grabs one of the cylinders and her shaking hands try to deal with the paper wrapping. How many of you can actually use a flare? I don't know if I can ever really use a flare. I've never done it before. I'm sure I can figure it out. But in a situation where I have to kill a zombie with it, I might be like, okay, I'm dead. She nervously grabs one of the cylinders and her shaking hands try to deal with the paper wrapping. The zombie moans as it draws closer. It is approaching the pyramid of cartons. Fran manages to free the wrapping and snaps the cylinder in two at the mark. Now, the zombie is between her and the pyramid, cutting off her immediate escape. Cutting off her escape. I just saw that. Immediate realm. It is very near. Fran backs away a few steps as she tries to strike the flare head on the small striker on the cylinder cap. It doesn't fire. She tries again and again. Now the zombie has reached the knapsack. It kicks through the items and knocks and rolls the other flares. Fran's flare finally catches with a great whoosh. The bright flame startling the woman as well as the zombie. The creature's eyes go wide, and it brings its arms up to avoid the brightness. The intense white flame casts an eerie light over the creature and throws the zombie's enormous shadow against the curtains and wall. The creature backs away a few steps, almost tripping over the articles on the floor. Fran manages to advance close enough to snatch 2 extra cylinders and skirt around the zombie in a wide arc. The creature swats the air, keeping distance, but threatening. Fran considers the fire stair door, but decides on the pyramid. She circles around to a point where she can climb up from behind the moaning zombie. She rushes for the curtains and climbs, but loses her footing while trying to hold the flares and crashes into the topmost curtain. God damn it! It's too much description, bro. It starts to slide off the pyramid and tumbles to the floor, almost crashing onto the zombie. The creature starts to clutch at the pyramid. The stack of curtains is now too short, and Fran can reach the skylight but can't pull herself up. She accidentally drops 2 flares, including the lit one. It tumbles to the floor behind the pyramid where it no longer offends the zombie's eyes. Now the creature tries to climb to the woman. Fran grabs the last flare in her mouth and reaches with both hands for the skylight. She lifts with all her might, and her feet come off the curtains, but she cannot pull herself up. As she tries to lower her feet back to the curtains, the pyramid shakes and wobbles from the zombie. The creature is making progress. Its hands can almost touch Fran's foot. Peter drops out of a ceiling grid into a plush office. Roger's legs appear through the grid, and he too swings down, holding on with his hands to soften his landing. Suddenly, we are aware of a third person on the room in the... hey, George. Welcome back. We're doing Dawn now, yes, and it's the longest script ever written. Too long. Too friggin' long, man. Okay. Whew. Okay. Suddenly we are aware of a third person on the room in the large chair at the desk. Roger startles and grabs his gun. Peter just stares. They are in the president's office. Some days earlier, the president shot himself in the head. Hey, Javier, welcome. Thanks, I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, man. How many pages, George? Funny enough, I don't know. It doesn't say. This script I found online does not have regular pages. It's basically one chunk of text. So I have no idea how long it is. But according to the little guy, I'm about halfway through. A little medium, selector guy here. I'm about halfway through, I guess. It's long, man. He describes every fucking thing. Too long, man. Yeesh. Anyway. The president shot himself in the head. Come on. Steve struggles overhead. Just drop. I got you. I can't. Roger, the desk. Give me a hand. The 2 troopers grab the desk and slide it away from the president's corpse. The action causes the chair to spin slightly, and his wide, terrified eyes seem to watch the action. The desk in place, Steve's toes can reach its surface. He loses his balance slightly and pulls back up. He kicks a picture frame off the desk onto the floor, shattering the glass over photos of the president's wife and children. Peter, come on. Steve finally gets footing on the desktop and lowers himself down. He stares at the corpse as Roger helps him off the desk. Maybe you'll get to a page that just says zombies for about 100 lines. Javier, I wouldn't doubt it. And George, you're right. This isn't even a script. This is like a book. This is like reading a book. He describes everything. In a script, you'll say like, they open the elevator, they get in. Here's like, they open the elevator with their left hand and enter with their right feet. Like the craziest descriptions. Like, I don't need everything. Come on, man. This script is as long as the movie, the fucking whatever European cut. Was the European cut's like 3 hours? This is a long ass script. Oh man, my throat's hurting already too. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Steve finally gets footing on the desk and lowers himself down. He stares at the corpse as Roger helps him off the desk. Peter's already unlocking the door to the corridor. He opens it a crack, peeks out. The corridor is empty. He sees the door at the end, which leads to the exterior corridor. As the other men come up behind, like listen to this. I mean, this is crazy descriptive. This is like, come on, man. As the other men come up behind, Peter opens the door quietly and slips into the hall. He starts to walk quickly toward the door to the exterior corridor. Roger follows as Stephen moves backward toward the fire stairs. What? I am already confused. Peter's hands grab the barrel and pull the cart down the corridor backwards so as to face the mall opening. In the corridor, Steve clutches the maintenance manual. Peter backs slowly up the hall. The walls squeak and the big man bites his lip. Roger kicks the last corpse to the wall. Steve notices that the fire stairs door is open wide. Are my lights on? Oh, yeah. Steve, Jesus Christ. He bounds towards the door. Roger spins to see what happened. Peter turns and quickens his pace. Steve trots up the steps. Roger to Peter. Come on, you got it. Peter runs with the cart and with the last few yards. As he gets to the doorway, Roger breaks up the steps. Steve breaks into the storage area. He drops the manual. Franny! The woman turns in Steve's direction. The zombie swats the flare out of Fran's hand. She startles, and the curtains feel as though they will topple. She steadies herself with both hands. The creature's grabbing her legs. She kicks. Javier says, imagine if there's a version where he describes each and every zombie kills. I mean, it's pretty close. It's pretty close, man. It's pretty close. I mean, I don't know. I've got to be like 100 pages in already. Jesus. Oh, God. Okay. She studies herself. Blah, 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 blah. Steve raises his rifle and moves in for a close shot. Don't shoot. They'll hear you. Roger arrives and the two men charge the pyramid. The creature is still clutching at Franny. She kicks violently as Roger pulls the back of the zombie's clothing. The zombie falls and hits the floor. As it kneels up, Steve swings the butt of his rifle and smashes it into the thing's head. Then Roger delivers a blow with his gun straight down. I guess Wet Movie told everybody that I'm not wearing pants. Hey, Kylo Ren is in the crowd. Hey, holy shit, Kylo Ren. Hey, everybody, welcome. Thank you. I'm glad that Wet Movie is sending you over here. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. If you do, and I get to 1,000 by the end of this, I'm going to dye my beard pink. So I hope you'll do that. Hello? Special guests? What do we have?
Again.
No Snickers?
Oh, we forgot.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be right back.
Okay, give me some Snickers, please. I do have pants, everybody. I'm wearing pants. And it's really good. Really good pants. Yeah. I believe that War and Peace is shorter. Nothing? No? Okay.
No. Well, Abby's getting, what's her name? Missy
Thank you for subscribing. Yes.
Missy Chaos is getting the Snickers.
Okay, great.
Here.
Okay. Thank you. The kids have stopped by for a visit. You guys aren't really on camera. There you go.
Hello.
Okay, hold on. Real quick. Yay.
Hi, everybody.
This is a little... Why is that so dark? So bright. Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Okay. I've got to go. I got to get back to reading. This is the longest script in the world.
I want to hear.
What one are you on? Are you on like the last one?
No.
You're not.
No, I'm in the middle one. I'm in the second one.
Oh God.
There's
How
one
many
more
are there?
script. There's 6 movies.
Yeah.
And this is like the number. But I'm only doing Snickers do satisfy. Look, Thelma says hi, kiddos.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, he does have pants on.
But I'm only reading the first 3, the best ones.
Okay.
All right. You guys have dinner yet?
Yeah, we just had dinner.
I love it. I can go for a burger. All right.
Do you want me to do yours?
Let mommy know. I'm like even half. I'm just halfway.
Okay.
All right.
Oh,
Bye, everybody.
bye. Mommy wants to know to like move.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's what Mom said.
Move. Oh yeah, I do push-ups.
Uh,
Okay, bye.
We are good vibes. Thank you.
yeah.
All right, next to the Snickers, guys.
Yeah.
Man, they had burgers. I can go for some burgers. Shit, man. Almost 7 hours, everybody. Oh, I'm not done yet. Come on, motherfucker, George Romero. Give me all your fucking words. I'll take all the words in the goddamn universe. Yeah, it's nice to see the kids. They make me happy. Okay. Steve rushes to Fran. She falls off the carton into his arms, sobbing and choking. Franny, are you all right? You okay, Franny? Hey! The woman is incoherent. She is clutching at her stomach. So she's basically become the Barbara of the movie now, right? Peter appears in the doorway, carrying the TV and several other items. He dumps them on the floor. Let's get this stuff up. Come on. Almost 7 hours. 6 hours and 20 minutes. Dang, it's going to be longer than that, man. Hey, thanks, Kylo Ren. You're cool, too. Let's see. Let's get this stuff up. Come on. Roger is dragging the dead zombie to the door. Peter comes to help, and Fran starts to retch. Steve tries to calm her. He gets some water in a can and brings it. But just fucking give her some water. Like, oh, Peter gives her water. I don't need that. He gets water into a can and then brings it to her. He gives her water. Jesus Christ. Now I'm getting pissed off at George Romero. Franny, it's okay. Come on. It's okay. Are you hurt, hun? Did you hurt yourself? Franny. Downstairs at the exterior corridor, Peter peeks out. He can see the mall at the far end. The coast is clear. He and Roger hurriedly carry the corpse into the hall and roll it onto the floor and retreat back into the fire stairs. Peter holds open the door slightly and watches the corridor for a moment, convinced they've not been seen. He closes the door. I think we're okay, brother. They grab more supplies from the barrel and start upstairs. Steve still tries to comfort Fran. We're okay. We're all okay. We got a lot of stuff. All kinds of stuff. In the background, the two troopers bring their load of supplies into the big room and deposit them near the TV. Then they go downstairs for another load. This is a terrific place, Franny. This place is perfect. We got it made in here. Franny. The woman still cannot stop sobbing and retching. Now the enormous barricade of food cartons is stacked against the door again. It is quiet except for the little noises of eating and occasional rustle of paper. We also head a faint electronic whistle. But we do not recognize it. Recognize it? Well, that's the British way. As we see more of the room, we find our refugees sitting near the reconstructed pyramid on the floor. Peter seems to be asleep up against the pyramid. Roger is nibbling at delicacies from the department store's gourmet department. Javier, short circuit. It might be shorter. Who knows? But funny enough, I was gonna do the entire Star Wars saga, which now I'm really glad I didn't do that for many reasons. But I was gonna do the entire Skywalker saga, all 9 movies, and I found all the scripts. But then I thought Disney's gonna sue me. Disney's gonna shut down the stream, and then even if it's up, I'm not gonna be able to monetize when I get monetized. So I said, fuck it, I gotta do something that's public domain, or like no one's really gonna give a shit about, and I figure this fits more of on my channel, you know, a little George Romero love. I didn't realize that he wrote fucking Anna Karenina for zombies. Fucking hell, man. Okay. Okay. As we see more of the room. Okay, yeah. Describe every inch of the room, please. As we see more of the room, we find our refugees sitting near the reconstructed pyramid. Oh, I saw that. Their loot is laid around them on the floor. Roger, as he eats, is leafing through the maintenance manual. There is a stack of tools, some still unwrapping, electric razors, still boxed, some clothing articles, the radio, oh my god, which also plays small cassettes. There are soaps, toiletries, pens, pencils, and notebooks. Why did they fucking grab pens? Flashlights, cigarettes, and several decks of cards, and with a canister of chips. The items are clearly not all functional. Some are representative of the luxuries considered necessary by consumer society. They are all bathed in the blue glow from the television, which Stephen tries to tune in. Its power cable is spliced into the lead of a bare light fixture overhead. Fran cannot be seen at first. What the hell time is it anyway? Only about 9. And nothing? Referring to the TV. On the screen, we see the civil defense loop and realize that the high-pitched electronic signal is coming from the TV set. As long as we're getting the pattern, that means they're sending. Roger snaps on the large battery-powered radio. He rolls the dial, getting nothing but static. Finally, he hears a signal and tunes it in. A badly modulated voice is droning through the interference. It sounds like a war correspondent sending a signal from very far away. Reports that communications with Detroit have been knocked out along with Atlanta, Boston, and certain sections of Philadelphia and New York City. Philly. I know JAS is out by now. There's a madhouse back there. People are crazy if they just organize. It's total confusion. I don't believe it's gotten this bad. I don't believe they can. I don't believe they can't handle it. Look at us. Look at what we were able to do today. Peter's eyes suddenly blink open. None of the rest of his body moves. The others do not realize he is awake. The big man stares at Stephen, who is getting emotionally excited about their exploits as a team. Oh, actually, George, you mentioned Lord of the Rings. That was one of my. That's actually the first one I was gonna do. I was gonna do Lord of the Rings. I was gonna read just Lord of the Rings, not The Hobbit. I was gonna do the entire Lord of the Rings scripts, and then I felt, oh, it would be a better challenge, Star Wars. And then when I figured out about the rights, I said, you know what? Lord of the Rings is gonna be just as bad if I do that one. So I couldn't do any of the big ones. I may in the future, but yeah, I almost read Lord of the Rings. Funny enough, we knocked the shit out of them, and they never touched us. Not really. They touched us good, Flyboy. We're lucky to get out with our asses. You don't forget that. The other men look at Peter. The radio drones on with more disaster reports. You get overconfident, underestimate those suckers, and you get eaten. How you like that? Peter speaks in a low, unemotional tone. Stephen is transfixed. They got a big advantage over us, brother. They don't think. They just blind ass do what they gotta do. Well, that's my new motto. I'm just gonna blind ass do what I gotta do. No emotions. And that bunch out there, that's just a handful. And every day there'll be more. A couple 100,000 people die each day from natural causes. That probably triples or better. That probably triples or better with folk knocking each other off the way it's going. Now say each one of them comes back and kills 2. And each one of them 2 more. And you know about the Emperor's reward? Emperor's reward. We see Fran's face. She is listening. There is no answer audible. A tear rolls down the woman's cheek. The radio drones. After a time, Steve appears. He is surprised to find the woman awake. She sits on a new blanket from the store. Another is rolled up as a pillow. She wipes away her tears with her cigarette still in her hand. Hey, you okay? The man kneels next to her, not knowing what to say. Stephen sits down next to her and puts his hands on her shoulders. So I guess we forgot about Canada, right? Steve, taking her in his arms. Jesus, Franny, this setup is sensational. We got everything we need. We steal off that stairway. Nobody will ever know we're up here. We'd never find anything like this. I guess nobody cares about my vote, huh? Come on, Franny, you were sleeping. What happened to growing vegetables and fishing? What happened to the idea about the wilderness, hundreds of miles from anything and anybody? Steve, I'm afraid. You're hypnotized by this place, all of you. It's all so bright and neatly wrapped, and you don't see that it can be a prison. She leans into him and making a final plea. Stephen, let's just take what we need and keep going. We can't hardly carry anything in that little bird. What do you want? You said a furniture, a freezer, a console TV, and a stereo. We can take what we need. What we need to survive. Cut to a close-up of Peter's face. His eyes pop open. Ah! Why would his eyes pop open like that? Shut that thing off. Roger clicks off the radio. They listen. They hear slight sounds coming from the fire stairs. The end of the room with the barricade of curtains looks surreal in the blue glow of the TV screen, which still shines. Roger crawls over and clicks the TV off as well. The electronic whistle slowly dies. Silence. Steve steps out from behind the wall of curtains. Fran peers around the corner to look, but she still sits on the floor. Another noise. The faint squeaking of the door to the bottom of the steps. Then footsteps on the metal stairs. Slow, lumbering. The faces of the humans all tighten. Peter and Roger pull their rifles. Roger makes his ready. Some thumping in the hall. Steve squats down and holds Fran. The sounds are closer now. The door behind the curtains clicks, but does not move. More pounding, then silence. After a time, the footsteps recede down the stairs. Somebody better watch all the time. They'll never get through there. Enough of them will, and it ain't just them things we gotta worry about. The chopper up there could give us away if somebody comes messing around. What are they gonna do? Land another pilot to fly it out? They're not gonna mess with a little bird like that. They got enough on their hands. Back in Philly, we found a boat in the middle of Independence Square. Somebody trying to carry it to the river, I guess. Didn't make it. Damn thing sat there for 8 days. Yeah, rights issues can definitely screw anything on YouTube, Georgia, especially nowadays. Somebody finally got it through. It comes down to how much it's worth. Fran ducks back onto her blanket. She disgustedly lights another cigarette. Steve sits next to her again. Franny, she doesn't respond. Damn it, Fran. You know how many times we'd have to land for fuel trying to make it up north? Those things are out there everywhere, and the authorities would give us just as hard a time, maybe worse. We're in good shape here, Fanny. We got everything we need right here. Steve curls up with his head on the rolled blanket. Come on, get some sleep. The woman doesn't move. Franny, come on. She grinds her cigarette out on the concrete floor and stretches out next to the man. He puts his arm around her. His hand rubs up and down her body as he curls next to her. He opens her blouse and reaches inside. Whoa. He closes his eyes and he seems perfectly comfortable to rest in her softness. His hand moves under her clothing. She doesn't respond at first. Then her body relaxes somewhat and she brings one of her arms up around his head. I'm not just being stubborn. I really think this is better. Hell, you're the only one been wanting to set up house. She stares off across the barrack room. Pardon me. His hand continues to move under her blouse. In the administration corridor, a few stray zombies wander among the corpses on the floor. One large and severely wounded creature pounds on the door to the interior corridor. It had been the one which was pounding at the door upstairs. A female zombie squats near one of the corpses in the hall. She lifts its arm and moves it to her mouth, but she drops it quickly, repelled by its coldness. She leans over and picks at another corpse. Then she stands and drifts toward them all. Slowly, the creatures leaves the corridor and moves out onto the second floor balcony. We begin to hear a voice fading in over the scene. Voices, not actually cannibalism. Cannibalism, in the true sense of the word, implies an interspecies activity. These creatures cannot be considered human. They prey on humans. They do not prey on each other. We see the mall balcony now. Zombies wander past the stores. Some move down the stationary stairs onto the main concourse below. Voices. They attack and feed only on warm human flesh. At the mall entrances, some creatures drift out into the night. Others still enter the enormous building. There are not as many as there were in the afternoon, but there are certainly enough to be threatening. Intelligence? Seemingly little or no reasoning power. What basic skills remain are more remembered behaviors from normal life. Several creatures are clawing at the roll gate of their department store. It is a strange and eerie sight. The staring, painted eyes of the mannequins within the store seem to watch the zombies. The gate rattles but does not budge. There are reports of the creatures using tools, but even these actions are the most primitive. The use of external articles are bludgeons, etc. Even animals will adopt the basic use of tools in this manner. Fran's eyes pop open. The voice has awakened her. She has been asleep on the blanket. These creatures are nothing but pure motorized instinct. The woman looks around. Morning sunlight is spilling into the skylights above. She sits up and peers into the next area of the room. The men are gone. The television is playing. On the tube, we see a disheveled man sitting in an emergency newsroom reading the report. Their only drive is for the food which sustains them. We must not be lulled by the concept that these are our family members or our friends. They will not respond to such emotions. They must be destroyed on sight. Fran sees that the barricade of cartons is still in place at the fire stairs door. She looks up. The skylight above the pyramid is open. She realizes that the men are on the roof. At the edge of the roof, Peter looks through binoculars. About a quarter of a mile away, he sees the large warehouse of a food processing chain. In the yard and in the large open garages of the building, we see a fleet on enormous trailer trucks parked. He sees a fleet of enormous? Yeah. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Oh, my throat is rough. Oh my God. Oh man, Day of the Dead's gonna be so hard. Jesus Christ. Well, this was a bad idea. This was a bad idea. Okay. I'm gonna keep going, no matter how long it takes. Even if I have to like ASMR the last part of it. Fleet. Okay. You sure we can start them? You haven't spent enough time on the street? Well, let's get it up. There's not too many of them around yet this morning. The big trooper looks down at the parking lot below. There are not as many zombies as there were the day before. They wander aimlessly, spread out rather than in clusters. The men move for the skylight. In the storage area below, Fran is examining the maps in the manual. The TV still drones in a low volume. The men climb down into the room. Hey, Fran, I would have made coffee and breakfast, but I don't have my pots and pans. There's a bitterness in her voice. Roger laughs. Steve senses the tension. Peter just straps on his equipment. Can I say something? Sure. What DP you mean? What? What DP you mean? I'm sorry you found out I'm pregnant because I don't want any of you to treat me differently than you treat another guy. Hey, Franny, come on. And I'm not going to be dead mother for you guys. They all look at her attentive now. And I want to know what's going on, and I want something to say about the plans. There's 4 of us, okay? Jesus, Fran. Fair enough? Now what's going on? We're going out. Fran starts to say something, but this time Peter cuts her off. And you are not coming with us. Again, the woman starts to protest, but Peter continues. And you will not come with us until you can handle yourself. That means learn to shoot and learn to fight. The big man starts back up the pyramid. Roger moves to follow him. Something else. The men look at her. She faces Roger and Peter directly without looking at Stephen. I don't know, not you two, but I want to learn how to fly that helicopter. Stephen is shocked. Fran looks at him and lowers her eyes. If anything happens, we've got to be able to get out of here. Stephen doesn't know what to say. He looks at the woman, then up at the other man. She's right, Flyboy. Come on, let's go. And you're not leaving me without a gun again. Stephen thinks about protesting, but he complies by slowly settling his rifle down on the cartons. Then he fishes in his pocket for a fistful of shells and dumps them next to the gun. He stares at the woman, angry and hurt. Fran picks up the weapon, and shoots a glance at Peter. I just might be able to figure out how to use it. Peter and Roger disappear through the skylight. Stephen stands still. He looks down at the floor. Fred moves close to his side. I'm sorry, Stephen. This is not an apology. I know. It's all right. He starts up the skylight. Stephen? Yeah. He stops and turns to look at her. Her eyes are pleading for understanding, but he is incapable of it at the moment. Fran just shrugs off whatever she was going to say. And she sighs with exasperation. Be careful. Yeah, we'll be all right. He disappears through the skylight. Fran stares down at the weapon in her hand. Then she steps back over and clicks off the television. The sudden loud noise of the chopper engine as it hovers. Only Stephen is on board at the controls. In the cab of one of the big trailer trucks, Roger is crouching, working on the wiring beneath the dashboard. Peter sits on the cab of another truck. He tries the complicated shift mechanism and fidgets with the other controls. Then he pulls out. He stops the big vehicles with his cab just abreast of the cab Roger is working in. How about it? Getting it. Peter looks around. The mall can be seen in the distance. On the ground between, there are a few zombies scattered about in little clusters. None of them present misspelled, but that's all right. Imminent danger. Roger sits up and is able to start his truck. Peter, I'll just ride pickup. I'm not too sure of this thing. I grew up on one of these. Let's go. The great trucks lumber away from the warehouse. They pull across the little loading lot and out a ramp toward the roadway. Stephen hovers overhead in the chopper, following the trucks as closely as he can. On the roof of the mall, Fran clutches her rifle. She sees the big trucks roar up over the hill. The helicopter just above them. It is a strange-looking convoy as it speeds toward the trucks. As closely as it can. Along the road, several zombies try to stagger after the trucks, but they are left in the dust of the speeding vehicles. The creatures lumber along slowly behind. The vehicles pull into the little grade. Yeah, into the chopper. How much coffee? Well, you know what? I haven't finished my pot yet, but I'm probably gonna drain this. I did have one of these already. This is my second. I haven't opened it yet, but I will. I will. I will. The vehicles pull into the little grade, which loads into the mall's parking lot. They roar right toward the building. At one of the building entrances, a cluster of zombies is moving in and a lot of the main doors. Others wander nearby in the parking lot, attracted by the sounds of the engines. The creatures turn and face the trucks. I'm tired, man. Yeah, it's almost 7 hours. As Peter pulls his vehicle in a wide arc, Roger drives his right up to the side of the building and roars toward the entrance doors. Then he skips his right wheels up onto the curb. With a great scraping crunch, the big truck pulls directly abreast of the building, flush with the entrance. The huge vehicle crushes several of the helpless creatures and knocks others flying back. The trailer of the truck has totally blocked off the mall entrance. Several zombies trapped inside try to push the glass doors open. The doors move but cannot be opened wide enough for the creatures to get out. The few creatures immediately around the truck begin clamoring at its sides. Roger shuts off the engine and grabs his gun as the other zombies begin clutching at the windows of the cab. Overhead, the whirlybird hovers very close by. Now Peter's big truck pulls up alongside so that Peter's passenger door is directly abreast of the free door on Roger's cab. Jesus Christ. Peter's truck also crushes one or two of the creatures, but there are still several in the immediate vicinity of the cab. As Roger opens his door and scrambles into the other truck, one of the zombies grabs hold. Roger just manages to kick the creature off as the big truck pulls out and roars across the lot. The helicopter flies straight up and directly over the roof of the big shopping center. Pardon me for a minute. Ugh. I'll tell you what, Dawn of the Dead. It's my favorite zombie movie, but it's my least favorite script to read. Wow, this thing is a chore. Yeah. The helicopter flies straight up and directly over the roof of the big shopping center where Fran has been watching the action. She now runs to the other side of the roof, the wind from the chopper whipping her hair. The chopper turns and waits for the big truck to move up under it, and then the whirlybird escorts the trailer back to the warehouse. Roger is whooping and hollering like a cowboy as the big rig pulls up. Let me fix my making a noise here. The big rig pulls up beside another of the parked vans. Come on, 3 more, baby. Like a charm, huh? Like a fucking charm. Roger grabs his knapsack and climbs into the new cab, where he immediately goes to work on jumping the engine cables. From the helicopter overhead, Steven spots something moving around the warehouse. He jockeys the chopper slightly for a better look, and he sees a small group of zombies wandering out of the big garage directly toward... Art says, is this the world record? No, that's something else. This is another crazy thing I wanted to do. A group of zombies wandering out of the big garage directly toward Roger's truck. In the meantime, Peter's truck pulls away from the cab Roger is in. The big vehicle rolls into the large paved area behind the warehouse, where Peter can turn it around easily. Steven swoops down with the big bird. He buzzes as close as he can to Roger's truck, trying to signal the man. Roger continues to work on the cables, still whooping like a child. The zombies are very close at hand. They have just about reached the cab. Steven buzzes again. Roger doesn't notice. Peter has now backed up into a position which enables him to pull out. He looks up to see the helicopter heading straight for him. The big chopper buzzes right over Peter's cab, then spins around, heading back for Roger. Peter looks back toward the other truck. He can now see the lumbering creatures. He tries to slam the truck into gear, but the complicated shift mechanism fights him. One zombie slams its hands against the driver's side window of Roger's truck. The man startles and tries to untangle himself from his cramped position under the big steering wheel. He is stuck for a moment. The other creatures appear at the passenger side of the cab, where the door is open. One grabs at Roger's legs. Roger kicks violently, but he can't get a good position. He falls lower onto the floor of the cab, his body almost knotted among the controls and the shift sticks. Peter's truck starts to roll, but it accelerates slowly. The helicopter tries to buzz the clutching ghouls, but they do not even flinch. The wind from the propeller blades whip at the creatures' hairs, making them look even more frightening as they claw at the desperate Roger. The man kicks and kicks, but he cannot deliver a solid blow from his pinned position. His hand gropes on the seat of the truck for his rifle, which suddenly fires as the man's fingers inadvertently hit the target. A shell blasts through the chest of the lead creature, but the thing pays little attention. Peter's truck is starting to roll faster. He heads right for Roger's cab. The helicopter hovers as Stephen tries to see the action. Now Roger has a good grip on his gun, but he cannot clear the long weapon from around the gear sticks. The lead zombie is actually scrambling into the cab and is all but on top of the struggling trooper. The second creature is about to claw its way in when, with a great roar, Peter's truck swings up and crushes it. Roger is desperately trying to keep the other zombie's mouth away. They are wrestling now. The zombie is weak as usual, but Roger is still hampered by the position he is in. Peter has pulled too far past the other truck. He slams his rig into reverse and backs up. Now his window is in a direct line with the open door. Got so much description, man. There's a lot. The open door on Roger's cab. He raises his rifle and aims, but he cannot get a clear shot. He shouts loudly, trying to overcome the noise of the truck engine and the hovering helicopter. Peter, get its head up! Get its head up! Roger realizes that Peter is outside. He struggles with the creature, dropping his gun. His hands manage to get a stranglehold on the creature's neck. He pushes up with all his might. The zombie's hands are clutching at the man's face. Its fingers push at the man's eyes. Peter sees the opportunity and fires! The gun roars loudly. The zombie's head flies apart. Remnants of blood and brain and tissue and splatter the inside of the cab and the driver's window. The gummy stuff flies. Hold on a second, folks. A little bit more of the Java to get me going here. Hey, welcome back, Red Movie. Your internet sucked? Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm still at it, dude. I'm in the middle of fucking Dawn of the Dead, and it's like the craziest, most detailed script ever. Describes every goddamn moment. It's a little long. I'm exhausted. Thanks for sending people over, though. I appreciate that, pal. Let's see. What the fuck am I? A sudden crash. Roger spins. The zombie at the driver's door has smashed through the cab window with a brick. Roger, still shaking, dives down to the floor for his weapon. Peter tries to level off a shot, but he cannot because Roger is in the way. Get down, stay down, I got it. Roger, in his adrenalized anger, sits up with his gun and levels off on the creature himself. He fires, the shell crashes through the already shattered glass and squarely into the creature's head. You bastards, you bastards! It seems as though his mind is snapping. His voice quivers, as does his body. We got him, buddy, we got him, didn't we? Cool it, man, get your head. We got this by the ass. We got this by the ass. Roger is screaming. He dives down to work on the jumping again. What? He dives down to work on the jumping? Oh, jumping the thing. Okay. Hey, Raj, get your head, man. Come on. We got a lot to do, Roger. There's no response from the other truck. Peter is about to open his door and step out when suddenly Roger sits up again. The engine of the truck roars. He seems to have calmed down some. He looks across at Peter. Let's go, baby. Number 2. You all right? Perfect, baby. Perfect. Roger guns the engine on his truck. The big vehicle lumbers out of the area. Peter follows suit. The 2 semis rumble out of the warehouse lot and start down the grade toward the road. The helicopter escorts them. A few zombies are walking up the road slowly. Roger's eyes get wide with anger. He steers his big rig right for the creatures. The front of the cab smashes into two of them. One is crushed under the wheels. The other flies back from the impact. Fran watches with anxiety. She sees the two trucks pull up over the rise with the helicopter following. We hear spirited music as the convoy approaches the mall building. The two trucks roar around the entrance ramps into the parking lot, and again the chopper zooms right over the roof. Fran totters across the roof to see the action in the lot. I'll tell you right now, my chest hurts, and I feel my vocal cords are straining. I think I might die. I think this thing's actually gonna kill me. This is a lot. This is a lot of fucking reading out loud. This might actually kill me. This is a lot. This is a hell of a... I don't even... oh my god, what the hell? I can't back down now, man. Cannot back down now. Continue. The trucks rumble toward the second set of doors. The music continues through the entire action. The music! Roger steers his giant vehicle directly broadside to the doors. The cab knocks over several creatures and scrapes the building as the trailer blocks off the entrance. This time, there are still creatures alive in the immediate area. They clutch at the cab of the truck and leap at the doors. Fran, watching from directly above, seems inspired, caught up in the bravery of the moment. As she sees the creatures converging on the truck, she aims her rifle at them. Before she fires, Peter's rig slides next to Roger's, cabs abreast. Peter's truck knocks over several of the clutching creatures. One zombie, caught directly under the front wheels, is still alive and clutching at the air. Several creatures jump at Peter's drive side window. Roger, grabbing his gun, moves to leave his truck on Peter's side. But the trucks are too close. His door won't open enough to get out. He rolls down his window. Peter has noticed Roger's door won't open, and the trooper fumbles with the gear shift in order to pull away. But he hears Roger shouting, "The window! Open your window! Your window!" Peter dives across the cab and rolls down the passenger window. Roger leans out his open window, trying to get his weapon into firing position. One or two zombies are squeezing through the narrow space between the truck. They are just about to reach Roger when he fires, killing the lead ghoul. More zombies move around Roger's cab, moments away from him. The helicopter buzzes the area. Stephen watches the zombies converge on the cab. Fran, her hair blowing front heat chopper, tries to aim her rifle into the pack of creatures. Her hair covers her eyes, and she brushes it away with irritation. "Roger! In front, Roger! In front, Roger!" She shouts over the engine noise. There's no way she's gonna hear him, or he's gonna hear her. Getting very excited, Roger fires again and again down the narrow space between the rigs. Another zombie falls. "For Christ's sake, come on!" Roger's still emotionally crazed. He leans out of his window in a very vulnerable position. He is whooping like a child again as he tries to level off another shot. Suddenly, he is grabbed from behind by a zombie and almost falls out the window. He struggles to hold himself and keep a grip on his gun. Peter leans over, trying to get a shot at the creature, but can't get a clean sight. Roger grabs the window frames on Peter's door and tries to pull himself up. Another creature grabs him from behind. Fran watches with emotion in her eyes. "Monsters! Monsters!" She fires her guns. The bullet slams into the pavement, kicking up a cloud of dust, and narrowly misses the creature. Fran fires again. Her shot tears into the shoulder of the zombie, but it doesn't stop him. The chopper zooms very close. Peter still cannot aim his rifle, but Roger, using both hands, brings his gun butt in an uppercut. It slams against the creature which is grabbing him and drives the thing staggering back. Then, with a desperate driving motion, Roger climbs through the window of Peter's cab. Peter pulls the big rig away, even while Roger's legs still kick out the window. The zombies grab at Roger's ankles, and one manages to hold on as the truck starts to move. Fran fires again and again. This shot rips into the zombie holding Roger's leg. It lets go and falls, rolling across the pavement. The woman fires again, hitting the pavement. The creature struggles to its knees. She fires again and hits the creature's neck. Again. Shoulder. Again. Head. The zombie sprawls on the pavement. Fran is exultant. She aims and fires at another creature. The helicopter passes overhead. The music is still stirring. In Peter's truck, just rolling out the lot, Roger realizes, Jesus, what? My goddamn bag. I left my goddamn bag in the other truck. Peter brings his vehicle to a screeching halt. All right now, you son of a bitch. You better screw your fucking head on, baby. Yeah, I'm okay. Let's go. Well, this is a long scene. Suddenly, Peter grabs the trooper by his lapels and slams him back against the door of the cab. I mean it. Now, you're not just playing with your life, you're playing with mine. The two men stare at each other for a moment. Roger is startled somewhat out of his emotional rush. All right, now you straight? Yeah. Peter lets him go and returns to the wheel. He guns the engine and roars into a big, arcing turn in the parking lot. When Fran sees the truck returning, she looks up from her gun sight. The helicopter has already flown over the roof, and Stephen is confused as to why the truck hadn't appeared on the road. Fran turns and tries to signal to Stephen. He finally sees her and flies closer. The woman waves a signal, and the chopper buzzes back over the lot. Her hair blowing wildly, Fran takes up her post again, her rifle ready. She thinks a moment, then begins to reload the weapon, pulling the shells from her blouse pocket. Peter's truck zooms back into position, colliding with some of the zombies in the vicinity. Roger immediately climbs through the windows into the original cab. He snatches up his knapsack and several tools, which are strewn over the seat and floor. Again, creatures converge on the cab area. Two more come up between the trucks. Several come around the front of the cab. Fran is still loading. The helicopter buzzes. As Roger climbs back through the window, his pack accidentally falls to the ground. With reflex action, he drops between the cabs, landing on his feet. He is facing the two creatures, which are very close. He reaches up, and with one hand on each of the open window frames, he swings his leg up hard. His kick sends the creature sprawling. Then he bends to collect his pack and is grabbed from behind. Peter tries to level off his gun, but he cannot get a shot. Neither can Fran, who is shouting from the roof. Roger keeps his head this time. His first thought is for the pack of tools. He tosses the sack into the cab of Peter's truck as though he were making a hook shot with a basketball. Peter catches the pack as several of the tools clatter out and onto the floor of the cab. The creature, which has a hold on Roger, takes advantage of the man's imbalance from throwing the knapsack. It bites at the man's arm. Roger tears away, but blood appears at the wound. Then Roger squares off a solid punch right at the zombie's jaw. The creature flies back and almost knocks over the zombie behind it. Roger jumps, making a grab for the window of Peter's cab. The zombies between the trucks, which Roger originally kicked away, have regrouped. They advance and grab the struggling trooper. Roger's feet try to get a hold on the side of the door, but they slip. Jesus Christ. Why does he have to describe everything so much? Oh my God, you're not going to shoot this exactly. Gosh. Oh, I'm going to die. Oh my God. This is a lot, man. Fucking George Romero, dude. Oh. Yeah. Peter reaches out with his pistol and fires a point-blank shot at one of the clutching ghouls. It flies back, and Roger is able to pull himself higher. His torso is just about through the window when another creature grabs him. Peter can no longer get a shot as Roger fills the window, so the big man drops his pistol and pulls Roger's arm with all his might. Roger is almost all the way in, but his legs still dangle, kicking. Peter starts the truck. As he begins to roll away, one of the clutching zombies is able to get a solid hold on Roger's leg. The creature opens his mouth and bites at the calf. Blood appears. The creature bites again, and this time it comes away with bits of flesh tangled in a blood-stained strip of it says up, but it's up, material from Roger's trousers. Roger screams in pain and kicks violently. The truck accelerates, and the zombie finally falls clear. It rolls on the pavement for a little way before it stops. Then it sits on the ground, looking like a gorilla. It still has a bloody mass of flesh and material in its mouth. With its hands, it tries to separate the cloth from the more important morsels. A bullet pings into the cement near the chewing zombie. Another tears through its shoulder. It still is concerned only with its prize. Fran is firing, swearing through her teeth as the gun roars. She finally hits the seated creature squarely in the head. We see it fall from her point of view on the roof. Others walk by the corpse without taking notice. The helicopter escorts the big truck back to the warehouse. As it rumbles along, Roger, in extreme pain, is tying his belt tightly around his leg as a tourniquet. He sucks air through his teeth in anguish. That's it. Bullshit. We gotta deal with that leg. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it fine. I won't be able to walk on this at all if we wait. Can you walk on it now? You're damn right I can. Damn right I can. The wounded trooper struggles to wrap the bloody part of his leg with a torn-off piece of trouser. He can hardly keep from screaming, and his words come out sharply and with great breaths between them. I stopped moving this leg. May not ever get it going again. There's a lot to get done before you can afford to lose me. The big black man stares at his friend for a moment, and then he drives on to the warehouse escorted by the chopper. There is now a huge trailer truck at each of the 4 main entrances to the mall. They are very close to the doors and not completely flush. Some of the glass portals can be opened, not slightly, but not enough. Can be opened slightly, but not enough for the zombies inside to pass through. In the parking lot, the creatures mob around the trucks. Frustrated, they cannot pass into the building. They clutch and claw at the enormous vehicle, but to no avail. Some try to climb up onto the cabs. Others try to claw at the doors on the trailers. Some creatures are crawling under the rigs. When they reach the mall doors, they cannot stand, so they have no leverage. The creatures inside are pushing the doors out, so the zombies under the trucks cannot push them in. The doors swing both in and out, so it is very clear that some access would be had by the creatures if they were not more organized. One creature, having crawled under a trailer, does manage to push open a mall door. The thing crawls into the building through the legs of the other ghouls, which are trying to exit. They behave as a swarm of insects. The revolving door offers the best access for the creatures, although its inherent complexity is baffling to their empty brains. 2 creatures do manage to crawl under the truck, which blocks the revolving door, and one of them negotiates the rotating action and enters the concourse. Peter and Stephen are huddled over the maps of the building. They are back in the crawl space. The curtains are still piled against the fire stair entrance. It all depends on how many of them are still inside. That's a long haul between those entrances. Well, if we can get some more flares or maybe some of those propane jobs. The guns are first. Guns and ammunition. Roger moans with pain. Nearby, Fran is applying a dressing to his leg. The wound is wrapped with several layers of cloth. The first aid kit is open on the floor. Peter crouches near his friend. He takes over for Fran. He ties more strips tightly around the wound and around the upper thigh. Sure you're going to make it, buddy? Just hurry up with that. Again, the military music. A tall figure drops out of a ceiling grid and lands on the floor of the sporting goods store. It is Peter. His rifle is slung, and there is an empty pack on his back. Several of the maintenance room keys are strapped onto his belt. Suddenly, a zombie charges across the room. The gate to the mall balcony is open on this store. Another creature, attracted by the commotion, starts through the open entrance arch. Stephen is starting down through the ceiling grid. He also has equipment strapped onto his body. He sees the charging creature. Peter is trying to unsling the rifle. Stephen conquers his fear of the height and lets himself fall to the floor. He crumples up when he hits and rolls into a store exit, knocking things flying. Peter manages to level off his gun and shoot the rushing creature. Stephen regains his footing. The second creature is moving up the aisle. Stephen grabs a powerful crossbow from a nearby exhibit. It is loaded. It fires with a strumming sound, and the small shaft rips cleanly through the creature's skull and embeds itself in a wall beyond. The zombie walks forward a few steps before it falls. The men run toward the entrance arch, leaping up on an adjacent countertop. Peter manages to reach the lip of the roll gate, and he swings it down fast. Stephen catches the cage below and slams it into place just as another ghoul falls against it, moaning and clawing. Stephen unslings his gun and is about to level it off on the creature outside. Peter jumps down from the counter. Don't try to shoot through those gates. Openings are too small. Bullets will end up chasing us around in here. The zombies crash all its might. The zombie crashes all its might against the metal cage. Stephen startles. He can't get through. Come on. The men crash back to the store, and Peter moves right to the racks of weapons. He pulls down a gorgeous, high-powered rifle, which is equipped with a sophisticated scope for sighting. Ain't it a crime? What? Look into the telescope. The only person who could ever miss with this gun is the sucker with the bread to buy it. The crosshairs of the telescope zero in on the enlarged forehead of the zombie, which is thrashing against the roll gates. The sight gives up a sense of the superweapon's lethal accuracy. Stephen dives into the ammunition and moves behind the counter where he pulls out boxes of shiny new handguns. Peter finds elaborate holsters and ammunition belts. He pulls several other rifles from the rack. We recognize the firepower in the arsenal that the two men accumulate. Other zombies appear at the gate, but they cannot break in. Peter, at the creatures, you just wait out there, sissies. We coming and we ready. Sissies. With a swell in the music, the band of all four humans charges out of the maintenance corner and makes a break for the department store. They all wear new double holsters containing handguns. Each has a rifle strapped over his shoulder and another in hand. They wear ammo belts and carry packs with other supplies. The wounded Roger is sitting in the big gardening cart, which Peter earlier used it to carry the first. I remember. Peter runs, pushing the cart before him. There are only a few creatures in the balcony. The dead things turn in confusion at the sound of the attacking commandos. Roger, in his hands free to shoot, fires his weapon several times at some of the creatures who are closest. The creatures from the main concourse below begin to move up the stationary staircase and struggle with the escalators. The corpses of creatures slain in the earlier battles still clutter in the area. Fran and Steve are 8:30. Fran and Steve are the first to reach the entrance to the department store. Steve falls immediately on the gate locks. Peter pulls up to a screeching halt at the gate. He turns the cart in a full 180 so that Roger's facing out toward the mall. Steve fumbles with the second lock. Peter faces the few zombies which are converging along the balcony. He lifts his new super gun and stares through the scope. The gun roars eloquently. Even its sound pronounces its power. The single shot rips cleanly through the center forehead of one of the creatures. The man aims at another head. Blam! Another perfect kill. Then a third. Roger fires several times. Fran stands ready at the roll gate. As Stephen finishes with the final lock, the woman pushes against the cage and it starts up. Steve stands and the two roll the cage into the ceiling. But Stephen is careful not to let it get out of his grasp. Fran moves into the storm, and Peter pulls the car behind him. Then Steve, Peter, and Fran pull the gate shut long before any of the advancing creatures reach the area. Again, the zombies smash into the cage, but the humans are already running through the aisles of the big store. Peter wheels Roger into the elevator and hits the button for the first floor. The doors shut, and the car starts down. How's the ride? Kind of bumpy. Watch it. The stern black face stares down at the back of the wounded man's head. Despite his attempt at humor, the stiffness in Roger's body evidences his pain. Peter puts his hand squarely on the trooper's shoulder. Look here, I know. Shut up. Something very serious is shared between the two men. Some knowledge which we do not fully understand. We do see the kind of bond shared by soldiers in a battle. The elevator doors glide open and Peter pushes the cart out into the first floor on the big store. Fran and Stephen charge down the store escalator, moving faster than the steps themselves. They run through the hardware department, where Stephen snatches up several propane torches. Fran stuffs extra bottles of gas into her backpack. Oh my God. With a great hiss, one of the propane nozzles spits a white-hot flame as it is lit with a new disposable lighter. Fran holds two torches as Stephen lights them. Wow, how far away? How fucking far are we, man? Oh, we're at the end. Well, we're not at the end. But look. Okay, good. We're almost at the end of this page. That's good. I'm exhausted. I want this done already. I don't want to read anymore. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Allergies. Allergic to everything. Almost done. Peter steps up to the first floor entrance gate with Roger in front of him. Several creatures outside of the gate fly into a sudden frenzy at seeing the humans. They slam against the grid, but it holds as usual. Unlike the last one, In the middle, one last. Steve falls on the right-hand lock with his keys. The zombies all converge near the crouching man's side of the gate. They push and shove. Fran holds one of the lit torches very close, and the creatures back away, cringing. The lock opens and Steve moves to the extreme left. Again, the zombies follow, and again, Fran is already ready. Finishing kick. All right, the toughest part will be getting by these right here. It's a long haul down to the entrance. Peter cranes his neck to see past the zombies and down the concourse. Several other creatures are several toward the department store. Behind them, about 300 feet away, is one of the main entrances, which is blocked off outside by a truck trailer. We'll be all right. It's too far. There's no backing out now. We gotta lock those doors. We'll never make all four. It's too risky. You just stay here and be ready to up and up for us. The car? What? The car. Outside, we see the slowly spinning exhibit, which displays the new automobile. It is a sleek, sporty model, which looks fast and maneuverable. This is totally like British maneuverable. Well, that's how you spell that shit. Peter looks down at Roger. You okay to start it? Roger nods and reaches for a supply pack. He is cringing with pain, but he moves efficiently. The zombies clutch at the gate with new vigor. At the unlocked ends, the grid gives a little, but still holds the creatures out. Fran waves the torches closer, and the creature's back waves. Steve unlocks the middle lock. It's going up. The gate swings up with a thunderous roar. The zombies attack, but Fran's torches make them hold back slightly. Steve grabs one of the propane canisters with one hand and draws a pistol with the other. Fran draws a handgun also. The two fire into the pack of zombies. One or two fall. The others try to move in, but are afraid of the bright flames. One gets close to Steve, but the man blasts his torch directly into its face. Oh, my God. Give me a second, guys. Woof, I am exhausted. Fucking long. Oh, my God. Now Peter sees an opening and he makes a break for the cart. Roger holds on to the sides. They crash to. I had one of these. There we go. Roger holds on to the sides. They crash through the scattered pack of ghouls successfully, and Peter makes for the car exhibit. There are a few creatures on the concourse on the cart's path. Peter's shouting, "Close the gate! Close the gate!" Steve grabs the lip, the roll cage, and it starts down. Fran is still inside the store with one of the torches. The keys, Stephen, the keys! Steve tries to stop the downward progress of the gate, but it slams shut with a metallic crash. Jesus Christ! Peter stops in his tracks when he hears the woman's shouts. He looks back. Several of the creatures have followed the cart. They advance slowly. Several have stayed with Stephen, however, and they approach Stephen as he tries to pass the keys back through the gate. The big ring doesn't fit through the small opening. You mother! Keep him! Just keep him! Look out! The zombies at Stephen's back are very close. Steve lunges at them with his torch. They back off slightly. Well, I don't know if it's gonna be record-breaking, man, but I'm gonna lose my voice. This isn't the world record I'm setting. Oh boy, I'm tired. Okay. Come on, man, get out of there! The creatures on the concourse are approaching the cart. A pained Roger levels off several shots, but he is very shaky from his extreme pain. He manages to down one of the zombies. Stephen, for God's sake! The woman holds up her torch so that the bright flame faces the ghouls. Stephen crouches and puts a key in the right-hand lock. The zombies converge on him. Peter, seeing other creatures drawing near, starts to push the cart again. He manages to dodge 2 little clusters of the Walking Dead. The lock clicks just as one bold creature grabs Stephen from behind. Fran tries to aim her torch closer. It disarms the zombie for a moment. Stephen thrashes his body back, knocking the thing off balance. As he quickly slides the keys under the gate, which he can lift just high enough with the single lock undone. Another ghoul grabs Steve from behind. This time, Steve's torch is knocked flying and rolls away. Fran is desperate. She tries to aim her pistol but cannot shoot through the grill. She holds her torch high. Steve kicks and scrambles, rolling on the floor. The zombies are on him. He manages to knock one or two of them to the floor. Then he fires with his pistol, killing another. He crawls to the torch and grabs it. The creature's clutching and tugging at his pants and shirt. He brings the flame up and flashes it at the zombies. They back away enough for him to crawl to an open space. Then he scrambles to his feet and charges down the concourse toward the car. At the exhibit, Peter stops the cart. There are two of the lumbering creatures close at hand. The big trooper raises his rifle. Roger, using all his strength, manages to pull himself up out of the cart. He limps to the exhibit, I guess, as Peter fires at the oncoming ghouls. The super gun scores 2 perfect hits. Hey, thank you, Tyson. Yeah, if you guys haven't subscribed, I would appreciate it. I ain't doing this for my health. Certainly not for my health. The super gun scores 2 perfect hits. As Roger tries, and hey, Tyson, do me a favor, spread the word on Twitter and Facebook as well, man. That'd be amazing. I know your name isn't Tyson, but yeah. As Roger tries to step onto the spinning platform, he falls and rolls against the car. The turntable carries him around toward another creature. He is struggling in pain towards the driver's door of the vehicle. Steve, who is approaching at a run, sees the action. Steve! Watch is Roger. Watch it, Roger. Roger turns his head and sees the ghoul just before the creature grabs him. The thing's hand clutches at the wrapped wound, which is already leaking blood through its dressing. Roger screams loudly. Peter jumps up onto the spinning turntable, leans across the hood of the car. His super gun drills a hole through the creature's skull. It falls off the exhibit. Peter hurriedly comes around to Roger's side. In extreme pain, the trooper is desperately trying to open the driver door. Peter helps him. The door opens, and Peter eases his friend into the seat. Roger immediately goes to work under the dash. Zombies are advancing now from all over the concourse. Get in! He's shouting at Stephen, who is just rushing up to the platform. He and the trooper scramble into opposite sides of the back seat. They slam the doors and make sure that all buttons are locked. Roger works as quickly as he can. Several of the lead creatures reach the turntable. Some fall trying to step onto the moving disc, but others manage to struggle over to the car. They smash the windows with their hands. There's a nightmare scene as the men huddled in the shiny new car, which spins very slowly in circles. Fran has relocked the one open gate mechanism, and she stands now trying to see the action, but it is out of her line of vision. She can only hear the moaning of the creatures, the pounding of the car. She turns the valve on her propane nozzle, extinguishing the flame. The car's engine roars as Roger is able to jump the wires. I'll drive it. I got it. The trooper's face contorts in agony, as he moves himself into position behind the wheel. He is shaking, but he bites his lip and slams the car into gear. There are at least 8 creatures crawling over the car. More approach. The platform spins. Roger waits until the car is aimed directly down the concourse. The men in the back seats are alert to the zombies, which pound at the windows. The ugly and distorted faces press close against the safety glass. Now the car pulls out quickly, rolls off the edge of the spinning display, knocking several of the creatures aside. The front wheels move off the platform and bounce onto the floor. But the frame of the car scrapes the top of the disc and is stuck for a moment. The disc spins on, carrying the rear of the car with it. Then Roger gives it more gas. The rear wheels spin and finally catch. The car shoots out onto the mall floor. Some of the zombies cling for a moment, but they fall away quickly, scrambling to regain their footing and follow. The car swerves, and for an instant seems as though it will crash against the columns on the concourse. Roger manages to control it, and the shiny vehicle zooms ahead with tremendous energy. One of the stray creatures in the concourse tries to intercept the speeding auto, but the car knocks him mercilessly aside as though he were a bowling pin. Fran sees the car as it rounds the corner, heads directly for the main entrance, which she can see from her position. The zombies at the entrance already started back into the mall, attracted by the commotion. The car zooms down the concourse, easily breaking their ranks. Roger throws the maneuverable vehicle into a screeching tailspin, stopping just at the doors. The big trailer blocks the entrance effectively. There are some creatures inside the doors, under the van. Several zombies are struggling with the door. One is just pushing in and seems as though it will be able to enter. Peter and Stephen slam against the door. Stephen aims his torch directly at the crawling creatures. The one in front withdraws its arms. The grotesque things writhe, kick under the truck. The door slams and Peter produces another set of master keys. They are all coded. He falls on the lock mechanism. That's not 100%, but I think they'll get through. But I don't think they'll get through. Can't they smash the glass? Safety stuff, pretty indestructible. They got no leverage under the truck. Give me the alarms. Steve rummages in his backpack, produces 2 portable battery-operated burglar alarms. Peter activates the units, stands them against the base of the now locked doors. As he crouches near the glass, creatures outside go into a frenzy, clawing at the glass doors. They cannot get in. I'm hoping they'll just go away after they find they can't get in. The creatures moving slowly down the concourse are now getting close to the action. The men hop back into the car and roars off with Roger still at the wheel. Again, the sleek auto rips through the ranks of the advancing zombies. They fall and scatter. The car speeds down the concourse, turns the corner near where Fan watches at the department store game. We hear Steve's voice on the woman's walkie-talkie. We're okay. We got it made. It's going to work. Fran stares out through the roll cage. The zombies are staggering weakly after the car. With another tailspin, the auto pulls up at the second set of doors. The men scramble out of the back seat. The zombies outside try to crawl under the second trailer. The men shut them out easily, locking the door and planting alarms. They stand to look down the concourse. The creatures seem even more spread out now. How many figure already in? Don't know, not too many. We'll get them easy. We get it all locked off and we're going to be on a hunt. The big trooper raises his super gun and sights through the telescope. As we see through the scope, crosshairs settle on the forehead of one of the creatures, which is lumbering down the hall. The face is magnified, distorted by the telescope. But the gun roars, and the head in the scope explodes with red. The creature falls against the column, hits squarely through the brain. We sense the supreme accuracy of the magnificent weapon. It is night. The zombies in the parking lot still group around the semis. They set up an eerie moaning in the moonlight. A slow piece of music starts to build. The creatures crawl under the trucks but cannot enter the mall. They pound and scratch at the doors to no avail. From inside the concourse, the mob is muffled. Even the revolving door is locked now. It seems the most vulnerable, but the crawling creatures cannot quite get leverage to smash the glass panels, and they have no tools to pound with. The auto is flush against the revolving doors inside, offering added protection. Several alarm units sit atop the car. They are the early warning devices against penetration. The camera starts to dolly back. The music builds. We see slain corpses of many zombies lying askew in various parts of the building. It is like a battlefield after a war. The humans appear on the second-story balcony, moving to the railing. Looking down the expanse of the building, they are guerrilla fighters with their weapons strapped. They have taken the temple. The music hits a crescendo, and the people look over their spoils. Even the wounded Roger seems triumphant as he limps to the rails, supporting himself on his arms. Hey, my dudes, I'll be right back. Gotta drain the lizard. We're not done yet. Oh my god, we're far from done. It continues. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Back. Okay. Woo! Woo. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I had to. I'm one away from 800. I haven't checked in a while. Oh, let me check that. Actually, I'll take a little. Oh, yeah. I'm one away from 800. Hey, that's great. You know, I might just do that wet movie. Hey, I almost made it to 800. That's not bad. Happy with that. Whew. Let's do this. Man, motherfucking long. Okay. 7 hours. Son of a bitch. 7, 8, 9, 10. I might be here 11 hours? Might be 11 hours. Depending on how tired I get with days. Depending on how long day is. Fuck. This is a long-ass script. Well, how far are we? Are we almost done? Well, we're kind of at the end. Jesus fucking Christ. Where are we? We see a spectacular shot of the full expanse of the building. Zombies lie dead everywhere. The humans have captures the gold. The struggle is real. Exactly, Timothy, yes. The humans have captured the gold of the gods. In this case, the gods of consumer heaven. Peter's hand is on the maps of the maintenance corridor. He is drawing a line past the washrooms at the end of the hall near the fire stair. We put up the wall here. There's no door from the last office into the washroom, so nobody will get nosy. And this way, we can still get to the plumbing. Why can't we just board up the stairway? Hell, they can't even get through a stack of cartons. I'm not just worrying about them. Sooner or later, might be patrolled through here. Looters, maybe. I don't want anybody to even know that stairway exists. They look back at the map. The ductwork runs all the way into the washrooms. We'll have to get in and out that way. We'll bring up any bug stuff we want before we put up the wall. The men sit huddled. The large storage area is filled with mounds of supplies brought up from the mall stores. But the stuff is... Where did I... Hold on a minute. Where did I start off today? How the hell was I? 7? I forgot what it was. But hey, I got a lot of subscribers. I'm very happy. The men sit huddled. The large storage area is filled with mounds of supplies brought up from the mall stores. But the stuff all sits around in disarray. Behind the wall of cartons, Roger seems to be sleeping, but he is sweating feverishly, and his face twitches. Fran has been trying to soothe him with a wet cloth on his forehead. Now she stops, leaving the cloth on the shivering head. She moves out to Stephen and Peter. He seems to be sleeping. Good. The woman moves to where she has medical supplies on one of the cartons. There are bottles, vials, and diabetic hypo syringes, as well as bandages and dressings from the pharmacy in the mall. I don't know what else to do. You're doing fine. His leg is awful. The infection is spreading fast. Can't we fly him out of here and try to find a med unit? Steve looks at Peter. The big trooper speaks softly. I've seen half a dozen guys get bitten by those things. None of them last more than 36 hours. Fran is stunned. Suddenly, Roger screams from behind the cartons. Peter, where are you? Right here, buddy. Roger is sitting up. His eyes look very dark and sunken. He is sweating, even more profusely than before. Yeah. He licks his lips. He looks around the vast, barren room, trying to clear his eyesight. Outside, Fran sits on a carton. The men are still huddled around the spoils. Roger occasionally shouts from the other room. We did it, huh? Buddy, we whipped them. That's right, Raj. Didn't we, Peter? Didn't we whip them? We sure did, buddy. We whipped them. We got it all. Got it all. The man's voice sounds pathetic as it echoes through the big storage area, bouncing off barren walls. A hammer slams into nails behind the fake wall, which the people are working on. The people. A great network of 2x4s are braced at the rear of the corridor. More lumber is wedged against walls, making a frame. Stephen is slamming large nails into a framework for reinforcement. On the frame's face, a masonite panel is nailed into place on one side. Peter works in the corridor. He is carefully nailing in a molding, which makes the new partition look like a finished wall. Wipe it good. What does that mean? Well, thank you, Art. I wasn't expecting for this to be this long, but fucking Dawn of the Dead is way long. This script is nuts. In the corridor, there are power tools lying about, and a vast array. Oh, whip it good. In the corridor, there are power tools lying about, and a vast array of other hardware in the gardening cart. Fran appears from out of the washrooms. She is carrying an old can of paint, which has obviously been used. This must have been for touch-ups. It looks perfect. Peter grabs the can and pries it open quickly with a screwdriver. He dips his finger into the liquid and smears some onto the new wall where it butts against the corridor. It is a perfect match. Steve, anything else you want before we close it off? No. The woman is staring down the corridor toward the mall proper. The corpses from the hall have been carried out of the way. There are piles together at the corridor mouth on the balcony. It is a grisly sight. Fran turns away. No. She steps back through the unfinished partition, leans against the framework. Her hand goes to her mouth as she tries to choke back a gag. Thelma, my voice is very close. My voice is very, very close. I still got one more goddamn movie. This is a lot. This might kill me. Oh, the challenge. God damn it. Wow, 9 o'clock over here in LA. Shout out. Let me know what time it is for everybody watching. I'm curious how late or how early it is for everybody. She steps back to the unfinished partition, leans against the framework. Her hand goes to her mouth as she tries to choke back a gag. Steve moves up behind her, but she feels another wave of nausea as she darts for the washroom. Steve sets down his hammer and follows. The woman is kneeling on the floor, propped up by her hands on the toilet seat. She is vomiting. Steve approaches quietly. His hand falls on her back. Leave me alone. It's all right. It's my problem. Franny, just get out of here, Steven. I don't want you here. Now, what a bitch. The man doesn't move. Fran reaches up, taking his hand. She clutches it tightly, indicating that she's not angry. I don't want you to see me this way. Another wave hits her and she retches again. She pulls her hand back, leaning over the toilet bowl. Please go. I'm all right. Please. It's midnight in Vermont. Oh, Vermont's really beautiful country. I love Vermont. Gorgeous. Gorgeous area. And Thelma, it's midnight. Okay, so it looks like you guys are in the same area. I don't know if it's a record, Thelma. I doubt it is, but I'm doing this. I'm doing this for me, Well, for you guys too. This is fun. Fun to a point. I'll probably regret saying that in 30 minutes. Okay, Steven stands up reluctantly and drifts out of the room. The woman retches, but she is dry. She tries to swallow. My fucking chest hurts. Then sits on the floor next to the toilet, holding her stomach. She fumbles with the flush handle, depressing it. The rushing water makes an ugly sound. Fran looks down at her stomach, thinking of her pregnancy. Burlington is actually where we went. My wife has family in that area, so we've been to Burlington. But yeah, I was a big fan. I really enjoyed that area very much. I'm definitely planning to go back. Oh,
Your company.
hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. I am about 7 hours, 7.5 hours in.
How are your eyes?
Oh, my eyes are fine. My throat hurts.
Oh no.
Like
You're gonna lose your voice
this,
tomorrow.
like my chest hurts.
Ooh.
Woo.
This should be a record.
I think you can.
Yes. Let me get back to it because
Okay.
I don't want to be here all midnight. It's already 9 o'clock. It's bedtime, right? Mwah.
Yeah, me and
Okay,
Abby are
okay.
taking showers.
Okay. Good night.
Bye.
Timothy says, and you got to do it for you. You have to finish even if no one is for you. Absolutely. I mean, there was one point, there was only one person watching. Like, I don't care. I'll do it for that one person, man. We're in it together. Whoever that one person was, thank you so much. But yes, I'm here, and this is gonna be on YouTube forever, man. It's gonna be on YouTube forever. So hopefully, this will get some traction. Okay, sorry. Back. Stephen stands up and reluctantly drifts out of the room. The woman retches, but she is dry. Oh, I think I did that one. Stephen steps out of the unfinished framework. Peter is gazing down the corridor at the pile of corpses. This place is going to be rotten. We got to clean up, brother. Flies buzz about the staring faces of the dead things on the balcony. Peter's hands are on the round hatch wheel of an enormous safe. Peter, they're usually on a timer. Open at 9, locked at 4. Keeps the bankers honest. The wheel spins, and Peter swings the giant door open. Inside is a huge safety deposit vault of a bank. The men stand for a moment in awe. The clean walls are lined with drawers and doors, where depositors have stored their valuables. At one end of the room, there are stacks and stacks of paper bills. The men approach the piles of money, stooping down. They each pick up packets of bills and flip through the edges. Peter stuffs several packets into his knapsack. Steve looks at him quizzically. You never know, brother. Steve takes several stacks and stuffs them into his kit. He looks about the enormous vault. Don't you wonder what the archaeologists are going to think? Guys in the future digging the place up. Imagine all the stuff in these boxes. Jewelry. Maybe they'll figure it's all some kind of offering to the gods, like in the pyramids. A burial chamber. That's exactly what it is now. Thelma says, I know you can do it, but you will not want to talk anymore. Throat sore, I really hope not. Well, you know what? I planned ahead. Tomorrow's video, obviously, I come at you daily. It's already shot, so I don't have to worry about shooting a video today for tomorrow. This is today's video. Tomorrow's video is already shot, so I don't really have a day off, but I don't have to worry about having to shoot another video for tomorrow. Where the hell are we at? Okay. We see the men wheeling gardening carts piled with corpses. The somber image is shocking as the figures move in silhouette against the bright storefronts with their displays of goods designed to attract shoppers to the sweet life the items pretend to represent. At the bank, Peter wheels a cart with several dead zombies through the lobby. In the vault, the big trooper dumps bodies out on top of several others already deposited. The corpses lie askew, their arms and legs protruding. The stacks of money are upset by the limp action of the bodies as they roll around. Whew. A finger flips a switch, and we hear the mall music start up slowly. We see a montage. Fran, Stephen, and Peter walk slowly through the concrete building. They drift in and out of the stores, picking up various items. They use shopping carts. Fran rummages idly through the cosmetic department. Peter looks through a bookstore. Stephen plays the pinball machines in a huge game room. Peter tries on big, colorful hats in front of a mirror. Fran trims Stephen's hair as he sits in the mechanical chair of the mall barbershop. Fran feeds the animals in the pet store. Then, with a bag of seeds, she feeds the tropical birds in a tall cage out on the concourse. The birds flutter, flap about, screeching loudly. Now the group walk along the upper balcony. They look down. They still have their weapons and kits. Peter's wearing a wide-brimmed hat, and Fran sports a new mink coat. The concourse is empty now of corpses, but the group can hear the moaning and thumping at the main entrances. It is dark outside. The creatures claw at the doors, but cannot be seen in the shadows under the big trailer trucks. The sound evidences their presence, however. The people stand at the balcony railing overlooking their realm. They're still here. They're after us. They know we're in here. They're after the place. They don't know why. They just remember that they want to be in here. The noise at the entrance continues eerily. Fran starts to be afraid. What the hell are they? They're us. That's all. There's no more room in hell. What? Something my granddaddy used to tell us. You know, Macumba, voodoo. Granddaddy was a priest in Trinidad. He used to tell us, when there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth. What a great fucking line. And of course, that is the tagline of the movie. Great. Roger is screaming wildly. He is sweating, and his face looks sunken with an ashen color. Look, it is British. Colour. Oh, that's weird. He thrashes about as Steve tries to hold him. His leg is swollen, almost all black. His arm, which was also bitten, is wrapped but oozing. Get more Valium in him. Fran fumbles with one of the hypodermics, but she drops the vial of serum and it shatters on the floor. Steve, get another one. Come on. Roger is throwing himself about wildly. Steve barely manages to hold on. Fran rushes into the other room. The space is starting to look like living quarters. There is furniture. There are sectioned off areas with things still packed in cartons, but it is beginning to look like home. Okay. The woman rushes to the medical supply area, which is now more organized with little cabinets and a small refrigerator. She takes a new vial of serum from the freezer. Downstairs, Peter is checking the covering at the front base of the fake wall. He hears the violent screaming from above. He climbs up a rope ladder in the ceiling, scrambles through the grill in the ceiling, enters the duct. Then he pulls up the ladder and closes the grill. He crawls through the tight space for a few feet and drops out of another grill into the washroom. He moves through the internal corridor and into the fire stair. All the while, Roger's screaming can be heard. Peter tramps up the stairs several at a time. He rushes through the living space in the direction of the screams. Fran is withdrawing a hypodermic from Roger's good arm. The man still thrashes wildly. Steve is struggling to hold him. Peter rushes in and helps. Fran drifts out of the room. After a short time, Roger relaxes somewhat. Peter to Steve, go on, I'll stay with him. Steve leaves the area. In the living space, Fran is sitting in a chair. It is the inflatable kind, which can be collapsed like a balloon. Steve, they had inflatable chairs back then? I guess so. Steve comes up to her and puts his arm around her neck from behind. She cups his hand with hers and holds them tightly. She stares off across the room. Roger catches his breath and looks up at Peter. He licks his lips and tries to speak coherently. You'll take care of me, right, Peter? You'll take care of me when I go? I will. I don't want to be walking around like that, Peter. Not after I go. I don't want to be walking around like that. The man's eyes are terrified. He looks this way and that, at the walls, the ceiling, at Peter. He can't focus. Peter, I'm here, trooper. You'll take care of me. I know you will. I will. Peter, yeah, brother? Peter, don't do it till you're sure. Sure, I'm coming back. Don't do it till you're sure. I might not come back, Peter. I'm gonna try not to. I'm gonna try not to come back. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's see how far away we have. We're at 6:03. I'm just gonna go wee, just so I have an idea when the hell this thing is over. 7:50. Okay, so we are at the end of it. Pretty close. 7:50. So we got 150 more, give or take. These little things. Okay, we're almost at the end, guys. Fucking hell. This is long.
I brought you some tea.
Oh, I actually could use that. Thank you.
Ginger.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm almost done with the second one.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, Matthew, welcome. If you're new here, please consider subscribing, my friend. I'd love to have you join the party. Later, the moon shines down through the skylight in the living area. A sturdy ladder has now replaced the pyramid of cartons up to the open hatch. Stephen fiddles with the television. There's a faint signal coming in. He has set the set wire to a makeshift antenna which stretches through the skylight. A table lamp sits on a small end table and is lit. Its cable is patched into a network of wiring which stretches about the room. Fran is unpacking things. She is stacking dishes and silverware. It is a very orderly scene. The couple looks like a pair of newlyweds who have just moved into a new house. On the television, two men are talking. A commentator and an official of the government. The scientist is in a suit, but his tie is rumpled and his collar open. He is not shaved, and he seems very tired and nervously upset. Yeah, she's great. Indeed, Thelma. I've got to be careful with words here. We haven't been able to study their habits. We've repeatedly asked for a live capture so we can have controlled study. We need supply and demand ratios. You mean their need versus the amount of food available. Let's be blunt. There's a commotion in the TV studio. We hear noises and shouting as we did JSA earlier. Steve, Jesus Christ. He squats near the set, staring. Frank comes up behind him. Project out their rate of growth. There's a critical balance, and it's the waste that kills us. And literally, they use maybe 5% of the food available on the human body, and then the body is usually intact enough to be mobilized when it revives. There's an ecological imbalance, and they're incapable of understanding. What are you proposing? We have to be unemotional. We have to provide countermeasures, or we're all countermeasures. They can't control the rate of growth and consumption. We have to control it for them. You're suggesting that we help them? By helping them, in this case, we save ourselves. A great outcry is heard in the studio. The camera bobbles around. The scientist is fumbling for words. Good God. In the other room, Peter sits against a wall. He can hear the television. His eyes stare straight ahead at something. Scientist, I'm proposing that certain necessary measures be put into effect at once. Measures applying to all official search and destroy units while they're still operative, hospitals, rescue stations, and any private citizens. The camera pulls off Peter's face. We see that his rifle is stretched across his lap. The TV drones on from the other room. In operation with the mobile units of the OBP, the corpses of the recently dead should be delivered over to the authorities for collection in refrigerated vans. They should be decapitated to prevent revival. We see now that Peter is staring at. On the floor, 20 feet away, lies the corpse of Roger. Its face is covered with a blanket. It lies very still. This collection, the man's voice is heard almost shouting over the voices from the studio. The angry staff protests vigorously with the emotional language. This collection could be stored, rationed, for distribution among the infected society. The shouts of anger continue. In an attempt to curb the senseless slaughter of our own society. Suddenly, the dead Roger's foot seems to move under the blanket. Peter's eyes pick up the movement immediately. His hands tighten on his weapon. Scientist, the dissection of the corpses can be carried out with respect for the dignity of the human body. Roger's arms seem to move in slight twitching motions. The head, and the skeletons, whenever possible, could be identified and buried in consecrated ground. The commotion in the studio reaches a fever pitch. From the movement beneath the blanket starts to creep down off Roger's face. Peter stares with fascination and disbelief. The blanket clears the blankly staring eyes and the drooling mouth. Roger tries to sit up. Peter's hands click a shell into his supergun. Suddenly, the corpse sits up. It stares at Peter blankly at first, then with purpose. It starts to move toward the trooper, who calmly raises his weapon. On the TV, the commotion still rages. Stephen and Fran stare at the tube, hardly believing what they see. The scientist is shouting above the din. He is nervous. He wipes his brow with his sleeve. We've got to remain unemotional, rational, logical, tactical. They're crazy. It's really all over, isn't it? Blam! The loud roar of Peter's gun from the next room. Fran startles and falls into Stephen's arms. Roger's corpse is dumped on top of the stack of bodies in the bank vault. His eyes stare with a puzzled expression. The arms and legs of the other bodies make the room look like a Renaissance painting of hell itself. There is a familiar gunshot wound in Roger's forehead. The heavy door of the vault closes with a metallic slam, which echoes throughout the mall. Small puppy lifts its leg and urinates on a table. What? Adam, no. The woman's hand reaches into frame and grabs a little animal. She carries it through the room and drops it on some papers laid out in an unused part of the storage area. Fran's stomach is big now, her pregnancy evident. She wipes her brow like an exhausted housewife and shuffles back into the living area. She fumbles with the sheets on the double mattress, which she and Steve obviously share. There's an end table near the bed with a reading light. Books lie strewn around, along with magazines, half-drunk cups of coffee. In the sitting room, we see a scene which could be comfortable suburban. The furniture is neatly arranged. There is a small portable stove which operates on bottled gas, a refrigerator, and cabinets with dishes and silverware. There is a modern calendar on the wall, which has 3 months crossed off. There are a variety of radio and TV units and stereo record players. There are even decorations, paintings hung, knickknacks on the tables. The room almost looks like a wealthy man's den, with all the gadget-oriented affluence. In the department store, Stephen wanders about. He fiddles with a new supersonic calculator and he looks at adult games. Adult games? On the roof, in the bright sun of early morning, Peter plays tennis against one of the shed walls. He's dressed in a new sweatsuit with brightly colored Adidas sneakers. He has a sleek new racket, slamming phosphorescent balls with all his might. Hey, welcome back, George Lopez. We're almost at the end of the goddamn Dawn of the Dead. Almost at the end. Excuse me. Oh, the throat's been better. The throat's been better. Still got one more movie. God damn. Whew, this is nuts. He attacks each shot with determination and emotion. One of his shots misses the shed. The ball bounces and banks off the lip of the roof, then it tumbles over the edge. In the parking lot below, the ball hits the pavement. It bounces several times, rolling off among the feet of the army of zombies wandering this way and that through the area. The creatures mob around the trucks at the main entrance. They moan and gurgle, clawing at the building. There seems to be hundreds of them, all different ages, sexes, shapes, some clothed, some naked, some wounded, some almost untouched. Now Fran, the pregnant housewife, is cooking supper. The men play cards with $100 bills in the living space. The three sit around the dinner table, just finishing their supper. The TV set is on, but only gray snow fills the screen, and the speaker hisses as it receives no signal. There hasn't been a broadcast for 3 days. Why don't you give it up? Excuse me. They might come back. Fran angrily throws down her silverware and stomps over to the TV. She clicks it off. The woman returns to the table. Steve stands up and moves to the set. He clicks it back on. Peter watches the two sheepishly. It is a domestic scene. The group has become a family with all the disadvantages of comfortable living, including the inability to communicate. What have we done to ourselves? The thunderous roar of the helicopter engine. The machine is hovering over the roof of the mall. Fran is at the controls. Steve sits in the passenger seat. Okay, now, easy, easy. Bring her down. The whirly-bird starts down from the roof. It is somewhat unstable when it eases down regularly. In the cockpit, a flustered Fran manages to handle the controls. Easy. Stabilize it. That's it. The woman reacts efficiently. She handles the controls better, as the chopper's runners are just about on the roof's surface. That's it. That's it. You got it. The runners hit the roof surface and the chopper settles. Fran throws her arms impulsively around Stephen's neck. You did it, hon. You did it. The woman excitedly hugs and kisses Stephen with childish joy. She is bubbling. Seen from a great distance, the helicopter atop the mall looks very small. Its engine dies and begins to whine. A pair of binoculars is watching the action. The lens pulls away from the pair of beady eyes. It must get into the roof. Son of a bitch. There's trucks blocking all the entrances. No sweat. What do you think? Hit him now and wait for tonight. We see the short-wave radio speaker installed in the living space near the TV. A voice rattles over the unit. We know you're in there. Seen the whirly-bird on the roof. Fran steps to the doorway, attracted by the signal. Peter sits at the radio, not knowing whether to send. Steve listens. Hey, could you use some company in there? Steve is about to say something. Peter stops him. We're just riding by. We can show you some supplies. What's the chances of getting in there to stock up? Peter listens intently, trying to read the voice's inflections. How many of you in there anyway? There's 3 of us. Couldn't you use 3 more guns? Hey, I got the 800. All right. I don't see it yet. It hasn't loaded on my thing yet, but I'll take your word for it. I will take your word for it, pal. Yeah, it doesn't show on my thing, but let's see. How do I do that? Yeah, 800. It doesn't show on the thing here. That's weird. Yay! Hey everybody! Thank you so much for subscribing. That's fantastic. I doubt we'll be able to get we'll get 200 more to round you out to 1,000 before the end of this. Stranger things have happened. We'll see what happens. Thanks for letting me know. Where are we? Oh, we could use 3 more guns, right? Raiders. Well, they know we're here. Maybe we should. No chance. The little puppy scrambles up to Fran's feet, seeking attention. She picks the little dog up in her arms. Well, if there's only 3 of them, who says? There's a long silence. The radio sputters static. Voices are heard, but they aren't speaking into the microphone. They're obviously conferring amongst themselves. Steve starts to speak. Peter cuts him off. Shh, quiet. He is trying to hear the muffled conversation. I think we should. Jesus Christ, shut up and listen. More static, slight laughter is heard. Steve looks into Peter's face. The bug trooper just stares at the speaker without. The bug trooper? Without moving. Finally, the voice again. Hey, you in the mall. We just fucked up real bad. We don't like people who. Oh, you just fucked up real bad. We don't like people who don't share. Oh, I don't have my necklace now. Oh, hold on a minute. Not really a necklace, my tie. That's what I mean. Sorry, I apologize for not being fully dressed. Instantly, Peter grabs. I had to do this because my shoulders are hurting. Instantly, Peter grabs his weapons and straps on his holster. Come on, man, get it up. Under the cover of darkness, a pair of hands stores a microphone on a portable radio unit. The radio is in a small van, which is cluttered with junk. An arsenal of weapons is strewn about. We see several men and a few women huddled inside the van. They look like banditos. Even one wears a Mexican. Oh wow, a Mexican sombrero. Jesus, fucking George Romero's racist. The men are armed to the teeth, wearing ammunition belts crisscrossed on their chests, and they are dirty and sloppily dressed in all sorts of surplus clothing. Outside, in close-up shots, hands turn controls on big motorcycles, and feet stomp accelerators. The bikes roar, creating a thunderous sound. Yeah, I guess you gotta strap on some guns, man. Clouds of dust and fumes rise into the air. Peter and Stephen are running across the mall roof. The roar of the cycles can be heard in the distance. Oh, I'm tired, yeah. Absolutely. Reaching the roof's edge, Peter stares off at the horizon, but sees nothing. The thunder draws nearer. Peter tries binoculars. Through the lenses are vague shapes in the darkness. As the sound swells, we see the riders. Their powerful bikes come charging over a rise. 2, then 3 more. 3 more. More! A lot of fucking motorcycles, man. They are accompanied by 2 small vans. There are at least 15 bikes. The sound is deafening. Just 3, huh? Holy shit. Now get in. They'll move the trucks. There's hundreds of those creatures down there. Come on, man. This is a professional army. Looks like they've been surviving on the road all through this thing. Damn. How many of the stores are open? I don't know. Several of them. Well, let's not make it easy for them. Come on. The men charge down through the skylight. The roar of the convoy can now be heard in the living space. Fran is desperate. Steve brushes by her with Peter, who crashes on ahead through the door onto the fire stairs. Yeah, a million. Yeah, we'll see. That'd be great. That'd be great, Timothy. That would be great. Fran is... What's happening? There's 15 or 20 of them. We're going to shut off the gates. Steven, we're just going to shut the gate. We're just going to shut the gates. They'll never find us up here. The man disappears through the stairway door. Fran drops the puppy, which goes running after the man floppily. Fran thinks to chase the dog, but instead moves to the storage area and snatches her weapons. She starts to load her rifle. Oh, he might. He actually, Mr. Beast actually inspired this. Fucking guy in the beginning. I don't know if you know. You probably know this web movie, but he did like he counted to like 100,000. It's like a 24-hour long video. What the fuck? It's crazy. I won't be doing that. But he inspired this. He certainly inspired this. And Mr. Beast could jump on here, but I'm not monetized yet, so he can't really donate anything. This is literally just for fun at the moment. I hear gunfire outside, but I think it's. I'm hoping it's fireworks. You know my fucking. You know what? Hold on a minute. 1 second. Oh man. Ah, I burnt it out. That sucks. My little snow light burnt out. Hey, Happy New Year, Sando James. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Happy New Year. If you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe, my friend. I would love to have you join the party. Welcome to it. We're in the middle of 8 hours. Motherfucker, I have got one more movie left, too. Son of a dick. This is going to be 12 hours. I thought I'd be done by 8. Can't stop till you get enough, right? That's what they say. She loads her rifle. Outside, the convoy makes a pass at one of the trucks. In the darkness, the zombies clutch at the fast bikes. The raiders fire their guns, dropping several of the creatures. I will go live with Wet Movie. Definitely. I can't add him to this because Wet Movie doesn't like to read. But I will do a live show with Wet Movie probably this week. Brendan, let's talk. I'll do something fun with you, man. Here we go. The mob of creatures is impenetrable at first. The Raiders leader signals the convoy to drop back across the parking lot. Some raiders have trouble keeping balance as zombies claw them. The lead bikes pull up on the other side of the lot. They'll spread out coming after us. Then we go in with the van. The other bikes ride to the leaders. The van pulls in and 2 bikers scramble aboard through the side door. One of the women jumps into the driver's seat and revs the engine. The zombies are starting to move out after the convoy. The mob at the mall entrance is thinning somewhat. In the mall, Peter drops from the grill in the exterior corridor. He charges out and into the maintenance corridor where he breaks for the mall proper. He is followed by Steven. Peter shouting, downstairs first. Okay. Got your talk box? Yeah. Talk box. Oh, hey, thank you, Sando. I appreciate that. I'm sure you're looking cool as well. Okay, keep it handy. Keep is handy. Outside, the Raiders' van revs and roars toward the mall. The bikers stay at the other side of the lot, engines idling. Some of them whoop and holler like American Indians. The van crashes through the advancing zombies. Several of them are knocked flying. The vehicle pulls up to the truck cab. 3 men pile out and scramble into the truck. The zombies in the area clutch at the Raiders, but they fight their way clear. The woman in the van revs the engine again. Zombies claw at her window. She squeals back to the main biker group. The zombies in the parking lot are approaching the ranks of motorcycles from a good distance. The Raiders open fire. They too possess sophisticated weapons. The barrage sets up a great noise. Several creatures fall. The little van pulls up behind the bikes. The men still whoop and shout. Okay. Guess what? What a fitting holiday fashion. It's not a festive noose. It is This is my tie. This is my light up tie. I guess if it was a noose, it'd be the other way. But if it's hanging down, it's like a little fun tie. You know, a little fun tie. God damn it, we're at the end of this, guys. We're literally. I've only got 100 of these little blocks left. Wet Movie is awesome. He's a great human being. One of my best friends. On the floor on the mall, Peter and Steve dash about, slamming roll gates down on the open stores. They run desperately through the empty concourses. They hear the din from outside. At the trailer cab, a raider fires point blank at the zombies that claw at the passenger window. Another man checks cables. Raider, shit, it's still taped up. It's all ready for us. The man sits at the wheel, revving the engine, ghouls at windows. Inside, the man hears the truck starting. Steve slams down the pharmacy gate. Peter is already running to the department store. The big trooper crashes up the escalator to the second floor aisle. Steve breaks for the open hardware store. The huge trailer rolls away from the mall entrance. A shout of victory goes up from the Raiders. The zombies at the door do not yet enter the mall. They're focused on the Raiders now. From other entrances, zombies start converging on the parking lot. Let's see. I thought you were maybe hopeful, so you were letting it hang low. Oh, no. Yeah, it's just my tie. I'm hopeful for 2021. Absolutely. I think it's going to be a better year. Absolutely. And Sando, yes. Actually, Brendan and I almost made a movie, but fucking virus kind of shut it all down, unfortunately. Long story. But yeah, it sucks. Let me just check how things are going. Hey, 801! Alright, let's finish this fucking thing. Come on. I got this. Shit. It's long. Where the hell am I? Okay. Ready? I'm ready. You guys ready? I'm ready. Across the lot, the bikers rev their engines ready to make a run on the building. The raiders in the truck hop from the cab. They run to the doors, shooting zombies as they move. Some creatures fall, others claw at the runners. One raider is brought down by the ghouls. His friends pay no attention. One gunman slams into the mall doors to find they are locked. He levels his machine gun on the locks and rips open the mechanism. The men push through the doors. The little alarm units are knocked flying, sending out a high-pitched signal. Peter is just slamming down the gates on the balcony when he hears the alarms go off. One of the raiders hears the gates rumbling. He looks up and sees Peter running by the railing upstairs. He fires with his machine gun. Peter dives, sliding across the balcony. The bullets miss him, and he crawls around the balcony just out of sight from below. Steve has just slammed down the hardware store gate and makes a dash for the department store. The raiders spot him as well and open fire. Steve runs zigzag and dives into the big store, where he ducks into the shadows, leaving the gate open. Peter, at the balcony railing, levels his super gun on the bikers. One accurate shot fires, and a raider falls with a giant wound in his chest. The last raider at the doors ducks out of Peter's sight. Steve now charges the roll gate and slams it shut on the store. The bikers toward the building. Zombies scatter on the lot. Just as the bikers are reaching the building, the raiders inside rushes the doors. The raider inside rushes the doors. He holds them open as the big fleet of rumbling cycles come screaming into the building. I love that scene. Hey, Jammin' Man, thanks for being here, man. Steve is in awe. Oh, excuse me. Steve is in awe, watching from the department store grid. The cycles pull down the concourse and zombies lumber in after them. The raiders at the door is grabbed by a zombie, then another. He manages to fight away. Peter, shooting above, downs the raider and one of the ghouls. The main band of bikers hear the gunfire and pull down a side concourse to regroup. They make their turn close to the department store, and Steve backs into the shadows. Peter moves down the balcony as zombies are clambering back to the big concourse. Peter's eyes are wide at the invasion. Upstairs, Fran hears the noises. She is at the top of the fire stair, weapons ready. On the landing below, the puppy scampers and barks. Fran calls the dog, but it doesn't listen. The bikes arc around, and several pull up to the department store. All right, a couple of you hold off them zombies. Charlie, hit the gates. We got to get that sniper. The leader rolls out. Others follow. Peter fires and drops the raider. His bikes flying into the approaching zombies. The action is too fast and furious. Neither Peter or Steve can see the whole layout of the concourse. The lead bikers pulls out of range behind a set of columns. A couple of bikers dismount and start up the stationary stairs. Thank you, Gemma, man. Yeah, 800. Very happy. Steve talks into his walkie-talkie. They're coming up, Peter. They're coming up the stairs. Peter moves to another spot on the balcony. Suddenly, the raiders at the department store turn a machine gun on the roll gate locks. One flies open. Another. Steve runs into the store, about to charge up the escalator when he realizes he'll be in the line of fire. He runs to the elevator, hits a button, and starts the second floor. Peter fires and drops one of the charging men on the balcony. The other takes cover. Just as Peter's changing position, the lights in the building blink out. The escalator stops. The power has gone off. Upstairs, Fran is alone in total darkness. Below, she hears the puppy still barking. She starts carefully down the steps. In the stuck elevator, Steve gropes and fumbles for his talk box. Peter! The big trooper charges through the darkness to the maintenance corridor, ignoring the buzzing on his talk unit. The raiders on the balcony approach quickly, ducking against the walls occasionally for cover. The other bikers spill into the department store, raiding the counter and raping the displays. Rape them. They throw things into sacks while others move to different stores and shoot off roll gate locks. They raid the arsenal and the sporting goods store. The main pack of bandits are holding off the zombies. The creatures charge with new vigor. Some raiders fall, and the ghouls pounce on them, ripping flesh with teeth and hands. The van pulls up outside the doors, and two bikers ride out it, loading supplies into it. The zombies are everywhere, but the actions of the professional looters befuddle them. Several creatures move onto the balcony. One zombie pounces the raider Peter shot and tears at his body. As the remaining raiders appear at the mouth of the corridor, Peter opens fire, killing the lead raider with a clean shot. Oh, in the heart. The man flies back over the railing, falling to the concourse below where zombies attack it. The other raiders fall back against the wall. Peter dashes into the maintenance room and rushes to throw the emergency power switch. The portable emergency light units blink on all over the mall. Steve, who has crawled through the escape hatch of the elevator, suddenly feels the car move. He grabs onto the cables, but his hand slips from the grease and his rifle falls down and wedges between the wall and the shaft of the moving car. Suddenly the car stops again, and Steve sees through the escape hatch as light spills in as the main elevator doors open. He thinks to jump down, but hears raiders below. Two of the big greasy bandits charge into the car. They whoop and shout as they see the open escape hatch. Steve settles back out of sight against the wall. Come on, man, let's go! The other raider whoops loudly and fires a barrage of bullets into the escape hatch. The shells bang and clatter in the shaft and ricochet off the walls and gears. The shell nicks Steven's arm, but he's silent. Finally, the barrage stops. The raiders charge back to the store. 50 left. Other other bandits battle with zombies. The men crash to the stores, collecting weapons, ammunition, tools, clothes, food. Bikers shuttle goods to the side doors of the van. The woman in the front seat is ready with giant pistols. Zombies try to pound their way in, but they cannot succeed. In the mall, another biker drops to the zombies. They pounce on him and start devouring his screaming body. Several creatures now wander through the department stores, having entered the second-story gate. They move through aisles, knocking against displays. One grabs a mannequin, thinking it's human, throws the dummy aside roughly. The raider on the balcony is approached by several zombies. He runs down the corridor to the maintenance office. Peter is gone. Breaking into the various empty offices, the raiders come to the fake wall panel and assume it goes nowhere. Then he hears the faint barking of the dog! Fucking dog! Shout out to Pete. Cyber Soldier wants me to shout out Pete. Pete, welcome to the party. How you doing, Pete? And Cyber Soldier, welcome to you as well. One grabs a mannequin. Okay, the raider on the balcony is approached by several zombies. He runs down the corridor to the maintenance office. Peter is the dog. Suddenly, a sound in the corridor, and the raiders turn. There are 3 ghouls coming. He fires and knocks off the ghouls one at a time and runs onto the balcony. Bikes roar this way and that. It is a war zone. The man is about to run downstairs when he hears a noise above. He spins and looks up. He sees Peter just too late. The big trooper in an open ceiling grid aims his super gun squarely at the raider's head. Wow! The gun roars and the man flies. Below, the raiders are starting to regroup. The bikes begin to peel out of the mall entrance one at a time. Another raider is snatched off his machine by the zombies. The bikers toss a little bit of booty in the van, and the woman driver gets ready to pull out. She lowers her window and fires point blank at the heads of the clutching creatures. The last wave of raiders is at the first floor entrance. The zombies are mobbing around the bikes outside. The men shoot and beat their way to the cycles. One man is brought down, but 3 men manage to mount their cycles. The big bikes roar out. Peter is crawling through the ductwork. Just as he opens a grid, he sees the last bike rolling across the concourse. He levels off with his scope. He shoots one raider out of the saddle. 2 others get out, regrouping in the lot. The band of 20 is now 7 or 8. One last cyclist revs his engine and roars through the concourse. He dodges through several ghouls and heads for the entrance. He is the leader, the one who's on the radio. He whoops victorious just as he is about to drive through the doors. Peter leans out of the gridwork and settles the crosshairs on the back of the rider's head. He waits as the biker roars out onto the lot. The rider lets out one last victorious shot in the fresh air. Peter's scope is locked on the rider's back, and the super gun roars. The biker is blown off the machine. Boom, boom, boom. The bike flies into a pack of zombies. Some fall back, but others advance on the rider. The man rolls over the cement, stops, not dead yet. He screams wildly as they move onto him. The other bikers move off in the night, and the engines fade away. The puppy stops barking. Fran is tense in the darkness, clutching her rifle. She stands on the now silent landing. In the parking lot and main concourse, the zombies move freely. They fight over the remains of the corpses. They eat ravenously, the sounds of their feast, the only thing in the area. Peter peers down at the slaughter below from the ductwork. Suddenly, he hears the beeper on his talk unit, hits the button. Peter, where the hell are you? The elevator. Listen, those things are all over the place. Climb up top. I'll get you out the grid on the shaft. I'm coming. Peter starts to crawl through the ducts. Steve hits the second floor button and the car moves. He clambers up on the handrail on the car. His hand reaches up and grabs the escape hatch, pulling his head and shoulders out in the opening. He kicks with his legs to force himself up when the car stops. He sees the grid in the shaft wall. Suddenly, the car doors open on the second story, and abruptly, several zombies dart into the car. They claw at Steve's legs and pull him out of the hatch. He screams, thrashes violently. In the duct, Peter hears the screams. He stops and listens for a moment. He backs away, heading for the maintenance corridor. He's fucked. In the duct, Peter hears the screams. In the elevator, Steve thrashes all his might. The ghouls try to pull him out of the car while the elevator doors open and close repeatedly against the creatures which block it. The zombie bites Steve's arm. Another bites his neck. The man scrambles to unholster his gun. Although he is bleeding profusely, he finally pulls his gun and fires once, twice. Peter is dropping out of the washroom duct. He hears the pistol shots and realizes Steve is not dead. He thinks about climbing back in the grid but stops. He punches at the wall violently. He is angry and confused. Again, the pistol roars and rips through a zombie head. Flying out the elevator, the doors still slam against the last creature. As Steve fires, the zombie flies back and the doors finally close. Outside, zombies fall against the elevator door. Okay, I'm going to catch up to a couple people. Timothy, I don't think you know Seymour Butts. Cybersonic, shout out Nick Gers. Nick Gers, how you doing? And David Patrick, what's up? How you doing, David? Thanks for being here. Let's see. Inside, Steve falls to the floor. His neck turns red. His eyes are wide with terror. He sits stupidly, staring at the pistol in his hand. He finds it hard to breathe. Peter appears at the bottom of the fire stair. The puppy runs to meet him, tails wagging and yapping. He hangs his head as Fran looks down. No. She runs down the steps. The big trooper catches her bodily as she is about to charge out into the hall. The kids are about to go to bed. They want to come say goodnight. I heard his gun. Maybe he's all right. We'll wait. We'll just wait a while. The mall stands silent in the blue haze of impending dawn. Okay, guys. Are you ready? More Snickers.
You can rest your voice for a
And
sec.
good night.
Oh my god.
Good night. Sleep well, okay? Love you.
How's it going?
Well, it's going good. I'm exhausted.
Oh
I'm 8 hours in.
my god. So how much do you have left?
I have one more movie. Dawn of the Dead is the longest goddamn script ever written. Blocks of text that this guy describes like he's writing a book.
So it's about 4 hours per movie?
Well, I mean,
So
only
you're gonna be done at like 2 a.m.?
No, I hope not.
Daddy.
I really hope Day of the Dead isn't that long.
What if it takes so like 3 days?
It's not gonna take 3 days. I hope it's not gonna take 3 days. All right, I need to get back. I love you.
Okay. All right, do you need
Oh my
anything?
gosh.
You want some water?
We started at 1:30.
Yeah, actually, I can take some water.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, thank you. I
Randy
will.
wanted to give you a Snickers.
I will. Thank you. All right.
Bye.
Bye, baby.
All
I love you.
bye. Good luck.
Bye.
Hope your voice doesn't hurt too much.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope you don't you can't talk to
I
me
won't be able.
tomorrow.
I won't be able to talk tomorrow. But, but that'll be okay.
You'll have a dry
He's
erase
doing this
board.
for you guys.
You'll have a dry erase board and then write it.
What are you
Are
doing?
you okay? Everything.
Missy Chaos is clumsy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys would bring me water, that'd be great.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
get you water.
2 a.m. Vermont time. Maybe. Although you said it's midnight, 2 a.m. in Vermont. No, I don't know. Might be up a little longer than that. Okay, what happened to my mouse here? Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's finish this son of a bitch. We're at the end. Zombies move through the building freely, walking the halls, lumbering through the stores. Several creatures still pound and scratch the elevator doors. As they push each other, one creature inadvertently makes contact with the elevator call button. The doors glide open. Steve is standing, his blood dry now. His eyes are blank as he steps forward. The creatures step away, seeing that he is no longer prey. He is among them now. The doors slam against Steve and open again. Steve lumbers into the store down the aisles. Other creatures drift away. Upstairs, Fran is packing her sack, slowly and ponderously. Her face is red from crying. Peter stands. Thank you, sir. Good night, bud.
Good night.
Bye, Daddy.
Good night.
Can you lay with me even if I'm asleep?
Yeah, I'll lay with you when I'm done, bud. Peter stands at the stair top, looking down at the landing. Fran sets the sack back down. Sets the sack down at the escape ladder leading to the roof. She deliberately goes to fill another sack. On the mall balcony, Steven's corpse walks to the maintenance corridor. He looks past all their wondering zombies and sees the fake partition. Something in him remembers. He moves forward. It's almost light. Let's go. Peter looks at her silently from the stairway door. He doesn't answer the radio. It's been hours. She starts to cry again. For God's sake, you better come on, because if I get to thinking about this, I'll just go on down there and let them. The puppy suddenly growls. It charges between Peter's feet and runs floppily down the steps. In the hallway, Steve pounds at the fake wall. Other creatures notice and they all move toward the partition. Upstairs, the pounding can be heard. Peter stands stoically, looks down into the darkness. The dog barks below. What is it? It's Steven. They're coming up. The great crunching noise, the partition gives way. Away from the army of creatures, Peter slams the door. He speaks quietly. Go on. You get out of here. Peter, I said get out! From the fire stair, we hear the sudden yelping of the puppy as it falls victim to the creatures. Oh no! Where the hell did they get a fucking dog? The sound echoes through the barren spaces of the storage area. Oh Jesus, Peter, please! I don't want to go. I really don't. Yeah, I really don't. You know that? I really don't. Suddenly, the door flies open and the creatures lumber into the living space. Peter stares at them. He smiles slightly. The creatures advance, led by Stephen. Fran starts to scream, Stephen! Stephen! She moves. She makes a slight move for her lover, but Peter races his supergun and shoots the zombie through the head. As Stephen falls, Fran comes up short. The axe startles her into awareness. Peter faces her as the creatures come up behind him. Move, woman! Fran grabs the sacks and climbs the ladder to the roof. The creatures advance on Peter. He backs away, trying to lead them from the skylight. They crash through the living space, upsetting the carefully planned room. On the roof, Fran desperately starts the helicopter engine. Peter backs into the storage room, slamming the door. The creatures approach the door, and the supergun roars one last time. The zombies push through the door, move in for their feast. Several zombies manage to scramble up the skylight to the roof. Fran stares, transfixed. The blades roar up to full speed. The creatures advance toward the machine. Fran steps out onto the running board. The creature's very close now. She crouches, watching for a moment, then looks up at the spinning blades. She stands straight up. Wait, what? What? She stands straight up. What? Guys, what? I don't remember this. This is not the ending of the movie. She stands straight up, driving her head into the spinning blades? What? That's not how it ends. A headless form falls to the floor, to the roof. The zombies advance. In a wide shot silhouetted against the dawn sky, we see the creatures huddled under the chopper blades, feasting on their last victim. Wow, what? The credits crawl up. Just as the credits end, the engine of the helicopter sputters and dies! We're done! Fade out the end, Dawn of the Dead. Wow, son of a bitch. That was long. That was long. But we did it. I did it. Dawn of the Dead. Check this out. Did you guys know? Oh my God. This is nuts. Hold on. This is not the ending I remember. This is not the ending I remember. Where is it? That way. This is not the ending I remember. She kills herself? I don't remember that. Listen, here's what we're going to do. We're far from over. Far from over. I got to piss so bad. And we still got Day of the Dead to get through. So I'm going to go take a piss, and I'm going to do my push-ups. I'll be right back. I don't remember her dying. Let me know if you remember her dying. I'll be right back. Son of a bitch. All right. Woo, man. I'm back. Oh. Yeah, I might have gotten a random draft, Timothy. I don't know. This it says let me go all the way to the top here. God damn, so long. Shit. I feel like it took me twice as long as reading Night. There's the working draft from 1977. I don't know. This is what I got. Okay. We're not done yet, pals. We've got to do one more. We've got to do one more. So here's what I'm going to do. Switch to me. I have to add a screen here. I'll do a little work here. You see that? Yeah, you do see that. Let's go like that. How's that? Oh, look at this. Yeah, that's good. I'll do it with that one. What's better? You guys like me little or big? I don't know. Let me know. Do you like me little with the script bigger? Excuse me. Let me get this over here so I can see it better. I think what I'll do is the same thing. A little bigger. Let's see how long this one is. Okay, so we're at 1. Let's see if I can get the... it's just so we have an idea. 170. 170. Okay. That's better. Motherfucking Dawn of the Dead at what? 750? 170 is doable. Doable. Easier to read bigger. Okay. You should do a bunch of these movies that have 3+ films. I might. I mean, this is pretty exhausting. We'll see how this works out. If people like it. All right, so I'm just going to keep it easier to read if you guys want to read along with me. But now I'm going to take a break. I'm going to do my push-ups and you guys can watch. Remember, I got ooh, something over. We're at the end. We got one more script, and then I get to try this. Look at this little thing. Weird, right? It's a, it's like a, what the fuck is the face? Oh, there's the face. It's a little, what the fuck is it? Shrunken head. Shrunken head rum. I'm going to do this when I finish. But now I got to do my push-ups, stretch my back a little bit. I'll be right with you. Just so you can see me doing it. I'll be on camera the whole time. Ten. Okay. Got that done. Ooh, I can't believe there's people still with me. I'm glad you guys are here. Means a lot to me. It really does. Here we go. Okay. Back in the suit. Well, I don't know if I could. Timothy says two movies with. I think 2 is a lot. Honestly, I'm pretty exhausted. Exhausted. I haven't even done the 3rd one, so I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could do it for that long. I do have an ASMR channel. I haven't done a lot on it, but I do have an ASMR channel. I haven't worked on it in a while, but it exists. Okay, shall we? It is currently 10 p.m. in LA. And man, I've got some more shit to read. I wish I could move it over, but it won't let me. I can get rid of some of this extra space here. Oh, perfect. That's good. That's good. We can all read that. Maybe I'll make it a little smaller. So more fits on the page. I want to make sure that it works. Okay, I think that'll work. A little smaller. Yeah, I guess we'll go with that. I can read that. Okay, pals, here we go. Day of the Dead by George Romero. This is the original script. I don't have a date on it. So I don't know when this was first made. Or written, I should say. I don't know the details on that. You could do a whole run. Timothy says you could do a whole run of those people would listen to at night. Yeah, probably. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just worry about copyright issues. Things like that. I run into issues like that. Okay, my friends. 8.5 hours in. We're starting our final movie. Final movie. I thought this thing would be only 8 hours. Papa's not done. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I have this. Mm-hmm. Forgot about the giveaways, man. Nobody answered the first question. Huh. Gee. I'm trying to think of what could be a good giveaway for it. Something from Dawn of the Dead. Okay. It's one of my favorite movies, Gamma the Brave. I'm not sure it's in here. It seems like, yeah. Gamma the Brave on DVD. This is hard to find now, the DVD of this. No, the glare. There it is. Gamma the Brave, one of the best Gamma movies ever made. If you want this, answer this question. What's the name of her dog in Dawn of the Dead? She has a dog. What was the name of the dog? I'll write it in the comments. First person to do that gets that. Okay. Day of the Dead, the original scripted by Jorge Ramiros. Everybody ready? Oh, I'm tired, but I'm ready. 8:30. 8:30, man. Okay. I'm sorry, 10 o'clock. I've been at this for an hour and a half. Well, you know what? Let me pour fresh coffee. I still have coffee in this thing. Fade in. Exterior. It's rock, maybe. I think I said Mamie, not baby. Sorry, a little punchy. Fade in. Exterior. The empty street of a city. Keep it like that. There we go. No people. A few cars and trucks are parked at odd angles. Abandoned. A title fades in, one phrase at a time. Oh, how much is cut off? Yeah, a lot of the script is cut off. How about that? I'll just drop it like that so we can see a little better. Switching to comments. And away we go. Sorry, the more tired I get, the more weird I get. Fade in. And this has to stay like that. Okay, good to know. No people. A few cars and trucks are parked at odd angles, abandoned. A title fades in, one phrase at a time. Few years since the dead first walked. Oh, 5 years, a few years. 5 years. You know what? This is the first script that has slug lines. This is what's known as slug lines. You know, like giving you a description of where the hell you are, you know, in the world. I'm not going to read those. Let's see, right there. We hear the sound of a strong wind. Oh, man. I thought the alligator was just a random thing. The alligator is a part of the script. That was always the creepy part to me, a zombie alligator. We hear that, at least it looked like a zombie alligator to me. Let's see. Oh, do I want to have dinner here? Maybe, yeah. I think that might be good. That might keep me going. I'm going to eat a little dinner here. We hear the sound of a strong wind. Debris flutters through the streets. A large alligator slithers into frame, stops, and looks around. Montage. As more gators explore the empty streets, knocking over garbage cans, upsetting the mannequins in a department store window. The gator crawls out through the open doors of an abandoned bank. Loose bills are dragged along under the animal's tail. They flutter away on the wind. So what? So did George Romero think that alligators would take over the world at the end? Maybe. Gators crawl over a 79 Cadillac. That's how you spell Cadillac. Cadillac. Yeah. That's a Cadillac. A female skeleton sits slumped over the steering wheel. In the back, a baby's bones are strapped into an infant's safety seat. Jesus. One of the gators thumbs its tail maddeningly against the windshield. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Dinosaurs inherit the earth again, right? One of the gators thumbs its tail madly against the windshield. Another title appears. Florida, 1987. Okay, I guess it's Florida. Close on a section of pavement as we hear the sound of sluggish footsteps approaching. A shadow appears at the bottom of the frame. It gets longer and takes on the shape of a man. Tight on the afternoon sun, blinding us. Into the foreground lurches the figure which cast in the shadow. Glare obscures all facial details until the head jogs into position directly in front of the fiery ball of the sky. Then we see its hideous dead eyes, its blue-gray color, the blackened wound where a large portion of jaw has been ripped away. This is a zombie! A music chord sounds. The main title appears. Day of the Dead. Exterior, the city, day. Head credits roll over a montage. The city streets are now populated by the walking dead. In every shape, size, and color they wander without purpose up and down the avenues, in and out of buildings. The city is theirs. They have inherited the place. Man, in his human form, seems to be gone. As the credits end, we cut to Main Street. We are looking down from a high angle. The corner of a tall building is in the foreground. A corpse is dangling from a noose. It's been dead for some time. It's mostly bone now. It's blackened flesh, picked clean by scavenger birds and harbor rats. A sign flaps against its chest cavity. Its hurriedly scrawled message reads, "Take me, Lord. I love you." That's depressing as shit. The rope breaks suddenly and the corpse falls out of frame. Exterior, the street. We're at ground level now. Smack. The corpse hits the pavement and shatters as though made of potter's clay. Bones bounce over a wide area. The sign is carried off by the wind. Abandoned marina. The sign gallops across the grass of a harbor park towards the water where a few derelict boats sway in the wind. Slowly the sound of a motor fades in. In exterior marina. Fishing boats, old and sea-worn, chugs into the harbor. There are people on board, 3 men and 2 women. They look like gorillas from somewhere in Latin America. They're heavily armed, unshaven, covered with months' worth of jungle crud. They are obviously exhausted. They gaze up to the city. Their deep sunken eyes are too war-weary to show much emotion, but we can read their despair. You know what, Timothy? It would be great if this transitioned into a dinosaur movie because the rest of the movies aren't that great. I think Land of the Dead is okay, but the other ones, wish. Another dead place. I told you, let's get out of the islands. Let's get out to the islands. The radio signals were coming from this area, not from the city. In every city, it's the same, dead. Let's get out of the barrier. Let's get out to the barrier islands. If there are survivors sending those signals, that's where we'll find them. Plenty of time for the islands. The rest of our life on the islands, I think. Miguel is drifting. The sight of the dead city has pushed him a few inches closer to the brink of insanity. He catches himself and comes back toward reality. We gotta see if there are others here. We came all the way. We're gonna check it out. A marina. Close on the open gasoline receptacle in the hull of an abandoned boat. A woman's hands shove a length of hose down into the hole. The woman, Maria, puts the other end of the hose to her mouth and sucks the air out. At another derelict boat, Tony sucks on another hose. Nothing. Dry as a bone. No gas. Let's get out of here. Check them all. Check the tanks under the pumps. Just make sure you guys can see everything I can see. Yeah. Miguel and the other two gorillas, Sarah and Chico, start to walk up the dock towards the harbor park, towards the city. Miguel has an electronic bullhorn in one hand, his automatic rifle ready in the other. Thank you. Oh, wow, nice big plate. It is 10, and I'm tired. My wife has prepared me a lovely dinner. This is what we call, in Cuban, a picadillo. Picadillo it's kind of fitting for a zombie movie. It's basically chopped up meat. That's essentially what it is. You know, ground beef. It's just chopped up. Cooked. It's basically chopped up hamburger. If I'm going to give it a different description, just chopped up hamburger. There's some good ass food, man, with some nice white rice. If you don't mind, just gonna take a bite. Dang movies. Stuff there. Oh, so good. Your movie? Oh, it's good. Good. Movie. Gotta keep my protein. Also, I'll pass out. Oh, that would be kind of good too. Harbor Park. The trio of refugees move across the grass. The wind blows debris around them as they stare towards the downtown buildings. Miguel lifts the bullhorn to his mouth. Hello, is there anyone there? Hello, hello. The city. Montage as the Walking Dead hear that human voice. Throughout the city, they turn towards the sound, at once confused and excited. Hello! The dead start to groan. I remember this opening is really creepy, man. This is a really creepy opening. The dead start to groan hungrily, almost pleadingly. All over the city, their voices rise. Exterior Harbor Park. It comes to Miguel and the others as a massive wall of noise. The sound of hundreds of thousands of damned souls moaning on one solid voice. The sound of hell on earth. The marina. Tony and Maria hear it as well and feel the familiar grip of cold fear. Marina makes the sign of the cross. Dios mío. Dios mía. What? No one says that. Dios mía. Tony, I told you. I told them this is a dead place like all the others. The city from the water. We see the place from a great distance. In the foreground, the fishing boat with all 5 refugees back on board. It chugs into open water. A small private dock. Away from the city, this dock is wooden, rickety. Derelict boats rust at their moorings. The fishing boat is tied on at one end of the pier, and the gorillas are moving through the area scavenging. This time, Chico helps Maria and the siphon. What? Oh, with the siphon hoses. Tony lingers sullenly near the fishing boat, which has its motor still idling. Maria's siphon hose is stuffed into the gas tank of a large trawler. She sucks on the hose, and unexpectedly, a foul-tasting liquid fills her mouth. Ay, gasolina, gasolina! Without warning, a figure pops up from behind. What did she expect? Obviously. A figure pops up from behind the side wall of the trawler. He reaches out and grabs the woman, pulling her against the boat, his arm around her neck, a pistol to her head. Well, this is very different from the version we got. I thought it was like a military thing. Tony sees the action. He dives into the fishing boat, crawls over to his rifle, and scrambles toward the pilot's controls. With a lightning move, Maria pulls a knife from her belt. She wrenches around and plunges a blade into her attacker's chest. The man staggers back, screaming. Maria breaks away and runs across the dock. The man fires his pistol wildly. Maria is hit in the arm. She tumbles forwards onto the decking. Tony reacts, opening fire with his automatic. Bullets rip into the attacker's chest. He falls out of the trawler onto the dock. The two more gunmen appear behind him, mean-looking desperados with rifles spitting lead. What does that mean? With a rifle spitting lead? Tony ducks as low as he can. He grabs the controls and pots the fishing boat along the edge of the dock toward the downed woman. Exterior, the private dock, day. Miguel, Sarah, and Chico react to the gunfire. They draw their weapons and look for cover. They are at the far end of the dock, their backs to the sea. There is a work shed nearby. Bullets whiz past them as they charge towards the wooden structure. They make it there safely, and they begin to return fire. A gun battle ensues between the two groups. By the way, this is how you write a script for real. Short descriptions, not long blocks of boring text. So far, this is a solid script. Private dock. Maria, her arm bleeding, rolls off the dock and into the fishing boat. Tony guns the engine, and the boat pulls out into open water. The attackers try to fire at the escaping boat, but they are forced to duck bullets which ricochet off the trawler, pinning them down. Exterior, the private dock, day. Miguel's rifle is in his right hand. His left hand clings to the frame of an open window on his side of the shed. There's a sudden startling music sting, and when the zombie appears inside the open window. Grotesque and drooling dark saliva. Its hungry mouth lunges at Miguel's left arm. His teeth tear a large chip of flesh out of the arm 6 inches above the wrist. Miguel screams. He pulls away from the creature, his terrified eyes staring at the bleeding wound. A zombie bite means infection and almost certain death. The zombie leans out through the open window, his hands clawing the air, trying to reach Miguel. Sarah pulls a giant .45 from her holster belt. Balam, balam, balam. What the hell? They're having just a boolam, balamne. She fires 3 rapid shots. The skull of the zombie indents in front like a hard-boiled eggshell that's been whacked with a spoon bowl. That was a spoon bowl. Blackened blood and brain matter flies out of the back where the bullets exit. The creature falls destroyed. Exterior, private dock. Sarah acts quickly. She lunges towards Chico and snatches a machete out of the belt. Chico shows concern, but he's busy returning fire at the attackers on the trawler. Sarah, I have to stop the infection, querida. Everybody's Spanish. Miguel looks into Sarah's eyes. She started to... And you want to say querida, because that's feminine. You say querido. He has started to tremble. A cry of primal panic is gurgling up in his throat. With a sudden move, Sarah slams her rifle butt into the side of his head with all her might. He reels backwards and slams into the boathouse wall. His eyes roll, but he stays on his feet, still conscious. Chico steps away from his post and stands squarely in front of Miguel. Whap! He slugs him with a powerful right cross. Miguel still stands. Whap! He slugs him again. Whap! Why are they beating this guy up? Again, finally, Miguel collapses into the man's arms, and Chico lays the limp body down on the deck. Buddha! Wow! A lot of this. Onomatopoeia, right? Isn't that onomatopoeia? No, it's not onomatopoeia. Buddha blam! The enemy, sensing an upper hand, starts firing with more intensity. Chico steps away from Miguel and sends some lead back their way. Private dock. Sarah is crying. It's not weakness. She's crying for Miguel, crying for his pain. but she doesn't hesitate in what she has to do. She crouches over the bitten arm and raises the machete over her head. Thunk! She chops at the elbow joint with all her strength. The blade bites deep, but doesn't cut through. She lifts it and chops again and again. Thunk! Thunk! Then she digs around, searching for the joint the way she might on a turkey drumstick. Finding the spot, she pushes down with both hands, leaning all her weight on the top edge of the blade. Tears are running down her cheeks when the big knife finally, thump, cuts through to the decking. Ooh, yeah. Repulsed, angry, Sarah sweeps the severed forearm away with the blade, the way a butcher might sweep away unwanted fat. Blood is spurting out of the stump at an alarming rate. Sarah has to act quickly, while Chico continues to return fire at the enemy. Sarah swings herself up onto the sill of the open boathouse window and disappears inside the place. Interior of the boathouse. Day. The place is dark and cluttered. Oars, baits, buckets, fishing gear, life preservers, tools, paints, varnishes. Sarah snatches up an axe handle. The zombie that bit Miguel lies nearby with his skull laid open. His hand is jogged startlingly when Sarah grabs a bottle of paint thinner from the floor beside the corpse. From out of the shadow, a hand. It grabs Sarah's ankle. She kicks violently and pulls away. Another zombie is crawling across the floor. One of its legs is missing and the other is badly damaged. Sarah draws her .45. Balam! Balam! She pumps 2 rounds into the creature's brain. Private Doc. Chico ducks the enemy's ricocheting bullets. Hey, what are we doing this for? We can stick together. We can use each other's guns. At the trawler, one of the attackers shouts a response. You can use our guns. Maybe we can't use yours unless you can get your boat back here. You got a boat. Shit, man, we can lift this stuff into the bay, tow her around with a dinghy, but she ain't got us nowhere. Every boat you see here is long dead, soldier. Else we'd be long gone. Can you get your boat back here? I don't know where they went, man. I don't know, I swear. And like I said, we can't use you. We ain't got the food nor the patience to put up with you. The man fires a long burst from his automatic. You motherfuckers! He reaches around the corner of the shed with his own rifle and fires blind in return. Sarah clambers out through the shed windows, having wrapped a large piece of cloth around the end of the axe handle. She reaches into a shirt pocket and produces a wooden match. She strikes the match and touches the flame to the thinner, soaked cloth. Woof! The axe handle becomes an angrily flaming torch. Exterior, the private dock. Day. As the gun battle continues, Sarah crouches over Miguel. Blood is still fountaining from the stump of his left arm. The woman slaps the flaming end of her torch onto the stump. There's a sizzling sound as the raw flesh there cooks. The pain reaches Miguel, even though his unconscious state. He starts to breathe heavily. His head shakes from side to side, silently pleading, "No, no, no!" The flames do their job. The flesh crusts over the wound. The bleeding stops. Miguel's shirt catches. Suddenly, his eyes pop open. He screams like the man on fire he is. He lurches away from the flames, his body slamming against the shed wall. Sarah flings the torch into the water and dives on top of the man. Sarah, Miguelito, mi vida, Miguelito mío. Miguel mío. No, that's weird. Miguel, trying to scream but needing to vomit, is doing neither. His body is convulsing in the woman's arms. She rubs the sparks on his shirt until they disappear. Then she caresses him, holding his head against hers, rocking him back and forth. Exterior, the private dock. Nay. Chico is still busy returning fire. Bullets whiz through the air around his head. One kicks him on the shoulder. A superficial but painful wound. Excuse me. Oh, Jesus Christ, get up here, woman, get the hell up here. Oh, I'm tired. Sarah has no choice but to help in the fight. She lays Miguel as gently as she can on his back. He's gone into deep shock, shivering violently. Rubbing tears away from her eyes, Sarah jumps to her feet and takes up a post and begins to fire at the attackers. The attackers are grinning like old-fashioned pirates as their guns chew up the dock. Suddenly, just behind the trawler, we see a flash of color speeding by. It's the fishing boat! The wounded Maria is staring. Tony is standing on the prow with his rifle, firing. One of the attackers is hit from behind. His back turns solid red, and he pitches forward, falling between the boat and the dog into the water below. The other attackers, number 1, turns and fires in response. Tony is hit in the stomach. He falls to his knees and grabs the side of the boat, but he keeps firing. The attacker pivots against the mast. For a moment, he doesn't realize that his neck has been ripped open by a line of bullets. He tries to scream, can't. A plume of red shoots out of his mouth. Then he realizes that he's a dead man. He falls. Yes, Timothy. I think in this one he really wanted to emphasize sound effects for some reason. Very strange. He turns like a kid or something. Tony, pull in, get the others. Tony's clutching at his bleeding belly as Maria, in pain from her own wounds, circles the boat towards the edge of the dock. Private dock. Behind the boathouse, Sarah slings her rifle onto her shoulder as she leans over Miguel, who is now catatonic. Help me get him to the boat. Leave him. Sarah calmly raises her .45 and aims a drug at Chico's head. Help me or die. Reluctantly, the man moves toward Miguel. Two survivors drag him, his limp body, over the decking. Dissolved to private dock. Fishing boat is gone. Orange light from the western horizon paints the scene. Figures are moving about on the dock. Slumped, lumbering figures. Zombies. They're clustering around the trawler, around the corpses of the attackers. They begin pulling those corpses apart and eating them hungrily. One creature has found Miguel's severed forearm. It pulls a big chunk off the thing with his teeth. It chews for a time, its drool turning red. Then it spits out Miguel's wristwatch, as though it was a bothersome bit of bone. Interesting. Fishing boat. The two women hover over their wounded, Tony and Miguel. Chico steers the boat. Suddenly, Tony arches his back and screams in pain. Ah! My God, I am heartily sorry for having offended thee. Yeah, apparently, Timothy, you have to write in very specific things so that they know what the... Oh, machine gun! Right, that's the sound he wants. Maria, shh, Tony, rest. I detest all my sins because of thy just punishment, because of thy just punishment. A coughing fit interrupts his act of contrition. From across the open cabin, from within Sarah's arms, Miguel stares. His eyes have the glaze of a madman's eyes. Hurt. Despite the physical trauma he has endured, he seems remarkably in command. He's dying. I will end his pain. Miguel draws his pistol. No! But most of all because they offend thee, my God, who art all good and deserving of all my love. He is dying. He knows it. You are dying too. No, the disease was cut away from me. I will live. I firmly resolve with the help of the grace. Tony collapses. A long, gurgling breath of surrender spills out of him, and blood trickles from his lifeless mouth. Tony! The woman folds Tony's corpse into her arms as though trying to give it life from her own wounded body. For a long moment, there's only the chug, chug, chug of the tired engine. Then the woman, sensing something, turns back toward Miguel. His pistol is raised, aimed at Tony's head. No, you can't. It must be done. You know this. It must be done to keep him from... It won't happen to him. You heard his prayer. His prayer will save him. He can never become one of those devils. Prayers have no power to save. The knife can save. It can cut the disease away. The bullet, it can shatter the brain when the evil takes seed. These are saviors, our new saviors, our only saviors. We must wait. One day the curse will pass. One day a dead man will refuse to return, and that man will be a saint. The first saint of our century. That's a prayer too. A catechism, something the priests tell us to believe. You can't believe this, Miguel. I'll kill you if you shoot. We must wait. I'll do it. I'll do it myself when it needs to be done. No, he won't be able to do it. He will rise, and you will die. That madman's glaze is wet in Miguel's eyes again. A grin curls his mouth into an odd shape. He freezes, staring, waiting. Sarah shows concern. Deep water. A crescent moon lies on its back. Wow, this is very different already from the Day of the Dead that we know. A crescent moon lies on its back. Below, on the pitch-black water, its reflection, a vertical stripe, breaks open as the boat passes through it. Chug, chug, chug. The fishing boat. Chico has fallen asleep at the tiller. Sarah is asleep as well, and so is Maria. A silent shadow moves over the side rail. Hands reach out and grip Maria's shoulders, lifting her up from sleep. Her eyes flutter open. Take a little eating break, folks. This is a very different script. This isn't the Day of the Dead that we remember. I wonder if it still has like Frankenstein and Oh man, what's his name? Rhodes. It's gotta have that. Bub. It's gotta have that, right? Very different. Mm. Okay. 9 hours in, guys. Tony's face is blue-gray in the moonlight. It takes the woman a second or two to recognize that he is one of the living dead. You know what? Pardon me. 1 second. All this talking is like really messed up my sinuses. Okay. I know that. His hungry mouth lunges toward her neck. His drooling teeth sink deep. The woman screams. Sarah wakes with a start. Miguel is already awake. He's been watching all along. Now he watches still, his pistol idle in one hand and in one good hand, his mouth curled in a strange grin as Maria's screams shatter the quiet night. As the tiller, Chico sees what's happening. He fumbles for the automatic rifle that's strapped over his shoulder. A pork chop-sized chunk comes out of Maria's neck and the clenched teeth of the Tony creature. Blood squirts upward in a 5-foot arc. Sarah lifts her rifle from her lap. She is the first to fire. An instant later, Chico fires as well. The head on the Tony creature is hit by rapid-fire loads from each gun, and it comes apart above the eyes. Its body staggers stiffly onto Maria. She tries to stand, tries to pull away, screams, still babbling in her torn throat. She topples backward over the side rail. The corpse, taller and heavier, flips rigidly over, its feet kicking skyward and splashes into the deep black gulf. Maria, the small of her back, balanced precariously on the side rail, grabs at the air, trying to swing her weight back on board. Sarah springs forward. She reaches the other woman a second too late. Their hands brush, but don't catch. Maria slips over the side. A loud splash cuts off her screams. Chico brings the boat about in as tight a circle as possible. He and Sarah stare out over the water. The blackness out there is absolute visibility zero. Silence, but for the chug-chug-chug of the boat's engine. Miguel slowly raises his hand and aims his pistol at a large turtle-shaped splotch of blood on the hull across the cabin, the spot where Tony died. With that odd grin still on his lips, he begins to fire one shot at a time in deliberate slow rhythm. The bullets punch holes through the wooden sidewall, most of them hitting squarely the bloodstain. Sarah looks over toward Chico, who returns to look with frightened eyes. Gasparilla's Island. Well, this would be very different. Excuse me. It looks like a tropical paradise, greatly separated from the other smaller islands on the horizon. Its vegetation is dense and lush. There's no sign that civilization ever invaded the place. No power lines, no buildings. What meets the eye is all natural and inviting. Island? What? The fishing boat chugs into a tidewater basin on the afternoon side of the island. The fishing boat. Chico looks uninhabited. What do you think? I think we should burn the church, kill the priest, burn the church, kill the priest, and burn the church. It's the only way. The only way. Miguel is sweating profusely, yet shivering as though cold. Flies are buzzing in a cluster around his wrapped stump. He's over the edge now, insane, and worse than that, the infection from the original bite is spreading. The amputation was not done quickly enough to prevent the parasites from racing through his veins to the brain and elsewhere. Sarah turns toward the madman, once her lover. Her heart is too calloused for emotion to reach it. She just stares, her eyes dead cold like the eyes of a shark. I'm pulling in. The island. The boat noses into a swamp water backwash. Tall reeds and cypress moss camouflage it completely. It's as though the boat is sailing right onto dry land. Shock cut to... What's a shock cut? The jungle near the inlet. Fuck. Close on a machete. The blade chops onto the top of a coconut. Wow, this is very different. I can't go to sleep. What movie? I gotta finish that. I gotta read Day of the Dead, man. I gotta do it. I got to do it. The blade chops into the top of a coconut. Chico drinks the milk. By the way, this is a very different version from Day of the Dead. Those of you who are hanging in, very different Day of the Dead. Chico drinks the milk. Sarah sits on a nearby rock, her rifle and a backpack full of supplies strapped over her shoulders. Miguel, his madman's eyes wide with excitement, is trotting urgently from spot to spot where spectacular species of subtropical plants grow. There are hundreds of them, 6 feet tall and flowering. Their red gold blossoms are shaped like trumpets hanging with their bells down. Datura, mira, Datura. What's he saying? Sarah shrugged, not knowing. Chico looks down at her, empathizing. His madness could be from shock. No, I didn't stop the infection in time, I know. She speaks softly, matter of fact. Don't worry, when he dies, I won't be like Maria. I'll shoot him. Datura, métele. The inland jungle. The guerrillas hack their way through the thick undergrowth with machetes. Miguel is ineffectual. He lags behind the others who are doing trailblazing. The sounds of wildlife, excited by the intruders, fill the close human air, sometimes beautiful, sometimes grotesque, sometimes startling. A swampy area. Alligators lurk and snakes slither along the reeds. 14-foot gator opens his jaws wide, making a sound like escaping steam. Chico draws his pistol, but Sarah reaches out to grab his hand. No shooting. Not until we're sure we're alone on the island. No, thank you. No ice. Straight up, please. No ice, thank you. Oh, he's nuts. Miguel's eyes roll up into his head. His knees buckle. Sarah grabs him under the arms, barely keeping him from falling face first into the muddy swamp water. Chico comes to help. If she knows the guy's a zombie, and he's gonna die painfully, I think that, kill him. Why are you waiting? Shoot him. It's weird. Miguel's eyes roll up into his head. The swamp. The two drag Miguel to the edge of dry land. They flop him onto his back. Am I in the shot here? Yeah, okay, good. Things are good. Flop him onto his back, and Sarah puts her canteen to his lips. Miguel. No ice, I said. No ice. He slams his good hand against the canteen, knocking it away. It plops into the marsh water. Its contents lost. Miguel, burn the church, kill the priest, and burn the church, burn! His mouth keeps on shaping words, but no sound comes out. He squirms for a moment, and then he seems to fall asleep. Chico looks down at him, unable to help. He moves off towards solid ground and disappears in the thick brush. After a time, Sarah follows after him. Exterior, the cave entrance day. Chico is at the edge of a clearing when Sarah reaches him. His eyes are wide, frightened by what they see. In the ground before them, there's an enormous iron plate, 50 feet by 10, all painted in brown and green camouflage patterns. What is it? I don't know. Landing pad for a helicopter? I don't know. Suddenly there's a great rumbling, like the giant gears and pistons of a drawbridge being activated. The iron plate shudders and starts to move downward into the earth. Sarah and Chico duck into the nearby jungle. The jungle near the cave entrance. They take cover in a thicket, both their guns up and ready. Other sounds can be heard now, clunking sounds of metal on metal, and a few heavy thuds. There are also voices on the wind, but their words are indistinguishable. It's some kind of elevator. There must be something under the ground here, maybe military. Oh, okay, so the military base is on an island? How do zombies get on the island? Look! Cave entrance. Several figures are rising up into view. A dozen, maybe 15. Details are obscured by foreground foliage. But we can read helmets, heavy armament, packs, utility belts. The impression is of a ghostly cadre of soldiers rising from hell. Jesus Christ, it is military. I don't believe it. The jungle near the cave entrance. What do we do? I don't know we're here or what. Let's just wait a minute. Get a better look. She moves to another spot a few feet away. Chico follows. Cave entrance. The platoon of soldiers, still obscured by foliage, moves off into the jungle, carrying a collection of paraphernalia. There are 3 soldiers who do not move off with the others. They are standing still with their shoulders slumped, their heads lolling listlessly from side to side. They have the body attributes of prisoners, yet there is something menacing about them. We hear a series of electronic beeps, something like computer beeps, and as though in response to that signal, the 3 slumped figures start to walk. They move slowly, stiffly, their feet shuffling, their arms dangling lifelessly at their sides. Oh my God. Stalk the island for the sport of hunting. imported like pig? The island? Full of zombies? Is that what you're saying, Timothy? Maybe. That's not the movie I remember, though. The jungle near the cave entrance. Sarah's eyes are wide in their sockets with disbelief, revulsion, horror. Beside her, Chico, also astonished, makes the sign of the cross. Oh my god. Cave entrance. As we cut in closer, we see that the threesome figures are zombies. They are wearing khakis and are armed with rifles and pistol belts. What the hell's happening here? Their helmets have been painted on, identifying bright red, and they wear slip-over vests dyed the same bright color. All the others in platoons are human. They too wear vests, but theirs are not red, but white, with large orange circles emblazoned front and back. Two of the men wield long electric cattle prods for use should the zombies misbehave. But the creatures, amazingly, are shambling along the rest of the platoon voluntarily, cooperatively, even somewhat excitedly. The kind of excitement seen in a puppy that's just learned a new trick. Now, hold on a minute. That's exciting. So we're basically seeing an almost entirely different Day of the Dead? Okay. That's cool. I like that. Exterior, the jungle near the cave entrance. Day. Chico, it can't be. Are we truly in hell? Come on. Stealthily, the woman moves along the edge of the thicket, crouching all the while. Chico hesitantly follows. Exterior clearing day. The mysterious platoon begins setting up their equipment, which includes tripod machine guns. Two men don black rubber gloves and long black laboratory aprons. They strap large refrigerated cartons around their necks and open the sealed lids. The vapor mushrooms out like dry ice. What? The vapor mushrooms out like dry ice vapor out of good humor wagons on a hot day. Weird. Jungle near the clearing. Sarah and Chico. You don't have to keep telling us we're in the fucking jungle. Sarah and Chico watch. Suddenly, the huge, full-throated sound of a siren startles them. They look around, up into the trees. Sarah spots something and points. Close on a siren horn, high in the cypresses. Its wires running down to the brush and disappearing underground. The clearing. First one comes, then two more, three more. Zombies are shuffling out of the jungle, converging on the platoon. Yeah, definitely really weird image. The clearing. First one comes. They seem to come from everywhere. Soon there are 20 or more. Most are tattered and ragged, but others wear vests, the same type as worn by the platoon. These are solid colors, some white, some blue. None are red, and none have orange circles. As the zombies push in closer, they seem to get agitated. They start growling and reaching out. The man with the cattle prods poke at the more unruly creatures, and zapping sounds can be heard. The creatures form a kind of ragged queue, lining up in front of the good humor man. From inside their freezer curtains, these men produce great bloody chunks of raw meat. The zombies docilely take the handouts and go lurching out of the queue. Some starting to eat immediately. Others retreating into the cool of the jungle to enjoy a more private supper. Wow. Yeah, we get it. We're in the jungle. How interesting. Wow, how interesting is this? The jungle near the clearing. Sarah, what is it? What could that be? Behind her, Chico gets the dry heaves. He slams his hand into his mouth to keep from making noises. No, they must have gotten them to accept other things. They wouldn't be feeding them with. They wouldn't. Exterior, the clearing day. Whoa. The man in command of the platoon is obvious, strutting around while others do the dirty work. This is Captain Rhodes! He's conscienceless, the low of the low, and a Weasley-looking guy to boot. He matches the operation, almost hoping for trouble. He watches the operation. He loves to torture disobedient zombies. Behind him, their automatics ready, are several troopers especially assigned to protect the captain. One of these troopers is Toby Tyler, a good guy. Toby is revulsed by the scene in the clearing. He drops his head, almost gagging. Rhodes notices. You'll get used to this, Tyler. It's the only way. They don't bite the hand that feeds. Toby looks up. He can't conceal his contempt for the captain. Rhodes reads it in his eyes and is about to say something when a sound distracts him. One of the ragtag zombies is running amok. The zappers poke at the creature, but that just makes it angrier. Get that thing away from the others. Bring it here. One trooper has a long pole with a wire noose on the end. He drops the noose over the wild zombie's head, and the wire tightens, biting into the head to the dead flesh of the thing's neck. The pole is long enough to control the creature while keeping it out of reach. The jungle near the clearing. Sarah watches, repulsed but fascinated. Chico is still fighting the heaves. Without warning, a zombie looms up directly behind Chico. The man jumps forward, terrified. He crashes into Sarah, who spins and sees the danger. 2 more zombies appear, then a third. These have no vests. They're ragtag, badass, and hungry as hell. One of them grabs Sarah. She manages to pull away, but behind her, Chico panics. He raises his rifle and the clearing. Rhodes hears the gunfire. He seems pleased. He grins. We have visitors. Let's go, man. Visitors. Let's take a little dinner break here. He moves slowly towards the thicket, followed by Toby, Tyler, and several other soldiers. He reaches down to his belt and pushes one of the 3 buttons on a unit that resembles a pager. Electronic beeps like the ones we heard earlier come from the unit, this time in a different pattern. The redcoat zombies respond quickly. They draw their pistols and go marching off after their leader, grunting and snorting like bull apes. Rhodes' grin breaks into a wide-open laugh. Haha, if only the rest of you ladies would obey orders the way they do. The jungle near the clearing. The cover-blown Sarah now raises her rifle. Buddha, Buddha! Buddha, Buddha! The second zombie's head turns to red pulp and the thing pitches forward dead. Chico fires and the third zombie is destroyed. Suddenly there is distant fire from the clearing. Bullets whiz through the brush. The gorillas duck for cover. Yeah, I get a little consumption in. Absolutely. The redcoat zombies shuffling forward abreast in a line have opened fire. It's a grisly parody of foot soldiering. The creatures are unsteady on their feet. Their hands shake when they squeeze the stiff army-issue triggers. Bullets fly this way and that, most of them grossly off target. That's it, you worm-eating slime, you foul-smelling pus-faced maggots. I told you I'd find you real action, didn't I? You corruption, you filth. You're learning. You're getting better. Getting better, you scum. The trooper, besides Toby, is another young man whose nickname is Trix. He and Toby exchange glances as they trudge along behind the captain and his zombie redcoats. Their eyes tell us that they both think Rhodes to be insane, which of course he is. Jungle near the clearing. Sarah, let me go right there. Sarah moves to retreat, but Chico lifts his rifle and fires wildly into the clearing. No. 2 of the redcoats are hit, but not in the head. Their brains keep functioning. They march on. Spread out, man. Open fire. Whatever else he is, Rhodes seems fearless. He stands in the open as his human soldiers fan out. He notices that the redcoats are out of ammunition. He pushes another button on his belt unit, and more beeps sound. The redcoats stop in their tracks. They dump the spent shells from their weapons and reload using fresh rounds from their belts. Their fingers are stiff. 3 bullets fall to the ground for every one that finds its way into a gun chamber. The soldiers have opened fire now. They are closing in on the thicket. Exterior, the jungle near the clearing day. Chico is hit high on the right side of his chest. Sarah fires a quick burst out into the clearing as she tries to pull the man deeper into the jungle. Suddenly, from right behind Sarah's back comes a blood-curdling scream. A dark figure looms up, startling as all. Burn the church! Kill the priest! It's Miguel, sweating, his eyes sunken into deep black sockets. He is charging toward the clearing with his automatic blazing in one good hand. He thunders right past Sarah, almost knocking her down. Exterior, the clearing day. Miguel breaks out of the thicket into the clear view of the soldiers. Rhodes sees the one-armed wild man, and his grin dissipated slightly. He draws his own pistol, an enormous magnum, an elephant stopper. Soldiers, taken by surprise, scattered. Toby and Trix among them. Miguel's bullets draw a line across one soldier's chest. He dies instantly. Miguel, kill the priest! Burn the church! Burn! 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 Now Miguel is hit, but he keeps coming, his gun spitting. Another soldier goes down, hit in the midsection. The platoon returns fire. Miguel is hit squarely in the chest. He falls to his knees. His rifle fires. A line of bullets into the earth, and the kicking of the gun knocks him back on his ass. He sits there bewildered for a moment. Then he looks up to find himself directly facing Captain Rhodes. Rhodes lifts his magnum, but Miguel is faster with his rifle. In the next instant, the muzzle is aiming straight for the captain's stomach. Rhodes' smile disappears, replaced by a sudden flush of fear. He freezes. Kill the priest! Miguel squeezes the trigger and his weapon clicks sharply. It's empty. The captain's smile slowly returns. He pushes the attack button on his belt unit. The redcoats advance. Their pistols reloaded. They fire, stiff-armed and fumble-fingered, at Miguel. He sees them moving towards him. Something in his mind clicks and he recognizes the creatures for what they are. Walking dead. The first few bullets miss. Then one hits him in his stump and reality gets even clearer. He starts to scream. The redcoats walk closer, their dead eyes showing enjoyment of the sport. Blam, 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 blam! Another round hits Miguel in the stomach. Another creases his head. He tries to stand up, but he's too weak. A bullet in the neck stops his screaming. Then he's hit in the heart. A ball of blood projects out of his mouth, and he plops onto his back, dead. The redcoats keep firing until their guns are empty again. Rhodes calmly pushes the reload signal, and the creatures obey. Miguel's corpse twitches for a short time, then goes rigid. The jungle near the clearing. Sarah sinks against the cypress when she sees Miguel die. Chico, in a state of blind panic, takes off along the edge of the thicket, his wound bleeding profusely. My eyes. The jungle near the clearing. Chico breaks through some brush to find himself face to face with Toby Tyler's group of soldiers. He stops, reverses course, and ducks into a cluster of palms. Okay. One of the soldiers fires. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rip the palm fronds apart. There's a scream, and Chico somersaults out into view. His wounds bleeding across the center of his chest. Exterior, the jungle near the clearing. Day. Wow. Sarah realizes that this is her last chance to escape. She takes advantage of the confusion and the noise and bolts into the jungle at a full run. Chico is still alive. He fumbles for his holstered pistol, but before he can draw it, 3 troopers are on top of him. Triggs trumps a boot on his hand. Toby Teller aims his rifle squarely at his sweating brow. Yes, do it, please. You can't let me die this way. Please, destroy me. A bullet in my head. I don't want to become one of them. Toby looks down at the man, at his terrible wounds, clearly fatal ones. Toby clicks a shell into the firing chamber of his rifle. His finger is just sliding under the trigger shield when Captain Rhodes strides up behind him. Take his weapon, Tyler. Toby is startled by the voice at his back. He turns toward the captain, then he looks back down at the gorilla. Hesitating. Take his gun, asshole. He still has the strength to pull the trigger. Reluctantly, Toby obeys, reaches down for Chico's pistol. Please, senor, destroy me. 1 bullet, please. Maybe. We'll have a little talk first. Then maybe I can help you out. String him up. A 3rd soldier reaches down and grabs the wounded gorilla under the arms. The Trix stoops to help. Chico screams in agony when he is moved. Toby lunges in to help the others, thinking to ease the man's pain. Rhodes. They can handle it, Tyler. You've been bugging for a shit detail lately, so here's a one you're gonna love. We've got 2 dead bodies. Cut the heads off and get the bodies underground to the refrigerators. Fast. It's a hot day. Toby grimaces but doesn't speak. He turns and moves briskly toward the clearing. Rhodes watches him go. Exterior clearing. Toby nears the spot where Miguel lies sprawled in a pool of blood. Rhodes calls from the edge of the thicket. Tyler, just our man, not him. Toby looks down at the remains of the owner of gorilla. His head stays where it is. He and I never really had a chance to get acquainted. When he comes back, I'll get another shot at it. Ha ha. The clearing. Close on Chico, he's dangling from a rope, which is tied over a tall tree. His feet 10 feet off the ground. Very different. Zombies wander here and there. They've all received their rations. The picnic is breaking up now. Occasionally, one of them gets surly, but it doesn't amount to anything. Soldiers stand ready with electric prods. Others with guns. Dinner real quick. Okay. Zombies wander here and there. They've all received their rations. The picnic is breaking up now. Occasionally, one of them gets surly. Oh, I saw that one. Paraphernalia is being packed away. Men carry equipment in the direction of the elevator. Rose walks up and beneath where Chico is hanging. He's careful not to step in too close. He doesn't want to get any dripping blood on his uniform. Please shoot me. And if I don't, you'll come back after your death. You'll come back and find yourself hanging there, wanting to eat, needing to eat human flesh. You hate that, though, don't you? That's the ultimate sin for most of you fools, isn't it? Chico's weeping now. With the found spurt of energy, he struggles against the rope. No use. It only brings pain. Rhodes, after hanging up there a few days, you will be mad for food. Crazed! You will lust for it. You will be worse than any of them. Chico, no, no! Shoot me, shoot me, shoot me! I'll bargain with you. How many of you are on the island? 2 of us. Only 2 of us. Me and him. He nods toward Miguel's corpse. I don't believe you, rebel. Where are your headquarters? Wow, it's a very strange movie. On the mainland is dead. A dead place. Nobody there. Where are your headquarters, rebel? Tell me, or I will let you hang there forever. Forever! There are no headquarters. There are no rebels. Only the walking dead. Don't you see? They won. Then why did you come here? To look for a place to live in, an empty place, a new place. How did you know we were on this island? Do others know? Will others come? No, believe me, there are no others, no rebels, nobody. It's over. It's oh. The man collapses unconscious. The clearing, close on the disembodied head of one of the dead soldiers. Trix is dropping the thing into a large plastic bag, which obviously already contains a second head. Toby wraps the mouth of the bag and begins to walk off. Rhodes stops him. Where are you going, Tyler? My detail, sir. We're going to bury the heads. No time for that. I'll take care of them. Just following procedure, sir. They're entitled to burial. I said I'll take care of them. Just leave them there. Go help with the rest of the gear. Rhodes has it in for Toby. We'll find out why later, and of course the feeling is mutual. Toby sets the bag down on the ground and, seething, he trots off toward the rest of the platoon. Trix follows. After a moment, Rhodes motions with his head. The soldier with the long noose pole steps into view with the captive zombie, the one that ran amok earlier. The man follows Rhodes towards the jungle, dragging the gurgling creature along. The wire noose digging into the man's neck. Exterior of the jungle near the clearing. Day. As Rhodes' gloved hand jams a hand grenade into the captive zombie's gaping mouth, the soldier with the pole releases the noose and the 2 men take off running. They run to the middle of the clearing where they turn around to watch. Rhodes has a pair of binoculars. They are strapped around his neck. He stares through the lenses, focusing, grinning, the jungle. Through the binoculars, he sees the zombie staggering in the bush, clawing desperately at the thing jammed in his mouth. The clearing. Toby and Trix are the only ones who seem to notice what Rhodes has done. Toby drops the crate. He was going to carry off. He stares in disbelief, hatred on his face. The jungle. Wide shot as the head of the zombie disintegrates when the grenade explodes. The clearing. Rhodes grins as he watches the spectacle. Suddenly, a loud gunshot startles the captain. He drops the binoculars and spins around. He sees Chico's body dangling on the rope. Chico's head is bloody. He's dead and won't come back to life. He's been shot to the brain. Who fired that shot? Who fired that shot? Soldiers stand around dumbly. Those with rifles in their hands quickly sling them onto their shoulders. They're all afraid of the captain's wrath. Rhodes walks towards a line of men with fury in his eyes. What do we got here? Thelma, you're yawning. You're tired. You did great. Get some rest. Hey, I'm not done. I gotta finish. I'll get rest later. God damn it. Somebody's gonna tell me who fired that shot, or I'll have every last one of you chopped up for feed. His eyes spot Toby, standing behind the crate he dropped earlier, his rifle slung. Step up here, Tyler. Sir! Toby shouts the word like a West Point cadet, and he bravely steps forward. Rhodes stares him down, his anger turning sinister. You fired that shot, didn't you? No, sir. Let me see your weapon. Toby hands over his rifle. Rhodes feels the barrel, sniffs it. It's been fired. In the battle, sir. Rhodes is sure he's found the guilty man. He's glad it turned out to be his favorite whipping boy. His body relaxes visibly. Hey, don't worry about it. Tyson, #1 fan, and it's 2 a.m. on your end. Don't worry about it. You get some rest. I'll be here. I didn't expect anybody to really hang in that long, man. Take care of yourself, okay, pal? I'll see ya next time. In the battle, sir, it may be that none of these chicken shits will talk while the whole troop is present, but I know some of these men well. I'm sure that a few private conversations will tell me what I already know. You may have earned yourself some time in the saddling, Tyler. Rhodes glances over at Chico's body. Cut him down. That's another head for you to chop off. Leave him with the others. Take the rest of his body down to the freezers. Move it! Shit hill. Shit hill? It's shit heel, not shit hill. Toby moves off. Rhodes' grin returns. Cave entrance. Pretty like right there. There's a giant sound again, the rumble of the elevator. We're inside the place called the cave. In a huge underground concrete bunker, the technicians and armed guards bustle around. Enormous hydraulic pistons are bringing the camouflaged iron plate down from the surface, riding on board. Rhodes and his platoon prepare to unload their paraphernalia. Exterior of the jungle, evening. Sarah, sweating, exhausted, bleeding from cuts made by jungle branches, wrings out a piece of cloth torn from her sleeve. She has dipped it into a jungle stream. Cautiously, she tastes the water, decides to chance it, and squeezes the cloth into her mouth. The night birds suddenly stop their singing, and the quiet makes Sarah look up. Standing across the stream, only 10 feet away, is a particularly grotesque zombie. Vultures stand on the marshy ground beside the creature's legs, their sharp beaks picking bloody holes in its ankles and feet. Matthew Forehand, welcome. Hello to you, sir. We're reading Day of the Dead. Did I put the thing? We're reading Day of the Dead, but it's a very different script. I think it's the first draft because it takes place on an island and not a military base. Very strange. Sarah jumps to her feet, fighting back exhaustion one more time. She unslings her rifle, aims it, then thinking better of firing, grabbing up her supply pack, she runs into the darkening jungle. Wham! Two big hands grab Sarah by her shoulders. She starts to scream, but one of those hands shoots up to cover her mouth. It's all right. Don't be afraid. We're friends. Sarah looks into the strong, good face of John, a tall, muscular man, a Caribbean islander with shiny black skin and enormous brown eyes that seem instantly trustworthy. There are soldiers near here, guards. I'll take my hand away if you won't scream. Sarah nods and John lets go. There are two other human beings standing behind the big man. There's Bill McDermott wearing the grease-covered jumpsuit of a mechanic and swilling generous shots of brandy from a hip flask. And there's a smallish woman with a sensitive face who, apparently out of character, is armed to the teeth. She's a deaf mute nicknamed Spider, and she is urgently singing, come on, let's get out of here. I'm sorry, signing with her hands. Right, we better get away from that bee. He might have friends. The group starts moving. Sarah follows voluntarily. We notice that all three strangers are wearing the same pullover vest that we saw on the foot soldiers, the one with the big orange circles. The group trudges through the thick brushland, occasionally needing to chop a path with their blades. John speaks in low tones as they move. Bees, that's what we call the dead, the walking dead, here on Gasparilla Island. Gasparilla. He was a pirate who sailed these waters long ago. His name is being borrowed these days by the long-lost Henry Dickerson. Governor Dickerson of Florida? That's the man. He's been holed up here ever since the shit hit the fan. Him and his family own these islands around here. They was leasing this one to the Fed. The hole underneath is dug out. There was missiles here and laboratories and bomb-proofing housing, nuclear power, all of that. Now this is Dickerson's Gasparilla's private fortress. Him and a bunch of the cronies from all the best golf courses in Tallahassee, and his private army, of course. We ran up against a platoon of soldiers. There were actually walking dead in uniform with guns. Well, Captain Rhodes and his red coat bees, they could sting, sister. We know you came up against them. We've been watching you since you landed. Couldn't help. I'm sorry for that. We ain't supposed to be outside. If we was spotted outside, well, it could be the end of everything. A musical? How's it a musical, Timothy? Spider is oh yeah, singing. That's what it was. Yeah. You know what? No, it's signing. Yeah. Spider is signing for everyone to be quiet. They all stop in their tracks. Bill McDermott swigs some more brandy. With the stealth of a Mohican, Spider pushes aside the branches of a giant oleander and peers through. Entrance 2. There's a hatchway in sight, built into a concrete bunker-like structure. 4 or 5 soldiers are coming up out of the ground. They're armed with prods and rifles. Behind the men, lurching on unsteady feet, come a half dozen of the living dead, all wearing vests of white and or blue. I added the or. Behind the lumbering creatures come a woman and a man, both wearing white lavender coats and carrying clipboards. The woman is Mary Henry, one of the top behavioralists in the cave. We'll learn a lot more about her later. Excuse me. The zombies are pushing through the undergrowth right in the direction of Sarah and her friends. Sarah shows some alarm at this, but John calms her with a strong hand. Spider has seen the approaching danger. She silently draws a farmer's sickle from her belt. With her other hand, she draws a pistol for a good measure. Bill McDermott, unarmed, nervously takes another swallow from his flask. The zombies are getting closer, too close for comfort. Finally, Mary Henry and the others turn and disappear into the bunker. The last man down pulls the hatch shut. The moment the coast is clear, Spider and John jump up from cover. The others follow their lead, but it's too late. The zombies have spotted them. The creatures begin to growl and make agitated ape-like noises or sounds. Spider brings her blade up chest high, ready to repel an attack. Sarah lifts her own machete, but John reaches over and takes it away from her. Get out to me. Get behind me. Step behind me. Sarah resists, not understanding, somewhat insulted. You ain't wearing a vest. They've been taught not to touch the ones with the circles. There ain't 100% all the time rules with the bees, but most of the time they leave us alone. Color on their vests tell you how much schooling they got. Wow. So wow, how different is this? So they've already it's not even it's past Bub. They've got like a whole bunch of trained zombies now. Wow. Weird. So it's the ones without colors you gotta watch out for. Sarah gets behind John, his orange circle acting as her shield. He reaches around with one strong arm and pulls her in tight against his back. The zombie, snarling and showing teeth, move to the thicket. One shovels right past Spider and McDermott. He gets stuck in the brambles, changes course, and moves on without attacking. Another zombie, a white, trudges within arm's reach of John, growling all the while. Suddenly it reaches its arms out and takes 2 angry steps toward the humans, who back away. The zombies charges. Things happen quickly. John pushes Sarah away and swings a machete. The blade sinks into the creature's skull. Blackened blood flies. An instant later, Spider's sickle punches him beside the big knife. The zombie twitches for a moment, its eyes rolling, then it falls, lifeless, to the ground. McDermott trots up beside Sarah, takes a huge swallow from his flask, and then offers some to her. She puts the flask to her lips, but nothing comes out. He holds it out, neck down, to show that it's empty. McDermott, sorry, I guess I don't know my own strength. John wipes Sarah's machete on some thick leaves, cleaning off most of the gore. Then he returns the weapon to the woman. Thanks, I can fight my own battles. I know you can. Like I said, we've been watching you. We better get as far away from here as we can. We can work the other side of the island tonight. John explaining, we found 9 entrances to the cave so far. We ain't got the whole thing near charted yet. That's what we was doing out here today. Hunting for entrances. To the cave? I guess. Pardon me. If I don't do that, I'm going to sound nasally. I do apologize. I do apologize. Drink some water. Come on. If I'm to be done like this, and they'll know somebody's been walking where they shouldn't have been. John bows his head over the down zombie. He mumbles softly. We can't hear the words, but we can tell that he's praying, reciting the good words over the corpse of the white coat. The man I was with until today believed that praying was for blind men who couldn't see the truth. How are we going to break the curse without a prayer or two? Curse? What is it if it ain't a curse? It's a disease. It's a bug, a parasite that affects the brain. That sounds like a curse to me. We thought we were escaping it. We thought we'd found an uninhabited island. Christ, this place is the worst nightmare than anything I've ever seen. I'm sure that's true, miss. And that's why we're doing what we're doing. What's happening underground is just what Lucifer planned for this sinful race of man. We're going to beat Lucifer. We're going to put an end to what's happening here. What? It's like too religious. Really strange. Oh, what did I run into? A bunch of Jesus nuts? Religiosos? Prayer won't stop a bullet from one of those stormtroopers, and prayer won't keep one of those monsters from eating your liver for lunch. That's why we don't use prayer on this. That's why we didn't use prayer on this here white coat until after he was destroyed. Be ready to fight when we have to. We gotta fight now. Look, I've been fighting, mister. I've been fighting for what feels like 100 years, and I'm finished. I don't need religion. I don't need prayers. I need a couple guns and a couple hands, and we can sail on out of here. Find another island where there ain't so much traffic. You think you can find your boat? There's 1,000 little inlets and backwaters all through here. You remember all the ways you turned to get where you are now? You leave yourself a trail? Sarah is stopped by this. She stares at the big man suspiciously, not sure whether to believe him. We didn't see the exact spot, but we know about where you landed. But we ain't ready to take you there. Not yet. You see, we need guns too. Excuse me. Sarah looks around at the unlikely band of gorillas. She thinks for a moment, not very long. Then she turns and starts off into the jungle. I can find it myself. I didn't come that far. Farther than you think. You'll get lost. You will. And there's bees all through the jungle. I ain't lying to you. Religiosos don't lie. No, they just try to hold you for ransom. Fuck you, Moses. I'm out of here. Sarah plunges into the brush, and without so much as a look back over her shoulder, she disappears. McDermott. We can't let her go, John. We don't need her guns that bad, Billy Boy. He's joking. The hell we don't. But that's not what I mean. She'll be dead in 10 minutes out there alone. That, or she'll be firing off her automatic and waking up the troops. We'll split up. Billy, you go with Spider. Just an hour or two tonight. That's all. Rhodes might have extra guards on after all the commotion. We'll meet up at number 6 and go back home together. God save us. And me with the flask and flash dry. I'll never make it. The group splits up. Moving off in 2 different directions through the darkening underbrush. Exterior somewhere in the jungle. Night. Darkness has fallen. By the way, I just wanted to say thank you for everybody watching. Really appreciate you being here. Let me see my thing. 804. Ooh, boy. Yeah, 804 subscribers. That makes me very happy. Thank you so much. Good night. Good night, Brendan. You still didn't find your toilet paper? That's a shame, man. I guess you're gonna have to go to bed with a dirty butt. That's a damn shame. Take care, buddy. I'm almost done here. Maybe I'll text you when it's all wrapped up. Hopefully, if you're still awake, you'll know. Hey, good night, bud. Somewhere in the jungle. Darkness has fallen. The jungle is as black as the background on a velvet painting. Sarah is moving cautiously. She bumps into something, jumps back, her machete high, and freezes. Cautiously, she moves ahead. One step, another. Splash! She steps down off a hidden ledge into a knee-deep river. She manages to keep her balance, but her machete falls into the water. Yeah. Enjoy your poop pants sleep, wet movie. Classy guy as always. Falls into the water and drops to the bottom, invisible in the dark silt. Slowly, she bends down and reaches into the water. A snake! Swim past just inches away. Sarah recoils. Before she can reach down again, she hears a loud animal snort, followed by a great splashing sound. And then another. She squints to see. Shapes approach on the black water. Alligators. Yeah, this is like an alligator movie. Alligators, big ones, just their tops showing as they move on a straight course toward the woman. She backs up, feeling for the shore, for the ledge. Well, there wouldn't be alligators on. No, because this is an island in like the ocean. Alligators aren't in the ocean. Oh, that's stupid. That's stupid. She backs up, feeling for the shore, for the ledge behind her. The first zombie grabs her shoulders. She spins and sees the thing. It has one eye dangling out of its socket, and there's a broken-off length of wooden pole stuck clean through its torso, just under the left breast. Sarah smashes her rifle butt into the thing's head. Again, it keeps coming. So do the gators. They're getting to within a few yards. Sarah swings a fourth time. The zombie grabs her rifle. She pulls with all her might, and the creature hanging onto the gun topples off the ledge and into the water. When Sarah starts to climb up on the ledge, another zombie lurches toward her from dry land. She spins around looking for options. The gators are just about close enough to bite her ass, and the zombie that fell into the river is rising up again, covered with moss and slime and looking pissed. Sarah faces the zombie on the bank. She has no choice. She aims her automatic. She's just about to fire when something flashes out of the darkness. It's a machete! It cleaves open the zombie's skull. From out of the night, Big John appears. He struggles to free his blade from the dead creature's head. Sarah scrambles up onto the muddy ledge. The gators are still moving in, and the zombies, his moss-covered arms reaching out rigidly like the arms of Frankenstein's monster, is growling ferociously, almost swallowing its own dangling eyeball in the process. A Dino Island musical. Right? Timothy, isn't this weird? How is this Day of the Dead? This isn't Day of the Dead. I don't remember. None of this happened in Day of the Dead. It's very different. In a way, I'm interested to keep reading because I want to see a different version. But in a way, I'm kind of disappointed because I wanted to bring you guys the real Day of the Dead. That was the only one I could find. Day of the Dead script. No. No. Let me check something real quick. It's 150, right? 170. And this is yeah. I feel like this might be a shorter script. Oh wait, I just passed it. So we have less than 100 of these little segments left. I'm just gonna write that down. I'm gonna forget that for sure. 170. Don't worry, Thelma. Brendan knows how to clean his butt. He's a big boy. Folks, I'll be right back. I gotta go drain the lizard again. I don't want to strain myself too badly. BRB, okay? Don't leave. Hang out. I'll be right back. We're almost done with the Weird Day of the Dead. Okay. Wow. Anybody still with me? Oh, there's people still with me. That's amazing. You know, I honestly thought I'd be here by myself for half of this. Most of it. Oh, hey. BRB. I think that's the last break. I think we'll be able to stretch into the end. How's everybody doing? Chime in with your time zones. I'd love to know what time it is in everybody's neck of the woods. 11:20 for me. Ew, but okay. Oh man. Hey. Man, I'll tell you what. We are in the last stretch. Yeah. Pardon me. I hate doing that in front of people. Especially when I'm supposed to be hosting something nice. I don't want to be gross, but it has to happen. So look, there's 170 of these scenes. 170 scenes. We're at 79, which means we're almost done with this damn thing that I came up with, and it was stupid. Then I can enjoy this. Oh yeah, look at that. I hope it's good. Shrunken Head. No, it's called Deadhead Rum. Deadhead Rum. Okay. 2:21. Well, Thelma, thanks for hanging in. I appreciate you being there. Are you going to hang in to the end? I got maybe another hour or so. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's going to be 11-hour stream, I'm going to guess. Woo! Certainly breaking my live cherry with this one. My goodness. My goodness. Okay. The cave. Close on a television screen. First, there is only video noise, and then an image blinks onto the screen. Montage. Other video screens on monitors in various places throughout the huge underground facility. Zombies watch the screens gathered in groups of 4, 6, and 8, like children in ranked classes. It's crazy. The screens show scenes of zombies taking food from humans in orange circle vests. Guns are pointed at orange circles, then lowered harmlessly. Guns are pointed at humans without orange circles and fired. The images repeat and repeat and repeat. The zombies watch the scenes with dumb curiosity. Interior communication center in the cave. Night. This is the central area for all varieties of communication. There are radio consoles, both intercom and outgoing. There are video control panels, and there are large computer terminals reflecting the panic. Reflecting the panic. I just lost it. Z. Are you going to sleep? Yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep, Thelma. I'll see you tomorrow. Let's see. What the hell is that? I just completed control panels. I just fucking lost it. Hold on. Sorry. You still alive? Okay, good. There is the central area for all varieties of communication. There are radio consoles, both intercom and outgoing. There are video control panels, and there are large computer terminals, reflecting the panic to set up operations back when the disaster first struck. Much of the equipment is placed haphazardly, not built in. Wires run every which way. Bare antenna and loose connectors clutter the place. Engineers scurry with toolboxes, constantly repairing, patching, troubleshooting. Most of the personnel are technicians, but there is a group of scientific types, obvious in their white lab coats. Among these is Mary Henreid, who we caught a glimpse of outside entrance 2. So there's no Frankenstein? Interesting. At a security station, a guard notices something on one of his own video screens, which monitor key locations inside the cave. There's activity in the dormitory. Mary and one of her assistants, Julie Grant, a younger girl, moves over to the video console. One screen there shows what looks like a prison corridor. Cells with heavily barred doors run down both sides. We can see the distinct movement of shadows in the corridor. Mary reacts, instantly stepping over to an intercom and pressing a send button. OS filter. Gate 23. This is Mary Henry. Did anyone enter the dormitory? Yes, ma'am, Captain Rhodes. Mary clicks off, infuriated. She hurries toward an exit, followed by Julie Grant. Man, it's cold in my office too. And the temperature affects my sinuses, so I do apologize. The dormitory in the cave. Close on the mouth of a large plastic bag. A hand wearing a black leather glove pulls a human head out of a bag by its hair. It's the head of one of the dead soldiers from Rhodes' platoon. The hand belongs to Rhodes himself. In the darkness of a cell, a red-coat zombie takes a hesitant step forward. Rhodes tries to shove the head through the bars, but it sticks. Then Rhodes lets go. When Rhodes lets go, it stays there, wedged at shoulder height. In the darkness of a cell, a red-coat zombie takes a hesitant step forward. Rhodes tries to shove the head through the bars, but it sticks. When Rhodes I already said that. Take it easy, friend. Take it, friend. Take it. It's a present from me to you. The red coat steps forward and lays its hand on the head. Just remember who gives you favors. The zombie pulls hard, and the head pops through onto its side of the bars. The creature lurches off towards a cot in the shadows at the rear of the cell, where it hunkers down and begins to ravish the head, tearing flesh off, eating it hungrily. On the cell door, we notice a plaque with the number 5, and written in marker, the red coat's nickname, Bluto. Oh! Bluto. Rhodes moves past other cells, each holding a nicknamed redcoat. Grumpy stands way back in the shadows. Tonto stands near the bars, growling. Fatso is swaying back and forth like a chubby 5-year-old who needs to pee. Rhodes stops at a cell marked Bob. Bob! Inside, we see a silhouette, tall, erect, and not moving a muscle. Rhodes grins. It's okay. The nose knows. Yes. Thank you so much. Well, Bub, I've heard about you. Miss Henry's pride and joy. Rhodes steps closer and Bub snarls warningly. Surely, son of a bitch. I want to make friends, Bub. Friends! I have one more goodie in my sack here. A loud clanging sound interrupts. Rhodes turns to see. Interior the dormitory night. Mary Henry and Julie Grant have entered through a steel door with electronic locks. The zombies send up a chorus of moans and growls. The women start down the corridor, checking cells as they pass. Suddenly, they stop in their tracks, their horrified eyes staring into a cell marked Samson. Samson is nibbling on another head. Much of the flesh is already gone, but we can still recognize Chico. The zombie turns the thing upside down, reaches way inside through the neck, and pulls out gray matter. Julie backs away, finding nausea. A spasm rises in Mary's stomach as well, and she reels away from the hideous sight. Come, Miss Science, you've seen worse. God damn you, Rhodes. God has damned us all. Are my atrocities worse than yours? You have ruined weeks of work here. We've been trying to wean these specimens onto alligator meat. No wonder they're so hungry. Suddenly, Julie screams, her hands flying to her mouth. The plastic bag is still dangling from Rhodes's gloved hands. Inside, pressed into the thin plastic, we can see the rough outline of the final head. The thing is squirming, causing the whole bag to wiggle. Ooh, it's alive. I'm going to turn the heat on. Give me a second. Here. Plugs are so weird. Okay. Yeah. Heat. This keeps me a little warm. My tie keeps me a little warm. Not too bad. No, just a little bit. Okay. People still with me. I love this. Amazing. I love you guys very much. Let's see here. Let's see. Rhodes drops the bag instantly to the floor. Taking care, he grabs the bottom of a loose corner and pulls up hard. The head rolls out and settles against the wall. Its eyes are open, darting crazily. Its mouth is chewing grotesquely on the air. Mary stares in shock. Julie runs towards the exit, trying to scream but gagging on her own acids. She's hysterical. Rhodes calmly draws his pistol, cocks and fires. The squirming head is shattered by the powerful bullet. Mary's office. The 9x12 cubicle with a small computer terminal, a desk, and 3 chairs. There's a light box on the wall displaying groups of a cranial x-ray. Mary glides Julie Grant into a chair. Rhodes stands cockily in the doorway. I didn't realize those were decaps. I didn't know that decaps revived. Any dead whose brains are intact will revive. But we bury the heads. Oh God, it must be torture for them. They are brutes without feeling. Though I admit that I have requested cremation for myself. Burial is an archaic tradition, even more ridiculous now than it ever was, to say nothing of the spacing problem on an island like this. I thought the purpose of decapitation was the purpose of decapitation is to preserve as much food as possible. The purpose for feeding is to keep the beasts on our side. The fact that they can be taught to clean up our garbage or to fire a gun is a convenient side benefit, not the primary goal. The primary goal is to keep ourselves from becoming their supper. Keep them fed and they behave. Keep them hungry and they revert back to being the animals that they have always been. You saw them in there. You gave them a fresh taste of blood. They will never be satisfied with anything else, Miss Henriette. They want human flesh. I'm prepared to take whatever steps are necessary to see to it that they don't get mine. Not while I'm still using it. Julie has calmed herself down. Now she feels angry, betrayed. She looks at Mary accusingly. Did you know about the decaps? I'd never seen it before. But you knew? Mary nods in the affirmative. Tears form in Julie's eyes. What else is there, Doctor? What else do you people know that the rest of us don't? Excuse me. Hey, Fluffy, welcome back. 10-hour stream, yes. And we're not done yet. We're closing in on the end of Day of the Dead, but this is a weird draft of Day of the Dead. It's not the Day of the Dead that we all know. It's very different. There's a lot of similarities, but very different at the same time. And this is my first live stream, by the way. First live stream, so I'm really blowing the doors off of heaven here. Okay, where were we? Let's see. I'd never seen it before. They stare at one another. Whatever bond once existed between them has been severed forever. A conditioning room in the cave. There are cardiograms, EEG monitors, and all sorts of physical conditioning devices. On tables lie symbology cards and colored blocks for dexterity testing. There are large cutout shapes on the walls, triangles, squares, and familiar orange circles. Mary storms into the room, flinging the door shut behind her. Rhodes catches her with his black leather Gestapo boot. Rhodes, you can't run away from the planet, Miss Science. You can't even run away from the island. Mary, leave me alone, you cocksucker! Rhodes laughs loudly. Mary faces him, hatred boiling away her vocabulary. She can't think of word that are adequate. Okay, Mary, you're disgusting. You're filth, and you're the one who builds the bomb. They say, and you're the one who builds the bomb. And they say, I hope it'll never actually be used. Mary is stopped by her own guilt. She turns and busies herself gathering books and papers. Then she clicks off the light and moves toward the doorway where Rhodes stands. Yeah, don't worry, Thelma. If you need to rest, go ahead. Let's see. Mary, calmer with method. Julie Grant is a behavioralist. She's not medical. She hasn't been as exposed to things as some of the rest of us. She'll be all right. I'll talk to her. She'll be all right. Rose, oh, I have no doubt. Mary, recognizing threat in his voice. If you put her on the shit list because of her reaction here tonight, I'll go to Dickerson. Oh, yes. Our noble Gasparilla does seem to favor you lately. I understand he assigned you a roommate of your choice. The rest of us have to pick names out of a hat. Mary, reading his jealousy. Rhodes, you and I had a roll in the hay together when I first got here. It was a wholly unsatisfying experience which I do not want to and which I never will repeat. So give up, mister. I'm going home to that roommate you mentioned. Mary pushes past Rhodes into the hallway. Excuse me. The hallway outside the conditioning room. Mary starts down the hall, but Rhodes grabs her from behind. He leans in close, lusting, pressing his lips against the back of her neck. Ooh. Take your hands off me right now. An evil grin returns to Rose's flushed face. He stares at the woman for a long moment, then he lets go. Mary walks away bristling. Rose calls after her. Maybe you'll change your mind when it starts getting too lonely for you. Mary stops dead. She turns back to see him gloating. I'm not entirely without influence myself, Miss Science. I had your roommate assigned by Gasparilla to my platoon. What's his name? Tyler? Yeah, Toby Tyler. A bubble of fear pushes up in Mary's throat, but she is only letting her anger show. Her stare is fierce, her eyes daggers. I had an unfortunate little run-in with him today. In fact, you might say that Mr. Tyler is in big trouble with the authorities. You better not mess with me, Rhodes. I'd love to serve your boss to those redcoats for lunch. Think about it. No, Miss Science, you're the one who needs to do some thinking. He turns and walks away. Mary stands still for a time, the sound of Rhodes' clicking boot heels surrounding her, swallowing her. In the deep background, we can hear the moans of the caged dead. Ooh. Interior, central chamber. Montage as Mary walks through the huge open areas carved out of natural rock. We are stunned at the enormity of the place. Jeeps and trucks rumble back and forth. Storage areas hold mountains of crates. There's no way this can be on an island. No. That's not how that works. You understand what an island is? You can't do that. Can't do that. Storage areas hold mountains of crates, cartons, watering, gas canisters, forklifts. They shift loads from here to there. Mary comes to a place where the natural rock surrenders to man-made walls. She enters past two security guards, showing her ID. Interior, the residence. Mary moves down a corridor with numbered doors on both sides. We hear the sound of life, music blasting, voices laughing, arguing, crying. People move by. A man and a woman are fighting. She slaps him. He punches her. She kicks him in the balls. Wow. 3 hookers pound on. Whoa. 3 hookers pound on a door? What is happening? What the hell is happening? Okay, guys. Hey, look at this. 3 hookers pound on the door. The door is opened by a naked man wearing a dildo on his nose. Other men behind him laugh wildly as the hookers enter the smoke-filled room. What is happening? Mary stops in her tracks when she sees that outside a door numbered 83, the door to her quarters. There are 2 of Rhodes' soldiers with rifles in hand. The door itself is open, and shadows move inside. Mary turns quickly before she is spotted and starts back through the hallway. As she turns the corner, she is grabbed by Toby Tyler. Toby, thank God, wait here. You gotta find out what's going on. Hey, slow down. What is it? Some of Rhodes' men at the door. That bastard. I didn't think he'd make it. He'd make his move so fast. It's because of me. Oh, bullshit, Mary. It's because Rhodes is a prick. I want you to leave. Then maybe we're both going to leave. Leave the island. I've been talking to Tricks. We think we can smuggle out one of those inflatable rafts. They're crated up real small. They got air canisters. There's food inside. Maybe even a little motor. I'm not a guerrilla fighter, Toby. I'm not a pioneer. I'm not strong that way. I need what? Civilized order like we have down here? Christ. I can work here. Maybe my work can help everyone. I can do more good with access to this equipment than I can off in some wasteland. Okay, almost done. For the good of mankind, that's what every monster maker says. Mary looks into Toby's eyes. She's hurt and angry. The kind of anger that comes involuntarily when somebody strikes an already sensitive guilt nerve. We're getting out. Me and Trix. I want you to come with us. I want that more than anything. I'll send word. I'll let you know at a time and a place to meet. We probably won't be able to wait around, so if you're not there on the dot, well, if you're not there, I'll know you're not coming. She grabs him, holding him tightly against her. They kiss hard and long. Toby pulls away, looks at her lovingly, then turns and starts toward the guarded apartment. Mary follows. Walking. I don't know what they're going to do to me. I figure they'll just send me out to Stalag 17. But if it's worse than that, Trix will know. Stay in touch with Trix. As they approach the door to number 83, the soldiers there raise their rifle to ready positions. You, Tyler? Yes. You're under arrest. I'll take your weapon. Toby hands over his rifle and begins to unbuckle his pistol belt. 2 more soldiers appear from inside the open apartment. What's he supposed to have done? What are the charges? No, ma'am. We're on orders. Look, I'm Mary Henmead. I'm with the Special Conditioning Centers. I'm not without influence. Mary, I'll have somebody's ass for this. I'll have your ass, soldier. I'm not going to stand here and... Warren says, Mary, she gives up. She looks into Toby's eyes. I'll be all right. Just remember the things I said. Take care of yourself. The soldiers escort Toby down the hall without force. Mary watches their backs for a time. Then she flings her books and papers angrily into the open apartment. She begins, to cry. Exterior, entrance, number 6 at night. Hold on a minute. I'll tell you what, guys. I'm nearly at the end here. My voice is strained. My chest hurts. Like the fucking lungs hurt. This is a lot. This is a lot. I don't know if I'll ever do this again, but fucking hell, man. It's a hell of a challenge. Okay. Where the hell am I? Entrance number 6. Hatchway number 6 is surrounded by protective fencing, and from it, a fenced alleyway runs off through the brush toward we don't know what yet. The hatch opens, and Toby, along with 2 other prisoners, also disarmed troopers, is led down that alleyway by 3 guards. John, Sarah, and Bill McDermott peer out from nearby foliage. They watch the procession. John whispers, "The fences make a safe pathway to Stalag 17. That's where we live. That's where you gonna live too. Hell's half acres. Not a nice place. Them boys there as prisoners. What's their punishment? They sent out to the Stalag for a few. Weeks. That's punishment enough." Spider seems to appear from nowhere. She motions, and the others follow her through the thick jungle. Exterior, entrance to Stalag 17 night. The running fence leads to a gate and a bigger fence. This one is electrified. We know this because we see a collection of zombies, mostly civilians with no vests. Oh, heating pad. That'll be nice. Yeah, I absolutely gonna do that. Thanks for the suggestion, Thelma. Where am I? Where am I? Okay, the running fence leads to a gate and a bigger fence. This one is electrified. We know this because we see a collection of zombies, mostly civilians with no vests, clambering there, hands and faces sparking when they touch the chain links. The zombies send up wild moans and gurgles when Toby and the other prisoners are led through the gates. Inside the compound is a scattering of open-minded military tent buildings, open-sided, resembling those on MASH. There's a din coming off the place, a mixture of music and voices that forms a disturbed blanket of noise. The place seems to seethe like a hornet's nest. Like a hornet's next. What the fuck? The soldiers head back for the cave as posted guards shut the gate behind the prisoners. Toby and the other captives move toward the village. Stalag 17 Main Street. Why would they call it a stalag? They should just call it a prison. A stalag is like what the Germans called it. People wallow in the mud. One man has just taken a shit and is wiping his ass. Oh, Lord. Nearby, drunk lies unconscious. Several men are fighting. It's a brutal fight with bottles and pipes and lengths of chain. The men are really hurting each other. People smoke and snort and shoot up in wide open disarray. A huge pregnant woman plants herself right in Toby's path. "How about it, baby? I'm big, but I'm beautiful." Wow. What the hell? Toby pushes past her and bumps into a surly drunk. "Hey, you fuck! You fuck!" He grabs Toby and flings him violently against an upright on one of the long huts. The other 2 prisoners move on, abandoning Toby, disappearing into the crowd. The drunk pulls a rusted homemade knife. "I'll slice you up, you fuck! You can't push me around like. Suddenly, vomit rises on the man's throat and he doubles over. Toby is aware of sounds behind him. At his back in the hut, a hairy fat man still wearing his boxer shorts and his muddy boots is wham-bam-bamming a whore who is wearing everything but underwear and boots. There are needle tracks on the woman's arms and her face looks as though she's been beaten brutally. Jesus. She purses her deep red damaged lips and blows Toby a kiss that's meant to be seductive. Oh, what the hell's happening? It's so gross. Toby moves on down the street. The place is a cesspool full of human dregs, stinking with refuse, filled with the fury and desperation of man in his last days. It's odd. Why would they have this? John leads his followers to within sight of the stalagmite gates. Zombies still claw at the electrified fence. Blue-white sparks fill the air like flashbulbs. This is home, darling. Home for us that don't make the grade. Us that ain't good enough to live inside the cave. We grow a little food, do a little light manufacturing, like these here vests. We make these for the masters. We live in our own filth with bugs and snakes and disease and jungle fever and all the time waiting to become breakfast for the bees. John is doing a sales job on Sarah, but everything he says is truth. She hears it all, softening on John's cause. Spider has silently lifted a large wooden round out of the weeds. It's a camouflage tunnel entrance. A wooden round? What does that mean? It's a tunnel. It's a couple 100 yards. Just keep going till you reach the end. I'll be right behind you. Sarah starts down into the hole. John and the others prepare to follow. Jungle sounds cover the noise they are making. The hospital in Stalag 17. We see rows of homemade cots, each with a body lying on top. What faces we see are gaunt, showing the boils and lesions of consumptive diseases and tropical fever. Insects buzz, and there is thunder in the air. An Oriental orderly, Lukey, moves through the maze of bodies. He lifts the wrists of a woman who looks dead. He discovers that she is dead indeed. He hurries off. Hospital operating room, night. There is a room with walls, an operating room with jury-rigged appointments. On a table under a half-dozen light bulbs lies a corpse. Another doctor, another orderly, a Nordic type named Diesel, an enormous man, assists, while Dr. Logan methodically saws off the corpse's head. Lukey rushes in, out of breath. Doc Logan, there's a lady dead out there. Gotta hurry. Don't know how long she been that way. Maybe she getting ready to come back. Okay. Maybe that's Frankenstein. It might be Frankenstein. The corpse's head rolls away from its body. Doc Logan picks up an electric drill with a long bit. He drives the spinning bit into the disembodied head, deep into its brain. When he pulls it out, matter flies as the motor winds down. Logan is a middle-aged man. He looks exhausted, demoralized, a bit mad, and he looks as ill as some of his patients. There are open sores on his face, and he hasn't shaved for days. He's covered with 2 weeks' worth of bloodstains. He starts around the table, leaving Diesel dispose of the decap. Bury the head. Call the guard for the rest. Get it off the table for now. We'll bring this new one in. Diesel doesn't respond right away. He's heard something. What is it? The tunnel. Logan hears it now. A scratching, scuffling sound. He looks at his watch. God, it's almost sunup. Logan and Lukey move to a spot in the back of the room. They remove several of the planks on the floor. Sarah's head pops out, gasping for air. Logan recoils, his eyes wide and frightened. Who are you? He stands up too quickly. Dizziness makes him reel. He smashes into an instrument cart, comes up with a long blade scalpel, and holds the thing threateningly aimed at the stranger. It's okay, Doc. She's with us. In the next moment, Sarah and the others climb out of the tunnel. John, here's the hospital. That's Diesel over there, the big guy. Here's Lukey, and that's Doc Logan, who's about to cut your tonsils out. Spider, the last one to climb into the room, quickly begins collecting weapons. What few the rebels have. This was all the weapons we got. That's why your fancy automatic looks so good to us. We gotta stick it over there with the others for now. If they catch us with any kind of weapon, and it's death without even asking your name. Sarah lets Spider take her gun. The deaf mute signs something which Sarah can't decipher. Ammunition. You got ammunition in your pack there? I hope you do, or the gun ain't worth much. Sarah roots through her supply pack and produces 3 loaded clips and several boxes of loose shells. John notices some tins of food, medicines, a knife, a compass. John, we better just hide the whole pack, John. That stuff is just shouting out that it comes from the mainland. The shit we get is all CD rations, aspirins, and crackers from 1958. Spider snatches the pack away rather roughly. Sarah is a little disturbed by the action. The material is stashed on the floorboards beside the tunnel entrance. Let's go. You look like you could use a shut-eye. Me too. And I'll get acquainted tomorrow. Lukey escorts John and Sarah out of the operating room and into the main hospital area. The Bill McDermott pulls out his empty flask. McDermott, Doc, I need a fill-up. I'll help myself if it's all right with you. Logan nods distractedly, and Bill moves to a supply cabinet, which contains, among other essentials, several bottles of brandy. He fills his flask eagerly. Oh, boy. How do we know she's all right? How do we know? She's all right, Christ. Rhodes and his Cossacks wiped out her whole party. Dan near got her. Damn near got her. McDermott pockets the refilled flask and takes the long slug from the cabinet bottle before putting it back and moves out of the room. Logan is left alone with Diesel and Spider. How do we know she's all right? How do we know? Logan repeats his question, intoned identically as it was before, and he's twitching slightly, and sweat is pouring down his face. The thunder suddenly seems louder. Are you all right, Doc? You look real bad. I have looked bad for 4 years. Everyone in the world has looked bad for 4 years. Thank God. Looks don't matter as much as they once did. Logan, a wild gleam in his eye, moves out of the room, following where the others went. The long bladed scalpel still clutched in his hand. The others follow. Interior of the hospital, night. John, Sarah, and Lukey are facing out across the compound. A teeming tropical rain has started to fall. This just ain't your day, is it, darling Sarah? Sarah can't help but snigger. Suddenly her head spins. Exhaustion is conquering her body as last. John puts a big arm around her. John, 3 more minutes, then you can sleep. You gotta stay with it for 3 more minutes. McDermott joins them, and the group moves out into the rain. Lukey waddles back to the maze of cots. Logan, Spider, and Diesel have moved to about the center of the big rooms. Hello.
How are you holding up?
Oh, I'm exhausted.
Oh my god, how's your throat?
Man.
Did you drink all the tea?
I did. Oh, yeah, you can take the cup. Thank you.
You want more?
No, I've got coffee, and I've still got water. Can you toss some for me?
Are you okay?
Oh, okay. I'm almost done, actually.
How long do you think you're going to
I'll
be?
hang another hour.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Dad.
Yeah, I know. That's good.
Oh my god.
They can't see you. They just see like a little chin.
Hello. Okay, well, good luck.
Thanks.
And I pray for your voice tomorrow.
Are you going to bed?
No.
It's midnight. Go to
Me and
bed.
Mom were working on the puzzle.
Oh, okay.
Bye, good luck.
Bye. Okay. Where are we? Suddenly her head spins. Sarah can't help but 3 more minutes. Logan, Spider, and Diesel have moved to about the center of the big room. The patients around them, their eyes bulging, look like lemurs. How do we know she's all right? How do we know? The same intonation again. This guy's rapping is definitely coming loose. The zombies rise up behind Logan's back. It's the woman whose wrist Lukey checked earlier. Its teeth are dripping with drool, its hands reaching out wantingly. The zombie rises up behind Logan's. Oh, it's the woman whose wrist. Oh, I see. Logan turns around calmly, but with the swiftness of a rattlesnake, he shoots out the hand that's holding the scalpel. The blade sinks deeply into the zombie's forehead. Logan pulls it out and strikes again and again and again, like a swordsman, thrusting. Finally, the creature collapses. Logan wipes the scalpel on his already blood-covered apron. Rainwater drops onto him from holes in the roof above. He doesn't seem to notice. Thelma says, actually, a cool pack will probably feel better on your throat. Ice and Ziploc with something the size of a kitchen towel. If you don't own a cloth cool pack, moist heat might help later. Oh, okay. Thanks. Appreciate that. The street scene has toned it down due to the late hour and the rain, but just as vile, just as vicious. John and McDermott escort Sarah. John speaks softly, and only when others on the street are far enough away. They supply us with disinfectant and dope, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. What more can anyone ask for? Most around here ain't interested in change in their lives. The folks you met, me and them and the couple others, is the whole rebel army. Nobody else gives a shit, and they're afraid of roads. They pass a structure with an overhead sign that reads, Joe's Corner Tavern. If there were walls, they'd be pushed out by the mass of humanity inside. Music blares and voices form a wall of noise louder than the thunder. The fight spills out onto the muddy streets. Pushers selling all sorts of delights accosted John and his group. Sarah, they seem to be having a good time. Some punishment. You disappeared here, darling. You get a knife in your belly or too much shit in your veins. You get lost out here. Nobody's going to notice. Rhodes, he counts on that. It all makes for food in the freezer. They come to a long hut with a sign that reads The Ritz. This is your hotel. I'm not going to stay here with you, but I'll always be close. You're gonna have to take care of yourself like you said you was able to. Sarah nods. John smiles at her. His warm, trustworthy eyes seem to glow in the dark. Some may notice that you're new. Just deny it. You'll get away with it. Nobody really looks at each other around here. Go on in. Get some sleep. He squeezes her hand tightly, and then he turns away and moves off with McDermott. Sarah moves into the Ritz. The Ritz. It resembles the hospital. There are rows and rows of cots. Some people sleep alone and in pairs. Others are awake, drinking, screwing, shooting up. Sarah finds an empty cot and flops down. Beyond the open walls, she can see the blue-white flashes coming from the electrified fence. Rain leaks in on her, but it doesn't keep her from falling asleep. Interior of the conditioning room in the cave. Technicians are working with zombies while armed guards stand ready. We focus on a blue cot. Under supervision, the thing is fumbling to tie a shoelace. It's failing miserably, but trying hard. Another blue is busy placing little wooden shapes into their proper holes in a board. Two redcoats sit at a table, attended by human technicians. We've seen these zombies before in the dormitory. Tonto is, or was, a Native American, probably Seminole. In front of him is a plate containing several bits of meat. He has a fork in his hand, and he is idly stabbing at the meat. The other redcoat, Bluto, looks just like Bluto from Popeye, bulky with a thick black beard. Tired of the jigsaw puzzle he's working on, he snarls and suddenly lunges for the meat on Tonto's plate. He snatches a handful and stuffs it in his mouth. As soon as he tastes it, however, he pulls it back out, dribbling and spitting disgustedly. Fisher, a technician. They won't accept a substitute. They want their Alpo. Tonto has succeeded in forking a piece of meat. He moves it to his mouth and pops it in. All right, way to go, Kimosabe. Mary Henry has entered the room. She pulls up and swatches Tonto with a kind of dubious interest. Tonto stops chewing. He looks up with exaggerated sadness on his face. Slowly his mouth opens, and the chewed piece of meat slides out between his lips. He throws his fork down angrily. They won't learn to use forks if they don't like the breakfast you're serving, Ted. The fork is like a game to them. If they get into the game, maybe they'll learn to like the food. It won't work. Suddenly, Bluto jumps up from the table. He flings his chair aside and jumps right over to Mary. His arms are outstretched, and he is making a pleading Karloff-like sound. Guards come after him, but Mary waves him off. It's all right, leave him alone. Mary extends her right hand to meet Bluto's right, and they shake vigorously. Then the dumb creature drops his arms and looks around. His rage sends no signal as to what he should do next. The guards lead him away. The firing range in the cave. Going right there. Blam! A redcoat is firing a pistol right at the lens. Close on, a target, a flat, cut-out silhouette of a man. Black triangles painted on the instant kill zones. Brain, heart. Bullets strike the neck. The toe torso. Some ricochet out the wall behind him. None hit the kill zones. Mary Henry enters. The place resembles a police department target range. Redcoats stand in stalls and fire down long alleys at targets which pop up against the opposite wall. The noise is deafening. Two technicians are watching the shooters and keeping score. Mary walks up to one of them. Have you seen Julie Grant this morning? Technician. She should be in the behavior room. She's not. Hasn't shown up yet. There's an off-screen groan, the sound of a zombie trying to communicate. Mary turns, sees the tall redcoat's name, Bub, standing in the closest stall, trying to attract Mary's attention. He was the one Rhodes referred to last night as Mary's pride and joy. He's wearing Western-style gun belts. 6 shooters hang in holsters on both his hips. Mary faces Bub, full with her body, and delivers a military salute. Good morning, Bub. Bub replies with one of those pathetic sounds that obviously means something to him. Then he too salutes. Mary pulls away, heading for an exit. But Bub calls after her. He makes inarticulate sounds, but we catch his drift. I think he wants you to watch. Okay, Bub, do your stuff. Bob turns towards the target wall, looking like a gunfighter on a western street. There's a humming mechanical sound. Ka-chung! A silhouette pops up. Bob slaps leather fast. Lightning fast. Both gun come up. Blah blam! Wait, blam! Kablam! Kablam! Blam 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 blam! Alright, holes appear in the target. Whop! Whoppity whomp! All in the kill zones, or damn close. Bob slaps one pistol back into his holster. He clicks open the shell chambers on the other, dumps the spent cartridges, and begins to reload from his belt. Mary stares at the creature's back, mixed emotions showing on her face. Bob turns to face her, dropping a bullet. He salutes again. Mary hesitates and salutes back. Very good, Bob. That's very good. Locker room. People are changing clothes, going on and off duty. Julie Grant rushes in and moves to a locker where she pulls out her lab coat. Mary Henry enters the room, spots Julie, and rushes toward her. Where the hell have you been? Julie doesn't respond. She buttons her coat, never looking up. Julie, you all right? Tilda responds. You were missed this morning. I need you. I don't want you to. I don't want you getting your ass in hot water. I won't be able to help you if. I don't need your help. I don't need any help from you. Julie slams the locker door and storms away toward the exit. Julie! But she's gone. The locker door has bounced open. Mary slams it and it bounces again. She pounds it with her fist. Suddenly a loud bell sounds. Mary looks at her watch and exits. There are two women cleaning the locker room with mops and pails. One of them turns to watch Mary Henry exit. We recognize her. It's Spider. Ooh, Spider. All right, we're all. Oh man. Oh God, we're almost there. Maybe I don't know. I can't even. 40 more pages? I can't even say. We got 70 more of these little segments. Oh my God. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. Philly Neighborhood Mastercast is exhausted. And I'm almost at the end of this thing. This is Day of the Dead, but a very different Day of the Dead. Oh, my dinner is freezing. Because it's freezing in here. I had like 8 Snickers. Oh. No, maybe 3. That's not too bad. Okay. Second wind, baby. Or maybe third wind, actually. Here we go. Council chamber in the cave. This is a large situations room that is serving now as government headquarters. In a big stuffed office chair behind a desk flanked with flags sits Governor Henry Dickerson, former of Florida, now of the world, aka Gasparilla. The tables sit a dozen or so councilmen, Dickerson's cronies from the old Doral Country Club. I know Doral. Just a heads up, be sure to end before the 12-hour mark so this stream stays visible on the channel. If you guys started the stream to finish, do it. Just shared you out, homie. Oh, thank you. I did not know that. Thank you for that, Need. I appreciate that, man. I don't think I'll have to start another one. I think I'm gonna be maybe at 11:30. But good to know. It's the first time I've ever done this, so yeah. Yeah, I had to switch to these because I can't read in these. So I'm doing this. This is my New Year's haircut. By the way, Happy New Year, Needgore. Happy New Year, my friend. All right. Oh, man. Here we go. Almost done. Thank you, brother. Thanks for that. Thanks for the heads up on that. What the hell? Now I lost where I was. All right. Good to know. Good to know about the 12-hour mark. Let's see. Where the fuck am I? At tables. Oh, here we go. At tables sit a dozen or so councilmen, Dickerson's cronies from the old Doral Country Club, close friends who were offered asylum in the private underground shelter. Now they sit in council, yesing everything the boss man says. A state prosecutor has a desperate-looking prisoner on the floor, standing with his hands cuffed. Prosecutor. He was found with a government-issued shortwave transmitter in his quarters. He's charged with the theft of that equipment from a government installation and with possession of an illegal radio. Gasparilla munches on some fruit. He's a fat man with a handlebar mustache that makes him look like Pancho Villa. As an indication of rank, he wears a military jacket, but underneath is a Hawaiian shirt with bold flamingo and palm tree patterns. Ah, bullshit. What the hell kind of costume is this? This is like a video game character. Around his neck, nestled in the rolls of fat, there is enough gold. Oh, come on. It's got giant gold necklaces. Whatever, man. This is crazy, stupid shit. I'm so glad this wasn't the movie. I can only suggest that the court rule in favor of the ultimate penalty for this traitor. You always recommend the ultimate penalty, Tommy Lee. You and Rhodes. We now see that Rhodes is present, looking on with a smile. All those against the ultimate penalty, raise your hand. None of the councilmen move a muscle. Gasparilla scans them slowly as he takes a big, wet bite out of a peach. Wait, it's Henry Dickerson is Gasparilla. Okay, just double checking that shit. This is the weirdest version of Dawn of Day of the Dead ever. Okay, so he's eating juicy peaches over here. Yeah, man, mean to say nobody's gonna object to the ultimate penalty in this here case? Well, what if I object? What if I object to the ultimate penalty? The councilmen look nervous, apprehensive. Gasparilla is flexing his power muscles. Gasparilla, there's been a whole lot of swinging influence and swinging weight around Chow lately. Does anybody at all give two shits for what I think anymore? Well, I'm not gonna let this guy off. How y'all like that? And I want the word to get out. I let him off. I let him off. I don't know why he talks like that. This is Florida. Not this council. Maybe I can improve my image around Cha. Around Cha. The prisoner looks up at Gasparilla, hatred boiling inside him. Gasparilla meets his gaze with a power man stare. You're sentenced to hard labor, Stalag 17. Yeah. Why don't you kill me? I prefer to die. I don't want to live with this kind of sin. Gasparilla, well, piss on you, mister. I just saved your ass. You damn well better not go hollering like that in here. I spit on you. The ultimate penalty for you. Burn in hell for the ultimate sin. Pig. All of you. Pigs. Guards drag the screaming prisoner from the room. Gasparilla flops back in his chair, flustered but unscarred. His skin is about a foot thick. He pitches the peach and grabs up a mango. Mary Henry enters the chamber and rushes toward an empty chair. Gasparilla checks the docket on his desk, smiles, and looks up at Mary. Well, Miss Henry, what a coincidence. You're just in time for a case that seems to concern you. Guess you don't care about the other proceedings we've been dealing with here this morning? Mary, I'm sorry, I was busy in the lab. Well, you managed to make it here just in time for this case, didn't ya? Rhodes replaces the prosecutor on the floor. He smiles at Mary pointedly as he starts his speech. Sir, in the matter of the state versus Private Tyler, I don't want to. Sir, Tyler is innocent of any crime against the state. Captain Rhodes is with a mouthful of mango. I'll just play that I'm eating mango. Miss Hagward, I think you better. Captain Rhodes is trying to, spitting a wad of chewed pulp into his hand. Miss Henry, shut the hell up. Mary's eyes indicate frustration and anger, but does shut up. Gasparilla plops the handful of fruit pulp onto the floor, wiping his fingers on his military jacket. I don't want to take up a lot of time with this. Mr. Tyler shot a prisoner against orders. There are eyewitnesses. I've reprimanded Tyler, and I've had him sent outside. It's as simple as that. Gasparilla, you had him sent to the Stalag. That's all you did to him? The prisoner was dying, sir. Tyler acted out of sense of mercy. I don't believe Tyler to be dangerous, General. He just needs discipline. 2 or 3 months outside will teach him discipline. Sir, it's quite clear that... Shut up, Miss Henry. I told you before. This is a travesty. Captain Rhodes is... Sit down, young lady. I done yup a shitload of favors, and I ain't never yet asked for nothing in return. Now, how'd you like to spend 2 weeks up to the vegetable farm yourself? That's what it'll be if you don't sit down and shut the hell up. Mary checks herself. That's a perverse air of danger, fuming off the fat general. His attitude toward Mary has clearly changed. Rhodes has been working on him. Mary seems to have lost this round. She can only hope That's all she's going to lose. Gasparilla. Now, I think Captain's punishment is fair, considering. In fact, I think you got shit to complain about. Very softly, carefully. I'm sorry, General, if I spoke out of turn. It's just that Mr. Tyler is not here to defend himself. He has no representation. I don't believe due process is being served. Unless I'm missing, I am the only due process that has to be served around here, and one of the people doing the servant from now on is going to be you. Now, you've been prancing around a cave like your ass was glass for long enough. All that's gonna change. Wow, why is it broken up? That's weird. Gonna change, young lady. Now, if you still got a statement you'd like to make, you can just hold on till tonight. Tonight? That's right. About 8. If that suits, we'll start out in my gymnasium and progress on from there to various other forms of physical therapy. Mary shoots a hate-filled eyeful at Rhodes. The captain responds with a phony look of sympathy. Gasparilla's gymnasium. Well, that was a long scene. The place is full of exercise equipment, treadmills, weights, nautilus, etc. There are other items which seem contradictory. Plush pillows, a huge circular bed surrounded by mirrors. Happy New Year, Puller 12. Happy New Year. Welcome to the party, pal. A huge circular bed surrounded by mirrors. Delicacies of food and drink lie about on low tables. The room is a cross between Elaine Powers and what the hell is Elaine Powers? And a harem chamber. A coffin-shaped device opens, and we see that the inside is lined with ultraviolet tubes, which are covered with plexiglass. Gasparilla lounges inside the thing, sweating, having just taken a long dose of fake sunshine. All around are the councilmen, some with country club-type women conservatively dressed and wearing suitable jewelry, obviously wives left over from the good old days, and some with scantily clad courtesans. Other scantily clad bunny types are serving hors d'oeuvres and pouring wine, offering smoke and snort. Mary Henriette is sitting on the floor, lost in fluffy pillows, her lab coat incongruous. Rhodes watches her from nearby. Gasparilla, all right, come on, ladies, off with it, and on with it, ha, ha, ha. Music blares, and some of the courtesans spring up, stripping off what few clothes they are wearing. Some strip naked, others down to panties. They hop onto various exercise machines and begin to work out. Tits flopping, thighs pumping, Gasparilla's kind of entertainment. Really? Oh, lordy, I'm drunk as a skunk. Look at this. We all just look at these lovelies. Say, Henry, you ever tried with another woman? Mary looks up at the general, not knowing whether or not she should answer, afraid of what he might try to make her do. Tried it with boys? Ew, too strenuous. Oh, I don't know about that. 4 more women have brought in silver platters full of new hors d'oeuvres, prepared carefully and laid them like sushi. They're distributed and people eat them. Gasparilla, folks, I just couldn't resist. How'd y'all like those? How do those taste? Look up, not knowing what to expect. Mary fears the worst. She looks around to see Rhodes grinning. A knot comes up into her throat. She tries to swallow it down. Fresh from the freezer, folks. It's what they eat. A few of the guests were repulsed. One man starts to vomit and he runs from the room. Just kidding, folks, just kidding. Would I do a thing like that? I ask you now. Would I? Ha 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 ha. Of course he would. Relief spreads and the Bacchanalian atmosphere restores itself. Gasparilla spills himself out of the tanning coffin and flops down on some pillows near Mary. He grabs up a goblet and swills red wine, which runs down his front. Gasparilla, the great state of Florida. People come here for years to die, retire, and expire. The rest of the country used to think we was nothing but a bunch of farts and fogies. Ha! Now this here's the new capital of the world. Ha! They come here, died, went to hell. The devil sent them back as an army. Ha! General Gasparilla's army. My army. You know, this reminds me a lot of Land of the Dead. A lot of similarities. We think there are other cities surviving. We think maybe Detroit. There's some signaling out of Philly. There's no place like this place. Warm climate. This facility. Christ, there ain't nothing like this. No damn where. Even the feds knew that. That's why they stored so much of their shit down here. It's all mine now, all mine. Just let them try to come after us down here. Which they will someday. Take a liking to what y'all got and come after us. They'll have to get past my army. An army that ain't afraid to die? Ha ha! Because it's already dead. Ha ha ha! Mary. It's not a very big army. As small as it is, you won't be able to continue feeding it for very long. We've got to find ways of getting them to respond without relying on. You'll find the ways, Miss Mary, and when you do, we'll sail on over to the mainland, or any other damn mainland for that matter, and start us a recruitment program. There's a million of bees out there just waiting for a general to lead them on to victory. Gasparilla swallows another huge quantity of wine. Dissolved to gymnasium later. The room is empty now. Remnants of food and drink clutter the place. The fat general is asleep, snoring loudly. One of his pudgy arms is draped across Mary Henry's lap. She is trying to move out from under without waking the man. She slides on the floor a few inches more. Gasparilla snorts and rolls over. His eyes pop open, focus on Mary, and a smile pushes his fat cheeks back. Oh, hi there, y'all. This is the weirdest villain, man. What the hell? I'm really glad this guy doesn't exist. Mary looks down at the man, repulsed and afraid. Suddenly, he grabs her lab coat. She pulls away and he crawls after, his belly bouncing along the floor. Buttons pop and the coat falls open. He reaches for her blouse. It tears away, and for a moment he gets a chubby handful of bare breast. A chubby handful? He dives into her, but he's unconscious before his face reaches her chest. Mary pulls herself out from under his dead weight, shivering. She clutches her blouse together and hurries out of the room. God, how weird. Entrance to Stalag. Light is just breaking through the trees when the gates are open, admitting 5 uniformed men into the compound. Outside the fence, zombies clamor excitedly as always. Can you do me a favor and put this, someone to just wrap this up? I'll heat it up. It's like freezing now. Oh, more Snickers. Yay. Thank you.
How's it going?
Good. A friend of mine just alerted me that I have to cut before 12 hours or YouTube won't upload it correctly. So I have to, I have to rush through it. I'll see you later, pal.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Where are we? Okay. Light is just breaking through the trees, and the gates are open, admitting 5 uniformed men into the compound. Outside the fence, zombies clamor excitedly as always. Pardon me. The Ritz. Sarah jumps, awakened by a voice and the loud pounding of rifles against the upright of the sleeping hut. Reveille, rise and shine. Rhodes is standing near the entrance. 4 soldiers are doing the pounding. Stunned, disease-ridden faces look up as citizens are awakened from sleep. Fear sweeps through the place like a tropical wind. We found 2 white bees in the jungle with their heads chopped open. I want to know who's going outside the compound. I want to know how they're going out. I want to know why they're going out. Until I get these answers each morning, some of you will die. Without warning, Rhodes draws his magnum and blam, blam! He shoots 2 cop people who happen to be at close range. They tumble to the dirt floor, dead before they hit. Rhodes scans the rest of the hut. He spots a familiar face. The prisoner from the council room. The one Gasparilla saved from a death sentence. The man makes the sign of the cross, knowing what's coming. Blam, blam! Rhodes fires 2 rapid rounds and the prisoner's chest turns red. He flies off his cot into one adjacent, landing on top of a screaming woman. Rhodes and his men leave as abruptly as they entered. Oh, hang on. Sure. What? Okay. I think I'll put 2 first. It's the final countdown, man. I gotta make it before 12 hours. I'll make it happen. Rhodes' men leave as abruptly as they entered. Sarah is stunned. As people around her react with sobs and more screams, she locks her eyes on Rhodes. He is moving authoritatively down the street, just outside the open-walled structure. He passes within inches of Sarah's cot, which is right against the outside rail. Her emotions well up inside her. He is about to jump out into the street when a big black hand grabs her arm. It's John, who has pushed through the gathering crowd outside. Let me go. I'm the one he wants. This is all happening because of me. If I turn myself in, he's just finding another reason for bumping us off. Don't you see? He needs us to die. He needs our bodies. Behind John on the street, Toby Tyler's looking on. He has heard the conversation. John turns and sees him. His eyes go dark with apprehension. It's all right, I'm a friend. I need help. So do you. What's a safe place to talk? Ain't no place safe. Look, I know you have no reason to trust me. I've got friends in the cave. I've got some stuff coming out this morning. I'm going to try and get off the island. People are pushing in closer, attracted by the commotion inside the Reds. Toby has to make it fast. He whispers, I'm gonna have this stuff sent over to the hospital. The hospital? Surprise word. Yeah, my stuff's all marked with red crosses so nobody gets too nosy. Meet me at the hospital after the supplies come in. Maybe we can find a place there to talk. Maybe. Toby drifts off into the crowd. John and Sarah exchange glances. Entrance to the stalag. Yeah, my little helper. She's just very, very wonderful to have. Supplies are being brought in through the main gates. Crates, cartons, bags of grain, seed, fertilizer. Seed? What the fuck are they gonna... Are they farming now? Trix is in charge of the patrol from the cave. He's checking on himself. They're picked up by the workers from the compound. Toby Tyler sidles up to his friend. Hey, Trix, some detail they got you on. And as bad as yours, pal. What'd you get? Rafts, 238s, a little ammo. We need fuel and a couple automatics. Lukey, the orderly, picks up a dolly, which is loaded down with crates marked with red crosses. Trix, hey you, those two on the bottom, don't open those yet. They might be from the wrong shipment. Just keep them around so I can check. Yes, sir. I never open them, sir. No, I never open them. No, sir. I keep them in back for you. From Front Street of Stalag. Watching from the shadows of a building are John, Sarah, and Diesel. He's a spy for Rhodes. Give him a chance. They see Toby pull away from Trix and start down the street. Following Luke, they move out and catch up with Toby, flanking him. What'd you tell us, soldier? You tell him you tell him he was rebels? He's my contact, for Christ's sake. There's 2 crates. Can you get me into the hospital? Shortcut to storage. That's weird. What is a shortcut to? Storage bay in the hospital. Creek, a crowbar pries open a crate. John and Lukey guard the entrance while Toby and Diesel work at opening Red Cross boxes. Sarah stands nearby. The lid's lift, and we see 2 Army-issue life rafts. There you go, complete with air canisters, little motors. We got a boat. What? I said we got a boat. Can you get other stuff? I got some fuel coming out, and I hope some automatic rifles. He's just trying to win us over. This doesn't prove anything. I'm gonna trust him, Diesel. He already knows who we are, and we ain't got a bunch of time to mess around with Rhodes shooting up the joint every morning. Toby, running through the open crates, finds the pistol, the pistols Trix told him about, and a few boxes of ammo. He tosses one of the guns to John. The big man walks over and puts the weapon back inside the crate. Can't walk around here with these. Let's just leave them here till we're ready to use them. Hospital operating room. Closed on hands. Carefully, very carefully, pouring drops of clear liquid into a test tube. The liquid is sweating slowly out of a mildewed and rotting stick of dynamite, which has been softened to near melting by jungle heat. A dozen test tubes stand in a rack, already filled. Spider, another woman, Sally, and a man, Jag, each have their own dynamite stick. Each is transferring liquid sweat, which is, of course, nitroglycerin into a glass tube. They work in tense silence on the operating table. Doc Logan works with them, doing the same delicate procedure. Suddenly, his hands start to tremble. Take it away from me. Quickly. Take it away. Take it away. Spider reaches over and, as gently as possible, takes the vial and the dynamite out of the doctor's hands. She sets the tube in the rack and returns the dynamite to an open crate. Yes?
I'm gonna give you some more water.
Years old, encrusted with mildew and mud, still half filled with sticks yet to be drained. The danger passed. They all breathe a sigh of relief. Logan wipes the river of sweat from his face. His hands are shaking quite violently now. He pops pills dry from his pocket. I'm sorry. I'll be all right in a moment. You're sick, Doc. You've been sick for a while now. Too sick to be working with us on this raid. John, Sarah, and Diesel are standing in a corner of the room. And Toby Tyler is with them, sweating and obviously nervous. You've helped us enough, providing cover, hiding us out. Let the rest of us handle the physical stuff. It's too much for you. It's my fight as much as yours. The things they made me do. Thank you, honey.
I hope your voice is okay.
I love you.
Love you.
I want to see all of them destroyed. It's my duty. In the eyes of God, Logan is really flipso now, over the edge into banana land. It won't work. That's pure nitro you're dealing with here. That stuff can blow if you look at it funny. What you're gonna do? What are you gonna do? Walk into the cave carrying those tubes on feather pillows. You don't have a complete layout of the place. Even if you manage to avoid a fight, you won't know where to go. We're hoping you can show us where to go, Toby. Oh no, I'm trying to get off this island alive. I'll help you all, but I am not going in there on a suicide mission. What can you hope to accomplish? Some radios, maybe a supply room or two? You'll all be killed, and in a few weeks they'll be back to business as usual. That place was built to withstand nuclear attack. What are you going to do with a half dozen guns and a few sticks of nitro? We're going to blow up the powder magazine. What? We know what's down there. We did the loading and unloading. When the stuff came ashore in the early days, a direct hit ought to do more than a few weeks' worth of damage. A direct hit will blow the top off this whole island. How are you gonna fuse this stuff? How are you gonna leave yourself time to get out? If we don't get out, it's a small price to pay. You're fucking out of your mind. There's 200 people down there. You're gonna murder 200 people? Sinners, animals, filth, doing the work of the devil. What about the people here in the camp? If they don't get blown to kingdom come, their food will be destroyed. Their water, medical supplies. They won't have any more power. This island can't support them all. They'll be doomed. Count me out, friends, to get my ass out of here. Anybody wants to come along is welcome. Silence falls over the room. Finally, John moves towards the door. Toby follows out before exiting. He turns back to face the group once more. Toby, I want to see roads burn just as much as you do, but all those people, we don't have the right to be their judges, just like they don't have the right to be our judges. John opens the door and Toby exits. Sarah follows. John looks around at the faces in the group and then he leaves, shutting the door behind him. There's a long silence. Then Logan speaks. We know what we must do. It's written for us in the Bible. They shall be driven from the land of the living down to the world of the dead. That is the fate of those who care nothing for God. Storage bay. Lukey stands guard. McDermott has joined Sarah and John in a strategy huddle. Toby stands nearby, feeling strangely guilty. Toby's right. They're not going to sit around with their fingers up their asses while we bust up their toys. The Torah. What? The Torah Mattel. The devil's trumpet. Don't worry. It ain't going religioso again. It's a flower that grows on this island. Where I come from, the voodoo priests use it whenever they need a Mickey Finn. It's a toxic. Ground up, you can put in a drink or inject it, or a sealed area might be introduced to the ventilation system. The Torah. Miguel knew it. The Torah. He was shouting. The Torah Mattel. He always planned to use it. We always planned to use it. We got some ground up already, but we can never find enough. There's hundreds of them, right where we landed our boat. This stuff really works, no shit. Quicker than gas, and it smells a lot prettier. It usually don't kill, but it puts you under for a good night's sleep. Toby, if you could knock out the central communications room, you could foul up their whole intercom system. Then, if you move fast enough, stay ahead of them without being able to signal each other, they might have a hard time catching you. I say it's poetic, pure calypso, brother. The devil's trumpet blowing. The notes are doomed for the devil's troops. Ha, ha, ha. The backwater. The fishing boat that brought Sarah and her friends to the island sits still in the channel. There are soldiers aboard. Two of Rhodes's men pacing the deck, passing a bottle back and forth. Well, we found your boat, lady. So did they. John, Sarah, and Toby are huddled behind green cover, peering out at the boat. Looks like just two. We can take them when the time comes. We're only about a quarter mile from the cave entrance number 5. The entrance is closest to the labs and the bee cages. Come on, let's go. They move off stealthily. They enter the clearing with the spectacular plants that Miguel discovered, 6 feet tall. Their red gold blossoms like trumpets with their bells down. These are datura, nightshades indigenous to southern Florida and parts of the Caribbean. Sally and Jack, who we saw working on the nitro sticks, are chopping off the 18-inch blossom and stuffing them into large leaf bags. They are wearing hospital masks over their mouth and noses. John moves in to help. Toby and Sarah follow, but John stops them. Just hang guard for now. Spell us after a long while. Can't breathe this grass too long or somebody had to carry you home. Word goes on in silence. The street outside the Ritz. Music rocks and voices shouts. The street scene is as wild as ever. Hookers and pushers and drunks pack the hot darkness. The Ritz. At a cot near the open wall in dim light from an overhead bulb outside, Sarah, John, and Toby huddle. The din from the street makes it impossible for others to hear them. Toby's drawing them out. Maintenance shafts run behind all the main rooms. Nobody's in those at night. You can use them to get around. Hit the power governors first. Kick a surge into the computer network and you erase everything stored in the memory. Then, over in here, that's where the cages are. On the street outside, a puffing Bill McDermott pushes through the unruly crowd, his face showing alarm. The doc's gone. Diesel and Jack and Spider with him. They took the guns and the nitro. Hospital operating room. Close on Lukey, beside himself, almost to the point of tears. I couldn't stop them, boys. No way I could have stopped them, I swear. They tied me up and stick this. He's waving a pillowcase in his hand, action accentuating his frenzied state. They stick these in my mouth. You believe these? John is in the room with Sarah, Toby, Sally, and Bill McDermott. This is now the entire rebel force. The floorboards to the tunnel have been thrown open. The door aside, the weapons are gone. I was in the cave yesterday, working repairs. Spider was in on cleanup. I seen her talking to some insiders. While she was scribbling, they was talking. Mighty palsy. Palsy. Jesus, they're going to try to do it. They're going in. They got somebody to help them from the inside. They didn't get the pistols. You know them pistols you buddies sent in. We the rafts. I gotta get married. I gotta get Mary out. Tricks. We gotta go now. Tonight. Right away. Oh, Lord. He polishes off what's left in his flask and moves to refill it from the bottles in Logan's cabinet. We're not ready. Well, if you think about it, we as ready as we ever gonna be. How was they carrying the nitro, Lukey? Me. You ain't gonna believe this, neither. You ain't, I swear. They put it into Spider's body. What? Toby, they what? The doc, he cut up Spider here and there, and here all over. He stick them tubes in there, like under the skin. And then he sew them all up. I swear. What? I thought they shoved it up her private areas. We're at 11 hours, guys. 11 hours. I got 1 more hour left before YouTube shuts it down. Almost done. Gotta push through here. Jack and Diesel are chopping a path through the undergrowth with machetes. Behind them, Doc Logan is walking slowly along with Spider, guiding her carefully around obstacles. Spider's in major pain, I'm sure. She's sweating rivers. Her fists are clenched. She's biting her lower lip so that it bleeds. Logan, I know it hurts, but it won't be long. Then all the pain will be over. Oh, I wish you could hear me. Oh, God, give her the ears to hear me so she knows I don't want her to hurt. Hurt so. Quiet. Oh, yes, quiet. Yes, we must be quiet. Suddenly, a zombie lunges from the underbrush. Its face badly deteriorated, and one of its hands, lost during its human life, replaced by a mechanical hook. Spider stumbles. She holds her breath and stiffens all her muscles. Miraculously, the nitro vials inside her do not explode. Logan throws himself quixotically in front of the zombie. Fallen angel, this is the judgment day, when you will burn for your sins. The Lord will cast you down to the lower reaches, and you shall forever know. Fuck. The zombie's steel hook sinks deeply into Logan's chest. A man's eyes reflect no immediate sensation. His speech falters, but only slightly. You shall forever know the pain. The pain! The zombie pulls Logan towards its drooling, wide-open mouth. It's just about to bite when Diesel chops his machete into the center of the creature's skull. The thing falls, pulling Logan, still hooked, to the ground with it. You shall forever know the pain of hell. The pain of hell! Diesel frees the doctor's shoulder from the hook. Blood flows freely. Diesel grabs a handful of dressing from Logan's back and goes to work on the wound. The pain of hell, the pain! Jungle near the vents. Sarah, Sally, Lukey, and McDermott stand by while John and Toby swing open the rusted grillwork of an air vent in the ground. Toby is able to swing his upper torso completely down inside the vent. Toby hangs upside down in a rush of air. He tightens a hospital mask over his nose and mouth. Toby! Okay, let me have him. A leaf bag is passed in from above. Toby flags the bag open, and bits of flour and pollen dust fly through the tight space, sucked off into the duct. The communication room, night. Close on a grill near the ceiling, bits of toxic pollen and an occasional piece of flour blow into the room. There are 6 technicians and 2 security guards posted at various stations. A radio man looks up. What's that? Smell it? Don't know. Must be coming from outside. Kind of nice. Entrance number 7. There are only 2 guards posted at the sealed entrance. One is eating from a can of Spam. The other is reading an old dog-eared Playboy. A rifle barrel jabs suddenly into Playboy's back. Don't move. It's Julie Grant, Mary's disgruntled assistant. A young man, another behavioralist in a white lab coat, is with her. They both have rifles. So everybody's escaping now. Open the outer door. Move it. Playboy slowly gets up and starts towards a control panel. At the last minute, he spins around, grabbing Julie's gun barrel and pushing it away. Julie's young accomplice swings his rifle butt and knocks Playboy cold. Then he trains the weapon on Spam Man again. Julie moves to the controls, examines them, trips a toggle-marked lock, then pushes a large green button. The door to the outside swings open. Beyond is blackness with an occasional patch of moonlight and jungle growth. Julie walks slowly, carefully toward the opening. Just as she is about to cross the threshold into the night, a huge figure leaps out at her, grabbing her rifle and closing it in a strangled hold. It's Diesel. Behind him comes Jack, his rifle Sarah's rifle leveled off at Julie's young friend. Spam Man makes a break for it down the hall, reacting nervously too quickly. Jack fires. Spam Man is hit squarely in the back. He pitches forward, dead. The young scientist raises his gun. Hey, what the hell? Jack fires another burst, and the orange circle in the young man's chest show a dotted line of red. He flies back, a surprised expression on his face, and he flops dead right on top of the Playboy guard who is lying near the control booth. Enough, enough, enough! Dot comes slowly out of the night, guiding Spider over the threshold into the hall. Logan reminds us of a crazy John Huston floating on air in a madman's boat. Crazy John Huston. What? What is this? Who? It's all right, my dear. You simply helped us do the Lord's work. Logan's shoulder wound is bleeding through its dressing, but the doctor on a holy mission seems to feel no pain. He guides Spider into the light and opens her shirt. Diesel shoves Julie against the wall. Jack covers her with his automatic. Logan removes red-soaked dressing from Spider's skin. All over her bare chest and upper belly, we see long 8-inch scars, hastily stitched. That's so gross. With suture showing. Beneath each is a cigar-shaped bulge, where a vial of nitro has been implanted. The woman stands on crumbling legs, and her arms open outward, a grotesque lampoon of a stigmatic. My last cup of coffee, probably. What have you done to her? God forgive us the pain we inflict as surgeons. We'll be in heaven, child. Soon we'll be with him in heaven. Spider is trying to signal something. She has seen that Playboy is crawling into the control booth. Logan follows her alarmed gaze. No, you don't. I can't let you do that. I can't. Logan charges toward the booth. The guard is half in, half out of the glass chamber, his hands reaching for the control panel inside. Logan starts to kick him again and again. Out of the way, Doc. Out of the way. There's a vengeance on Logan's face. He's kicking the guard brutally, but that doesn't stop the man from reaching the controls. He hits a red button. Alarm button. The panel buzzes and the colored lights blink. The door to the jungle starts to swing closed. Diesel drives at it, but can't stop the steel slab. It slams with a loud boom. Jack swings into another position. They get a clear shot, and he fires a long burst into the control panel. Playboy is struck by several rounds. He bounces around the booth and collapses to the floor dead. Logan, his shoulder wound, pouring blood, aggravated by his physical exertion, falls to the floor himself in a faint. Shit. Keep the woman covered. Jack levels off on Julie. Diesel moves over to Spider, pulling fresh dressing from Logan's back. The big man begins to pack them onto Spider's bleeding chest. Interior communication room. Close on a blinking rectangle of red light. Written on his face is alarm, gate 7. A bell rings loudly in the room. The shot widens, and we see 5 men all slumped unconscious, not able to react to the alarm. Yay, it's working! One of the security guards has made it to the exit. He manages to push the door open, but then he falls in a heap. The radio man staggers into a webbing of wires. Then he too falls. The other security guard inches his hand towards a lever with a protective cover. He flips the cover up, then collapses. Then the falling action causes his fingers to trip the lever. The huge klaxon sounds. A blinking rectangle, huge over the doors, reads, General Alert! Uh-oh. Gasparilla's Gymnasium. What a weird name for like a sex palace. The usual scene is here. Gasparilla and his courtesans entertaining the councilmen and their ladies. The klaxon sounds over the loud rock music. Mary Henry, the prisoner for the evening, again hears the sound. Her eyes widen. She looks over at Rhodes, who jumps to his feet. The party gradually goes silent. Don't be alarmed. We're impregnable. Stay where you are. Nothing will happen to any of you. You're safe here. The men, the last word to a small unit of 4 troopers standing guard at the exit. Rhodes goes streaming through the doors. Steaming to the doors. 2 of the troopers follow. The other 2 unsling their rifles and take up posts just outside the corridor. The steel door slides shut, locking Gasparilla and his court inside the gymnasium. Mary Henry with them. Gasparilla, well, come on, ladies and gents. Who says we can let our evening get spoiled? Simon says, get down. Most of the guests are willing to let the party get back to full swing. Gasparilla grabs a topless courtesan and rocks his fat belly around in an attempt to dance. Mary seems to be the only one concerned about the alarm. Fat belly dance. Exterior, the jungle, night. Even outside, the klaxon can't be heard. Toby and the rebels stop in their tracks. No, look, Siri came back. No, Siri. I'm talking to you. Toby, that's the general alarm. Jesus, they must have got in. What do you want? What do you want to do? Come on. The group moves out urgently. Entrance number 2. The circular light blinks green with a buzzing sound. The 2 inside guards punch up a video monitor. The screen shows Toby, Tyler, and Lukey holding pistols on Sally and Bill McDermott. What's going on? Toby, filter on video. Let us in. There's been a revolt at Side 17. There's rebels squalling everywhere. I know, that's Tyler. For Christ's sake, let me in, damn it, let me in. The first guard hits a button and the big steel entrance door swings open. The rebels storm in like an ocean wave, taking the helpless guards completely by surprise. They knock them unconscious and take their weapons. Toby pushes the button and causes the outer door to swing shut. Then he leads the band down the corridor. They go through a door about 100 yards from the entrance. Maintenance shaft. This is one of the work corridors that Toby mentioned earlier. The rebels run single file deep into the cave. Entrance 7. Julie Grant has been rope tied to an eyelet in the wall. Diesel sets down a pistol and a box of ammo beside Doc Logan, who's sitting on the floor beside the control booth. He is having trouble catching his breath. His wound has turned his entire front red. You hold us back. We have to go on. Huh? Oh, yes, go on. Spider, her shirt buttoned again over her new dress, is carefully signing something. Diesel reads her fingers. Maps. Yes, she was supposed to bring us maps. Jack steps over to Julie. He frisks her pockets and finds 2 hand-drawn maps showing complete layouts of the caves. All right, let's go. They move out. Diesel supporting Spider. Jack with his rifle ready. Interior supply closet. Toby breaks open a carton and pulls gas masks out. He passes them back to Bill McDermott and Sarah. Communication room. The rebels, all wearing gas masks, burst into the room. Toby moves right toward an intercom. He punches in a code and waits while the intercom buzzes. Come on, Mary, answer. Nothing. Toby punches up another code while the others drag the unconscious guard out of the doorway, letting the door shut behind them. A voice comes over the speaker. Yeah, Trick to Tyler, we're inside. What? Was that you to set off the alarms? No, there's some loonies from outside. They're going to try to blow the powder magazine. Where are you? What's the plan? Find Mary. If you can get help, do it. We're going to hit the power station and haul ass out of here. We'll be at exit 5. That's exit 5 in exactly 10 minutes. I think I can get a couple guys. And Mary. You got to find Mary. I'll try, Tobe. I'm gone. Triggs clicks off. Toby levels his automatic at the radio console and fires. Brow! I just added that for fun. Sparks fly. Chunks of wood and metal shoot off in every direction. McDermott, hold on. You're wasting your ammunition. Hit her in here, then around back in the circuit boards. Toby levels off again, this time at the kill zones. Bullets fly. More sparks dance as the units break apart. McDermott, and over here, the alarm systems, these central panels here, these circuits. Sarah and Sally step up and start blasting. A profusion of sparks, this time as the alarm system steam to explode. Suddenly, a collection of red lights start blinking urgently. A bell sounds. A large rectangle. Oh, I'm tired. Over the exit is flashing a new word. Evacuate. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, he slugs from his whiskey. By blowing the alarm panels, we signaled an evac. Corridors in the cave. Montage. A loud buzzing is heard as doors open everywhere. Some sliding, some swinging back, some rolling into the walls. Troopers caught trotting through halls are taken by surprise. Citizens spill out of apartment doors that have opened electronically. Entrance 7. The doors to the jungle swing open. Julie Grant looks over at Doc Logan. The madman struggles to his feet, supporting himself against the wall of the control booth. He reaches inside and starts pushing buttons. Those buttons won't work. The evacuation command overrides them. Julie looks through the opening entranceway, barely visible in the dim blue moonlight. Other hulking shapes of 3 zombies approaching the open hatchway. The communication room. McDermott is explaining to the others. All the doors in the cave have been sprung open. All the ones that work on electric. It's so nobody will get trapped anywhere. Entrance 7. Logan stares dumbly without comprehending at the zombies which are lurching forward out of the night. Cut me loose, please. Cut me loose. Dormitory. The latches on the cell doors click. With buzzing motor noises, the doors open outward. The army of redcoats march out into the hall. We might recognize Tonto, Bluto Sampson. We certainly recognize Big Bum. Into a holding pen. We see a large pen. Its gate swings open. From inside, moaning hungrily from 40 or 50 zombies, 40 or 50 zombies, blue coats and white. Guards outside the pen start to panic. They open fire. A few zombies are hit, but there are too many, way too many. The guards turn tail and retreat off into the cave. Thank you. Thanks, Buller. I do what I can. There were a lot of sound effects in the beginning. I just want to keep it going. The zombies are out, free to find their own supper. Gymnasium. The doors have opened here, too. The crowd, having heard the evacuation signal, is panicking. Many are running out past the guards and into the hallway. Gasparilla is trying to reinstate calm. Gasparilla, stay here. Stay put. We'll be all right. We're safe here. Just as safe as anywhere until we find out what's going on. Mary Henry takes advantage of the confusion. She slips out behind 2 councilmen and their lady friends. Nursery. The hallway is in nursery. The hallway is in chaos. Troopers run by. Crazed citizens flee in both directions. Mary Henry is stopped by a nurse standing in an open doorway. What is it? What's happening? It's an evacuation signal. The radios are out. People are panicking. What should we do? Mary looks past the nurse into a room where a group of children, a dozen or so, ranging from 12 years old down to infancy, are huddled. Some are crying. Oh no. God, I don't know what to say. It could be a real evacuation, or it could just be a glitch in the system. Wait here for now. I'll make sure I'll get word to you. Okay, please hurry. Mary takes off down the hall. Interior entrance 7 night. Close on. Julie Grant's face screaming in agony on the brink of insanity. The zombies have reached her. They're starting to pull at her arms, her legs. One bites her hand, another her arm, another her calf. Well, that's a shame. She was nice. Doc Logan is watching from the control booth, all the while filling with buttons, dials, levers. We'll be in heaven soon. We'll all be in heaven soon. Julie's screams penetrate the fog in his brain. He frowns. Pain. God forgive the pain inflicted by surgeons. We must atone. We must atone for our sins. His eye is attracted to a large lever, seemingly separate from everything else. It's marked siren. He pulls it. We must atone. We must atone. Siren horn. Slowly, the throaty wail rises. Exterior siren horn rises and calls out over the jungle. It's the feeding signal. The feeding signal we heard earlier. Montage. Jungle. Montage. As everyone in the jungle, zombies turn toward the call of the siren. They start to walk toward the sound, toward the place where there is food. Entrance 7. Julie is still screaming wildly. The zombies are tearing her apart, literally. Doc Logan inadvertently kicks the pistol left by Diesel and it skitters across the floor. He flops down on his knees. We will atone. We will be the sacrifice, the communion. We offer ourselves up, our body and our soul and our bodies. Julie Grant finally loses consciousness. Many more zombies are pressing in through the entrance now. They reach Logan and start to tear at him. Something clicks in his brain and he realizes what's happening. He starts to scream. His hands find the pistol on the floor. One zombie takes a bite out of his left arm. He shrieks and brings up the pistol, firing. Bam! The first shot rips open the creature's skull. The next 5 shots are wasted, fired wildly. The gun clicks empty as the zombies engulf him, tearing, biting, eating him alive. More zombies come out of the jungle. A lot more. Called by the siren. In waves, they enter the cave looking for food. Interior, a corridor in the cave. Night. Trix is running through the hall with 2 buddies. Mary Henry jumps out of the crowd. Trix! What's going on? Toby's in the cave. We're gonna make our move. There's rebels out to blow the powder magazine. Come on, come with us. Where are you going? Where are you going out? Exit 5. See you there. She turns away and starts back in the direction she came from. Trix calls after her. 7 minutes, Mary. Exactly 7 minutes. The main chamber of the cave. Night. Rhodes and 8 troopers turn a corridor, and there, before them, is a sight out of Dracula's tomb. Moving through the lava stone archways between the giant earthen pillars is the army of blue and white zombies. Rhodes and his men can't possibly fight them. Dracula's tomb? There's no zombies in Dracula's tomb. There are too many. Rhodes spots the door with a caged red light overhead. They can get to it by slicing through only a few of the advancing ghouls. This way, over here. Shoot, shoot. Shoot them. Shoot to kill. In the head. Their rifles blaze as they drive through the edge of the zombie horde. 7 of the creatures go down, their heads blasted open by rapid-fire rounds. One grabs Rhodes by the sleeve of his jacket. The captain turns on his heels and stares at the thing with outraged disbelief. He raises his magnum and pumps 2 quick shells into the creature's brain. The platoon finally reaches the door. Rhodes holds it open while his men run inside. He holsters his pistol and unslings his automatic. The zombies press toward him. He selects a few of the closest ones, aims, and fires, with a look of enjoyment on his face. For a moment, he resembles Doc Logan, madness bristling inside him. The zombies fall, their heads shatter. One of Rhodes' men calls from inside the doorway. Captain! Captain! Rhodes fires another quick burst, and then he turns and moves through the doorway. Interior, corridor in cave. Spider is walking along, careful to avoid jolts. Support under her arms by the giant Diesel. Jack walks with them. His nervous is irritated by the need to move slowly. Citizens run past, and none of them paying attention to the desperados. Suddenly they encounter a troop of soldiers who come trotting around the corner. Nervous, Jack opens fire. 2 soldiers go down. A gunfight erupts as the rest of the troops scatter in the hallway. Civilians are caught in the crossfire. 2 are hit. Diesel manages to steer Spider around a corner to safety. Jack keeps firing, but he's trapped in a hail of bullets.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I'm almost there.
We got a lot of sticker wrappers over there.
Oh yeah, could you clean this up for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Hello.
All right. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. I got
How
like
many pages do you have?
well, I don't know about pages, but I'm at 141 and there's 170. So
Oh my
I'm
God.
almost done.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you.
See ya.
You should go to bed. It's almost 1 a.m. See how she didn't answer me? She doesn't listen to me. Go to bed. Okay. Where the hell am I? Out of the trooper's sight, Diesel checks his map and moves into a doorway. One of several on the area, guiding Spider through beside him. Another maintenance shaft. They find themselves in one of the work corridors. The giant man shoulder his rifle and gently lifts Spider into his arms. He moves as smoothly as he can down the shaft and around the bend. Interior corridor in the cave. Night. Toby leads John and the rebels on into a hallway. They break across to an opposite door. Before they can escape, a troop of soldiers appears. A gunfight ensues. Another one. Two soldiers go down. John is wounded in the shoulders, but he stays on his feet. The soldiers have them divided into two opposite doorways. Suddenly, Trix and his buddies come charging around the corner. They open fire. The soldiers respond. Two more soldiers go down. One of Trix's men is killed. Trix himself is wounded badly in the stomach. Caught in a crossfire, the last four troopers throw down their guns. They flee wildly down the corridor. The rebels pick up and file through one of the doors. Toby rushes to aid his badly wounded buddy. Trix, Jesus, I'm all right. Let's go. They follow after the others. Gymnasium. A scream goes up. A woman near the exit has spotted something terrifying in the hallway. The guards panic. One of them opens fire. The hall outside, a mass of zombies come shuffling down the corridor. Their voices echo in grotesque harmony. The song of the living dead that we've heard before. Gymnasium. The guards are trying to close the entrance door manually. The big slabs won't budge. Suddenly, Gasparilla appears, drawing a pistol from a holster he wears. Without warning, he shoots one of the guards. The other guard flees. She should be in bed, Thelma. She's a helper, but she should be sleeping now. A holster he wears. Without warning, he shoots one of the guards. The other guard flees. Gasparilla falls onto the dead man and rips off his orange circle vest. The zombies are pressing in now, into the gymnasium. Gasparilla and several remaining partygoers, none with vests, are trapped. Corridor near the dormitory. Mary is running along with the nurse and the children. Suddenly, from out of the doorway comes Captain Rhodes with his stormtroopers. Henry, where are you going? Without answering, Mary leads her band through a manual door that leads to the dormitory. Stop them! Shoot! The children, sir. After them, then. I want them stopped. That woman is dangerous. The hallway outside the dormitory. Mary and her refugees are stopped in the tracks by Bub and his cadre of redcoats. Oh, no! The nurse screams and tries to back away. The children cling to her, petrified, shrieking, starting to cry. Bub lumbers up to Mary and salutes. Mary returns to formality. It's all right. I don't think they'll hurt us. Try to stay calm. The outer corridor. Yay, Bub! The manual door has been locked from inside. Shoot it open. The soldiers follow orders, two of them firing at the lock. The firing range. Mary's at a cabinet, pulling out pistols and rifles, passing the weapons around to, oh, wow, to Tonto, Bluto, Samson. Bub is strapping on his two-gun holster set all by himself, fumbling a little, but succeeding. Rhodes' men, so now she's got an army, she's got her own army of zombies. That's kind of fun. Rhodes' men kick open the door and charges the dormitory. The firing range. The nurse slams another manual door, locking and bolting it. They're coming! They're coming! She hurries along the cage, the alley, behind the firing stalls, getting the children to an opposite exit. Blam! Blam! Mary is firing at an orange circle vest on one of the cutout targets, figures in the range. The redcoats are watching with curiosity, cocking their heads. Mary moves to fire again, but Bluto grabs her hand. Mary, no, Bluto, I'm trying to. The dumb creature keeps his grip. Mary has to appease him. She grasps his hand and shakes vigorously. When he finally lets go, she aims her pistol again and fires at the vest several more times. Look, it's good to shoot the circles. Good, good. The zombies are confused. Exasperated, Mary tears off her own vest and tosses it down the alley. The redcoats look befuddled and a little angry. Mary fires at the vest she threw down. Two bullets hit it before Mary's pistol clicks empty. There's a pounding at the door. It's Rhodes and his troop. Suddenly, Bob steps into position. Whap! One of his famous quick draws. Blam! He fires. The vest on the floor. Mary's vest is hit. Bub fires again. The other gun, this time, the vest on the target is hit squarely in the center of its orange, in the center of the orange circle. Tonto now turns. He lifts his pistol and fires. The vest on the target is hit again, off center, but hit. That's it. That's it. Suddenly, the door at the other end of the range flies open. Three of Rhodes' men rush in, wearing, of course, orange circles. The three coats open fire. The redcoats open fire. The troopers are cut to ribbons. Others outside the door duck behind the walls. The zombies lumber toward the open doorway, still firing as they go. Mary's backing away to the opposite exit. Oh, my throat is fucking passed out. I'm about to pass out here, guys. Jesus, hold on. Mary salutes. The zombies lumber toward the open doorway, still firing as they go. Mary's backing away to the opposite exit. Bob sees her leaving. He calls to her with a deep-pleading moan. Mary stops and looks back at him sadly. He shoots off a military salute. Mary salutes him back. There are tears in her eyes. She turns and hurries off. Bob joins his fellows in pursuit of Rhodes and his men. Gymnasium. A woman's face is full of screams. She is screaming in agony as she is torn apart by zombies. The creatures have invaded the gymnasium. They're clawing at the fat cat counciliers, mauling their women. Gasparilla and two other men are rolling around crazily, bumping into exercise machines, knocking over wine bottles and tables full of hors d'oeuvres. The single vest they are fighting over rips apart in two pieces. Its orange circle severed into two useless hands. Gasparilla backs across the floor, his blubber bouncing. He has a tattered piece of the vest clutched in his hand. He tries to spread it out on his chest, but it's too late. The zombies are too hungry. Much too hungry. Montage. All over the room they strike. This is it, gore fans. I love it. The gross finale. The intestine tugger. The zombies get their supper. They feast among the pillows like Romans on an orgy. Music still plays over the gymnasium speakers. Rockabilly in a gleeful tempo. Oh man, I wish we had gotten this goddamn movie. I actually like this a lot better than the original Day of the Dead. I like this a lot better. I think that one looks so good. Slow motion. Yeah. Oh man, I wish this has been Day of the Dead. Anyway, Gasparilla. Gasparilla has retreated into his standing coffin, but a pudgy arm and leg are dangling outside. Zombies chew hungrily on the juicy morsels. From inside the coffin, where ultraviolet glows brightly, come their piercing, agonizing screams of the fat general. Main chamber of the cave. Diesel guides Spider through the huge earthen archways. Zombies here are scattered now, but they provide for delays. Diesel fires and zombies are hit, but few are hit fatally. Diesel's free arm can't fire accurately while he's trying to support the walking bomb beside him. Diesel stops to check his map. A zombie looms up behind him and takes a huge bite out of his shoulder. Diesel screams. He lets go of Spider, who stumbles away from him, almost falling but saving herself. Her eyes are bugging with pain. Diesel fires point blank at the zombie, blowing its head to bits. More creatures are pressing in close. Diesel bats at one, kicks another, punches a third. Then he rushes to Spider's side and scoops her into his arms again. Wincing in pain from the bleeding wound in his shoulder, he manages to move out of the immediate danger. The zombies lumber after the two, groaning in chorus as they walk. Excuse me. Oh my God, 30 minutes away, and I gotta wrap this up before YouTube shuts me down. The corridor at exit 5. Mary, the nurse, and the children come charging down the hallway. Toby, Sarah, and John are waiting for them near the open door which leads out into the jungle. Toby and Mary rush into each other's arms and they flee, with the others out into the night. A corridor near the dormitory. Rhodes and his men rush into another corridor where they are met by a crowd of drooling zombies. The men open fire, but the zombies are too close in. They get the upper hand. Rhodes fires his magnum, his eyes insane, his face boiling red with disbelief. After two shots blast open the heads of the closest zombies, the magnum just clicks. Rhodes is out of lead. He's grabbed by one zombie, then another. He fights to free himself, but he's bitten once, twice. Bleeding, he fights on. He struggles to a doorway and pushes through. Another corridor. Rhodes comes face to face with, you guessed it, Big Bub. The zombie faces off, ready to draw those 6 guns that hang at his hip. Rhodes turns and runs. Whap! Bub slaps leather. Blam, blam, blam! Rhodes turns a corner, but one bullet bites him on the back of his shoulder. Terrified, fighting pain, he staggers on with the gun-toting redcoat following behind. Exterior, the jungle, night. The rebels lead Mary, the nurse, and the children through the underneath. Trix is bleeding badly. Toby helps him along. Suddenly, as they break into a clearing, Sarah stops cold. There on the ground, lying where we last saw it, is the corpse of Miguel. What is it? He was one who came to the island with me. Come on, no time. He was killed 5 days ago. Maybe he wasn't dead. Are you sure he was dead when you left him? Look at him. 100 bullets. You tell me. Was he dead? There are tears in Sarah's eyes. 5 days and he hasn't risen. Come on, there's no time. There's no time to lose. The group, so he's the saint that they mentioned. The group pushes ahead. Sarah kneels. She blesses herself and makes the sign of the cross over the corpse. Then she stands to see that John is waiting for her. He holds out his hand. She takes it and follows the others. Backwater. The soldiers aboard the fishing boat hear noises coming from from the surrounding jungle. Who is it? Who's out there? We want the boat. Drop your guns or we'll blast you. The soldiers hesitate, looking around in the dark jungle. We got you surrounded. A sudden burst of automatic fire lights up the black foliage. The soldiers react, flinging their weapons over the side into the water. The refugees spill out of the undergrowth and scramble over to the boats, lifting the children, the wounded tricks on board carefully. John pauses to look back into the jungle. Damn you, Island. Damn you to hell and worse! We ain't out of here yet. Get your ass moving, you dumb bastard. McDermott tries to slug from his flask, finds it empty. With a shrug, he tosses the thing into the backwater. The engine starts as John climbs aboard, Sarah and Toby giving him their hand. Looks like main chamber with Diesel and Spider is cut. Weird. Oh, these two sequences will be intercut for parallel action. Excuse me. Zombies are crawling laboratory area with Rotten Bub as well. Zombies are crawling all over Diesel now. He fights them off valiantly, but his super strength is waning. He is bitten again and again, but he tries to keep himself between the clutching creatures and the little deaf mute who is stumbling along ahead. She's getting very close to a huge set of concrete slabs, the doors to the powder magazine. Meanwhile, Rhodes, approaching another corner in the hallway near the conditioning room, approaches and a Bub follows. His boot heels clicking the way Rhodes' own heels once clicked. Rhodes dives for the corner. Bub slaps leather, fires off all 12. Rhodes rolls on the ground crazily. He's hit several times, but he's still alive. He pulls himself in agony out of the range. Calmly, Bub dumps out his spent shells and starts to reload. In the main chamber, Diesel is overcome, dragged down by a mob of zombies. They start to tear him apart bit by bit. Spider walks on alone. She's just a few feet from the powder magazine now. A zombie grabs her from behind, but he just gets a handful of shirt. Spider reaches forward, but the creature holds her back. Her shirt is running rivers of blood now, where the vials are implanted underneath. Rhodes crashes through a doorway into the conditioning room. He realizes too late that there's no exit. Bub's boot heels are getting louder. Rhodes crawls around and behind the tables full of testing equipment. Wooden shapes, flashcards scatter over near the large colored symbols which are mounted on the wall. There's a weapons cabinet. Rhodes grabs a chair and smashes open the glass. Bub steps into the open doorway, still reloading his pistol. He stands there, a golem. His fingers are slowly, calmly working. He drops a shell or two, but soon the barrels are filled with fresh loads. Rhodes reaches in through the broken glass and pulls out an automatic. Bub slaps his pistol back into their holsters and faces off. Rhodes lifts the automatic and aims. Bub draws. Blam, 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 blam. Each one of the 12 bullets hits Rhodes somewhere, many of them in the kill zones. He screams when the first round hits, but his screaming stops about halfway through the barrage. That's when he dies. His leg bones support his corpse long enough for the last 6 bullets to reach him. Then, as the sound of Bub's gun echoes away down the corridor, Rhodes' body slides down the wall and crumples to the floor in a heap, leaving much of his blood on the orange circle that's mounted behind him. You know, that's cool, but I liked him being torn apart. In the main chamber, a zombie takes a bite out of Spider's shoulder. It pulls out a big chunk of flesh, and with it, stuck in the creature's tooth, comes one of the vials of nitro. Several zombies are pulling at the woman. She is still reaching for the powder magazine doors, but the ghouls are pulling her away. The creature with the test tube in its mouth pulls the bothersome thing out from between its teeth. It studies the vial curiously for a moment, and then it tosses it angrily toward Spider, toward the magazine door. Kabloom! Wow, my voice is cracking. I'm so tired. Woo wee! Main chamber. A hellacious fireball rips through the cave. Conditioning room. Bub stands in the open doorway, staring at Rhodes' still twitching corpse. He slaps his 6 guns back into their leather holsters. Then he shoots off one of those military salutes of his, just as the walls fall in on him. The fishing boat. The refugees stare toward the island as a huge boom fills the night. Some of the younger children start to cheer as though watching fireworks on the 4th of July. Would they even know what that is? Gasparilla Island, their POV. The top blows off the island just as Toby predicted it would. It's as though an enormous underground volcano. Oh man, we're at the end, guys. We're at the end. Do me a favor, everybody who's watching, shout me out. I shout it out in the comments because I wanna remember you. You'll know why in a minute. Exterior, Gasparilla's Island. But yeah, it's as though an enormous underground volcano is exploding. It's a frightening and beautiful sight. The fishing boat, night. Toby looks back over his shoulder. The nurse is kneeling beside the body of Trix. He's dead. The woman pulls a blanket up over his head. Toby steps forward, his pistol drawn. He pulls the hammer back and aims at Trix's head. No, don't wait. Wait until it's necessary. Toby turns and looks at Mary. She nods. He releases the pistol hammer without firing. Is off to another island. Gorgeous, a paradise. A bird song fills the air. A river on the island. The refugees are all gathered. The children walk one by one through the shallows as John baptizes them. Wow, it's really religious. Sarah, Mary, and the nurse carry the infants. When the infant in Sarah's arm has been touched by John's hand, Sarah doesn't move on. Instead, she looks up into the big man's warm eyes. Me too, please. John gently cups a handful of river water and pours it on the woman's forehead. The other adults, led by Lukey, file into the river, all lining up before the Baptist, waiting their turns to be blessed into this tiny new society. A beach on the island. Trix's body lies covered in the sand. We're at the end. The refugees are gathered again, heads bowed, while John speaks. Satan ain't sent this man back. Not yet, anyway. So we are hoping that maybe he's up there with you, Lord. This might be the first decent soul we've been able to offer you in quite a few years. That's a fact. We're just going to pray, Lord. We're going to pray that what seems to be happening here is really happening. And I'm going to take the chance and speak these words that I ain't been able to speak for so long. May he rest in peace. The others, amen. We're at the end. Last scene, guys. Last scene. Oh, I got to pee real bad. The beach. The corpse lies in the moonlight. Night critters screech and bubble in the jungle and burble in the jungle behind the sand. It's an eerie scene. Sarah is sitting up, her rifle ready in her lap, watching the body. John steps in behind, and she startles. Just me. I'll take the next shift. He settles easily down beside the woman. The two stare together at the shredded corpse. How long do we have to watch him? Forever, darling, forever. Till he turns to dust and blows away on the wind. The body lies silent, rigid under the khaki army blanket that rises and falls with the Gulf breeze. Suddenly, a loud music chord, a sudden movement. It's the movement of red letters that spin off the head of the corpse and settle before our eyes. The letters read, are you kidding me? The end! I promise! The end. That is the end. 11 hours and nearly 11 hours and 40 minutes. It's over. Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, which was so long, and a very strange version of Day of the Dead. Very strange version of Day of the Dead. They're very strange. Hi. She's having trouble with the door. We did it. We did it. 11 hours and 37 minutes. Yay, go to bed. 11 hours and 37 minutes. Thank you, Thelma. Hey, listen. Thelma, you've been with me from the beginning. Do me a favor. Where is it? Do me a favor. Email me. I've got my contact information in my About section. I really appreciate it. You've been here for a long time. I'm going to send you a movie. I don't know if you don't have this one. I'm going to send it. It's a Blu-ray. Zetter. This is a creepy movie. You win a prize for hanging in there at the end. I appreciate you being here. Guys, I'm going to have to call it a day. I am tired. Oh, I got to celebrate. Hold on. I got to drink my... We made it. I get to drink my little Deadhead rum. Whoo, that's strong. That's really strong. Yeah, Thelma, please do email me. Go to my About section. Send me an email. I'm going to send that out to you because I appreciate you being here and keeping me company. We made it. We made it. Oh, my God. Oh, I got to pee so bad. And I got to stop talking. Let me finish this. Oh, that's good for my throat, though, right? Maybe not. Burns so good. Okay. Okay. We did it. Well, I should say I did it. But thank you for being there. This has been your Friendly Neighborhood Masterclass. What are we at, actually? before I call it a day. 105 subscribers. Well, I am honored. 805, I should. Did I say 105? 800. Amazing. I'm very happy. Oh, this is really strong. Oh, yeah. Not bad. That's what I call a celebration. Deadhead rum. Okay. My babies, good night. Sleep well. It's 1 a.m. here. I had a wonderful time. I hope you had a wonderful time. If you watched the whole thing or watched part of it, I appreciate you being here. Your Philly Neighborhood Mastercast will be with you tomorrow. Mastercast is a live show. I will talk to you soon. And remember, your Philly Neighborhood Master Chaos loves you just the way you are. Just the way you are. Never change. Be grateful for every moment of your life. I love you. Take care of yourself. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you'll be here because I will be. Because I remain to be continued. That's a wrap.